I can't sleep, want to sing me a lullaby or something then, help put me at ease. Lame, his god said with a sigh. It's fine, it's just hard to believe how much time has passed is all. 2 years flew by. He looked to the container he had placed beside Frederick, the only thing ensuring Enux's soul stayed bound to the world while he got to figure out how to rebuild his enchantments from scratch, maybe needing to make him a new body in the process. Helenia had said they would store the Talos' body and Ben was pretty sure it wouldn't decay, but that didn't mean he would be able to just reattach everything if he ever became a good enough craftsman. Still, one thing to worry about at a time. The sun would be up soon and he could tell he wouldn't be getting any rest, so instead he went to the shop. Even if it wouldn't be open for customers, he could at least chip away at his training. He had an idea for leveling his current job, but that meant first ignoring his enchanting to focus on his crafting, making a variety of shields, swords, and spears before anything else, giving him plenty to practice on when focusing on his target skill. Once he got them all, he pulled out all of his skill rings and a notepad to record the results before throwing himself into his task. It was nothing too shocking. In fact, he'd expected the result. Though his enchanting had improved since he'd made the knife, he was now working with higher-level skills on top of trying to add more, all the while not doing the one thing that made his knife possible. He hadn't designed the spear to handle any specific enchantments when he'd made it. As wasteful as it was, he had his reasons for it. He wanted to see just what he could accomplish on a standard item. He thought he had a pretty good sense of roughly what he could add to something without breaking it by this point, but it was good to experiment, to see if different configurations would leave him able to get away with more than he currently could. With that in mind, he grabbed his next spear, identical to the first in every way, and began applying the same enchantments, but modified the way he was doing it, basing it off of one of the items he'd seen in Analia. Instead of placing all of the enchantments on the spearhead, he began on the handle, building them up there for the most part while having tendrils extend to the head where they would display their effects. While it wouldn't be as powerful as it would if he placed all of them in that one area, the added stability would more than make up for it. At least that was the idea, but as opposed to the last one where the head shattered to dust, leaving nothing but a handle, this one left the head as the handle crumbled. Maybe that would have worked a bit better if I'd made a metal pole instead of a wooden one. Oh well, I can just fit the two leftovers together before moving on to the next option. He still had plenty of tools to make after all, and with Falk gone for a while, he had nothing to do but practice. 1 in 5, he thought to himself as he swept up the dust surrounding him. There's an edge I can get to where the tools I make will have a 1 in 5 chance of not turning to dust after I pile enchantments on them. I just need to figure out what factors are making them fail 4 times and figure out how to eliminate them. Myriad, I don't suppose you saw anything that might be the issue, but that doesn't help me now. Okay, change of pace. I'll hit the books for the rest of the day. All of the crates he'd bought were left at the shop since he couldn't fill Sonia's home with them, and Falk wouldn't be there to complain for a while, so he began to dig through them, trying to figure out what he'd need. He was fairly certain the issue was with his enchanting, though he couldn't completely discount the possibility that all of the items he'd made had some common flaw that was the issue. Still, he'd get nowhere if he didn't decide where to focus, and with the combination of his high enchanter job as well as his new knowledge skill, reading through the books on those topics first would prove the most useful to him, even if they didn't help him learn anything he needed, so with that he was content to let the hours pass, at least until he heard a knock at the door. He was going to just ignore it. The shop was closed after all, and there was a sign saying so out front, but whoever it was seemed persistent, and eventually he gave in if just to tell them to go away. That attitude completely changed as he saw Thera standing outside and gave her a big smile. Oh hey, sorry, I thought you might have been a customer. What's up? I finished at the clinic for the day and figured I'd stop by. How about you? Just about to do some reading. Weren't you looking forward to being done with it, or have they still not managed to hire any new healers? Well, I wasn't planning on going back, but helping Lux for a while helped convince me to at least do it on occasion. At the very least, I need to try and raise my life magic's level anyway if I want to take advantage of it for my quest, and now that I'm at the 4th level I can be useful, while they train the new hires, so all in all it's not too bad. Anyway, there was something I was hoping to ask you about if that's okay. Yeah, of course, what can I do? She seemed to hesitate a bit, as though she were unsure of herself but gathered her resolve. I know it's a bit of a waste, but do you think you could use some of your magic materials to make me a way to power the enchantments on the stove? I figured it might be nice if I started trying to cook for myself, but I still can't really use any old enchantment without risking destroying it. What is that all? Sure, just give me a minute to figure out how to put something together. You don't need to be so hesitant, you know. Technically, they belong to both of us, so if you ever have anything you want made from them, just let me know. It was an obviously simple solution to her problem that he'd never bothered to give any thought to. He liked cooking for her and Sonia, so he hadn't felt the need to figure out a solution, but he couldn't deny the fact that it would be helpful for her, and wouldn't leave her dependent on others, so he got to work. It was altogether too simple to make as well. Basically just a clamp made of mithril with an incredibly small white mana crystal embedded in it to ensure it got sufficient power. Thera had sat down and quietly watched the entire process of its creation, seemingly enjoying it as he worked, and he handed it to her when he was done. All right, all you need to do is attach it to where we typically grab to run mana into it, and that should power the stove. The main thing you need to remember is that you need to remove it when you're done. Leaving the stove on can be a quick way to burning the house down if you aren't paying attention. Anyway, I was just going to do some reading, but want me to come give you a hand, maybe a few pointers. Don't worry about it. I've helped you plenty of times by this point, remember. I'm sure I'll manage making myself lunch at least. Still, I think I'll leave dinner to you if you don't mind. Of course, he told her with a grin. I'll be home in a couple hours, so don't fill up too much. They said their goodbyes as she left, and Ben sat back down with his book in hand. He had plenty to read and hopefully figure out just where the issue was, so he focused on that as the hours slipped by. What the hell? Ben muttered before calling out to the ceiling, though trying to be quiet enough to not wake Thera or Sonya. Hey Myriad, any word on enchanting knowledge? Cause I just leveled it up. The problem is that I leveled it up while reading a book on skills, not enchanting. He'd been able to consume far more information since getting the 0th level of the speed reading skill, being able to read faster while remembering more. A task made all the easier with his knowledge skill to go with it, but that didn't mean he understood why it leveled up. Luckily though, it seemed Myriad had an idea on it. It wasn't the most satisfying answer, but his god was right. If the skill made it easier for him to remember information on other skills, then it would be extremely useful. It would just be added to the ever-growing list of them that he wanted a bit more knowledge on. With the day still early though, he did a bit more reading before getting up, planning to make a simple breakfast for everyone to leave while he went to the shop, only to find Sonya and Thera already up with food ready and a plate for him. What's got you two up? He asked, not used to seeing either of them at such an hour. We're expecting a bad day at the clinic given how the last few went, so we're heading in early, Sonya explained, seeming exhausted as she did. Given what day it is, we're expecting the end of the world parties to be at their worst, meaning plenty of injuries to deal with. Right, looks like it's officially been 2 years now, he thought as he tried to hide the sudden sadness that filled him. With all he'd been doing to keep himself busy, he'd managed to get the fact to slip his mind, typically not passing through any of the areas where things were getting a little crazy, so he hadn't been reminded. Thera reached beside him and squeezed his hand, giving him a comforting smile as she did while Sonya tried to give him a warning. Maybe you shouldn't go to the shop today, Ben. I'm not sure how crazy things will end up, but it might be better to stay in. If things were going to be dangerous, he didn't like the idea of them going around by themselves, but both shook their heads. There's going to be a few guards stationed at the clinic to ensure everyone behaves themselves, and they'll be walking us back when we're done, so you don't need to worry. But you should still be home for dinner, Thera cut in. If things are going to be bad, you shouldn't stay out too late. No worries, I'll be back in time to cook something for everyone. With food done, they all went off as Myriad spoke in his mind. I just need to do something to take my mind off of things instead of being stuck in. Don't worry too much. I have no freaking clue what to do, he thought, depressed as he looked at all of the materials around him. Maybe it was just his mood, but inspiration failed to strike. He'd made plenty of weapons since getting back to town, destroying most of them with his enchantments as well, but he didn't think something like that would get him in the right headspace. Myriad suggested, not a bad idea. The one in his projector had been made by using a hand crank to rotate a notched wheel against a variety of metal pegs to make the sounds he needed, but really there were better ways to do it utilizing magic. He just hadn't had the knowledge at the time. Now that he'd flipped through a few books on enchanting with air magic, he thought he had a decent idea, though he'd need to see if it would work in practice. The more he thought about it, the more charmed he felt. He didn't think he would be able to do anything that would cover vocals, but he should at least be able to make something that would do the tones, and it would be nice to try and recreate the melodies of the songs he liked before they all completely faded from his mind. And I think I have a good idea for a very cool player too. Let's see, it definitely won't need it, but I'll build everything around a rainbow mana battery to be on the safe side. It should let me add a cool effect or two as I go, so there's no harm. Yeah, let's do it. He carefully planned out the enchantments before shaping the materials to fit the image he had in his mind. Even if it wouldn't strictly be singing, it would perfectly convey the feeling. He told his god as he walked home for the day, early enough that he could get a start on dinner. I'll have it going during dinner. Give them a taste of some poorly recreated good old-fashioned earth music. Let's see, Thera has a few musical skills. Maybe she could help me clean up the sound a little. Doing adjustments by ear is far harder than I'd expected. Even if it left him thinking of his homeworld, it had been a perfect distraction from how long he'd been gone, letting him focus more on the bits he enjoyed. It would also just be nice to have in general. While he would occasionally pass musicians on the street, he simply didn't have the same access he previously did for it. It was easy to ignore just how much he was constantly exposed to different songs on Earth, but with it gone, there was a noticeable void. He reminisced for the rest of the way, trying to think about the few other melodies he could remember to try and recreate later, maybe meeting up with some of his old classmates at some point to see if they could help him as well, but quickly stopped as he opened the door, only to find the house filled with smoke. Oh crap, did Thera leave the stove on? He ran to the kitchen, wanting to see what the damage was, only to find Thera frantically waving a towel over a burnt pan, panic on her face as she did. Breathing a small sigh of relief seeing it was nothing major, he calmly walked up beside her and placed a lid on top of it before taking it off the heat. Looks like you maybe should have taken me up on some lessons after all, he joked as he patted her back, trying to show it was nothing to worry about. Are you all right? Yeah, that just went worse than I'd hoped, she told him, sounding defeated as she did. She looked far more disappointed than he would have expected for a bit of burnt food, so he did his best to cheer her up. Well, it can happen to anyone when they first start, so don't worry too much. I was coming home to make dinner anyway. Give me a minute and we can throw something together. Wait, she told him, grabbing his hand as he went to grab ingredients. Let me do it. You sure? Didn't you ask me to come back in time to make dinner? I wanted you home in time for dinner, not to make it. I wanted to try and surprise you by cooking something, she admitted awkwardly, golden blush painting her face. He didn't know what to say. He was too caught off guard, and she rushed to explain herself. It's just, you've done a lot for me, and I know you aren't feeling great right now because of, well, you know. So me and Auntie wanted to throw a little party, but she's stuck at work and Uncle still hasn't gotten back, and things haven't really worked out how I'd hoped, but I still want to cook you something. You do plenty just by being in my life, but if you're sure then I won't say no to trying your cooking. She didn't meet his eyes, feeling embarrassed about being so open, so upfront about caring, instead going around the kitchen to grab what she needed and began to try again while talking about the day. Did you have any problem getting home? Things were crazy at the clinic, too many people drinking too much and being general idiots. I think I may have treated more broken bones and alcohol poisoning than I ever have before. That sounds wild. My day was far nicer in comparison. Falk has the shop pretty well soundproofed to keep the noise from smithing getting out and annoying anyone, but it looks like it works pretty well for the opposite too. It was definitely more noticeable when I went out though. I just don't get the reaction. There could literally be years to go. What's the point of getting yourself killed now? Sometimes you just need a distraction, he said with a shrug. I can't exactly say I get it, but at the same time I didn't grow up hearing about hundreds of worlds being conquered, so I can't really judge. Even now it feels a bit unbelievable. He couldn't deny the reality of the situation, but he also couldn't help but feel a distance from it. He hadn't spent his whole life fearing the day it would come, and he hadn't been training to deal with it like so many of the others summoned. Even if he knew the threat, there was a comfortable emotional distance. They moved on to lighter topics as she cooked until the food was ready and sat down to enjoy it. Ben dug in with gusto, happy to have the meal, all the more so since it was made specifically to help his mood, but Thera only poked at it, seeming even more depressed than after the first attempt. Sorry it's not great, she told him, wishing she'd done better. I'd been practicing a bit and I thought with all the times I'd already helped you I'd be able to get the cooking skill easily enough, but that didn't work out. It's good, don't worry so much, he told her as he ate. Still, if it is something you want to get better at, I'll help you out. It just takes some practice. Well, maybe that would be nice. For now, is there anything you want to do next? Our plans kind of went out the window, but there's still a bit of day left. Yeah, I can think of something. And it looks like I lose again, he said as he laid down his cards while Thera leaned against him on the couch. This is the same thing we do every day, she complained as she won another game. Wasn't there anything else you'd rather do? I mean, it's late, and I don't really want to get caught up in anyone's partying. Pretty sure everything in town is closed by now anyway, so it doesn't leave many options, he told her with a shrug before his eyes lit up. Actually, give me a minute, you can help me out with something. He never did use his music player during dinner, being too caught off guard by everything when he'd gotten home, but now was a good enough time for it, as so he took it out of his bag. It looked like a simple cylinder with two thin wings coming out of the side, but since he designed it with a very specific idea in mind, it was exactly how he needed it. Removing the cap from the back, he took out a variety of smaller tubes from his bag, trying to decide which one to go with before settling on something slower and calm. It was late, so he wasn't in the mood for anything too energetic, so he slid it in the back of the player, inserting a rainbow mana battery with it after, and giving it a gentle toss into the air. He looked at it, not feeling as satisfied as he would have liked. The illusion was stiff and felt lifeless, and it was obvious the sound quality needed some work, but at the very least it was all right as a first attempt. Thera, though, seemed transfixed. It's so pretty, how are you getting it to sing? The inner tube contains the air spell with a song on it, while the outer one helps amplify it while holding the enchantments for the illusion and making it float. It was a fun little project. He'd originally pulled it out to get her thoughts, as well as see if she could think on how to improve the song, but with it up there, he decided to tease her a little and held out his hand. Would my lovely fiancée care to dance? He'd expected her to complain, as she always did when he called her that, but instead she took his hand and got up. Sure, I guess this is at least something different. Did you mean real dancing, or what your race calls dancing? Hey, now plenty of humans can dance really well, I'm just not one of them. So not real dancing, got it. She placed her hands on his shoulders while looking up at him. You know, I could teach you how to actually do it sometime, especially if you're going to teach me how to cook. We'll place that as a maybe for the time being. Well, if you're ever feeling up to it, let me know. I wouldn't say no to a dance partner, she told him with a smile as she made him spin her, managing to completely have the lead as they went. The time passed as they spoke and enjoyed the moment, until Thera had to ask the question that only grew on her mind. So does the song not end? Oh, well, normally it does, but since I could only figure out how to get a single one on a tube, I made it so they all loop instead of having to change it every time. Makes it kind of hard to know when to stop, though. We can finish now if you want, he told her, gently pulling away, only for her to hold on tighter. Just one more minute, she told him, seeming to grapple with something before gently leaning up, leaving him feeling the gentle touch of lips on his cheek, before slowly pulling away, looking shy as she did. I know you have some complicated feelings about being here, but even still, I just want you to know I'm glad I have you in my life. Not meeting his eyes as her face twinkled in the light of his flying music box, she gave a small smile. Anyway, it's getting late, so I should get to sleep. Have a good night, Ben. Sleep well, Thera, he told her as she ran away and he went to his room, not realizing he was holding his cheek till he went to lie down. Hey, Myriad, are you there? I think I might really. How many times do I have to tell you? Not happening. Ben could only groan. When he'd made the mistake of admitting to both his god and himself that he was interested in Thera those few months prior, it had been in a moment of weakness when he was unsure about what to do about it, and because of that, Myriad hadn't shut up since. Look, maybe she does like me. I'll admit that's kind of the impression I get when I practice connecting with her anyway, but that's meaningless if she doesn't want to get romantically involved with anyone regardless. Now, are we going to keep talking about this, or can I focus on the church? It was finally complete in all of its glory. 2 stories with 2 basements as well. He had a lot of space to fill up for his own uses, but the main area left for visitors of all sorts was what he was currently dedicated to, filling the walls with small metal plates. It had been his idea, and he thought it was quite the good one, filling the walls with tiles, each of which had a skill enchanted to it with its name and level written down. It created an environment where Myriad's believers would want to come to make copies of them, and was a place where the effects of Connect could be fully felt. With that goal clear, the day had been spent copying the effects of his numerous skill rings, but despite that, his god wasn't budging. Make it a quest and I'll think about it. I'm sure Sashel can handle that. For now, let me just finish up in peace. With only a little more nagging from his god, he was able to finish up with the enchantments before moving on to the next part of setting up the church, the private areas. He fully intended to use almost all of the extra space for his own purposes, and given the hundreds of books he now had, he needed to put together shelves before arranging everything. As far as things went, it was a surprisingly quick task. He already had his wood cut and ready, it just came down to assembly, only taking a bit over an hour to do. From there, he arranged the shelves before looking them all over in the end. Yep, it's perfect. What do you think, Myriad? Yeah, but now I can start moving things I don't need in here as well. Trust me, it'll fill up before you know it. Hey, now, I did it because it was convenient. If you were against it, I would have just made the entire place smaller. Hey, no, patiently waiting for my inevitable demise. Once done with the church, happy to finally have it in the state he wanted, he went home for the day, walking into the smell of food filling the room as he went to the kitchen, and finding Thera standing over a pan, hair tied back as she focused on her cooking, only looking away from it to greet him with a smile. Hey, how was the day? She asked him warmly, piercing his heart as he tried to keep anything from showing on his face. Since she gained the 0th level of cooking, walking into a domestic scene like that had become all the more common, though he still tended to do most of it himself, and each time it made him flash back to the first meal she'd tried making for him. Yeah, it went well. I'm all done with it for now. How about you? Just practice spirit empowering. It hadn't taken long for her to learn just what the skill was good for. Unlike great spirits, regular spirits took much longer to regain any mana spent, at a speed comparable to mortals. Thera's skill she gained after taking the spirit mage job let her bypass that by sharing her mana with them, though there was some loss along the way, so she'd taken to devoting a bit of practice to it when she was able to find any spirits passing through who were willing to help. No spirits in town today, so no, just helped at the clinic and did a bit of my earth magic. Anyway, since you're here before it's ready, what do you think? Anything I can do to improve it? He poked his head over her shoulder to see what she was making and found a dish native to Analia, diced meat in a thick purple sauce that he took a spoonful of to taste. It's good, maybe take it off the heat for a bit and add some ground anise to season it, like half a spoonful, but you're really getting the hang of this. You probably don't need me to cook for you at all anymore, he joked as he smiled while she gave him a gentle nudge with her elbow. I'd much rather eat your cooking than do it myself, so don't go quitting on me yet. I'd miss your food, she told him with a small laugh before realizing she might have said something embarrassing, and a gentle golden blush touched her face, all but captivating him. Why are you the one dreaming about it, and for the millionth time not going to? Now ease up before I tear down the church. It's been a while since I've gotten any sacrilege levels after all. Look, this is something I need to figure out myself. Do you think you could just let it be while I work on it? With that bit of peace returned to him, he focused back on Thera, content to spend the time chatting and cooking together. All right, boy, we have some time, so work on whatever suits you, Falk told him once all the main shop work was done. Ben had already replaced all of the stock he needed to and spent some time cleaning up, meaning he could move on to devoting himself to his self-improvement, namely through leveling his job. Of course, he wasn't just focusing on his enchanting. After all, he made all of the items he'd enchant himself, so he was able to get plenty of practice for that as well. But after he'd made his flying music player, it inspired him to get a bit more creative. And with that in mind, he'd taken to doing some slightly more unusual projects on top of his usual weapons. Today, he decided he'd be making something unlike anything he'd seen in the world prior, a floating plant display. The idea was simple enough, even if it would look a bit unusual. All he had to do was create a base with an earth magic enchantment on it designed to suspend a ball of dirt in the air, with the additional effect of giving it a slow rotation as it did. Once that was done, he ran out to get not only his ball of earth, but also the flower that would be planted in it. He'd selected one with large blue petals he thought looked appealing, and then put everything together, watching it float in the air once it was complete. It ended up being far easier to create than he'd hoped, so to add to it, as well as reduce the amount of care he would need to put towards it, he attached a pole to the base before creating both a light, water, and low plant magic enchantment to it, letting it illuminate the flower and aid in its growth, as well as collect water to sprinkle down on it once a day. He'd adjust the variables over the weeks to try and figure out what worked best for keeping the plant healthy, but he was satisfied with the final result. What do you think, Falk? Pretty nice, right? It is. Shame we can't sell something like it, but not many could afford the mana crystal to power it. Still, when you're done being my apprentice, you really should consider working for Pelinia. Even if she's a handful, she'd be able to keep you supplied with all the materials you could hope for, while giving you enough leeway to be creative. That's a while off, so I'm not going to worry about it too much for now. Besides, I could probably have a fair bit more freedom by just stopping in occasionally to make her things to earn a little extra while living off my patents. No need to tie myself down to someone. True enough, I suppose we'll sit down and talk about your options when that's a little closer. For now, what are you going to do with the rest of the day? Anything you need help with? Maybe if you have the time. I'm still working on designing some hypothetical enchantments for soul sealing, but since it depends on using levels of magic just a little outside of my grasp, I'm not too sure about it. Mind giving it a look? All right, it's not like we're busy, so show me your notes. He pulled a stack of papers out of his bag and handed them to Falk, watching the Yeti pore over them as he thought about the project. Myriad's advice on the matter was proving invaluable, but he had to change enough that he needed a second opinion on it. After all, sealing it was really only the first part. His two main goals for attempting something like that was to allow Enux to use his body again, though that would require a high level of improvement to his enchanting as well, on top of what had originally given him the target, attempting to use it with a beast form skill on an item. Of the two, the original goal would be much easier, even if it was far outside of what was possible for him at the moment, but both goals had the same underlying implication. He couldn't just seal away a soul forever. He needed to give it a way it could still be interacted with after, which added a whole other level of difficulty to the task. Well, at worst I can collect a few demon souls and then figure out how to use them after, which is why I'm only going to do it with demons, so don't worry. Besides, I probably won't go out of my way to actually collect any until I think I've got it, unless a good opportunity comes up, of course. Hate to say it, boy, but I'm probably not going to be much help with this, Falk told him, unknowingly interrupting his talk with his god. This is pretty far outside of my specialty. I'll take some time to think on it and write down any ideas I have for you, but not sure if it will be any help. Don't worry about it. Have you thought about what you'll be trying to seal them in when you make the attempt? Oh yeah, that should be the easy part. It had to be a weapon. There was no real way to collect a creature's soul while letting it live after all, and by making something like a knife that would handle the job of absorbing it, it wouldn't be too bad. That just left what he would be absorbing it into. From what he'd learned of his god's structure, Myriad had been made of a variety of magic materials to make him possible, and Ben intended to do the same, though there was really only one he needed to use for his goal, a rainbow mana crystal. While the material had not only boundless space for something like mana, it could also be altered to hold other non-corporeal things. Doing so would ruin its ability to absorb mana, at least for as long as it housed a soul, but that wasn't an issue as far as he was concerned. And if I build it in such a way that I can change out the crystals, I'll be able to easily take advantage of a group of potential materials, targets. The battery design already works well, so I might as well stick with it for this too, that way I know I'll have some on hand if need be. Other than that actually, is there any reason I couldn't prepare the knife ahead of time? This really more depends on the quality of the enchantment than the item after all. The more he thought about it, the better an idea it felt, all the more so for the fact that he'd already created one that mostly fit the qualifications. His first knife was designed in such a way that it would be able to tolerate enchantments of every affinity but space. He'd just have to create something along the same line, while making sure to cover that aspect as well. The sealing enchantment he was attempting to make would pull from all affinities, but at the level he thought he'd be when he'd attempt it, there'd likely be no risk of destroying it, so he got started. Heating steel and grinding bones, it was a path he was long used to by this point as he lost himself to the work, blending the metal with the delicate powders to try and keep the heat from damaging them too much, and costing them their properties as it did before moving on to shaping it, creating a short but sturdy blade. After a round of sharpening, giving it the thinnest edge it could comfortably hold, he looked over his new tool, smiling at the quality of his work. Until he got to the point that he'd be able to place the enchantments, he couldn't be positive that it was of a high enough quality, but he felt confident as he created a sheath and stored it away in his bag. Having finished with that, he tried to decide what would come next. There was always something to make, but he wanted to design the most complex enchantment he could. At least that was the goal, until an unexpected guest walked through the shop door. "Ankh, what brings you here?" he called out cheerfully, giving them a wave which they returned in kind, though giving off an apologetic feeling as they did, even without a face to show it. "Hello, Ben, I'm sorry to bother you like this while you're working, but there's a bit of an issue and I need you to come to the guild with me." He immediately felt himself tense up as Falk stood to the side, looking curious as well. "Why, what's going on?" "There's been a call for an emergency quest. As a rank 4 adventurer, you'll need to participate, so you need to be briefed on what's happening." He felt himself deflate as his teacher chuckled. He knew this was possible ever since he first ranked up, but had all but dismissed it from his mind. To be called for it now was nothing but a pain. "Poor luck, boy. If you're being briefed then, that means you'll need a couple weeks to do it instead of handling it immediately. Looks like I'll get a bit of peace and quiet." "Actually, Falk," Cecily was adamant about making sure you showed up as well, they said, continuing their apologetic tone. "What? I haven't been an active adventurer for well over a decade. Why am I being dragged into this when I have a business to run?" "Ah, she told me to tell you, and please bear in mind that these are her words, that if you have some sort of problem with it, you should have made sure to officially quit before it became an issue." As his teacher grumbled, Ben gave him a wide grin. "Looks like you get to enjoy my company for a couple weeks then." They were led to a back room of the guild and found Thera already seated and waiting, positively vibrating with excitement as she looked at them while taking seats of their own. "Can you believe it?" she asked as she grabbed Ben's arm. "Not only do we get to do an emergency quest, but it's one with a rank limit of 4. What do you think we'll have to do?" "Probably something that people without combat skills like me should stay far away from," he told her dryly. "Oh, don't be like that. Don't you have 3 combat skills now? At level 0, and I'm pretty positive marksmanship does nothing but improve my aim a little." It had been exciting when he got it, but the only change was that he was a bit better at hitting targets, and his eyesight had improved slightly, nothing major. He was still no good with his gun. It had just become a little easier to use effectively. "You'll be fine. Depending on what the quest is, they might actually want you here for your skills as a craftsman anyway. Being able to properly maintain and repair weapons is pretty important after all, and worst to worst I'll protect you," she told him, giving him a friendly nudge. "Actually, I'm more surprised to see you here, Uncle. I'm just here to suffer for not bothering to properly quit once I decided to move on to permanently focusing on my smithing, and I doubt Cecily will put up with me giving my resignation now. I'll just suck it up and help out a little." "Speaking of actually, Sanya didn't come with you," Ben asked her. "Weren't you both at the clinic today?" One of the few things he knew about Falk's past was the fact that he used to adventure with both Sanya and Pelinia. With the one there, he would have expected to see the other as well, though Thera was quick to correct him of that assumption. Auntie made sure to properly resign when she switched to clinic work so they couldn't ask her to come. "It's a shame, though. It would have been fun to have her join us. Why does it seem like you're treating this like it's going to be a trip? I mean, at least for there and back it will be. Since we don't know what we're dealing with at our destination, it's a little harder to say." Love the optimism. "Anyway, how many more people do you think will arrive?" he asked as he looked around. Other than them, there was a group of 3 he recognized, namely Sashel and her party, as well as another 3 he'd seen around but never spoken to, all appearing to be a hybrid species of cyclops and some sort of bird people, with one large jewel-like eye and beautiful red feathers. If it wasn't for the taboo around using materials from sentient races, he would have asked about buying some for their look alone, but assumed that even without the ethical concerns, they might not want to be approached about such things. He was sure there'd be more coming, but Thera surprised him with her answer. This might be everyone, maybe a couple more since they haven't started yet. What? How are there so few? There's always plenty of people in the guild when we come for our quests. The majority of people get stuck at rank 5. One of the reasons we've both been able to rank up to 4 so easily is probably because we both have demons recorded on our cards. It shows a certain level of competence, even if we aren't full-time adventurers like the others here, she explained. Rank 3 is even harder to get. I'm pretty sure the only person in town at that rank would be the guildmaster, though we'll be well on our way to getting there depending on what the quest is and how much we contribute. I would have thought the guildmaster would be ranked a lot higher than that, honestly. It's how the rankings work. From 7 to 3, it's all about accomplishment, but for rank 2, you need to have at least one awakened skill, and at rank 1, you either need multiple or else an awakened skill at level 5. Not awakened a second time, he asked curiously. Anyone who's done that isn't moved by nations. They can move nations, she explained. I'm not sure how many of them there currently are since supposedly some people don't publicly admit to it, but there should be less than 10 who have managed it in the world. They'd have no reason to work for the guild. Neat in that case. If I awaken my crafting, would I be forced into becoming a rank 2 adventurer? Like, it's not a combat skill. Wouldn't it just be cruel to force me to deal with rank 2 quests? I'm not sure actually, she said after a moment's thought. That's probably a question for the guild staff. Okay then, and Falk, what rank are you? He asked his teacher, not hiding any of the curiosity in his eyes. Rank 4. Why does that feel like a lie? Because you're too distrusting. He was going to push the question more, but Cecily walked in, along with a group of 4 he hadn't seen before that took the last table. He felt something in Thera's demeanor change, but decided to save questioning it for after. Once there, she started handing out a small booklet for everyone as she greeted them, which Ben immediately began reading through, before getting to the heart of why they were all called for. All right, sorry to grab you all on such short notice, but we've been requested to assist with an emergency quest. The aquatic races are dealing with the movement of the Leviathans as they're changing their migration route, and if they and the prophecies of the Banshee are to be believed, there's going to be widespread death and destruction if not dealt with. Now Ben, she said, calling him out in particular, since this is pretty important, do you think you could pay attention? The books to read through when this is done. Don't worry, I have so many mind skills, even if it doesn't look like I'm listening, I'm probably paying more attention than anyone else in the room. But while I have you, here's a question. The book says Leviathan breath fire. That's right. Okay, why do they breathe fire? They're freaking sea monsters. Mostly sea monsters, but part of their migration brings them onto land. This wasn't an issue when it was in the untamed lands, but a group's gone far off course. Unless something changes, they'll be dangerously close to some populated areas, so they need to be dealt with before anything happens. Unfortunately, given the unreliable nature of mortal prophecy and the whims of wildlife, we can't be sure when they'll arrive, so we'll leave tomorrow. It should take 10 days to get there, so make sure you're all ready to leave bright and early in the morning. For all we know, we might need to fight as soon as we get there. If we need to get there as quick as we can, then I can get us there faster, Thera called out excitedly, drawing all eyes to her and making Ben's stomach sink. I won't object if that really is the case, but how will you manage that? I can't give full approval without more information. I have a card I can move with my earth magic. Last time me and Ben came back from the gate, it only took 2 days, and I'm sure I can cut that down so long as the roads aren't too busy. Cecily cast her eyes to Ben, looking for confirmation, which he gave despite his misgivings. She can, though for everyone's safety I really don't recommend she go any faster than what she's already done. I'll probably also have to modify the cart to make it more suitable for carrying more passengers, since it wasn't originally set up to deal with large groups. Also, it won't be able to deal with being off-road, so if that's an issue then it won't work. Our destination is a seaside town, so we won't be going off-road until we get there, so it should be fine. In that case, if we can cut our travel time down from 10 days to 4, then it's approved. So long as you get us there, we'll add the money that would have been spent on the cart to your reward, Thera. With how she was cloaked, nobody but Ben and Falk could tell, but she was silently cheering the result. Since time was of the essence, any that could be saved was valuable, and by helping out like that, she'd already ensured her contribution to the quest. Any achievement she had after that would only help her on her way to eventually becoming a rank 3 adventurer. Then instead of leaving tomorrow morning, could we delay till the next day? Asked one of the party Cecily led in, a being that looked like a skeleton wrapped in a layer of clear slime, towering above the rest of them at almost 3 meters. It would give us more time to arrange things and prepare. All right, Cecily agreed after a moment's thought. That would still have us getting there 5 days in advance of when they expect us. If the prophecy is that far off, then there's not much we'll be able to do anyway. We'll meet here the following morning. I'll explain a bit more on the way then, so for now let's split into 2 groups, and then you can read through the booklets provided in your own time. He saw Satchel look at them and wave, clearly indicating a desire for their groups to join together, but Cecily crushed those dreams before any words were spoken between them. If any of you have the adventurer job, raise your hand now. Of the 13 in the room, 2 of them raised their hands, one of the half-cyclops, as well as the skeleton slime who'd spoken up before. All right, this works out great. Your team will be working with Satchel's party, while Zeit and the rest of you will work with Thera and Ben Falk. You're with me. Make sure to invite them properly, so everyone can gain some experience from this, and then you can all go off to do whatever you need to. Be back here in 2 days, and don't be late. As Falk went to talk to Cecily, the group he'd been asked to work with began to approach them, making Thera shrink into her seat as they did, but before he could ask what was wrong, they were called out to by the friendly voice of the skeleton slime. Hey there, fancy meeting you again. Glad to see you managed to survive. It was clear he was being spoken to, but he had no clue what they were talking about. Aside from the speaker, who appeared to be a mage, the other 3 were a female hobgoblin wielding a large battle axe, a cat sith with a mace, and what looked like a frogman with a bow strapped to his back. Ben had long grown used to the large variety of unusual races and mixed breed groups to exist in the world, but he would have thought a party looking like that would have stood out to him more, especially as he looked at their weapons. How the hell do they even function as adventurers with stuff that low quality? He couldn't help but think. Except for the bow, I could have made the staff at my first crafting level easily, not to mention the fact that the axe head and mace both look like they were made with molds instead of being properly forged. Are we going to be okay working with them? He couldn't help but worry and turned to Thera, who was doing her best to give an awkward greeting. Hello again. I didn't get the chance to say it last time, but I'm so sorry about everything that happened. Don't worry about it. We probably would have done the same in your shoes, the hobgoblin told her cheerfully. Just glad we could help. Anyway, I'm Uzi since we haven't been properly introduced. This here is Zeit, Nabu, and for example, she said, talking about the slime person, the cat sith, and the frogman respectively. Look forward to working with you. Likewise, Thera told them, still not seeming comfortable and leaving Ben to subtly try and figure out just what was the issue. So how do you all know each other anyway? He asked as cheerfully as he could. The atmosphere didn't make it seem like they'd harassed her in the past, but that left him nothing to work with as the frogman, for example, croaked out a small laugh. I guess you wouldn't remember at all given the shape you were in at the time. It must have been, a year and some ago we helped drag your corpse back to town. Clearly not a corpse since he's here before us, Zeit said, though we are happy to see you doing well. Once our minds cleared, we had to leave town since we usually cover ensuring the roads are safe. It's lucky you caught us while we were off. That little bit of extra information made it all click in his head. Despite the far too common occurrence that was him almost dying, there was only one time a group he didn't know had helped. Back when he had been attacked by Roan's Alcir, Thera had used her charm to make a group of nearby adventurers help drag him back and saved his life, and it looked like he was now standing in front of them. He'd never been able to thank them after. When talking to the guild, it seemed that they were a group that constantly split their time between Stonewall and all of the towns, towards the gate to ensure the woods were safe, meaning that they never stuck in one place long and after enough time passed the fact had slowly drifted from his mind. Now that they were all in front of him, though, he was quick to make that right. Don't worry about it, Uzi told him. Adventurers need to look out for each other after all. For now, let's focus on the emergency quest. Is this the first one for both of you? They gave a nod and she went on. Thought so. The reason Cecily paired us up like this was so you could join our party for the time being. It's a good way to gain job experience. Zeit, you mind? He gave a nod, and without a word a notification popped up in Ben's head. Yes, he said as the unfamiliar system prompt rang out in his head, while Thera gave a far more confident agreement. He wasn't completely sure about what change took place, but something felt subtly different within him as he agreed. It wasn't like when he connected to someone, but it created a feeling of being joined to something else he couldn't quite put into words. Excellent, Uzi continued. While we'll be working with everyone in the guild, the point of creating groups like this is to watch each other's back when it gets time to actually fight and use the chance to grow together. So long as we all work together and keep each other safe, then that's what matters. I'm not sure how much help I'll actually be with any of that, Ben awkwardly said. I'm not a fighter at all, I'm actually just a craftsman. So do you rely on magic then? Nope, no magic skills. Well, I have enchanting, but it doesn't really do much in the middle of a fight. You made it to rank 4 without any combat skills, the hobgoblin asked with a raise of her eyebrows. Technically, I have a couple at the 0th level, but they're only to help with my tool handling for crafting. They aren't really any good in a fight. Sorry, but I'm probably not going to be much help during all of this. You wouldn't have been able to climb the ranks if you couldn't help, so don't worry about it. Worst to worst, you'll be able to grab some free experience. Anyway, I'm sure you can already see, but our team is made up of an axe user, a mace user, bow user, as well as our goopy mage over there who has both light and fire magic. If you're mainly a craftsman, then mind if I ask about you? She questioned Thera. No, not at all. I'm a mage, as I'm sure you can tell. I mostly use earth and life magic, though I have access to telekinesis and dark magic as well. I prefer to avoid using dark magic if it can be helped, though. It takes a while for me to use and can have some negative consequences for me if I do too much. In that case, no need to worry about it, she told her. It's just nice to have such a versatile mage around if we need it. Between you and Zeit, we have pretty good coverage. Hey, so on a slightly different note, mind if I ask about your weapons? Ben questioned, no longer able to contain his curiosity. No offense or anything, but well, except for the bow, they're complete garbage. He didn't want to be rude, but he also couldn't beat around the bush when he saw them. The fact that the lot of them had made it to rank 4 using tools like that was a wonder in itself. It was, for example, who broke into his croaking laughter as the rest of his party mumbled at the question. Ha, you don't mince words, huh? Sad to say, my dear teammates have an issue that keeps them from getting anything but the cheapest of weapons. Oh crap, sorry, I didn't really think about it when I spoke. Of course you guys have personal issues if you're using stuff like that, he said, bowing his head and quickly apologizing. There were all sorts of reasons people would be low on funds in the world, but it only made, for example, laugh louder. You're not wrong, but unlike any of the very good reasons somebody could use, these bunch are a bunch of gambling addicts. Any money they make gets lost on dice or whatever catches their fancy quick, so no need to apologize to them. If anything, shame them more. His guilt vanished in an instant and turned into a long sigh instead as he pinched the bridge of his nose. If they gambled away too much of their money to be able to afford proper weapons, then that was none of his business, but they had helped save his life in the past and they'd be working together for their emergency quest. It was in his best interest for them to have better quality items. Okay, I've decided. You lot come with me to the shop. I'm going to make you some proper tools to use. Luckily for him, they were all willing enough to share the skills they possessed with him, so he could design the enchantment he would put on them to the best of his abilities before he got to work on putting everything together. To begin with, he started on the staff for Zeit, as the other metals he'd be using were heated up. Given the hundreds he'd made for Thera by that point, it was easy enough to make one quickly after selecting the metals to use and adding the most appropriate monster materials to enhance it with. It was done before he knew it, and he put it to the side. From there, things got slightly more interesting for him, and he moved on to creating something for the bowman, for example. From what he could see, he had the only weapon that didn't need to be replaced with something that would actually be functional, but he also couldn't just make him nothing. He'd helped save his life as much as the rest of them, so why should he be punished for being the only one with a bit of responsibility? Rather than remake his bow, though, he made a quiver instead, making sure to tie in a space affinity enchantment to let it hold significantly more arrows than a normal one ever would be able to. Without having added any magic materials to it, it would need to have mana supplied to it regularly, but that was a minor issue of upkeep. He also thought about adding enchantments to any arrows he had with him, but decided it could wait. There was really no rush to it after all. It was something he could do on the ride there to pass the time. That just left the weapons. Working in the shop, he had plenty of experience making both battle axes and maces, but he didn't want to just make the usual. He wanted to create something better. Starting with the mace, he made it as he normally would, creating a sturdy metal pole with a large round head at the top, violent spikes protruding from it to give a threatening aura before leaving it there. The improvements would come from the enchantments, but there was still the axe to make as well. That he needed to give some structural changes as he constructed it to let it fully utilize the enchantments he had in mind for it, so he got to work, shaping the blade and sharpening it to the point that he was sure any creatures in the woods would be easily taken down by it, while the back end was flattened, 3 deep tunnels carved into it to make use of a property he wanted it to have later. Once he was happy with it, he got to work shaping the enchantments, adding a variety to strengthen it, as he normally would, while at the same time using the blood-thinning skill he got from Mercy, as well as a few others he thought could enhance it to the blade. Once that was done, he focused on the tunnels in the back he'd created, making an enchantment with both fire and air spells to create small explosions within, while at the same time tying in a time spell to speed up their effects. The idea was that once activated, it would create a significant amount of force that would instantly add more penetrating power to whatever it was digging into, with the only drawback being that since he didn't add any magic materials to it, it would need to be loaded with mana ahead of time, and it would be hard to recharge during a fight if the wielder didn't have a large mana pool. Still, even one use could be enough to turn the tides of a battle, and he hoped it would work out how he envisioned as he put it to the side to focus on the mace. Even without any enchantments, it was leagues above what Nabu had been using, but he had an idea he was excited to test out. He placed all of his usual enchantments to strengthen the item, but on top of that he added one more, a barrier enchantment unlike any he'd done before. Now that he could enchant with it at the 6th level, the amount he could do with it had greatly increased. Barriers could be made almost invisible, but since that would raise the cost and lower the performance, he didn't bother with that at all, instead focusing on something completely different: how he shaped the barrier. Covering the mace head, he made it so that once activated, spikes of mana would extend from those already present on the mace. They wouldn't become long enough to hit the wielder, but especially if it activated at the same time as the point of contact, it could do a significant amount of damage. Combined with the other enchantments he blended into it, the mana cost wasn't low. The only reason he was comfortable making it for the weapon was that the Cat Sith's mana was naturally high, meaning they'd be able to get multiple uses out of it without issue. Still, stuff this good is going to be worth a pretty penny, Uzi said with a laugh. We'll have to make sure not to gamble them away. Oh, it would be illegal if you did, Ben said, confusing them as he laughed back. That would be distributing cursed items. What? Zeit said as the cheer instantly died away, leaving Ben to explain himself. They've all got a curse enchanted to them of the death and dark affinities. If anyone but you all bother to use them, they'll suffer from pain and illness. Just try holding each other's if you don't believe it, he explained, watching them hand each over briefly before handing them back upon feeling the effects. Not that I think any of you would consider selling them for gambling money or something. These are anti-theft measures, of course. Oh, yeah, of course, the skeleton slime said as the rest of his party looked to one another, wondering just what sort of person they'd been told to party with. I seriously can't believe you're both going off to fight a herd of Leviathans. Can't you just, I don't know, pretend to be ill or something? Myriad said with a sigh, not even having the energy needed to keep his cubic form floating in the air, instead sitting on the ground as Ben leaned against him. I live with 2 life mages, that would never fly. Besides, if Falk can't get out of it, then there's no way I could. And I'm a life mage too, Sashel said, being brought to Myriad's realm as an equally important member of the faith at risk of dying. But this could be a good chance to earn some recognition for you. We should do everything we can to make the most of it. While she was enthusiastic about it, Ben was not. He'd read through the booklet provided, and it was more than enough to put him on edge. They were expecting around a dozen juvenile Leviathans, each the size of a house and capable of untold destruction. Maybe the others would be able to do something, but he would basically just be going to get in the way and steal some of the experience. Frankly, the insistence he participate was nothing but a pain considering the risk. He could only hope he'd be able to hang to the back as everything happened to keep himself safe, maybe focus on maintaining the others' weapons at most. It's just not worth the risk is the issue, Myriad went on. The prophecy came from the Banshee, but they can't predict anything specific, just coming deaths. That already puts this at a bad sign. At the very least, promise me you'll both keep yourselves safe. Promise. Obviously, I'm not getting eaten by a sea dragon if I can help it. The bigger concern is how it would cook you first, but as long as you keep yourselves safe, that's all that matters, though there's another thing I need you both to be aware of. Didn't make it into your booklet, but the town you're heading to is home of one of the demigods, so be on your best behavior. Despite the fact that he said it as if addressing them both, Myriad and Ben both knew who he was specifically talking about, even if Sashel viewed him positively enough to not even consider that he might cause any problems. Not like I intend to anyway. Honestly, Myriad, just what do you think of your sweet apostle over here? Despite hearing the thought, the god didn't answer, instead focusing on Sashel as she spoke up. Wait, why wouldn't that have been in the briefing? That seems pretty important to know. I can't say for sure, but you'll all become aware when you get to town anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. Either way, I'd recommend avoiding them if you can. It would save a lot of hassle. What? Ben couldn't help but question. Demigod implies a fair bit of power, right? I think that's exactly who I want to stick to. He knew next to nothing about beings like that on the world, but if the child of a god wasn't even strong, then what was the point? In a situation like this, that seemed like the exact sort of person to rely on. It's complicated. While he should have a decent level of strength to him, the mortal children of gods can be difficult. It's one of the reasons there's so few of them. While I can't say anything for sure since I haven't looked into him too much, keeping a distance is the easiest way to avoid issues. More importantly, though, it's to keep anyone from causing trouble, he explained, again directing his tone to Ben. What the hell, man, this is starting to feel like slander. Just trying to make things clear. Anyway, that was the main thing for the day, so try to rest on the way there and be safe. With that, Sashel vanished, leaving Ben alone with his god. Something you wanted to keep private. It's more out of consideration to you. I just thought I'd let you know that another of the Otherworlders was sent to be with him. It's no one from your group, but in the event you want to chat with them, just keep in mind what I said about being on good behavior, though at the same time they'd caused plenty of problems of their own when they arrived, so don't force yourself if you're not interested. I mean, hearing that actually makes me more interested. What did they do that was so bad? It's not so much what they did, but what they are. A species called Orions. She's a member of a reptilian race. So, there's plenty of those around. Heck, my local butcher's one. True, but it gets a bit more complicated when you find out that only she and one other of her group of 20 were of reptilian descent. The life gods only focused on recreating their bodies when their souls were brought over. They never considered recreating their disguises as well. Not Earth, we didn't hit the same planet twice, remember. However, the more human-like Pleiadians had a rather similar reaction to learning that they were being ruled by a hidden advanced race. Let's just say it caused some chaos. After waking and making breakfast for them, Ben and Thera went to the shop to get the cart that he and Falk had spent the previous day modifying, adding both seats and seatbelts at Ben's insistence before taking it to the guild to pick up the rest. And with that they were off, rushing down the roads as Cecily spoke in greater detail over what they'd be doing and what to expect. It was mostly along the lines of what he'd read in the handout, as well as what Uzi had told them after being grouped up. While they would all be working together, the groups were more to act as smaller teams to look out for one another amongst the crowd if need be. And what a crowd there'd be. Given the size of the herd and just what they would be facing, there'd be over 100 adventurers participating from select guilds, with the idea being that the fight would be a good way for many of them to complete their current jobs and become stronger. With the threat of war at the doorstep, even if they weren't part of a nation's army, adventurers would be expected to play their part like any other, mostly in suppressing anything that escaped the war zones and protecting civilians. They would need their strength, and this was an opportunity to get it. But with all of that said, you'll mostly be working amongst those from your own guild, so with that in mind, we need to know what to expect from each other. I'm not saying you all need to bear your entire status to one another, but we're talking about how we fight. To start with, as you all know, I'm Cecily and I'm an improvised weapon user with a time augmentation. She looked at Falk next, who shook his head in annoyance at having to deal with it but played along anyway. Falk, earth and death magic user if it's a fight. I would have thought he'd have a weapon skill all things considered. Maybe he only said those two because they're the only parts of his status he's already revealed to me, or maybe those are just his preferred ways of fighting. From there, the three Cyclops bird people announced themselves as Omp, Domp, and Lomp, being club, psi, and shield users respectively, while at the same time each having access to both air and water magic. After that, each person stated their specialty until it came down to the last two. I'm Thera and I focus on earth and life magic, she said cheerfully as she drove, leaving Ben for last. I'm Ben, but you all can't really count on me for anything during this. I'm a craftsman and enchanter, but I basically have no fighting skills, so if you want your weapons maintained or enchantments added, let me know and I'll help out. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to simply seek your teacher instead since he's here? Ump asked, not in a rude way, but making it clear he thought they might as well get the best option available. It was Falk who answered, happy to shut that idea down. I'm not spending time doing weapon maintenance when I'm here to fight too, and if you want enchantments then it's the boy you should be going to. His are likely to be handier than mine. Are you saying he's a better enchanter than you? Cecily asked sharply, whipping to face Falk. From a pure technical standpoint, no. He's doing well, but he has a way to go to catch up to me. His strength comes down to the pure variety of enchantments he can make. It's not something I can compete with. Falk, you handsome devil, you're going to make me blush, Ben said with a grin, feeling deeply touched to be spoken so highly of. Bah, don't be a pain. I'm not so hard-headed that I can't acknowledge your work. Well, in that case, let me know when he's better than you, Cecily said as she eyed him. I wouldn't mind a new weapon before his work gets too expensive. He woke up as he always did, around the afternoon after a long night of drinks and entertainment, opening the window of his room to breathe in the salty sea air, staring down at the large statue of his father Enith directly under his windowsill and looking into the town. I'll have to get someone to clean it, he thought to himself. Really, every 3 days isn't enough during this season. The birds make such a mess of it as they pass through. It was with that thought in mind that he called out, alerting the waiting priest stationed outside to come in and giving the order to have it cleaned as they began silently dressing him, letting himself admire his form in the mirror as outfits were selected. How could he not admire himself? Like the others that made up his settlement, he was a Sobek, and one of the finer examples of his kind. The firm green scales of his face made his solid black eyes and sharp white teeth stand out beautifully, and they gave way to tanned flesh the lower one looked, showing off the powerful muscles that were his birthright as the son of a god. Once dressed, the priests in charge of his care respectfully parted after singing his praise, showering him with compliments for his stunning visage, something he didn't need. He knew he looked good, if anything having to deal with the sounds of their voices was a distraction from his thoughts. The only thing he did for himself was put on a necklace, the pendant of it taking the shape of a spear and acting as a symbol of his faith, before going down for his first meal of the day. In the past, he'd savor such things, the food being expertly crafted by the best chefs that could be provided, but in the last 2 years that had changed after her arrival. "Sup, Ather, still nursing a hangover," Dres said as she lounged along the side of the table the food was on, laughing as she did. When one of the summoned otherworlders had been selected for him, he'd had high hopes, but while her strength wasn't disappointing, her personality left much to be desired. "Only lesser people have to deal with such things," he said as he sat down and began to eat, sampling a variety of dishes while trying to ignore her. Yeah, whatever." "Then if you're fine, think you'll actually practice with me a bit today?" she asked before switching to a more seductive look. "Maybe we could move our bodies even more after. How many times must I say? Unless there's something worth fighting, then why even bother? Practice is for those without talent. There are far more enjoyable ways to spend time," one of which she'd already hinted at. He wasn't short on lovers, but as annoying as the personality attached to it was, he couldn't deny an interest in the otherworlder on a physical level. Though her blue scales completely covered her body unlike his own, her facial features were similar enough to those his kind possessed that he didn't find himself off-put as he might for some species, and the fact that she was one of only 2 of her kind on the world made the overall experience more interesting. "Perhaps after I finish I'll do just that," he thought as he ran his eyes over her while filling his stomach, at least until the apostle of his divine father and his mortal father in the world, Felth, came in and spoke up. "Of course, it's up to your own discretion, but about half the adventurers have arrived in town by now. It might be advisable to start looking for a new teammate among them now rather than try to go through them all at once as the crowd grows." He hated it when the man or any others tried to dictate what he did, but he couldn't deny the point he made. As one of the 3 demigods currently living in the world, he knew he would be central in the coming war, meaning he needed allies to use. As it stood now, he only had Dres and Felth, the latter of which didn't have a single awakened skill to his name to rely on. Of course, as the son of the god Enith, he technically had all believers of his father to use as he saw fit, but none met his standards. His race only numbered in the tens of thousands on the world, and as sad as it was to say, except for him, Felth was likely the strongest of his kind. That made the current situation a blessing. He didn't doubt for a minute that with his strength he'd be able to handle the situation alone if need be, but with all of the rank 4 adventurers coming, there was bound to be a few that might satisfy his search. As disappointing as it was that none of them would have the sort of awakened skills he was born to, as long as they were close then they could have their uses. Unlike him, they'd have to actually practice to show their value, but they'd be compensated enough to make it worth their while. "Very well, I suppose there's no harm in spending some of the day on that at least. I'll go after I finish eating." Despite his desire to walk alone, the other 2 ended up following him, with various priests running to each group of adventurers ahead of time to tell of his arrival, giving them the chance to show the best they had. So many towns had come to give their aid, and one by one as he went through them, all he found them lacking. Nobody caught his eye, their skills and abilities were mediocre at best, and he couldn't help but find the entire outing to be a waste of time. He could have spent the last few hours relaxing, or at worst going out to hunt to pass the day. Instead, he was stuck wandering the streets, waiting for something to happen. It was only as he had given up and started heading home that something managed to catch his attention. "What's up?" Dres asked as he cocked his head to the side, but he ignored her, instead making confident, purposeful strides in the direction his mana sense was screaming at him. He didn't know what it was, but he'd picked up on a level of mana, unlike any from the weaklings he'd wasted his time on already. Since he was out, he would at least go to see if it was worth his while. "We're here," Cecily yelled cheerfully as they finally got to the town. The guild master had taken the seat beside her after the first day, having switched with Ben, and her eyes were glowing from the trip, something Thera could easily understand. It seemed they could both marvel at the speed they got there and enjoyed the journey, something that couldn't be said of the rest of the group as they laid down in the back, nursing their stomachs. That's nice and all, but give us some time. Not everyone is built for traveling like this," her uncle croaked out as he and Ben leaned against one another. "If I'd known things would be like this, I'd have made a few health potions before coming out. I don't suppose any of our wonderful life or light mages could help out a bit?" Ben asked, prompting Thera to begin a spell as Sashel and Zeit struggled to get themselves together enough to treat each other before moving on to the rest. For the life of her, she couldn't understand what was causing the rest of them so much issues with traveling, but soon enough everyone was in good enough shape to move, so Cecily began leading them all through town, explaining things as they went. "Now, we're not going to confine you to one place while we wait for something to happen. Enjoy the sights if you want, but when a call goes up, you're all to rush to the town's guild and find me. I'll lead us to our designated area from there." Meals will be provided there each day as well, but if you want something better, you're on your own. Lastly, there's an area just outside of town where adventurers can set up tents to camp out. Same as with the meals, tents will be provided, but if you want something better, you have to get it and pay for it yourself. Any questions? She waited for a moment, getting nothing but silence before she continued. All right, in that case, I recommend you use today to get familiar with the area in case anything happens, and tomorrow meet up with your groups. Since we were lucky enough to get here so early, take some time to practice together. If you need anything, you'll be able to find me at the guild, but otherwise, just make sure you don't do anything that would reflect badly on the Stonewall branch. With that, everyone split up, Falk telling them he was going to rent a place for the three of them rather than being stuck in tents, and that they should meet him at the guild in the evening, while Uzi's group spoke to them about where to meet the next day to do as Cecily suggested. After they went their separate ways, that just left Thera alone with Ben. Well, what should we do until we meet up with my uncle later? Do you even need to ask? He told her with a grin. I can't believe this stupid town only has 2 smiths and an enchanter's shop, he complained while she patted his back to console him. How do they manage? I get this place isn't as big as Stonewall, but still. They probably get a lot of stuff through traveling merchants and trade between neighboring towns. No use complaining about it, so come on, let's get something to eat, then there's something I want to see. This time it was her that dragged him along, only stopping at any food stall that caught Ben's eye as they went so he could sample the local flavors to the same extreme he always did before they got to where she wanted to go, and felt her breath be taken away as she stopped in her tracks. Whoa, what's the matter? Nothing's the matter, I just haven't seen anything like this before is all, she told him, captivated by the sight of the beach and ocean in front of her. A stretch of golden sand going into an endless expanse of deep blue water. She hadn't seen much of the world, but what was in front of her at that moment took her breath away. Despite the reason they'd been brought there were still people out enjoying it, some swimming in the water, others playing on the beach itself, and she couldn't help but think how fun it looked. With her need to stay cloaked, she couldn't partake herself, but the desire was there. I wish I could do that too, she sighed, accidentally giving voice to her thoughts and catching Ben's attention all the more. You want to go swimming? I mean, maybe one day, but I can't exactly do it dressed like this, can I? She said as she stretched out her arm, showing off her outfit. True, it's already getting a little beaten from our weekends out. Getting soaked probably wouldn't be the best. Besides, swimming calls for swimwear, and he trailed off as he looked at her, and she couldn't help but feel a small change that had been coming from his expression from time to time show up on his face before he blindsided her as he seemed to think aloud. Maybe I should have an indoor pool built in Stonewall. I have the money, so why not? Ben, you're being insane. Besides, I can't swim, she awkwardly admitted to him and rushed to explain herself before he said anything. I mean, it's not like I could go to any local rivers to learn while growing up because of my magic, so of course I can't. But either way, no wasting a bunch of money making a pool. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Plenty of people can't swim. Honestly, just hanging out in the water is nice, but you're right, maybe having a pool made is a bit much. Absolutely, 100%, let's do it. His sheer enthusiasm helped break the awkward atmosphere she was feeling, and she couldn't help but laugh as they found a place to sit and eat while enjoying the scenery and letting the time pass. The town itself was lovely, and the people seemed friendly enough, but as the conversation died down and they enjoyed a comfortable silence, she broke it as something only she could see drifted by. A spirit, one of the water affinity, was leisurely flying by, and she couldn't help but call out to it, letting Ben know what she was doing before she did. Ever since she'd gained the spirit empowering skill and figured out how to use it, she'd try to practice it whenever she could, namely whenever she happened to come across one. While it wasn't important enough to her to bother trying to train it all the time, especially since that would mean convincing a spirit to stay in town, she did want to make use of it when she could. Excuse me, could I bother you for a bit? She called out, trying to wave it down as it took a moment to realize she was talking to it. Since the majority of people couldn't see spirits like she could, often they weren't used to being approached by anything that wasn't mana-based like them, all the more so if they didn't immediately realize who she was. Apologies, Earthkin, it began, conversing through mana in a way she could understand but not replicate, did not recognize. What may I do for you? She hesitated for a second. The spirit seemed tired, which was odd because they didn't need to sleep. Normally water spirits were more energetic. She was surprised it hadn't immediately rushed into talking about ocean currents or something along those lines, and it made her pause. But since she'd already stopped it, she would at least ask. Sorry, but I was hoping you could help me practice a skill if you have the time. I would just need you to fire a spell or two for me if you could. Ah, apologies again, but I have recently reproduced. Currently cannot spare mana. Oh no, nothing to be sorry for. I'm sorry for asking you something so unreasonable out of the blue like that. Unlike great spirits, a normal spirit's mana quantity was around 10,000, and their regeneration rates were more akin to standard mages. while they had other demerits they had to go through when reproducing, an act that was rare among them due to the after effects. It took a group of spirits of the same affinity to safely be able to birth new ones, and as a side effect their mana regeneration rates were greatly reduced until they'd managed to reach their maximum capacity again, leaving them feeling weakened and vulnerable in the meantime. It was a large factor in why the spirit population had never recovered to what it had been on their homeworld before the invasion. It simply wasn't worth the risk. Actually, have I ever even met any spirits that had done that before? I feel like it's something Dad's only ever told me about. Oh well, perhaps wait a moment, she called out as she watched it begin to float away after giving her apology. If that's the case, then I might be able to help out using my skill. Can you please give me a chance? That is acceptable. What do you need? Just fly into my hand. I'll try and give you some mana. It did as she asked, landing in her outstretched hand as she activated her skill, letting mana flow out of her and into the intangible creature before her in a torrent. From what she'd learned while practicing, it seemed that for every 1 mana that transferred over, 4 would be lost if it wasn't going to a spirit she had the same affinity as, but she was sure that it was something that would improve as its level increased, and given that if it worked the spirit would only need about 5,000 to make up for what it had lost while creating a new one, that meant she would only need about half a day to recover so long as it worked, and work it did. She saw its form brighten before her as it took in most of her mana, and after a few minutes that left her a little tired, she leaned against Ben beside her, looking at the far more energetic water spirit as it buzzed around. A smile broke out across her face despite the exhaustion. Combining that with all of the mana she would have spent the last 4 days getting them all there, it was doubtful that she'd ever managed to use so much at once in her entire life, but it had been worth it since it got her a level up. It would only be a couple days until she was in top form again, but with the amount of mana she had access to, it wasn't something that would affect the emergency quest, so she didn't let it bother her, only making a mental note to not go too hard while practicing with the others the next day. The spirit called out to her with cheer as she gave it a small wave. Don't worry about it. Oh, but if you see Uncle Salenoth, give him my regards. Promising to do so, it flew off, leaving them to their own devices as she explained everything that happened to Ben, feeling the smallest bit of amusement that for once he was dealing with only hearing half of a conversation, instead of the other way around before they decided to go to the guild to find her uncle. With the town's guild in sight, they were ready to meet up with her uncle and rest for the day. Even if she hadn't experienced the same sort of motion sickness as many of the others did, traveling still took its toll, and she was ready for some rest in whatever place her uncle found for them. But it seemed the day wouldn't be ending yet, as she heard the sound of feet slapping the ground behind them and a voice call out. An annoyed look crossed the stranger's face as he dismissed Ben with a wave of his hand. I don't have any business with you, so be on your way. It's the hooded one I want to talk to. Gods, what am I about to have to deal with? She couldn't help but think to herself, while at the same time noticing Ben gently tilt his head to the side, the same he did any time his god was speaking to him, taking it as a warning in and of itself, as well as remembering the guild master's request not to do anything to make Stonewall look bad. She opted for a more polite approach than she really wanted to. If you have something to say, then I'll listen, but my friend won't be leaving for it. Was there a reason you called out to me? He cast Ben a dismissive look before focusing his attention in on her. Fine, I was able to feel the strength of the mana you exude from afar. I am the demigod Ather, son of Enith, and I've come to tell you that you're worthy of fighting by my side. The confidence on his face was a sharp contrast to the groan she was trying to keep within herself. Ben had warned her that one of the world's few demigods resided in the town, but she didn't think she'd actually be encountering him, and now that she was aware of it, she especially needed to watch her words. The last thing she wanted was to say or do anything that could get the guild in trouble, so she did her best to politely refuse. Even if she lied about having other obligations, she hoped it would be enough to get him to drop it, but instead he just focused back on Ben and snorted dismissively. I suggest you reconsider. Look at this man, I can barely feel any strength coming from him. Someone this weak couldn't have a drop of warrior's pride to his name. With the power you wield, it's obvious it's wasted on him. You must know as well as everyone that with the coming war, fighting strength matters. Join me and you'll actually be able to make a difference. Once again, I'm sorry, but I have my obligations and I must decline, she said with another small bow, all the while screaming in her head. Gods above, take a hint. If she had to deal with this for her entire time here, then she might have to go so far as to ask her parents for help using the influence they could wield, but she wasn't a fan of spreading her heritage so easily. She just wanted to do the quest and get out, no more, no less. Unfortunately, Ather wasn't so agreeable, instead taking off his necklace and throwing it at Ben's feet, an act she didn't understand, but seemed clear enough that it carried some cultural implications she didn't want to deal with. Pick it up if you're any sort of warrior. Let's make it clear how much of a waste someone like you is to her. he said with cold eyes as Ben stared back with the same look he'd have when trying to understand an interesting problem he wanted to take apart. A duel, huh? He quietly muttered before looking past Ather to the older Sobek behind him. Well, first, I'm not a warrior, I'm a craftsman, so no. Second, and more importantly, we're here at the request of our guild. If you insist on keeping up with this, then I'll have no choice but to discuss abandoning the quest with our guild leader. We're under no obligation to help those who would threaten and harass us. The woman with them chuckled as the older man grabbed the demigod's arm. Ather, any more would dishonor Enith. Let's leave it be for the time being. He reached down and grabbed the necklace as the other man stormed off before the other two followed, letting them breathe a sigh of relief. Guess we should go tell Cecily and Falk what happened, huh? Yeah, I can only imagine how fun this is going to be to deal with for the next few days. Anyway, what was Myriad saying to you? She asked him as they began walking to the guild and seeing an awkward grin form on his face. Well, as soon as I saw the guy, a couple of my skills seemed to act up on their own. He was just begging me not to cause any problems. All things considered, I'd say I handled things pretty well. Just give it to me straight, Ben. Tell me you hate me up front. It's the only way to explain the stress you constantly put me through. Hey, I'm completely guiltless this time, he argued. They approached us and I'd say we handled things rather well, all things considered. As for my skills, well, it's not like I had any control over that to begin with. It's the fact that you have that skill at all that's the problem, Myriad complained. Not to mention just how much it piqued your curiosity when it started going off. It was a point he couldn't deny. As soon as Ben had turned around when Thera was called out too and saw Ather, the unexpected had happened. He started feeling the effects of his dismantling skill as he looked at the demigod, making it clear exactly how he would go about taking him apart if he had to. While the knowledge was always there to an extent, for it to be so clear and present in his mind was undoubtedly a side effect of his sacrilege skill interacting with it, telling him the best way to inflict harm on the man, something he couldn't help but find himself curious about as soon as it happened, and letting himself get drawn deeper and deeper into it as the conversation progressed. Honestly, you need to keep it under control. The last thing I need is for you to go and indulge your curiosity and get yourself killed, not to mention how bad that would reflect on me. Relax, it's not like I was going to accept a duel from him. I'm not looking to have my spine ripped out actually though. How strong would he be? He asked as the question popped into his head. Being the child of a god sounded impressive enough, but it didn't really give him any context. Myriad sighed, knowing his apostle's curiosity was his driving force for better or worse as he answered. Obviously, it varies depending on factors like what the paternal god represents and the parent races, but in general, a few common things can be expected. Typically, they'll be born with some attributes above 1,000 and awakened skills to go with it being the biggest factor, but you can also expect higher growth rates and sharper senses, which is probably what led to him being able to detect Thera at all. Wait, back up. Attributes in that range and awakened skills would just put him in the range of my classmates. Not that that wasn't impressive enough, but that meant he might only be roughly 15 times more powerful than an average person in any given one, depending of course on how he trained himself. It was plenty impressive, and there was lots of room for him to be significantly stronger as he trained through his life, but he was expecting more than what the people he came with got. Ben, I know it's a bit of an awkward subject, but that's kind of why you were all summoned. The few gods that had done such things in the past before their worlds fell told us of the strength you all normally received, and how it was comparable to the mortal children of gods, plus the fact that it was significantly easier to summon a large number of souls compared to trying to produce so many demigods. That's what we did. Hell, almost 50 gods tried to have mortal children over the past 30 years, and of them only 3 succeeded, showing just how important doing the summoning was. Seriously, man, what force in this universe decided to screw me over so much when rolling my stats then? I mean, what you ended up with wasn't exactly random chance. I've told you before you were all summoned from magicless worlds, so your souls would suck up mana when you got here. If I had to take a guess, I'd say your extreme resistances probably impaired you. So it's my own soul's fault, gotcha, he said with a sigh before switching back to the less depressing topic. So he's pretty powerful, but nothing compared to a bruise, and it sounds like Cecily is going to talk to both the head of the town as well as the other guild leaders about what happened, so hopefully things will work out. Still, surprised he didn't look weirder. He was just some guy. What? Why would he look weird? I mean, look at the gods I've seen. There's Analia who looks nothing like a succubus. There's Jaggle who manages to look a bit closer to her race, but is still without a doubt a tree, and then you who really doesn't need an explanation. Can you really blame me for thinking he'd look a bit stranger than just an average member of his race? I guess that would be how things would seem if you didn't know how demigods were born, Myriad said in understanding at his apostle's confusion. The way gods go about it is, well, it will probably make you a little uncomfortable if you know. Hearing that only makes me want to know more. Of course it does, Myriad muttered. Fine, it's not like it's super complicated. All we do is descend into the body of one of our main believers to, well, do the act. The older fellow you saw with Ather was Enith's apostle and the mortal father of the demigod. Wait, so you guys a gross man, Ben said, covering himself with his arms. No, using me as a meat suit. I didn't even know gods could do that. God, I have all sorts of feelings about this. I told you wouldn't like it. Besides, even if I wanted to do it with you, which to be very clear I wouldn't be able to. To be able to descend upon an apostle, I'd need not just a good spiritual compatibility, but a physical one as well. Your body is simply too radically different from those of my own race. Maybe if I had enough human worshippers I could after a few decades, but as it stands trying would probably leave you dead, as I struggle to figure out how to make your body breathe. I guess that's reassuring. Still though, not sure how I feel about the idea that some gods use their believers as meat suits to get their rocks off. That's obviously not the only reason gods do it, you know. Descending upon a mortal makes it easier for us to act upon the world, even if it keeps us from using a portion of our power. At the height of their strength, doing so would let a god be comparable to a third-tier skill user in this world. Admittedly, that was a compelling enough reason to put up with it. If third-tier skill users were as powerful as he had been led to believe, then having a god descend upon the world would be invaluable, at least if not for the last part Myriad said. So if that's what they could manage at their height, then what about now? Well, it's going to vary from god to god depending on how much faith they've managed to gain or hang onto while in the world on top of who they descend on. But I'd say most would be able to show the strength of low-level second-tier skills, with some being higher and some being lower, Myriad admitted, though rushed to defend them. But that's still plenty good on its own. Depending on the homeworld, there were likely no more than 6 native gods, with many having less. Given the number present here, any that descend upon their believers to fight will be able to do a lot more, even if it means having less power overall. Without having seen any third-tier skills in action, he wasn't sure if he could believe that, but decided to leave it for the time being. Even if the skill level was lower, his god wasn't wrong about there being strength in numbers, and in the end, all he really cared about was that he wasn't going to be used as a flesh suit. Why though? Ben moaned as the notifications woke him up. He knew both were useful, defense enhancement especially. The issue was just that it happened outside of Stonewall, meaning he didn't have the resources to make a new ring. I know, I'm happy. It's just another thing to do now is all, he thought to his god as he slipped it off and put it in his pocket before getting up for the day. It was still early, so he got up and began preparing breakfast for everyone from the ingredients Falk bought after finding the place. Unfortunately, he could only get a 2-room on such short notice, leaving Ben to sleep in the living room, but it was more comfortable than a tent, so he wasn't going to complain and focused on cooking while waiting for them to wake up. Slowly but surely, the smells wafting through the place began to rouse them as both made their way to the kitchen. Falk was first, letting Ben get to see a new side of his teacher as he came out of his room, snow-white fur a mess as he sniffed at the air and took a seat at the table to wait with Thera coming not long after. Gotta say, boy, it's smelling nice. Of course it does, I made it. Anyway, dig in, he told them as he handed over plates and watched them happily eat as he picked away at his own. Infinite hells, this is good. So you and Sonya get to eat like this all the time, huh? Maybe I should have offered the boy my spare room when I had the chance, he said with a laugh as his niece rebuked him. If Auntie Sonya hears you talk like that, she's going to get jealous, you know, uncle. Ha, don't be like that. Sonya's cooking is always gonna be my favorite. It's got memories behind it after all. Then maybe you should put that same offer out to her, she said quietly, drawing a glance from Falk before he went back to focusing on his meal. It was funny to think that in all the time he'd been in Stonewall, his teacher had barely got to taste any of his food, but any time he came over to share a meal with everyone, Sonya insisted on doing the cooking. While both he and Thera were aware of her aunt's attraction to the Yeti, he couldn't say for sure just how aware of it Falk was. On a scale of 1 to 10, how rude would it be to try and probe a little here, do you think? Point taken. So what are you both up to today then? Falk asked, changing the subject. We should have a bit of time before things get serious still, going to see any of the sights. Meeting up with the rest of our team, Thera said. We want to practice together a bit, maybe discuss how we all fight and determine our strategy. Should be fun. Well, just remember to follow Cecily's orders when you're out there. Things can get hectic in the heat of it, so try and keep a cool head if you can. I'm sure we'll be fine, Ben told him with a laugh. Got you to protect us, right? And I'll finally get a chance to see how you put your skills in action. It was probably what he was most excited for. His teacher had always hidden away his skills from him, but in a situation like this, he couldn't hold back, at least not without risking the safety of those around him. It was the perfect opportunity to learn a little more about what the Yeti had available, and was probably the only thing that made going worthwhile. He managed to enjoy the fact for the few seconds it took for Falk to open his mouth and crush his hopes. Cecily's actually asked me to stick to the town to try and fight off anything that gets too close here, The rest of you will be off fighting while trying to lure them farther away. What, man, this is a ripoff. Ha, you're not getting any more hints to my card than what you already know, boy. I enjoy my privacy too much. Anyway, don't keep your team waiting. Off with you both already, he told them with a wave of his hand as they finished off eating, leaving Thera to drag off the dejected Ben to their agreed meeting place. Gotta say, we were shocked when Cecily came to warn us about somebody already causing trouble, Uzi said with a laugh. We'll keep an eye out for you, so don't worry about it too much, okay? Don't worry about it too much, Zeit told her with cheer. Anyway, we were thinking about how best to practice. There's nothing really in the area to hunt, but sparing could be a little too dangerous, especially since we want to be in top shape, so we were hoping to just discuss battle formations if that sounds good to you both. Ben and Thera both agreed easily enough and found themselves seats. Since they agreed to meet at the guild, they were lucky there was space, especially given the crowds that would be coming in the next few days, but as things currently were, there were plenty who were having their own meetings out in the camp areas or the town's training grounds. Well, first off, I usually take charge of things for our group, but since me and Nabu are frontline fighters, in a situation like this, Zeit would typically take over. Of course, there won't be many orders that can be given when things are going to be so hectic, and Cecily ultimately has control above all of us. But if it comes to it, is that acceptable to you both? Uzi asked them. Works for me. Yeah, neither Ben nor I take much of a leadership role while working together, so it's fine. It's reassuring to have someone who knows what they're doing. Back at home, hammering some metal in Stonewall. Worst to worst, I kind of have a ranged attack I can use, he explained, thinking of the gun he packed but not feeling much hope. Since the targets are supposed to be big, I probably won't miss either, but I doubt it would be able to inflict much damage, so you really can't rely on me for much during this. Sorry. Don't worry, she told him with a shrug. I basically expected this anyway. If you stay in the back with them and help where you can, then that's great, but otherwise don't worry too much. There should be lots of people around, so you could always fill the role of helping other teams evacuate their wounded if you think you're up for it. Sounds like a plan to me, he told her, relieved that not much was expected of him. If he couldn't do anything useful then, he would have much rather just not gotten involved at all, but as things were, the role offered worked fine for him, and there would still be a few days to figure things out if he needed to. All adventurers to the beach, the Leviathans have arrived, a man screamed as he kicked open the guild door bearing news nobody wanted. Fuck. Is this really necessary? Ben asked Cecily as she ran, having thrown him over her shoulder when she saw he couldn't keep up with the rest of the group. I'm not exactly a fan either, but time is of the essence. You should really train your agility a bit, or at the worst you could have brought your bike. There's nothing I need agility for as a craftsman or enchanter. As for my bike, well, hindsight's 20/20 as they say, let's not focus on that. Despite the danger they were all rushing towards, he got to see firsthand the rest of the guild giggle as they ran behind their leader. Everyone had met up at the guild quickly enough, but with the Leviathans showing up days earlier than expected, they had only around half of the adventurers they were expecting, meaning they'd need to work all the harder to protect the town as the people within began to evacuate. Honesty, what's even the point of prophecy if it's so inaccurate? Between this one being 5 days early and the gods having a freaking 17-year window, not seeing much point. Looking at all possible futures and trying to determine the most likely one isn't exactly easy, you know, especially not for stuff like this. Ideally, the prophets would stick to predicting weather and harvest seasons, but they need to at least try and help divert disaster if they see it on the horizon. At the end of the day, no matter how finicky it is, it's better than nothing. After that, Cecily outlined the main goal for everyone as they ran, namely ensuring that the town was safe by leading away as many of the beasts as they could before truly going on the offensive. It all came down to how they did it. Thera, of all of us, your magic should be the most powerful. I'm told they were spotted pretty far out still. Do you think you could attack from a distance with enough power to get their attention? I can't guarantee my accuracy, but if I keep trying, I should be able to manage. Good. As soon as that was decided, they arrived at the beach, and Cecily shouted at the other guild leaders what they would attempt, only stopping as she heard Ben swear by her ear. Cecily, a bit of a problem, he told her as he contorted himself to be able to stare into the sea. There's a bit more than the dozen we were expecting. I count 23. She dropped him as she whipped her head to look for herself, trying to see the heads poking out of the water in the distance. Are you sure? I only see a few so far. I'm sure, he said confidently as he picked himself up and grabbed her arm, pointing them out one by one and leaving her stomach to drop with things only getting worse with what he said next. And I don't think those are all juveniles either. What? Look at the heads of those 4. It's a bit hard to tell because they're farther back than the rest, but if you ignore the perspective playing tricks on you, it's pretty clear the size is going to be around 3 times larger than the others. Infinite hells, she shouted as she passed on the information to the other guild leaders standing around as they prepared their own adventurers. Dealing with double the expected threat with only half the expected adventurers, On top of 4 of them being fully developed, all of the guild leaders knew the smart move would be to retreat and scrap the town. But the people living there had put off evacuating too long, having placed too much faith in the accuracy of the timeframe they'd been given, as well as the threat they'd have to deal with. This was too much. Ben, having no idea what was going on through the minds of those in charge, instead walked up to Thera, placing his hands on her staff with her. Hey, I know we shouldn't get used to me helping the staff's load, but if the booklet was right, the scales of those things are ridiculous to get through, even for the young ones, so I think you're really going to have to push yourself to do it. It probably won't have any issues, but I'll watch the staff just in case, so let's get started. Wait, Cecily called out. Too many variables are different from what we expected. We just need a minute to think things over. Cecily. At the speed they're moving, I think they'll be here in 5 minutes tops. I mean, they might end up moving a bit faster after being attacked, but I really think we should thin out the numbers before they get closer. Thin out? Are you saying you'll be able to kill them from this distance? As she looked at them, even without being able to see her face, she was sure that Thera was far less confident than Ben on the matter, but his confidence in her was unshaking. He stared out into the ocean, thinking for a minute based on what he knew of Thera's strength and what he'd read of the Leviathans. Killing any at this distance might be a bit too much to hope for, but we should be able to deal some serious damage to the young ones at least. Don't worry, Cecily, we've got this, he told her as a grin stretched across his face, and she felt one form on hers in return, remembering the similar encounter that made up her first meeting with the boy. All right, in that case we're going to the left away from the town. Do what you can, and then we're hightailing it away to put an end to it. They both ignored the cries of outrage from the other guild leaders. She went to deal with them and the other adventurers while he focused on Thera. Great, no pressure, she muttered as she felt his hand on hers and the connection formed between them. She wasn't sure if the staff would be at risk when nothing she'd done yet had caused it too much damage, but with the sudden rise in pressure, his presence felt reassuring as she began her spell, reaching deep into the earth to get solid rock instead of just the sand beneath her feet, and shaping it into a circular saw. Even the smallest of the creature's heads she could see was as large as she was tall, so she made its size to match, adding as much power to its spin as the combined force of her earth magic and telekinesis working together could manage before firing it off, hearing the air crack as it sped off, missing her target and continuing to fly. Damn it, she muttered, gritting her teeth as she did. It's all right, take a breath and try again, he told her calmly. You don't need to do anything fancy. If you score a hit with a fast enough rock, it will work just as well as a saw. I really want to know how you're so calm right now. I might be meditating with one of my minds while stretching my focus with the rest. Don't worry and just do what you can. A part of him was thinking about how nice it would be if his teacher was with them, instead of with the group dedicated to protecting the town. He would have even taken the annoying demigod at that point, or the other summoned hero with him, but all he could use was the hand he was dealt. Thera did as he said, pulling a rock from the earth, far larger than she'd been using since she started gaining more control over her magic as a whole, and once again put as much raw force behind as she could, the power of it being shot off making it look like it was skimming across the water as it went, not stopping for anything, only losing some of its speed as it made contact with one of the distant creatures, leaving them and the crowd of onlookers to watch it sink into the water, not rising again. A cheer went up around them at their small victory, but there was still plenty to go, and with no other choice in the matter, Thera reached into the earth to prepare her next shot. That's enough, time to run, Cecily shouted as she grabbed Ben to keep him from being left behind and got everyone to start sprinting. Thera's efforts had managed to cull the number by 10. They couldn't be certain they were dead given just how tough they were known to be, but even if they weren't, they were out of commission for the time being and could be dealt with later. The issue now was how successful they'd been at gaining the remaining beasts' attention. Their eyes were firmly locked on them as they broke through the water onto land, giving Ben his first good look at the monsters. Dragon was the only way to describe them. The smallest of them was as large as a 2-story house, with the 4 adults making their way out of the water behind them feeling like small mountains to look at. He knew that was just the fear, but when coming face to face with a creature that overwhelmingly big, fear was persuasive. Though lacking wings, their powerful limbs looked ready to tear into the earth as their thick, dark scales kept them safe from damage. Not that anyone was trying to attack at this point. The goal had become putting as much distance between them and the town as they could to give those living there more time to evacuate, and it was clear the adventurers were putting their all into that goal. The size difference alone made it so each step from one of the beasts shook the earth and made every bit of distance they fought to get meaningless as they easily caught up. Unlike the others whose focus was entirely on speed, Ben got to sit back and watch the entire thing from the comfort of Cecily's shoulder, letting him see just how soon they'd be upon them. As the nearest ones opened their mouths, his first thought had been they were going to lunge and try to snap up those they could, until he remembered the detail that had stood out most to him in the briefing. "Oh, son of a bitch." Seeing this, Cecily took charge, shouting out orders for all to hear. "Everyone to your groups. It's time to fight. Don't let any return to town." She put him down as everyone rushed together, letting him and Thera be greeted with Uzi's laugh. Man, this really didn't turn out well, did it? The two gave a nod before running off, weapons in hand and ready to fight as they went in swinging, though it was hard to be sure if they were anything more than an annoyance to the beasts. For example, did marginally better, firing arrows to the creature's eyes, but few hit its mark as it flailed about, trying to attack those at its feet as many were flung away, only to be healed as Zeit and the other light and life mages directed their magic to them. With so much distance between them, it was less effective than it would be if they'd been closer, but it was made up for by the volume of healers, as the other groups nearby helped as well. Each time Stone hit scale, the Leviathan shook and Thera had to struggle not to let it slip from her hold, lest those chipping away below it suffered for it, but it was starting to take its toll on her. She was pushing the limits of her abilities and felt sweat form on her brow as she questioned just what she could do. Things were so much worse than what they'd expected upon taking the quest that she wouldn't ignore the options available to her no matter how much she might not like them. But both her charm and dark magic were all but certain to take in those around them as well, and she couldn't depend on attacking with her life magic either. Considering its massive size, it was possible attempting such a thing would have the normal healing effect one would expect of the spell instead of being any help. It was as she was searching within herself, trying to find anything more she could do, that it opened its mouth as the smaller ones had before, and they all knew what was coming. Cries to fall back came from all of the group leaders, for the adventurers to throw themselves away from the coming blaze, but they were too close. Some would escape, but many would be helpless, cooked alive and dead before they could scream. It was as they watched it take a deep breath, seconds before fire and death would explode from its mouth, that she acted, with all of the power she could squeeze out of herself, throwing the boulder into its gaping jaws, shattering its teeth, and in their first true bit of luck getting stuck there, not going so far as to get caught in its throat and suffocating the beast, but not being able to remove it either as it violently shook its head, keeping any but the smallest of fires from leaking out. A cheer went up, but the event only enraged it all the more as it swiped at those on the ground, flinging them through the air to land with violent thuds, bodies bruised and broken from the assault before they got back up to rush back into the thick of it. Minutes felt like hours as the battle waged on, Ben standing to the side, all but useless as he watched. Even if he wanted to do as he was suggested and help pull away the injured, he had a better than not chance of just getting in the way of the healers as they did their work. There simply weren't enough people around to spare anyone from the front line. Healers had no choice but to do their best to keep them in fighting shape. Worse, when he looked around at the others, it was clear that of all groups focusing on their own Leviathans, they were having the best luck, at least compared to the others. Even though they were going against one of the largest, he could see damage building up, but as he cast his gaze to those around him, more often than not what he saw was people collapsed on the ground with nothing else to give. It was a losing battle, and if they didn't do something soon, then it would be the end for them. As he stared on, knowing just how hopeless it was, a single idea came to him. One he hated and knew that Thera would too, but with each passing moment putting them in a worse position, he had to try. As chaos spread around them, he didn't have time to try and explain, so instead he took her hand and connected to her, keeping hidden mind up around all but one he possessed to let him express just what he wanted to do, leaving her to pull back in horror when he was done. One of these days, we really need to have a serious talk about how badly you seem to want to die. I wouldn't be suggesting it looked like we had a chance of winning. Now can you do it? I don't know, I've never tried to use my magic that way before. If you're right, I'm pretty sure I could kill this one instead. Yeah, but that leaves the others. Come on, give me a little trust here. She didn't want to give in, but it was obvious things were far more dangerous than any of the guilds had expected. The lack of manpower simply couldn't handle the overwhelming monster presence surrounding them. So rather than try to argue any more, she did as he asked, and pulled even more stone from the earth and bringing it to the Leviathan. With the greater amount of mass came a loss of speed and control, but since she wasn't trying to attack, it wasn't an issue. Instead, she brought it to the thick neck of the beast and tried to use her magic to alter the physical properties of the rock itself, forcing it to flow like a liquid as she fashioned it around its neck, while the Leviathan struggled and fought to avoid it with all of its might, not knowing what was happening, but understanding it was the fault of the same creatures attacking it. Thera kept pushing, doing her best to keep it from getting away as the rest kept up the attack, until in a moment of vulnerability she succeeded, canceling her magic and leaving a thick stone collar in place around its neck. He gave a small cheer, as the people fighting with them didn't have time to question what the point of it was. Zeit looked to them both briefly for an explanation as he cast his healing spells on the others around them, but before any words could leave his mouth, Ben rushed over, grabbing both him and For Example as he gave Thera a shout. All right now what? The skeletal slime question, with for example looking just as confused when the earth under them began shaking and rising into the air, Ben casting them a mad grin as he did. Sorry to drag you into this, but we have an idea to end things now. Just gonna need your guys' help. Hope you're both good at hanging on to things. With no more explanation than that they were carried through the air towards the beast until they were right behind its neck as it focused on fighting off the others around. Zeit and for example looked at their temporary teammate, wanting to know just why they'd been brought so close to the beast, but the next words that came out of his mouth were nothing but insanity. Jump and hang on tight, he yelled as he did just that, throwing himself from the stone platform Thera, controlled to hang on to the thick stone collar adorning the Leviathan's neck. Neither of the two wanted to follow suit. Just because they were adventurers didn't mean they were suicidal, but it was obvious to see that with the way things were going, they wouldn't be winning this without a gamble. And if the boy thought he had an option that made him push so far, then they trusted and followed him, throwing themselves from the relative safety of the platform to hang from the collar as well, holding on for dear life as the beast tried to shake them off while Ben got to work. As one of his minds was dedicated to nothing but hanging on, the rest were absorbed in connecting to his magic rings, using them to build his enchantments as he did. As things stood, they might be able to beat a few of the Leviathan, but it would only get worse for them the longer it stretched on given their size and power, and as far as he was concerned, the perfect solution to that was to have something just as big and powerful on their size as well. With that in mind, he made the base of his enchantment out of dark magic, while blending in what he needed from both his other rings and what existed within his status to make something he was getting more and more experience with, much to his god's displeasure. He was creating an enchantment loaded with mental compulsions. The compulsion was simple, attack its own kind, but to that he tied in aspects of rage and hate, hunger, and a desire to inflict violence, all in the hope of making it cause as much harm as possible to the Leviathan around it. He couldn't know how long he hung there trying to set them up. His work was sloppier than he'd like for the sake of speed, and his fingers ached from the effort of holding on, but after what felt like an eternity he finished. Given the situation, he barely acknowledged the level up. Instead, he focused on passing the news to the others. I've built an enchantment. Flood it with your mana, then let's get the hell out of here. The only reason he grabbed them was that he didn't trust there was any way he alone would have enough to provide the power it would need. With a creature of such a size, the mana cost to manipulate its mind had to be huge, no matter how dumb it might be, which meant grabbing the extra hands he could. Giving it all he had, he poured in all of the mana he was able to spare, only stopping when he feared he was close to passing out and saw the others do the same. They looked at him with hope and expectations, but all he could do was wait and see, an act that didn't take long as after a few more moments the beast's eyes strayed from the insignificant attacks on the people around it, instead shifting to its own kind. From there the change was obvious as it took its first step towards the closest one, a juvenile of the species, and made it clear that it was time for the three of them to get off and fast. It was only as he stared at the ground that he realized that might be easier said than done. Oh boy, this sure does look pretty far from the ground from where I'm standing, he thought with more mirth than he'd have expected as he cast a look to the other two and released his grip from the collar, feeling himself slide along the beast's body before picking up speed, unable to get a grip on its smooth scales and free-falling multiple stories as he did. Guess this is it for me, he thought, resigned to the fate of hitting the ground in a few seconds. Maybe I'll be lucky and Thera will be able to put my pieces back together if I survive the landing. You'd think defense enhancement would help with that, right? His acceptance of the situation ended up short-lived, however, as one of the mages from the other group fighting with them seemed to be of the air affinity, casting a spell to help slow the descent of the three of them to a much safer speed. He and the others still crashed into the ground, and violently at that, but the worst he experienced was the air being knocked out of him, and he was on his feet again in seconds, ready to run if need be. Before he could do anything else, though, Zeit grabbed his arm, demanding an explanation as they went to regroup with the others who were staring on, trying to understand what was happening. All right, as horrifying as that was, what was the point and where's it going now? The short of it is that I just did some minor mind control, and now it's hopefully going to attack the other Leviathans instead of us. For now, gather the others. We shouldn't weaken it anymore if it's going to be acting on our side, and we can all move to focusing our attacks on some of the other ones instead. He wasn't sure what the look he was getting from both Zeit and, for example, meant, but they both did as he asked, spreading the word to not just those they were fighting with, but also to those handling the far smaller monster it decided to aim for first, as they all took a moment to watch in awe as the attack began before focusing on where they were all needed most for the time being. Please tell me you're not going to do that a second time, Thera all but begged as she ran up beside him, placing her hands on him as she applied her life magic. I think you're going to give me a heart attack. Thera, if I can help it, I'm never going near a creature this size again. After this, I want a vacation from hunting for like a month. Ha, yeah, that sounds pretty good right about now actually. She couldn't help but feel relief flood her as the battle waged on. Once Ben was left in a better state, she followed his advice and removed the stone trapped in the controlled creature's jaws to give it a greater means to attack before going to help the others fight against the remaining ones, leaving Ben to focus on the clash of titans taking place so close by. He knew that when it went against the three larger ones, the adventurers would need to provide it aid to take it down, but things had just shifted heavily in their favor, all the more so as he saw the larger beast strike a powerful blow against the smaller one's neck, tearing through scales as blood gushed out, leaving it to collapse to the ground and move on to its next target a few moments later. He felt his eyes glow at the implications of the notification in his mind. He knew that by having his job pool combined with the others in their temporary party, that he got experience for hunting monsters, and given just how powerful they were, he didn't doubt it was a massive amount. If that was the case and they all got experience when the one Leviathan killed the other, then it told him two very important things. The first was that the 10 that Thera had successfully suppressed before they came to land were almost certainly not dead. He was sure that doing so would have given him and the others the experience he needed to finish their jobs before anything else happened. Beyond that, though, it told him that if he played things right, sharing his personal job crystal with the others to use and forming a party again and again, they all might be able to finish off multiple jobs by the time the battle ended. He was almost licking his lips in excitement at the prospect if it worked. Despite the devastation around them, if he could move things to his benefit from the situation, then he happily would, and with no other way he could contribute to the ongoing battle, he reached into his pocket, touched his personal job crystal, and let the options fill his mind. Available JOBS. Trap User, Tree Tamer, Craftsman Alchemy Path, Craftsman Artistic Path, Craftsman Blacksmith Path, Craftsman Cooking Path, Craftsman Stonecraft's Path, Craftsman Sewing Path, Heretic, Holy Craftsman, Ken, Tank, Mathematician, Fractured Mind User, Adventurer, Cursed Item Maker, High Craftsman. So many options available, but just to be safe, let's take the one I was planning on taking anyway since there's nothing new. Silently, he selected the Fractured Mind User job, feeling certain that he'd be able to finish it easily enough if things didn't work out as he'd hoped as notifications exploded in his head. Name, Ben. Race, Human. Titles, Apostle of Myriad, The Forgotten One, Miracle Maker, Skill Learner. Jobs, Fractured Mind User, LV4. Previous jobs, Apprentice Craftsman, Craftsman, Priest, Enchanter, Mind User, Magic Item Maker, Magic Weapon Maker, High Enchanter. Attributes, Vitality, 203. Vitality Recovery Rate, 3 HR. Mana, 146. Mana Recovery Rate, 8 Min. Strength, 214. Agility, 86. Stamina, 731. Intelligence, 635. Affinities, Light, 3. Life, 2. Fire, 4. Water, 3. Air, 4. Earth, 2. Death, 3. Dark, 1. Space, 4. Time, 5. Resistances, Light, 68. Life, 72. Fire, 75. Water, 69. Air, 66. Earth, 81. Death, 78. Dark, 85. Space, 63. Time, 61. Bless Skills, Crafting, LV8. Enchanting, LV7. Focus, LV7. Passive Skills, World Speak Plus. Tolerance, LV2. Sacrilege, LV3. Complex Mind, LV5. Bind, Partial Demonic Body. Defense Enhancement, LV2. Parallel Thought, LV3. Ambidexterity. Absorption Resistance, LV1. Enchanting Knowledge, LV4. Active Skills, Dismantling, LV4. Stealth, LV1. Connect, LV8. Hidden Mind, LV5. Calculate, LV3. Knife Wielder, LV0. Hammer Wielder, LV0. Meditation, LV1. Cycling LV0. Marksmanship LV0. Speed reading LV1. Blessings myriads blessing. Analia's blessing. Trials trial of Analia and Talona. As he made his selection and the notifications filled his head, his thoughts exploded in pain. He didn't understand what was happening, but it felt as though his various minds were being ripped apart, and before he could yell out, he felt his consciousness fade as the world grew dark. Ather, it's begun, we need to start making our way to the beach, Felth said as he rushed to where the demigod was laying, Drez in tow behind them. Even if it was early, with just how many adventurers were there, he couldn't feel a sense of urgency, especially when his role wasn't to fight head on the way a man should, but instead being stuck at the edge of town in case any of them made their way back from where they'd been lured. It was with that attitude that he leisurely walked the streets as the townsfolk rushed to evacuate, able to see some of the Leviathans off in the distance as he went. He couldn't help but find his role to be a humiliation, but he knew it reassured the townsfolk, which was why he was forced into it. As worshippers of a god of earth and the spear, the entire priesthood available would be with him, but counting the monster heads in the distance, he doubted they'd need it. It looked like all that had been prophesied were occupied, a fact that led to the argument he got to walk into as he arrived. What do you mean stay here? A large man covered in thick white fur yelled out. Look what they're up against. Some of those things aren't juveniles any way you look at it. We need to be fighting with them while we can, not stuck here waiting for them to get wiped out. He seemed to speak for all of the adventurers who'd been told to stay behind, but the head priest he was yelling at wouldn't back down. They have their job and you all have yours. We need to look out for the town. You all won't be able to make a difference out there anyway, so trust in your companions, and we can all go home happy after. What he didn't say, what Ather himself was unaware of, was that they were there for one very specific goal, protecting him. As strong as he was prone to overestimating himself, and nobody, neither the priests nor the higher-ups at the Adventurers Guild, wanted to see such a precious resource killed when the war could be so close. The problem was that it was the strongest of each guild who'd been left behind, and given that things were clearly worse than any had foreseen, when accepting the order from their guild masters, none wanted to stay back and watch those they knew die. Ather himself was fully prepared to start arguing on the man's behalf as well, not out of the same concern he felt, but seeing it as an excuse to get exactly what he wanted, the thrill of real battle, not to be stuck on the sidelines, to act as reassurance for any from his town, without the sense to leave when they should have. The only thing that stopped him from that act was a powerful roar, shaking the ground beneath him and pulling everyone's eyes from the distant battle back to the ocean, seeing 10 shapes begin to rise from their depths. He didn't know why they were so battered and bruised, with scales and flesh missing while blood poured down their face. He didn't care. All that mattered was that 10 Leviathans were coming, and they seemed to be going to them instead of joining the rest of their kind. He couldn't stop the smile from stretching across his face as he felt the panic in those around him. They had never expected to come up against almost as many as had been prophesied, and were likely feeling the same way the adventurers in the middle of battle felt afraid. He, though, was different. He was better. As far as he was concerned, this was a gift to show his strength and power, to present what it meant to be the son of Enith. And as the priests tried to figure out how to handle the unforeseen event, as the adventurers got themselves ready for battle, he ignored them all and charged forward, spear in hand. Ignorant of any swearing in the background, he rushed towards his foes, the only thing overtaking him being the spells of the mages, fire flying to sear exposed flesh, water freezing at their feet as they went, and the first target of his attack being engulfed in a dark haze. Ignoring it, he threw himself at the beast, using all of the power that came with his high strength and agility to run up its back as it weakly tried to throw him off. Its slick scales gave him trouble as he ran, but he did his best to stay on until he made it to the beast's neck, climbing up it while coating himself and his weapon in his awakened earth augmentation. As he got to its face, plunged the spear into its eye until his arm entered its depths as well. With an ear-shattering scream and a burst of flame, the monster cried out, shaking him off in its death throes and leaving him to focus as much mana into his augmentation as he could to protect his body from the fall. He rushed back to his feet the moment he could, aching to get back to the fight, but one of the other monsters was faster than him. He had landed too close to its feet, and the moment he picked himself back up, it delivered a powerful swipe, throwing him through the air and into a group of mages firing their attacks at it, knocking them to the ground with him. Fucking beasts, he spat, feeling his bones break, the only thing that left him even that well off being the fact that he hadn't released his augmentation. He brought himself to his feet, eager to get back into it, and shouted an order at those he'd been thrown into. "One of you heal me already," and somebody grabbed me a new spear. He had no intention of leaving any of the glory for the others when they were all fighting from a distance or too weak to get their kills alone. It was as they were doing what they were told that a scream came up, not from a dying Leviathan, but instead some of the priests from his side, and he turned his head to see the commotion as he was being healed, letting others handle the fight for the time. He didn't know what had been happening with the distant adventurers, but it seemed safe to say they'd failed. Admittedly, they'd done admirably enough, but there was a single Leviathan off in the distance beginning to make its way back. A part of him was surprised it was still standing. Its body was covered in wounds and blood poured out, flooding the ground as it went. It was only as it got closer that he was able to truly grasp the scale of the beast. Towering above the ones he currently fought, even he couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear as it came closer despite its wounds. As much as he didn't want to admit it, it looked like they were in trouble. They'd taken down one, and it seemed like it was immediately being replaced by something far worse. It was only as it lunged to one of the smaller Leviathans that his fear turned to confusion as he saw that not only had many of the adventurers charged with suppressing it survived, but were running after it, yelling for them not to attack it until it was the last and to focus on the other. By the time his bones had completely healed, he decided not to question it, simply accepting it as their good luck. Only a couple of hours later, and a victory celebration had exploded around them. While the townsfolk hadn't been brought back yet out of fear that there might be more given the low accuracy of the first estimate, that didn't stop them from breaking out food and drink. Not only had they won, but they'd managed without any deaths. An intense level of injuries, yes, but he'd been told of the mage who'd helped ensure that. Not just a powerful life mage, but an earth mage as well who'd managed to inflict intense damage to some of the Leviathans while helping to heal the injured after. Someone he'd only grown to want more and more as he was told about just what they'd done with the adventurers, but also one of the few who hadn't joined in on the festivities. He couldn't shake the thought from his head. It offended him on a deep level for someone with such strength to not be using it to fight for him, instead rotting off in some no-name town, and he decided to do something about it. With drink in his stomach and felt too busy with the priests to keep an eye on him, he left to get what he wanted. As Ben woke up, he felt his head pounding as he tried to take stock of just what had happened. The last thing he remembered was selecting a new job and notifications flooding his thoughts, followed by the feeling of his skull splitting, but now all that was left was a lesser pain as all of his minds filled his head. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 10. Why the fuck do I have 10 minds? Myriad, you around. What happened? Given how complex minds seemed to work, he was sure he would have only gained a single mind from it with that level up, bringing him to 5. Finding his head so crowded was a shocking experience. What changed? Dude, give me some answers here. I guess that explains how I felt when it happened. Wait. He all but screamed in his head as his eyes shot open. He was in the middle of a battle. He didn't have time to be knocked out. At least that was what he thought. But as soon as he rushed to get up, he found he was laying on the beach among the injured, the corpses of Leviathans spread around and saturating the ground with blood. Myriad said cheerfully, making him want to fall to the ground in despair. There goes the thought of speeding through a couple jobs. He thought sadly as Thera rushed past the other patients to him, grabbing him in her arms. Thank the gods you're up. You just collapsed out of nowhere and nothing I or any of the other healers did helped. He held her back, patting her head as she calmed down. Sorry, I leveled up a skill and it looked like I'm still recovering from it. What? Ben, leveling up can't hurt you. How could it leave you unconscious for hours? I guess my brain just couldn't keep up with the changes, he told her as he explained just what happened, leaving her to pull away and stare at him through her hood. I'm willing to bet no other person on this planet has dealt with something like that, she said with a sigh. Honestly, your status is ridiculous. Maybe, but it keeps things exciting, right? I guess we'll see how exciting it feels if you get to the point where your thoughts split like that again. If it happened at the 3rd level of parallel thought, then maybe it will again at the 8th. We're not going to think on that too hard right now, he said as he tried to suppress his headache. Instead, catch me up on what I missed. It was clear that once her worry for him was gone, she was leaking excitement, and he doubted that it had anything to do with their victory. What do you mean the fact that we all managed to survive, or me leveling up my telekinesis, earth and life magic, and completing my job? She said smugly, not trying to hide just how happy it left her, an excitement Ben shared. What, that's awesome. Did you take a new job yet? Yep, since you were out and there were people to treat, I borrowed your crystal. You're looking at a brand new life mage. Now when you decide to do something insane like throwing yourself from a Leviathan, I might just have an easier job keeping you alive if you hit the ground without an air mage breaking your fall. Hey, I was just a bit desperate at that point. Figured it would be safer than clinging to it once it started fighting the other Leviathan. Speak of, I see that went well. It took another hour, but eventually everyone's injuries were manageable enough that many of the healers were freed from their tasks, with most of them going out to celebrate with the rest. As for Ben and Thera, they started heading back to the building Falk rented. Both were left exhausted by the events of the day and cared more about getting some rest than celebrating, feeling especially eager to be getting back to Stonewall now that all was said and done. It was only as a voice called out to them as they walked the nearly vacant streets, only a few adventurers and citizens who hadn't left filling them, that they were both left holding in exhausted groans. "Hello again," Thera told the demigod Ather as he came to bother them as politely as she could. "What do you want?" "You," he told her, making her step back on reflex from how creepy the encounter felt. "Someone as powerful as you is wasted on whatever town you're in. Work for me and you'll actually be part of something important." Rather than try to politely decline yet again, she opted for a different strategy, putting it off long enough that they could leave town. "I'm sorry, but we have someone waiting for us. If you want to discuss it again later, then you can contact the guild master Cecily and we can meet before I leave." "Come on, Ben," she said, grabbing his arm and making the mistake of turning around, letting the demigod out of her sight. "Hey, I'm not done," he almost shouted as he reached out, grabbed Thera's hood and pulled. It would have been bad enough if he just pulled it down, exposing him and anyone around to her charm, but he had yanked the fabric not with the intent of stopping her, but to pull her back instead. With how much use it constantly saw, being worn any time she went out, as well as while they did their hunting, it had put up with a lot of abuse, but the force of a demigod pulling against it with all their strength was too much for the stitching along the neck, and with the sound of fabric tearing, it was ripped off, collapsing the delicate enchantment bound to it as it did. As Ben turned to look at her, she was already staring at Ather, her hood in his hand as the look in his eyes started to change, while hers turned to one of shock and horror. There were maybe 10 other people around, and as if a switch had been flicked, they all stopped what they were doing to turn their eyes to her. With nothing else that could be done and a person with a horrifying level of power in front of them, Ben pulled Thera close and activated the barrier enchantment in his shoes before anything bad could happen for all the good it would do. In much the same way as the braces he made for her, her magic was far too powerful to be stopped by the thin barrier, especially one set up to allow attacks from within to get out. The full force of her magic was leaking out into the world as everyone affected by her charm walked over, placing their hands against it and wanting in. "No, why? I didn't," Thera stuttered, the horror of the situation getting to her as she got to see up close the expressions of those who'd come under her magic, a situation that would only get worse as time went on as more people passed by if they didn't do anything. Ben gently touched her face, bringing her eyes to his as he tried to calm her down, knowing he was going to have to ask her something that would tear her apart. Thera, it's not your fault. Just look at me. Ignore them and try to breathe, okay?" She nodded her head, doing her best to calm down as much as she could while they pressed in around the barrier, doing everything they could to be as close to her as possible and practically blind to the others around. Why did this happen?" I didn't even do anything. I was just trying to leave, and..." "Thera, I know, it's okay, I'm here. I know you didn't do anything wrong, but we need to go. I've got the room set up so things will be fine there while we get you a new cloak, but we need to get there before even more people come by, okay?" "How? They're all around us and only more and more people are going to come, and I'm going to be blamed for all of this and..." "Thera, I don't care what it takes. I will make sure you aren't blamed for anything that happens, okay? But for now you're going to need to do something you're not going to like. You're going to need to use a sleep spell on everyone and run back, all right?" "What? I can't just do that. Ben, doing that sort of thing in a town is a crime. Even if it's not my fault about all of this, I can't just attack people. It's not attacking people, it's putting them to sleep." "I'm sorry, I wish I had a better idea to use, but even with the brace, it's possible nobody in town has the resistance to suppress your charm, and more people will only be drawn in the longer we wait. If they sleep for a while, they should wake up with most of the effects gone." She took a breath, averting her eyes from his own as she muttered okay with more sadness than he ever wanted to hear from her, and felt his heart break as he did. She held her staff so tight it was shaking as she began the process of removing the charm from her dark mana, letting him know when it was ready as she released her spell. He hadn't been sure how it would affect him when she did. While he was basically immune to passive effects, this was an active spell, meaning that its effect should only be reduced by a bit more than 40% for him. But as everyone around them collapsed to the ground in sleep, he didn't have time to question if it was an effect of having the resistances on his cloak as well or some other aspect of his status that left him no more than tired. There was only one thing they needed to focus on, and that was running. "Well, aren't you both late enough?" Falk called out cheerfully as he heard the door open. It was only when he saw them with his own eyes, the panic on his niece's face, her cloak damaged as his apprentice seemed to struggle to contain his rage, that he knew their time there wouldn't be ending on the positive note the thrill of victory had originally given them. What happened? Thera was in no mood to talk, wanting to just shut down and hide away, leaving it to Ben to explain the details of everything, making his blood boil more and more with each word said. The look on Ben's face was making a lot of sense. Falk was sure he was wearing a similar one. Still, he tried to hide it away the best he could, same as the boy whenever Thera cast a look at him as he decided what to do next. All right, first off, Ben's completely right. Don't worry about this, Thera. You will not be held responsible for this. I'm going to grab Cecily, and we're going to have words with whatever guards are around, so for now sit tight while I deal with that. I'll come back for a bit after, but I'm going to get the fastest ride I can to the nearest gate. It will be quicker to buy you a new cloak in Analia than to make one, so you both will just have to wait for a few days, all right? She gave a nod and went off to her room while Ben gave a firm yes. He gave his apprentice a firm pat on the shoulder as he went. You made the right call given the situation. Keep an eye on her, would you? Things like this hit hard. Of course, good man, I'll be back in a bit. As his teacher left, Ben walked over to Thera's room, gently knocking on the door. Hey, mind if I come in? It was silent for a moment, and he was about to reach for the handle when she spoke up. I just want to be alone for a while. I'll be out later. All right, I'll probably be awake, but if not and you want to talk at all, don't be afraid to wake me. The only response he got was silence, so he went to get his bag, pulling out all of the rings within while taking out a pad of paper, and got to work, looking at what he had and figuring out what enchantments could be made with them. Myriad, I'm kind of in the middle of something right now. I'm sure it can wait, he snapped back, knowing exactly what his god would want to say and not wanting to hear it. Instead, he took off his shoes and looked at the enchantment on them, questioning just how complex he could make it without them breaking, especially now that he had 10 minds to devote to the problem. The notification meant nothing to him in comparison to everything else. In the days since Falk left to get her a new cloak, Thera had only come out of her room occasionally to eat, leaving him with nothing to do but extract information from his god and direct his lingering anger about the situation into his creations. And as he finished altering the barrier enchantment tied to his shoes to fit his needs, he got his level up. Part of him wanted to redo the entire thing, but he heard the door open and tried to look casual as he rushed to it, Thera not meeting his eyes as she left her room to get a snack. Ben, I'm sorry, I'm just really not up to anything right now. Maybe later, she said the same way she did every time she'd left her room since. Only this time, instead of just accepting it as he had been, he threw himself to the ground, shocking her as he did. I'm sorry, he told her before she could try to leave. I knew you'd hate it when I told you to do it, but I still got you to cast a sleep spell on everyone. I'm sorry I couldn't think of a better way to handle things. He couldn't meet her eyes. He wanted her to swear or yell at him or something, not lock herself away again like she'd been doing. He waited for anything, but he hadn't been expecting her to pull him from the ground into a hug. I was never mad at you, Ben, she said as she squeezed him tighter. It's just things had been going so well recently. Nobody's been bothering me about it, and it's been looking like I might not need the cloak at all soon, and then this happened, and it's just a reminder that I'm basically a monster to the people around me without it. Thera. I know you don't think that, but I do. Nobody else in the entire world does this to people, Ben, not like I do. How could I be anything other than a monster? Since you have my brace so good right now, I should just hide away in Analia where I won't hurt anyone. He gently took her face as she held him, bringing her eyes out of his chest to look into his, letting him see the tears in them. Listen. You can't change my mind on this. It just takes the same thing happening in Stonewall, and I'll have to go through all of this again. It would be safer for everyone if I just hid from the world. Well, if that's something you want to do, then I'll come too, he told her, watching her eyes widen in shock as he went on. I'm sure your mom would employ me, and like you've said before, it's weird for me to still be acting as an apprentice with my levels what they are. I should be cutting the cord. Don't be ridiculous, she told him as she let him go, beginning to walk away. I know you want to learn more from my uncle. It would be stupid to just leave. She wanted to ignore the offer. It was something he'd said in the heat of the moment. There was no way he'd actually do it. It was only the feeling of him gently taking her hand that stopped her as he quietly spoke. You're more important to me than that. What? She couldn't help but ask, turning back and seeing eyes filled with gentle earnestness. Ben, you're being silly. Your life is in Stonewall. Sure, there's Sonia and Falk and a few other acquaintances, but Myriad will be available wherever I am, and more importantly, it wouldn't feel like home if you aren't there. Besides, I just don't like the thought of you being alone. She went back to his chest, hiding her face in it, not wanting him to see the vivid gold of her blush and hoping he couldn't feel her heart pound as she stood there against him. For a while they both stayed there, neither saying anything until Thera broke the silence. You're not leaving Stonewall, Thera. You're not leaving 'cause I won't either, okay? I was mostly just saying things. It's not like I want to leave Auntie or Uncle, and as much as I'd like to see my new cousin more, living with my parents sounds like a massive pain. Besides, well, it's my home. In that moment she couldn't say she didn't want to leave him either, as true as it was the words stuck in her throat, like saying it would be admitting something to herself she wasn't ready to handle. She felt her blush begin to recede, and looked up to see the gentle smile on his face as her stomach growled, breaking the tension and drawing a laugh from him as she went to let him cook her a meal for the first time in days. After eating, they both went to sit in the living room where Ben had been sleeping, Thera grabbing a book to flip through now that she had the energy, while Ben dug through his bag looking for something and managed to come out with what looked like loose wire that he immediately began bending and fiddling with. "Okay, I need to ask, what are you doing?" "Felt like making something, but I don't have many options. Figured I'd go for a little necklace to pass the time," he explained as he started shaping a square pendant for it. "I used to weave necklaces and bracelets and stuff as a kid, so I figured it could be fun. Heck, I'm pretty good at what I do. Maybe I'll try to make some real jewelry when we get back. Actually, now that I think of it, I never see you or Sonya wear any Thera. Are you not a fan, or is that just not a custom in Analia?" He felt fairly sure he'd never seen Sonya wear any at least, and he hadn't paid enough attention in any of his visits to the succubus homeland to say for sure, but Thera shook her head. "Plenty do. I guess I just don't see much point when they'd be hidden away by my cloak. I'm not actually sure why Auntie doesn't though. I've never thought to ask." "Huh, well in that case maybe I'll make you something when we get back to see how well I can do. While I'm at it, I'll see about getting Falk to make something for Sonya. Maybe we could make a contest of it or something. I'm pretty sure that would make her day," she said with a laugh, smiling brightly for the first time since they came back to the house and just in time for Falk's return. As he came back with cloak in hand, hearing his niece's laughter, he couldn't help but break into a gentle smile as he greeted her with a hug. "I'm glad to see you're doing better." I guess I had a good talk about everything," she said, eyes shifting to Ben for a second before looking back to her uncle. "So what now? Should we just head out?" The adventurers from Stonewall had all found their own way back given the situation. They wouldn't need to wait for anyone, but Ben spoke up. "I need to do something for Myriad before we leave if that's all right. It should only take a few hours. He says it's very important." "Works for me. I need to sleep a bit before anything else anyway," his teacher said before turning to his niece. "Thera, you should probably stay in with me while the boy does his thing to be on the safe side. Me and Cecily have made very sure that everyone was crystal clear about what went down, but I don't want to risk that idiot doing anything again." "All right, I guess that's for the best," she said, not in a hurry to explore the town, even with a new cloak after what happened. "In that case, just be careful out there, Ben. Of course, be back soon." As he opened the door, he was greeted by the friendly shopkeeper, eager to help and make a sale. "What can I do for you today?" he was asked with cheer, and Ben knew exactly what he wanted. "I'm looking to borrow your forge and buy a few materials. I'm happy to pay a rental fee if you're willing." The smith gave him a funny look but agreed easily enough. He wasn't making anything at the time, and profit was profit, so once funds were exchanged, he pointed to the small one in the corner and brought him everything he asked to buy, as Ben mentally went over his plans before he began heating everything, starting with his cursed ring. It was only after a couple hours of making everything he needed that he left, the pockets of his jacket filled with tools with his knife on his belt and a long metal pole in his hand. "Relax, Myriad, I'm just going to talk. I hear having one can really help facilitate a conversation. Anyway, don't worry about me so much. My goal is just to hurt the guy a little bit and then give up." He tuned his god out as he got to his destination with only a few hours before sunset and admired the Church of Enith. At 2 stories tall, he couldn't imagine how many rooms were in it considering its breadth, being by far the longest building in town. He couldn't say he especially cared about it, but he did his best to take it in, especially the statue of the powerful lizard at its front he knew to be the god it worshipped, before going to its doors and letting himself in. As a church, it wasn't unusual for it to be open for anyone to access, and he was able to see it in all its glory, though he wasn't impressed. Sure, there was art and enough finery to give a feeling of wealth, but only one word came to mind as he looked around: gaudy. It was simply too over the top for his taste, especially considering that from what he understood, the race that worshipped him was in low enough numbers that he couldn't have compared in power to someone like Analia. It was obviously a display to make the god look better than he was. Shaking himself from the thought, he went up to the nearest priest to get his attention. "Excuse me, I met with the demigod Ather after the quest was complete. He told me to come meet him at the church after I finished some business of mine," he said lightly, lying through his teeth. A small part of him worried about what he'd do if he wasn't believed or turned away, but that didn't seem to be an issue as he was rushed with what seemed like urgency to him. In a world where so many gods ruled and commanded the faith of the people, it was unthinkable that someone would so brazenly lie about a meeting with the son of one, and as a priest who worshipped his father, he knew better than to make him wait. "Man, I had my doubts, but I really would have a harder time lying to see a king than this prick. Hey, I'm just providing a valuable lesson about security while I'm here. Who knows, maybe they'll thank me after." He ignored the sound of his god sobbing in his head as he came into a large dining room with far too few people in it given the space. There were a few priests around to act as attendants, Enith's apostle standing to the side while the only 2 sitting down were the Orion Otherworlder and Ather himself. As he entered, he received mixed looks, but the only one he focused on being that of the demigod, wearing one of confusion and annoyance. "Why exactly are you interrupting my meal?" he asked as the priest who led him. They began to realize something wasn't right. Before anyone could do anything, though, he pulled the necklace he'd made earlier from his neck and threw it to the table, an act all around understood the significance of as he spoke out, putting all of the arrogance in his voice that he could. "Pick it up, asshole. I'm here for a duel." He was led to the back of the church to keep it away from public eyes. While one party could forfeit the fight, the priests had no doubt who would win. All they wanted to do was keep any in the public from seeing the son of their god kill a person. Even if it was a duel following the laws of the land, for someone so strong to go against the nobody who challenged him, it could only be seen as bullying the weak. "Relax, Myriad, I'm just going to try to hurt him a little bit. Hopefully, I'll be able to quit before anything bad happens to me. MMH, I don't know." When he had discovered that guns were a bit harder to use than he'd initially suspected, he had to admit that he couldn't help but lose some interest. Sure, in the right situation they could be useful, but he simply didn't care too much to go beyond refining what he'd already made a bit. Normally, he'd have Thera to rely on in their hunts, and he was more interested in developing complex enchantments to go with his tools than to just make a projectile weapon from his world, even if it did have a magic twist to it. When he decided to give the challenge for a duel, though, things had become different. He was going against the child of a god. He couldn't approach it half-heartedly, so with that goal set he knew he had to do better, with what he'd decided on essentially being a sawed-off shotgun, something that would trade some of its power for a better spread of the shot he'd created from melting down his cursed ring, with each pellet of it being enchanted with the best effect he could for something so small. Considering his aim, he wanted that spread to help mitigate the chance he'd miss, but if his god wanted him to use the other one so badly, then he supposed he could compromise on just this and change it for the one on his hip, reaching down as he went to do so. He said, relief filling his voice as Ather spoke up at the same time, pointing his spear at him. "As much as I admire someone without the pride of a warrior coming out to do such a thing, there's really no need. I don't need someone who would do something like that in town on my team. You can keep her even after I win." His hand stopped as Myriad went back to sobbing and cursing, stretching out his shotgun as he did. If it was okay for the demigod to point his weapon before the fight started, then it was okay for him too, meaning that even before anything was called he could carefully take aim, letting himself fall into the full effects of sacrilege and dismantling to figure out exactly where to go about it. "Blah blah blah, all I hear coming out of your mouth is dumb crap. You care so much about a warrior's pride. You're about to find out what a craftsman's pride can do." The Apostle Felth stood to the side, his own spear in hand as the one in charge of witnessing the duel, as a few other priests stood nearby, each ready to see Ather suppress Ben for his disrespect. There were no stakes, nothing on the line. As with any duel in the land, the point was simple: work out grievances and establish a pecking order. Both parties are here to prove their worth. Under the eyes of Enith, I announce this duel begin. He called out, bringing his spear down as he did as everything happened at once. Ather charged him as soon as the words were spoken, while Ben did two things. He pulled the trigger of his gun and activated the barrier in his shoes. The blast of the shot made contact exactly where he hoped, hitting the torso and legs as blood exploded from the wound, but as he expected from the demigod, Ather wasn't done. He threw himself at Ben after the attack, not slowing for an instant and seeming to not realize he'd been injured at all. That led him to falling into Ben's trap, though, as he smashed face first into the barrier, unable to fall back as he did so, leaving the demigod trapped without enough room to swing his spear. When Ben remade the barrier enchantment on his shoes, he changed it in some massive ways, having to sacrifice some strength in the enchantment as he did, but getting the exact effect he'd hoped for. It was perfectly clear and secured itself to the ground while two different barriers went up. The first formed a circle around Ben, letting things pass through from his side while the other side couldn't get in. A bit farther out was another one with the opposite effect, letting things in without letting them out, meaning the demigod was sandwiched for the time being. He didn't let it get to his head, though, and instead acted as quick as he could, pulling his knife from his side and slicing down where he felt the instincts from his skills pointing to, having to move slightly farther out as he went, until only the handle of the knife was still with him, and he let go. The most important thing was not getting caught in his own barrier by letting any of his limbs out, so he left it to do its damage, all of the enchantments he'd put on it displaying their full effect, and as flesh started to cook as he reached into his pockets, trying to see what to grab next, only for myriad screams to get through to him in his moment of decision. "The hell do you mean I've won? He's still standing, C.O. Oops." As he took the barest second to stop thinking on his next move to look at Ather's face, a few things clicked for him. The demigod hadn't thrown himself at him after he fired his shot, he just hadn't lost his momentum from his speed, and the reason he wasn't falling was simply because he couldn't. Wedged between two barriers, he was forced upright as blood dripped from his mouth, and the wounds he'd caused gushed, the blood thinning and sacrilege enchantment on the pellets doing its work, while the other ones caused their own chaos, and that wasn't mentioning his knife. With all of the rather violent enchantments he'd put on it when he'd made it, it was possible that using it on a person wasn't the best idea. He'd thought he needed to prepare for everything for the fight, but he'd made multiple serious miscalculations. He knew the demigod had awakened skills, likely of the earth augmentation, and at least one other for spear use, but he didn't know if he had more, or any defense ones at a high level, so he planned as if he did. More than that, he knew that demigods were born with attributes above 1,000, but considering that he had likely lived for over 20 years, having all of that time to train, Ben had prepared for far worse. Never would he have guessed that the man who viewed himself a powerful warrior hadn't bothered to train any more than he needed to, happy to accept his natural-born strength that already towered over others. Even more than that, Ben hadn't expected to be in a place where he'd won. He was sure he'd be able to hurt him at least a bit, letting him work out some of the anger of just what he'd done to Thera, but he'd always planned on forfeiting shortly after that to save his skin. He knew she wouldn't want him getting himself killed over something like that, and he frankly didn't want to end up too beaten either. Well, all's well that ends well, right, myriad buddy, right. He turned to look at Felth and the other priests standing around, only to see them all, mouths agape at the state of their demigod, none able to properly react to the carnage as he called out to them. Hey, maybe one of you wants to announce the winner so we can get this guy some help. We acknowledge your victory, the apostle said through gritted teeth, and it was good enough for him. Lowering his barrier, he turned to the fallen demigod to retrieve his knife. At the same time, he heard his god call out in panic and felt something strike his back. Ben acted fast, jumping away and putting his barrier up again, only to immediately turn to see just what happened. Behind him was the apostle Felth, broken spear in hand, and a look of confusion on his face as he struggled to understand why his attack failed. Surround him, the apostle called out, moving past his first failure in favor of another attempt. We can't let this act go unpunished. The priests nearby shook themselves free of their shock, ready to attack him the moment his barrier went down. They were all assuming he was powering it through his own mana, not relying on a tool powered by a mana crystal, and with barrier magic being rather mana-intense, they wouldn't need to wait long as two others went to Ather's side to begin healing him. Felth knew he couldn't allow something so disgraceful to be revealed to the world, and was willing to act to ensure it stayed hidden. The boy had come to them alone and challenged a demigod to a fight. It would be no surprise for him to end up dead doing such a thing, and the shame of killing someone so much weaker would be better for Ather than the shame that would come to losing to a complete nobody. But as he stared at the boy's face, spears pressed against the barrier, waiting for it to go down, he couldn't help but feel his stomach sink as he watched him break into a deep, wide grin. Damn, guess he's mad. Don't care. Hey Myriad, you gods have all sorts of dumb rules amongst yourselves that you have to obey. Surely there's something that keeps apostles from murdering each other in cold blood if they don't like the way a fight where both parties consented to ended, right? Exactly what I wanted to hear, he thought as he began laughing. He couldn't help it, things couldn't have worked better for him if he'd tried. Silence, Felth yelled. Enough of that disgusting look, do you not see your situation? Face your death with some dignity. Oh Felth, buddy, the best part of this is you don't know how badly you just fucked up, he told him, continuing to laugh as he pulled out his card, hiding everything on it but one very important title and holding it out for him to see. You just decided to murder a fellow apostle, and while I don't know about your god, mine's been watching this whole time. The words were small but clear, and in an instant the fire left the man's eyes. The broken spear fell from his hands as he understood the gravity of just what he'd done. Wait, everyone back off, I didn't know. You think I care, he said, cutting him off as joy sparkled in his eyes. Would it have been okay to murder me if I wasn't an apostle? I'll remind you that your idiot over there challenged me first. I just decided to give my own a bit later on. I didn't do anything to break the rules of your people's duel, but you still decided to kill me. Don't you all worship a warrior god? Is this an approved way to act? Honestly, I can only imagine what the fallout of this is going to be. What do you want? He asked, defeat plain in his voice. He knew he was in the other apostle's hand. He needed to act while doing his best to mitigate as much damage as he could. Surprisingly, though, Ben's request seemed mostly reasonable. At least it sounded so to him. A statue. Specifically, I'm going to bring one of my god to the church to be displayed. There's going to be a few rules, obviously. You lot are in charge of taking care of it and ensuring it's in peak condition at all times. It's to be treated with as much dignity and respect as if it was your actual god in front of you instead of just the figure of mine. If anyone asks about it, you and the other priests of the church are to explain who it is and share the good word. You will only talk about him in a positive light. I'll have some notes brought over when the statue is ready, but Myriad will be keeping an eye on you also. If any of you are talking shit, he'll know and act on it. Finally, if anything happens to damage it, your church will be on the line to pay 5 times its cost to the Church of Myriad. The remains of the statue will be gathered and returned to the church, and the statue will be replaced at our earliest convenience, with the same rules in place for the new one. I'm going to be very clear about this too. We won't be keeping what happened here a secret, but we won't demand any sort of punishment for you or Enith from the other gods, understood? As they were at the first church of their god in the world, the location was a major source of faith for Enith. To let a statue of a foreign god be present was a lot to ask, considering such a thing could cost his god some faith, but given the situation he'd created, he didn't have much choice. His thoughts were only broken by the screams of the 2 healers. Why is nothing working? We can't close the wounds. I just need some time to talk about this with my god, he begged, getting to his knees. Please wait until Ather is healed. He looked down on the apostle before him, seeing nothing but a cornered man. No, but as a service I know why your healers aren't having much luck. Swear to Enith as the head of his faith, you will agree to my terms and you might just be able to save him. Fine, I Felth, apostle of the great god Enith, swear to you that your statue will be displayed following your terms. Now please help him. Sure, he took down his barrier, walking past the horrified priests who had so confidently pointed their spears to him just moments before and reached down to pull out the knife. What are you doing? One of the priests screamed as he saw it, a fact Ben brushed off. Well, first, this is my knife, I'm not leaving it behind, but second, I get that you guys left it in to not have to worry about any more blood loss, but by now everything it touched should be thoroughly cooked, and it has a healing suppression effect on it, which is why you all aren't having any luck. I'd grab a few more healers if I were you, but for the time being try again. With that done, he gave a half-hearted wave as he went on his way, not looking back as they dealt with the fallout as Myriad spoke in his mind. With the little I used, I'm pretty sure they'll only disrupt his mana and vitality region a tiny bit. As for the blood thinning, well, if they close his wounds without taking them out, then he might just end up a little anemic if he's cut. He can deal with it. I only said I'd show why they weren't having any luck healing him. Hey, I probably would have done the same thing if he'd done anything that bad to Sonya or Falk or Steph or Will, or you for that matter, if he could, that is. Besides that, all they'll see is a statue of me. You aren't looking very deep in my mind, are you? He asked as he felt his apostle's plans explode across his mind. Why, Myriad, I'm basically just getting started. Oh, thank God, I don't care what mind job is available next. I'm never going to get a level to calculate again. He thought as they got back to Stonewall, feeling relieved as he did. In the 4 days of travel, he decided to chip away at a few skills now that he had 10 minds at his disposal, but even getting Myriad, Thera, and Falk to all ask him questions at the same time as he read through a few books, it simply hadn't been worth the effort for that one in the end. They parked behind the shop and Ben was ready to go right in and get to work. He wanted to put his ideas into practice, and he'd had plenty of time to figure them out, but Falk could see the look in his eyes and stopped him. I know you're itching to get your god's business over with, but we all need to report to the guild now that we're back if it can wait. Rewards to be collected, and Cecily probably wants to talk too. All right, sure, I guess I can wait. He hadn't gone into much detail about exactly what happened before. When he came back, he said that Myriad wanted him to talk with Enith's apostle, and that they had behaved so inappropriately that they would be displaying a statue of Myriad to make up for it. He didn't want to lie to them, but he also didn't know how to explain that he'd challenged Ather to a duel and nearly killed the man. Wait, just to be clear, I didn't kill him, did I? It's not like I stuck around to find out if they were able to heal him after I left. Hey man, do you think he was planning anything other than beating me into the dirt when he first challenged me? I'm not exactly going to feel too bad for the guy after what he did and what I saw of his personality. As they got in, they were ushered to Cecily's office, the last of the adventurers from Stonewall, to get their quest reward. They handed them over, Falk receiving his funds and card back first while Cecily stared harder at the other two, an amused smile forming on her face. Is there an issue? Ben asked, breaking the silence and pulling her eyes to him. None, actually it's quite the good news for the Stonewall branch, I'd say. Based on what happened, the system views both of you as having around 40% of the total achievements each. I honestly assumed as much when I say what the rewards were for the others, independent of the base quest reward of course. Either way, congratulations are in order. You're both promoted to rank 3 adventurers. As Thera cheered, her depression from the days prior all but forgotten with the good news, Ben couldn't help but deflate. To him, that sounded like nothing but added responsibility. This has to be some sort of mistake. No mistake, the guild master said with a grin. Your group told me what you did to make the one Leviathan attack the rest, and after you were knocked out, Thera played a vital role helping to weaken the remaining ones, not to mention what she did at the beginning before they emerged from the ocean. You've both proven you can handle the risks and challenges that come with being at that rank. Not that you need to worry too much about it. I don't think there's ever been a rank 3 quest in Stonewall, and it's not the sort of thing that would be anywhere close to going one-on-one with a Leviathan. You'll be fine. Let's see, I don't know if any of the perks of it would appeal to Thera, but why don't you stop by when you're free, Ben, and we can properly discuss what sort of information the guild can get you since you seem to like that sort of thing. Fine, I guess I need to take everything I can get in that case. So long as Thera wanted to keep up with it, he wouldn't quit, but he couldn't help but feel he was suffering from success. So now that we're alone, why don't you tell me what really happened on your little outing, boy? Falk asked when they got to the shop. After the guild, they stopped by Sonya's so Thera could rest before taking him back to deliver the statue, and Ben took that time to grab some of the supplies he needed. He thought he'd managed to get away without being questioned too hard, but from the look in his teacher's eyes and the firm hand on his shoulder, he knew he wasn't getting out of it. He gave his rundown of exactly what happened, explaining not only what he had done, but what he was still going to do, drawing a powerful laugh from Falk by the end. Boy, you absolute maniac. Between this, the guild penalties, and whatever Polinia and Abruz end up doing when they find out, I think the Church of Enith is going to be having a bad time for a while to come. You're really out here playing the angry husband well. Well, I didn't exactly plan for things to go quite so far. I just kind of over-prepared, and then they threw this opportunity right in my lap. Anyway, since you know all the dirty details now, could you do me a favor and run to the local jeweler while I get started? Just buy me however much of the most expensive metals you can with this, he asked his teacher as he deposited 3/4 of his total funds over. He was already incredibly wealthy from his patent for the brace, and the money continued to pour in. He wouldn't be hurting for it anytime soon. Sure, with this much they'll probably run out of stuff, honestly, but if they don't, I'll get what's left with my own funds and will consider it an investment for when it pays off. He was just as angry about what happened to Thera after all, if he could help twist the coming knife even a little more than he would, and with that he went off with Ben's now emptied spatial bag, ready to fill it up. Make sure you get a receipt for everything. He called out before getting straight to work, throwing metals into the forge to heat up as he lined up all of his mines to make sure it would come out perfect. That step being the more abyssal, carefully shaping it around the crystal so that the mana would be expelled from its base, while the top had a small tower of the metal blended with mithril, ensuring that it would pump in more that could be released. This would make up the most important part of the statue, but that would merely be what was held within. He needed to create the shell that would be in his god's form first to contain it. For that, he got to work using 2 of the magic materials he hadn't had the chance to play with yet, Sindian and Pondus, the first of which would become lighter the more mana was pumped into it, and the second would make it heavier. With both heated, he began pounding the Pondus, flattening it until it was a square meter in size. This was to be a statue of his god after all. It needed to be big. It was unfortunate that most of his supply of the metal was going into the base, but it was a fact he could deal with. The Sindian went towards the other 5 sides, though he kept from adding the top until he was done. There was a lot of space to fill in after all, and as he found himself questioning if Falk had come back, yet he found his bag to the side, his teacher watching from a distance. As he opened it up, he saw the receipt and felt himself swoon. It looked like he had plenty of money left over in the end, but they'd cleared out the shop they got it from and a few others along the way. Even more important than any of that, it looked like he'd stopped by his home and gathered his own hidden supply of magic materials to go into the final statue, meaning it was going to be far more expensive than Ben had initially imagined. You're the best. I'm taking it out of the money you gave me, so it's fine. Get to work now. I want to see this monstrosity unfold. He would never dream of spending so much on something like jewelry normally, but the shop didn't carry large amounts of precious metals like gold, silver, and platinum, not to mention the regular jewels within, so he put his dismantling to work, removing any gems from the first 2 metals and leaving them to melt down in multiple crucibles while the platinum was tossed with the gems. As he waited for that, he went back to what he had so far, adding iron along sections of the sides to strengthen some areas, while leaving other spots free of any to help create crumple zones, followed by a smaller metal rim at the center of the base and stretching all the way up it for where the rainbow mana crystal would eventually reside. There was an enchantment that needed to be placed there first, but that would be for the end. It was then that he began pouring the molten metal, gems, and leftover magic materials in, letting it fill up the space while taking care to not let it affect his designs, though he couldn't help but find it lacking. He dreamed of completely filling it, but a town like this wouldn't have so much available at one time, and his teacher only had so much in his private stash, so instead he had to make do and went to the storage, picking out the more expensive materials they did have, and getting Falk's permission to use them before incorporating them into the design. By the end, when all the metals had cooled and he had it completely filled up, he added a barrier enchantment to the interior of the statue, one that didn't have an activation condition, but a cancellation condition instead. It was one of the less frequently used enchanter spells from what he could see, but it was perfect for his needs, its only job being to keep the mana crystal from flooding the pondus until it was ready, namely when a different enchantment broke. For the time being, he had to create a dummy enchantment to tie it to, the real one not being possible until they were on site, but with that he added the top to it, sealing it, and he was done. That just leaves me with building a good ladder, he said, mostly to himself as he finished, only for a notification he'd longed for to explode across his mind. He'd finally made it to level 9 crafting, and with it came the limited analysis ability of being able to see the ranking of different items, with the statue immediately taking up his sight as he did. Statue of the God Myriad. Item grade. Low or rare. Oh freaking sweet, I honestly wasn't expecting to get it so high considering that at the end I was just fitting stuff in there, but looks like this means I can add a healthy boost to its final price on top of the material cost. Hell yes. It was only as he turned to tell Falk his fantastic news that he caught sight of the rest of the shop, his mind exploding with items on the sales floor being marked as upper rare without a single enchantment on them, with the handful his teacher had added simple ones to making it into ultra rare. The shock of it numbed him from his own achievement as he looked where his teacher kept the works he sent out to his clients, the words above the most recently finished project shining out to him like a beacon. Unnamed sword from the smith Falk. Item grade. Low or legendary? Hey Falk, quick question here, what the fuck? I still can't believe that when you first recommended that I get Falk as my teacher, it was because you asked a crafting god to tell you about the best smith in the area. Ben couldn't help but complain to his god again after throwing some ground-up food and medicine around in the early hours of the morning before making his way back to Falk and Thera once he was done. Yes, but I sure do want to know more now. Are you sure you can't just tell me a little about his status? When he'd questioned his teacher about exactly what he saw, he was basically brushed off, being told that he'd already figured out that he had awakened skills, so what more was there to know? That was ignoring the fact that not only was it obvious the Yeti could consistently make ultra-rare items, something that supposedly only happened once or twice every few hundred years, but it was possible he could consistently make legendary ones too if he truly put himself into it, a level of skill that was seen every millennium. It was always possible he'd gotten lucky with that one success, but Ben doubted that. Asking about it a bit after, based on what his teacher told him, it was almost impossible to break into ultra-rare with an item that wasn't enchanted to help add to its quality, that being the sort of thing only third-tier skill holders might be capable of. That did put a cap of sorts on how high a level his teacher could be, but that wasn't saying much. Don't remind me. I guess I'm not so curious that I want my teacher being eaten. I actually can't say for sure. The moment your body opened up, my brain sort of just shut down. Maybe you coughed me back up after. I don't know, you seem pretty content to slander me to your other believers based on what I saw when I met them, but relax, you know I won't. I know, you're absolutely right. The curiosity is just killing me is all. What's he doing in Stonewall if he's so good? For that matter, what sorts of clients does he have that could afford to drag him out of town for months at a time? No wonder he can afford to have the shop closed for so long. It must basically just be a hobby for him. I bet he's loaded. He kept complaining to his god for the entire walk back through the seaside town, longing to know more than his teacher wanted to tell, until he made it back to Thera and that very Yeti as they waited for him, his statue loaded in the cart with the ladder he'd be needing as well for placing it. Finished up whatever you needed to do? Thera asked, curious about why he'd gone off alone instead of just placing his statue and being done with it. Her experience there left her no love for the town, so she was looking forward to getting home again, planning to put far more speed into that goal than either Ben or her uncle would like. Basically, let's just wait an hour and then I'll set it up and we can go. Why though? Anytime I asked Uncle, he'd just laugh. Come on, what's going on? Let's just say the Church of Enith messed up extremely bad with how they decided to treat me. You'll see when I put it up, it will be worth it. They got to the church soon after that. The priests were only beginning to move as he had Thera park her carriage directly in front of the statue of Enith, making it clear just what a mess had been made of it. Oh gods, Ben, was this what you were doing? She asked, sounding one part shocked and the other part amused. It seemed that someone had almost deliberately attacked the statue, having flung a ground-up feed that would bring a local species of bird to it in droves, while at the same time lacing it with a laxative, leading to predictably explosive results. It looked almost painted, and the smell would be lingering until it was thoroughly cleaned. I don't think you should be going out of your way to get any more levels of sacrilege. Relax, there's no way I get another one from this, mostly because I just got one the other day. Anyway, we just need to get to the main reason I'm here and then we can leave, so without further ado. He quickly stood up the ladder he made before going for the statue, Normally, its weight would have been impossible for him. An almost cubic meter of metal and other materials piled together, the idea that he could move something like that under his own strength was outrageous. Even with how much stronger he'd grown in the last couple years working at the forge, there was a limit to what could be done, at least so long as tools weren't involved. Calling them tools was probably too generous even, at least from his point of view. All he'd done was set his remaining rainbow and white mana crystal into some more abyssal and placed it on top of the statue, aiming it so that the mana would flow directly into the Syndion that made up all but the statue's base to provoke its magical effect. Even then it still wasn't exactly light, but by exerting himself, he was able to walk it up the ladder on shaking legs, constructing the enchantment that would replace the dummy one he set up as soon as it was in position. It was as he reached the top and held it out above the statue of Enith that the church doors flew open as Felth all but flew out screaming. "What in the infinite hells do you think you're doing? Really?" he asked as he looked to the sky. "This is what made me your enemy, placing a statue. I almost killed your son." He got no answer, not that he was expecting one, but a small part of him couldn't help but pity the demigod given the sudden turn of events. Despite that though, he didn't need to guess too much at what a title that named him the enemy of a god would grant bonuses to. He was just surprised that the system awarded it to him first. Really, isn't sacrilege a little too easy to level up? Ah shucks myriad, you're going to make me blush. Ha, it's fine. It's a little surprising to get another so soon, but it's not like we didn't know it was a possibility. Honestly surprised I didn't get it as soon as I made it really, given I turned a statue of you into a weapon after all. From the get-go, the statue had been made with revenge in mind. He had built it to be as expensive as possible for when it was time to replace it, something he had no doubt in his mind would come to pass, as well as to deal as much damage as it could to the surrounding area. The barrier enchantment on the interior was designed to release if a certain trigger occurred and dump all of the mana from the crystal into the pondus, raising its weight to tremendous levels and wreaking unspeakable destruction. He couldn't help but admire his work, even as he let most of his mind's focus on the yelling apostle and priests behind him at the foot of his ladder. In all that's good. What is this? The agreement was a statue, not hanging a brick over the head of my god. Ben couldn't help but smile again as he walked down the ladder after removing the 2 crystals he used to reduce the statue's weight. It was as he stood toe-to-toe with the enraged man that he let himself act out in the face of his seething, slapping Felth across the face. "What?" "Shut up," Ben told him, still wearing a grin and seeming to scare the other apostle as he remembered seeing that very expression when he got himself into this mess. "I knew you were shameless, but I'd never have imagined you'd break your agreement as soon as I got here. An agreement you swore to in the name of your god for that matter. What are you talking about, calling the divine form of Myriad a brick? You swore that you would treat it with the level of dignity and respect as if it was your own god, and to only talk about it in a positive light, but that's the first thing you say. Or is that just how little respect you have for your own god in that case? Honestly, if this is how you're acting immediately, then isn't our agreement not to push the issue of punishment for you and Enith already void?" It was important for him to show a strong front. He needed not only Felth, but his entire church to know that they were at fault and that such things would not be tolerated. Now that their god had gone so far as to decide he was their enemy, he'd be sure to treat them as such. "May I remind you he tried to kill me, considering how often that seems to happen, and the fact that this is the first time I've actually got to do anything about it. Let me work out a little stress." "Wait," Felth began to beg, immediately understanding his mistake. "Nobody would think that's a statue of a god. I didn't know." "Very funny," Ben said dryly as he cut him off. "I believe you said the same thing as an excuse during our last encounter. It looks like your ignorance gets you in trouble a lot. Seems like something to work on. The real question is how we're going to solve this." "What do you want? Let's just make things simple," he said as he held out his card, and after a second the other apostle took out his own, seeing where this was going. "How much? How much do you think is appropriate?" Felth could see in Ben's eyes that he didn't plan on making things easy, so he selected an amount from his funds before transferring it over. Ben looked at it for only a moment before staring back at the other man. "Is that all the Church of Enith amounts to?" The other apostle cringed. He transferred from his personal funds, but as the head of the faith he had access to church funds as well, and what had happened was an issue not between people, but between religions. With another tap of his card, Ben looked at what he received, feeling more satisfied as he put it away. "Again, this guy tried to murder me. Besides, I'm pretty sure they'll keep the statue up for at least a couple months before it falls down, and I don't want to feel short on funds in that time. And I just really don't like the guy. Okay. Attempted murder tends to create a negative impression, not to mention what Thera dealt with." As Felth saw Ben put his card away, he breathed a sigh of relief before taking on a much meeker attitude. He knew his axe left him in the other apostle's hand. It would do him no good to mess up again. "Now that I've expressed my sincerest apologies, may I ask about the statue of your magnificent god?" Of course, what do you want to know? Why do you have it floating above Enith? You must see how that could create some troubling implications, can't you? Ah, I'm glad you asked, Ben told him cheerfully as he beamed at the man. There's a few very good reasons. Obviously, it has to float because my god floats. To make the statue the most accurate representation of my dear Myriad, it had to have the same property to properly convey his grace and majesty. Of course, since part of the agreement was taking care of its upkeep, your church will be responsible for supplying it with mana. I get a few different priests to begin pouring theirs in right away actually. Remember, you're on the hook for paying 5 times its cost if it's damaged after all. All right, I'll send some to get ladders right away, but… No ladders, Ben said sternly, cutting him off again. This is to be treated like your god, remember, not a figure of your god, the flesh and blood thing. Would you have construction equipment laying around such a being? No, obviously you need to build some proper walkways your priests can climb up to get to it. But don't worry, I actually placed it there for a reason, he said as he placed a friendly arm around Felth's shoulders, leading him to look at the church right behind the statue and pointing to a window in front of it. As long as a few of you lean out of it and supply your mana, it will be fine. Fine was an optimistic way of looking at it, and Felth knew it. The distance a person would have to reach would have most of their body hanging out of it. Every priest that gave their mana would have to have another hold on to them to ensure they didn't fall out. Even worse, though, would be the fact that Ather would have to give up his room for the time being. The Sobek tried to push back the migraine he felt forming, doing his best to keep calm as he began to understand just how bad the other apostle was intending to make things for him, but pushing through the best he could. I understand, we will construct something to the best of our abilities. Well, not so fast. Clearly whatever you make needs to be to my god's taste, right? Send any plans you draw up for it to the Stonewall Guild, and I'll let you know if they're approved or rejected. I wouldn't bother building anything until you hear from me. No point wasting your time and money like that, right? And that means you guys won't be able to pretend you didn't get my reply to give yourselves some time to use whatever you build. Of course, Myriad, do you take me for a monster? I'll read any letter the guild hands me from them. He thought to his god innocently, while making a mental note to ask Cecily to throw out any mail for him from the Church of Enith, so he didn't have to go to the trouble of rejecting everyone. Of course, Felth agreed, doing his best to keep his patience from wearing too thin despite the feeling of blood rushing to his head, lest he create more trouble for his god. But if that's everything, may I ask just one single request? Please, just one. Well, I'll hear it at least. While everything he'd said had been true, the request carried another goal. It would be hard, but as they cleaned it, he could get some of the earth mages in the church to separate it from its base and push it out of the barrier. Given what Ben said, he couldn't just move the position his own statue was in, and they needed to keep it from looking like Enith was beneath another god at his head church. Felth expected to have to beg more to get the situation he desired, willing to lower himself however much for his god's honor, but shockingly, he got almost immediate agreement, albeit with a heavy catch. Oh, of course, Ben told him, nodding in sympathy. Honestly, I really should have given you the chance to clean it first. I was just in such a hurry to get in and out because of all the bad memories here, you know, what with the treatment me and my companions received and all. But of course I can take it down, there's just one small issue. Because of an unfortunate and completely unpredictable quirk of building it, there's no way to keep the statue from hitting the ground when I do, and as per the agreement, that means paying 5 times the statue's cost, but if you're willing then it's all good with me. Felth couldn't help but weigh the options. He had tried looking into the Church of Myriad after Ben had left, but given he could learn almost nothing in those few short days told him, it was likely a small and insignificant church that worshipped an almost powerless god. The more Ben spoke, the more it was clear that he'd set things up as he had so that the statues would break as a way to earn money from Enith. He was sure it could put a strain on the church's finances if it happened too frequently, but the occasional accident would just have to be something they dealt with, and for this time at least they'd have to accept the cost in order to ensure their god saved face. That was the intent at least, until Ben continued talking, taking out a sheet of paper as he did. Now, in fairness of you making an informed decision about this, I have a receipt of all the material costs, as well as the price adjusted for the fact that it's a lower rare item. Lower rare, the apostle almost screamed as he took the page to look over. He'd expected something expensive, but that level of quality already had it far above his highest expectations, his stomach sinking more and more as he read each item on the receipt, the quantity that made it into the statue, and the cost of each, all of it accurately calculated, and the grand total being enough that the church's finances would be ruined if it fell a single time, let alone more than once. There's no way. If your church could afford such things, then I'd have heard something about it. There's no way you were able to put these sorts of resources into a statue. I've put up with everything else you said, but I will not let you scam us out of resources you couldn't possibly have used. Well, aside from the fact that my god can verify that everything I put is correct, let me give you a hint, Ben laughed. Do you even know what race makes up most of our faith? How could that possibly matter? It's the succubi. In fact, my church has quite a good relationship with the current leader of Analia. Looks like you got it figured out, even if that has barely anything to do with how I got those materials. So what will it be? See if I'm bluffing and let it come crashing down, or accept the truth. It's up to you. As Felth switched his gaze between Ben and the statue, he didn't think the other man was bluffing, and it made him want to be sick, all the more so when he realized that the window was still closed. The enchantments keeping it suspended in the air were running off whatever mana was in the statue still, nothing else, making him scream at the priests behind him. Why has nobody started supplying it with mana yet? All mages, get up there now. The panic in the apostle's voice drove the priests beneath him to action as half of them ran off, knowing that when they got there they would have to deal with the still injured Ather trying to force them away. None of that mattered to Ben though. He knew he'd won, and as a final act handed over a small booklet of talking points about Myriad before he walked away, leaving the other man in a panic while he got back in the cart where Thera and Falk waited, both staring at him in shock as he did. Feel like we just got front row seats to a very scary side of you, boy, his teacher commented while Thera gave her own take as she started to drive off. Just what did his church do to your god that brought out that? Oh, you know, this and that, he told her, trying to brush it off. Gotta say though, that was exhausting. Don't mind me taking a little nap. She shook her head as he closed his eyes, and he almost thought he'd managed to delay things enough for him to figure out just how to explain everything, only for him to feel the cart immediately pick up a dangerous level of speed, his eyes snapping open to his friend, staring far harder at him than the road in front of her. Thera. Ben, she began in her sweetest voice, the sort that would make his heart flutter if he didn't think he might die. There's one other thing I wanted to ask. It's kind of a similar topic. Just what did you mean when you spoke to the sky about almost killing someone's son? Oh, and I'm not slowing down till you give me an answer since it's obvious you've been trying to hide something. Feeling the danger to his life more than any time he'd stood before Ather or Felth, he quickly gave in, letting her know everything that happened. Thera, not that I don't love the company, but are you sure this is how you want to spend all of your time? Ben asked as he finished up forging a sword in the shop, his friend having made sure to spend all her free time outside of the clinic watching him work in the week they'd been back. Someone needs to be keeping an eye on you. When you're left unsupervised, if you aren't doing something to get yourself killed, then someone's trying to murder you, she told him. It felt like ever since she learned that he had not only challenged the demigod to a duel over what he'd done to her, but almost been killed for it, she'd been feeling a lot more cautious about leaving him alone. Not that he would be by himself as he worked with Falk there with him. Don't worry so much, his teacher reassured her. Anyone comes in here looking for trouble and I'll be sure they find it. The boy's plenty safe with me. Uncle, I'm pretty sure he has the worst luck on the planet. Without a healer nearby, somebody's going to fire an arrow across the street or something and leave him dying on the ground. Well, first off, that won't happen, and second, if it did, my jacket would protect me. It did a good job keeping me from getting stabbed after all. Only because they didn't aim for your head, she countered. Enough of that, you. Thera, you don't need to worry about me so much. I've got a god staring over my shoulders almost all the time. Which wasn't enough to keep someone from almost spearing you. He couldn't deny his god's words. If he was constantly seeing her in danger, then he might act the same way. That just left the question of how to reassure her. He thought about it for a bit, deciding to start working on a different project while she was there and to talk things out as he did. Hey Falk, I'm going to grab some stuff for my own use. I'll pay you back later. All right, just don't grab anything too expensive. We have another week till we replace everything you used for your statue. He didn't plan on making anything too crazy and grabbed Thera's hand, bringing her into the storage room with him. He grabbed some thin wire they had already prepared before turning to her. Hey, do me a favor and pick a material you think is nice. What, why? 'Cause it doesn't really matter which I use, so I wanted to get your opinion. In that case, how about this one? She asked, pointing out a sky blue stone. It was decent enough at holding enchantments, but was mostly used to add small decorative flourishes to other items, so it worked perfectly. With everything he needed, he left it on his workbench, pulling Thera's chair over so she'd sit beside him as he got to it. For the wire, he pulled out clippers and pliers, beginning the task of making small, delicate links by hand to shape into a chain. He fell in his work, knowing the exact size he wanted, and was thrilled to feel the metal bend to his will. Every bit was consistent, a testament to his high level, letting him make small talk with his friend as he did. Hey, tell me some things you like that I don't already know. What? Birds, I guess. Looking at stained glass is pretty nice too. Why, I mentioned before that I'd make you a necklace, remember? Figured I'd do it now since I have you here, he told her as his various minds flipped through all of the birds he knew. He'd seen plenty of unique and interesting ones in the world, some that barely seemed to qualify as such too, but he couldn't help but be drawn to those of his homeland again and again. Namely a blue jay, given the stone he'd be using for it. Ideally, he'd use multiple different stones to show its colors, but he could alter the look by adjusting the roughness in different areas. You know you're not going to be able to buy me into leaving. Besides, didn't you only make a necklace before to challenge Ather? I mean, I wasn't lying about being interested in trying to make some more, though. Not even going to try to bribe you either. I'm doing it because I want to, he said as he began sketching on the stone, figuring out where he wanted to make his cuts. That does remind me, though. Falk, you need to make a necklace for Sanya, too. What? Why? It's a contest. If Thera likes hers more, I win. If Sanya likes hers more, you win. Also, it will make her happy. He didn't bother looking to see if his teacher would. He knew Falk valued her, and figured he'd go along with it, so instead he focused back on Thera as he began cutting and shaping it to his desired size. Anyway, I'm sorry I worried you so much. I really didn't mean to, Thera. I was fully planning on just getting a couple hits in on the guy and surrendering. I was as shocked as anyone when I won, and that's when things went downhill. She looked at him silently for a moment before letting out a long sigh. I just don't know why you'd do something so dangerous like that to begin with. Did you ever consider he might be strong enough that he could keep you from being able to surrender? Or that maybe he and the priests would just ignore your surrender for having the nerve of challenging him? Or that he'd be able to kill you before you even got a hit in? Nope, no, I did not. The only thing I was thinking at the time was how angry I was, he admitted, while he stared down at the stone, seeing it take shape and moving on to work on the finer details like the eyes and feathers. Ben, he hadn't even done anything to you. Yeah, but I couldn't accept what he'd done to you, he told her, pulling his eyes from his project to look at hers, or at least where they would be under her hood. I know it sounds dumb, but I hated the idea of him just getting away with treating you like that because he's a demigod. Maybe if I'd known that the guild would be doing something I would have calmed down a bit, but I didn't, so I acted out. I get you're sticking around right now because you're worried about me, but I worry about you too, you know. How could I just do nothing when somebody made you so miserable? She didn't know what to say to that. When she'd heard exactly what Ben had done, she'd understood he'd done it for her, but she hadn't gone so far as to consider why, instead immediately worrying that he'd almost gotten himself killed for something stupid. But even if she still didn't think he needed to put himself on the line, she couldn't deny that he was at least partially right. Caring about a friend was a two-way street. For the last week she'd been dealing with worry for him. How could she deny his worry for her as well? It was as she was trying to figure out what to say to that her uncle came over to them, slapping a necklace on the table. Delicate chain links holding a metal pendant in the shape of a flower she knew her aunt admired. The only clue it wasn't alive being the look of the metal, but in all other ways it was perfect. Wait, how did you finish this first? Ben complained as he looked at it. Weren't you in the middle of something else? Yeah, and I finished it, Falk told him with a laugh. Even if I don't have much experience with it, making a necklace isn't much if I put my all into it. Show off, Ben muttered as he put the finishing touches on his own. Given that he wasn't mixing materials or painting it to add detail, it wasn't as realistic as he could have made it, but he was sure that any of his classmates would have been able to tell what it was easily enough if they looked at it. As a finishing touch, he applied an enchantment to it, weaving together his resistances to all affinities but life and light to make it an amulet. Either way, I'm done too. What do you think? It's pretty, she told him as she looked it over. I haven't seen a bird like this before. Only 20 people on this world would have. It's called a blue jay. Well, since it's done, can you put it on for me? What? He asked, not sure if he'd heard right, but she just slightly leaned her neck out as she faced him, waiting. As surprised as he was, he did as she asked, reaching into her hood and pushing her hair to the side as he linked the clasp behind her neck. As things were, it couldn't even be seen, but he didn't think that mattered too much as he pulled his hands away, only stopping as she gently held one of his. I get what you were saying, but just don't go out of your way to put yourself in danger for no reason, okay? She told him. I'd rather have you in one piece. Alright, it's not like I particularly like feeling like my life's on the line anyway, and there probably won't be too many events that make me want to do something like that in the future either. Good, she said, sounding satisfied. In that case, I'll tell Auntie to take a break from her work so she can help decide who won your little contest with Uncle. Be back in a bit. With that, she was off to grab Sanya, feeling a bit more relaxed as she went. As Thera slowly opened her eyes, all she could think about was how much she didn't want to get up. A heat wave had just come to Stonewall, with at least another week of it expected, and she was already covered in sweat from it. At least when she was asleep it could be ignored, but the sounds of voices chattering above her that only she could hear made returning to her rest impossible. Why would anyone care for the clouds? The particular structure of one of the iron deposits in this land is unique in all of the area. One simply can't help but want to learn more of it. Your rocks are meaningless, a different voice rebuked. The air currents pushing a single solitary cloud through the vast expanse of the sky are far more remarkable. What value is there in knowing of the processes that left a rock somewhere millennia ago compared to understanding the chain of events that altered the fate of that puff of vapor? The water spirits can at least appreciate the beauty of such things with us. There were about a dozen spirits of the earth and air affinities flying above her, engaging in a heated yet friendly conversation of matters that pulled their own interest in ways that could never attract hers, and was a big part of the reason that she awoke when she did, a fact that quickly caught the attention of those around her, as one of the earth spirits floated up to her to address why they were all there above her. "Greetings, Earthkin, we've come to beg your assistance," it said politely enough, an event that had become all the more common since she'd helped the water spirit by the ocean. As word spread among their kind that she was able to help them instantly speed the recovery of their mana after the act or reproduction, waking to many of them floating above her like that had become an almost weekly occurrence, surprising considering that she'd thought spirit reproduction was a far rarer act. But then when they were coming from all over the world to her, perhaps it shouldn't have been such. In fact, it had been significantly less common before, but given that word among them traveled fast, and that they knew the coming danger more than any other race due to almost all of the spirits currently on the world being survivors of their homeworld's invasion, when rumors began to spread among them that Thera was able to help, many decided to take the risk of weakening themselves to help try and secure the future of their kind. She was blissfully unaware, though, and after counting how many were before her and comparing it to her mana, she held out her hand, letting them drift to her one by one as she transferred it over to them. The earth spirits were the easiest to deal with. Experiencing no mana loss from the transfer made the process quick and simple. It was for the air spirits things got more costly. The mana loss from transferring it to a spirit, she didn't share an affinity. With making the act of providing it to 6, she didn't share an affinity with take 5 times the amount, and leaving her with less than half her mana left, something she'd never had to experience until these requests had started coming in. Well, at least things just got a little easier for next time, she thought to herself before she began speaking to them all once she finished. "All right, all done. If you could spread the word that I'll need at least a week before I can do anything like this again, then that would be helpful." Though the fact that she was using so much of her mana now helped to increase both her total level, as well as her regeneration rates in a way they never had before, it would still be a few days before she would be back to full, especially since she still needed to help at the clinic on top of practicing her earth magic in her own time. Well, maybe I can put earth magic training on hold for now, she couldn't help but think as she wiped some sweat from her brow. I just want to hide from the sun. Even if she hadn't seen the appeal when Ben first made it, it became significantly more apparent during any extreme of temperature. Having hot water at her fingertips during a cold season was a blessing, and in the heat wave they were currently experiencing, feeling the cold water flow down her was all the better. She couldn't help but want to spend the day in there, thinking as she did that she might have been too hasty during the time when she'd told Ben not to do something crazy like try to build an indoor pool, but she had things to do that couldn't be put off, so with a feeling of regret she got out, off to meet Sonia in the kitchen before facing the day. She found her sitting at the table, enjoying breakfast as she waited, but more surprising was the fact that Ben was still there preparing food. She was used to him being gone by the time she was up, and felt a small, cheerful smile touch her lips as she saw his back working at the counter. It was something that she'd found happening more and more ever since they'd returned from the guild quest, the things he'd said at the time passing through her head again and again. "You're more important to me than that. It wouldn't feel like home if you weren't there." Even when she found herself annoyed or worried for him, those words never went away when she saw him, always threatening to leave her beaming for all to see. Even the small smile she didn't bother suppressing was easily picked up on by her aunt as she smiled back at her. "Morning, Thera, don't you seem to be in an excellent mood so early?" I got another level to my spirit empowering, so I guess it has me pretty happy," she explained. It wasn't exactly a lie, she was happy about it, it just wasn't the full truth either. "That's awesome," Ben told her as she took a seat, placing a cold fruit salad in front of her. "I guess some more woke you up. Yeah, but as long as it's only once a week, it's not so bad. Anyway, why are you still here? Don't you usually leave earlier than this? I've got strict orders from Falk not to turn on the forge until the heat wave's over, so I'm mostly going to help with cleaning and customers. Not much point in getting there early if I can't do anything. It did give me time to make you guys lunch, though, so grab that when you leave. Having you around really does spoil us, Ben," her aunt said with a happy sigh. "I'm not sure how we'll manage if you decide to open your own shop in another town." Well, you don't need to worry about that anytime soon. Anyway, I should start heading off now, though. I'll see you both later." He gave them a wave as he left, leaving them to finish their meal before going on their own way. They were expecting a busy day at the clinic after all. They needed to do their best for it. "All right, Thera, since you're dealing with a person with a strong avian heritage, you can't simply increase their sweat response to help them cool down. Try to stimulate vasodilation to help drive blood to the surface of their skin to expel some heat." She did as her aunt explained, applying her life magic to the patient before her, before moving on to the next and so on, feeling the day pass as she slowly learned what to look for when treating different people suffering the effects of the weather. learning what to look for in each one based on their individual body structures. While there were plenty of spells that might help regardless of race, they would always be more effective by knowing more about the individual they were being applied to, and in a town like theirs, where most people were mixed breeds of different species, that wasn't always the easiest to figure out. It took questions and observation, but the efforts had plenty of payoff for both the patients and her as well. "All right, you're doing excellent," her aunt encouraged her, "but why don't we take a break for now? I could use some lunch." She was happy to agree, and they made their way to a table in the back where two others already sat, a dragonoot by the name of Drari who acted as the clinic head, as well as his daughter Aso, who he'd managed to convince to learn some light magic from him to help ease the staffing issue facing the clinic. Being a mixed race of dragonoot and harpy, she had a unique appearance as her feathers lacked the muted browns that her maternal race had, instead taking the shifting blues and greens and golds that made up her father's scales, giving her a bright appearance that sparkled in the light. Of everyone they could have run into, Thera was probably happiest it was them. So was nice enough, being only a couple years younger than her made her easy to talk to, and she'd been fond of Drari since she first came to Stonewall, the older dragonoot not caring about her charm, and letting her work at the clinic doing some cleaning, while not paying mind to any rumors about her from the guild during her problems with Roan. They happily chatted as they ate, Thera carefully slipping the food Ben had prepared under her hood to avoid any unfortunate accidents, while Aso spoke to her about her work as an adventurer. It was clear the other girl had an interest in it, and now that it was known that she was one of the town's 3 rank 3 adventurers, she was pelted with questions that she was happy to answer. Reaching rank 3 was as high as the average adventurer could ever dare to dream of getting to, since the higher ranks required an awakened skill, but even that was beyond many of them, with the majority ending in rank 5 or 4. It was perfectly respectable to get that far, and would let you make a good living for any that did, but breaking into the 3rd rank was a recognition of skill and did wonders for her reputation. There were still plenty of people who looked to her with suspicion and distrust. More and more were looking to her with awe, especially as others spread the word of the part she played during the guild quest. The barrage of questions was only broken by Drari cutting in with a question of his own. "Are you sure you wouldn't be interested in joining the clinic full-time though, Thera? I have no complaints about your skills, and you have to admit, the safety and stability of the income you get would be a big plus." It was an offer he was putting out more and more frequently as he was feeling the struggle of keeping the clinic staffed, but one she declined yet again. "Maybe one day, but for now I have goals I want to work toward as an adventurer. Besides, it's fun and it gives me something to do with Ben that doesn't involve beating him at any game we play together. MMH, you should introduce me to your boyfriend sometime," Aso told her. "With how often you talk about him, you've got me curious, especially since he's also a 3rd rank. Wait, he's not my boyfriend. He's my friend," she quickly yelled. "Really? Dad was saying otherwise, though." She cast a quick look at Drari, who raised his hands in his defense. "Hey, don't look at me, I heard it from your aunt." "Auntie, I only said I thought something might have happened," Sonia told her with a laugh. "You've been smiling every time you've seen him ever since you got back. Can you blame me for being curious?" Yes, I can. Wait, I want to hear more," Aso cut in. "What happened? Did he do some sort of romantic gesture? Oh, did you guys kiss? I want details." Does what he said count as a romantic gesture? We definitely didn't kiss during the quest, but I guess I did kiss his cheek before, but that was really just a spur-of-the-moment thing. It doesn't mean anything." As she felt herself begin to blush under her hood, she ignored the question and decided to excuse herself. She only had a little longer at her shift at the clinic, so she wanted to get as much done as she could. She certainly wasn't just running away from the questions being thrown her way. "Oh sweet, got some levels to speed reading and my knowledge skill," Ben happily announced as he finished his book to the Yeti laying on the ground. "Don't tell me you just finished another book already," his teacher asked as he looked up at him. "You must have only started that an hour ago." It was the 5th one he'd read through that day, and none of them were particularly easy reads. From going through thick textbooks on advanced life and fire magic, to finally reading up on the awakened space magic needed to construct the gates, as well as a book on the limits of enchanting and ending on one on skills in general. Previously, he would have been lucky to get through even one of those in a day, but he'd figured out a handy trick to get through them faster by putting his skills to use. Since Complex Mind helps alter my perspective on top of giving me a few extra minds, I can use it with my speed reading to read multiple spots of a page at once and just rearrange it to the complete thing in my head, he explained, feeling like he was bragging a little. It's pretty handy. As I keep gaining new minds and leveling up my speed reading, it should only get faster too. If you ever run into someone with a mind reading skill, I'd pity them, Falk said with a shake of his head. I've never heard of anyone using mind skills like you do. What can I say? Got to work to my strengths. Anyway, I know you said we aren't turning on the forge today, but You try and I'm throwing you out. Are you trying to kill me, boy? But Falk, I have a theory on how to enchant with my bind skill. I've got to test it out. Ever since he failed to use it in the Dryad village, he'd been tossing the idea around in the back of his head, trying to figure out a way to make it work. And after making his way through his last book, he thought he finally had it. The forge stays off unless you do something to cool down the shop. I'm melting here. I mean, I don't think it would be too hard actually, but I'd still need to make something like an air conditioner to hold the enchantment either way. Figured as much. Get to it instead of watching me suffer this entire time, his teacher complained. Ha, sorry, he said sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. I was just kind of focused on my books, you know. Anyway, will you let me use it to see if I can make you something then? Instead of agreeing, his teacher got up and tossed him a piece of paper and a pencil. Just sketch up what you'd need for it and the other tool you want made. I'll sort it out without dying in the heat. He did as his teacher told him, making a sketch of exactly what he'd need and explaining it in further detail as Falk listened. The tool he wanted to test bind on was simple enough. It was basically just a compass. It was the magic air conditioner he was planning that was slightly more complex. While there were plenty of items that could produce a cooling effect, they suffered two drawbacks. The first being that unless they were enclosed like a cold box was, they tended to be weak if the user wasn't close by, and the second being that they took a lot of mana to run for long periods of time. Even despite those issues, there simply weren't many in town due to the weather being uncharacteristically hot. If this sort of thing was in the norm, he doubted his teacher would have ever made his home there. For Ben, though, these were no longer issues. He wasn't just an enchanter after all. He was an 8th level enchanter that had it as his blessed skill. Combining that fact with how he could use his connect, he could likely make something that would serve its purpose even without adding a mana battery to it, though he still included a space for one in his design, a box with both a rotating fan and a water catch at the bottom. Once he'd explained how they were meant to look, and the sizes of each he needed, his teacher got started, going to the storage room to grab the metal and stone he'd need, before getting to work in a way he'd never bothered showing Ben before, shaping it with his earth magic. He watched in silence as before his eyes the raw materials reshaped themselves to match his designs, each one flowing like water until it locked into place, finishing in seconds as it did. God, I wish I could use magic, he muttered, mostly to himself before addressing his teacher. And why do I never see you doing that if you make it look so easy? You can get better results if you use your smithing and magic in tandem, his teacher said with a shrug. Since that's not exactly an option for you, there's no point in showing it off, but it makes the work significantly quicker. So that's why you're still so faster than me. Man, I really am never going to be as good as you even if I do awaken my skills, huh? Of all the affinities magics, 2 were exceptionally useful when used in tandem with various crafting disciplines, earth and fire, while water and death had its uses in alchemy. It was no wonder his teacher's items were so good when he had 2 of them at his disposal on top of whatever awakened skills he had, and it made Ben feel his own limits all the more. Even if he could enchant with those magics, he couldn't make himself actively use them in his creation process, a handicap he couldn't help but feel. You don't need magic to be a great craftsman, boy. I'll admit it helps, but you're already blowing away what I've seen from most others I've known, Falk said encouragingly before switching focus back to what was more important. Instead of worrying about that, though, worry about your teacher being cooked alive before I get the chance to pass on all I know. Yeah, give me a second, he told him as he grabbed onto the box and began weaving and blending his enchantments. While most people would use a water or air spell when making a cooling device, he mixed things up by using a more advanced fire spell while adding the properties of the 2 others to enhance it. Unlike a typical fire spell, which would be designed to let out heat and flames, he created it to be the reverse, drawing in heat from the surrounding air while using the water spell to cool it further, with the air properties of the enchantment made to circulate it around the room. As a finishing touch, he added an additional water enchantment to the basin at the base, letting it pull water from the air to lower the humidity and keep things colder. The moment he added a white mana battery to it, there was an instant change as the enchantments activated, and the temperature of the shop began to drop. It felt like he was able to watch his teacher come back to life before his very eyes as he sat in front of it, letting the cool air blow through his fur. Boy, he began, his voice filled with a level of cheer and affection he wasn't used to hearing from the Yeti. This is the greatest thing you've ever made. With an appreciative grunt he took for a yes, Ben left his teacher to enjoy the cold air as he focused on the compass he was going to attempt to enchant, grabbing a small piece of metal to test it with as he got to work. His theory was simple, though he had no way to know if it was right. From his reading on similar skills, he was pretty sure that skills that linked people in some way were composed of 3 main parts. There was the location marker, which was basically the skill saying, "I am here," the detector which kept track of the location marker at all times, and a unique signature within that kept the detector from getting confused if any other individual with the skill was around. If he was right, then all he would need to do was construct a new signature, something that wouldn't act like a skill itself, but instead be loosely based off the enchantment used on a fantail cloak, where the skills used in the enchantment weren't placed in a way that displayed any of their true effects. It wasn't a quick process to try and figure out how it was done, but it was built upon all he'd learned since coming to the world as he built up and tore down his enchantments, searching for one that would yield the result he desired. Only after an hour of attempts did he finally find his success. "Holy crap, I did it," he cheered, his previous depression about his lack of magic all but forgotten as he watched the compass needle follow the small piece of metal as he moved it around. "Let's see, it looks like it requires a specific amount of the enchantment to be blended with fragments of other skills, and both items need to have some mana loaded in them, but this freaking works. Good work, boy. Make sure you write the process down, and we can send a report to the Craftsman Guild. Since almost no one has the skill, I doubt you'll be able to make much off of it, but it's a good discovery. I gave the one you made a look over, and your enchantment should have a low enough mana cost, even without a mana crystal to power it. With the weather like this, we can't just not sell this sort of thing, so start building your enchantments, and we'll go back to using the forge tomorrow if things aren't too busy for us." It wasn't strictly books on monsters he got this time, though, as he carried them home, but ones on ghosts. In their purest form, they were the souls of creatures that simply didn't pass on, and given that information about souls was a point of interest to him, he was going to learn all he could on the topic, using any resources he could manage. He dropped that train of thought when he got home, as the first thing he saw when he got to the living room was Thera, laying on the ground as she listlessly read through a book while fanning herself with her tail. She usually had it wrapped around her waist, a habit she developed to keep people from being exposed to her charm should it ever slip out her cloak, so seeing her use it had its appeal. "Cute," he couldn't help but think as she noticed him arriving and gave a small wave. "You look like you're having some trouble with the heat," he joked. The majority of people he'd seen at the guild had been in the same boat, with a restriction even placed on skills like fire, magic, and augmentations until it passed. "Not everyone has water enchantments built into their clothing, you know. I'm pretty sure you're the only one doing well in town." "Ha, well, we can fix that," he said cheerfully as he placed one of his air conditioners down in front of her and popped in a mana battery. As soon as the cool air started blowing out, the change in her was as apparent as it was in Falk. She immediately repositioned herself to take the full force of the cold air that blew out as the temperature in the house began to lower. "This is the greatest thing you've ever made," she muttered blissfully, happy to enjoy the feeling of wind on her skin and through her hair. "Why does everyone keep saying that? I made a church into a coat and a knife that almost killed a demigod. Heck, the braces alone. Nope, this is still the top by far. I'm going to have to sleep in the living room tonight with this here. Auntie might too. It's powerful enough that you probably won't need to. Give it an hour or so and it should lower the temperature of the entire place. Yeah, since we have this, there shouldn't be a problem with using the stove to cook dinner, so give me a bit and I'll get it started." "Wait," she said as she grabbed his hand. "I'll help in a bit. Let's just enjoy this a little longer. Auntie may be home a little late anyway." With no reason to argue, he took a seat beside her, enjoying the feel of the wind as they both sat and spoke about their days. "And that should cover the lesson for this month. Any questions?" Quillith asked as he wrapped things up for the night. As with every month, the alien was coming to teach Ben some principles of material science that he simply couldn't get from the books he could access, the sort of cutting knowledge that the Grey were experimenting with to try and determine the universe's underlying properties. But as things went on and got more and more complicated, there was something he couldn't help but ask. "Is this still really material science? It feels more like you're trying to sneak some physics in there. I'll have you know that baryon asymmetry is an important feature of every life-containing universe. Even after millennia of study, our people still aren't sure why it's such a common feature of existence, but that doesn't mean the fact that the reality you currently live in lacks its version of antimatter wouldn't be relevant to you, especially given how both relate to mana." "Okay, I'll bite." "How do they relate to mana? From what we can tell, they don't. The presence of mana in this reality isn't affected by particles or antiparticles, though it should be able to affect both in the same way. This leads to all sorts of interesting questions. If there was antimatter still, would there be anti-affinities of magic? Perhaps individuals like you that seem to have no affinity for any known ones might actually have affinities for ones that the gods are unaware of based on the situation of the reality you're all in. That's neat in theory," he told the alien with a sigh. "But it doesn't exactly help me at all, does it? Even if that was the case, and I secretly had the right constitution to master some non-existent anti-affinities, my body is made up of the standard matter of the universe. Trying to be close enough to anything like that would leave a healthy crater in my place." "True," Quillith relented, "but that doesn't mean the information lacks relevance to you. We'll stick to the normal lessons, of course. We just want to start slowly drifting to more hypothetical materials. Even if you can't use them, you're proving decent to bounce ideas off of. Well, I guess it's interesting enough so I don't mind, but why? As we see more of the mythic ranked items the gods have managed to gift their races, we're simply seeing some of the potential that comes from using advanced magic while ignoring the limits of what we believe is possible. That caught his attention. The only mythic ranked items he'd seen were the trial of Analia and Enux's body, both things that were complex in ways he still struggled to understand, while the first wasn't even an item. All right, you've got my attention. What are some of the more interesting things? Come on, don't hold out on me. The Grey could immediately see the change in Ben's eyes as his curiosity overtook him and took mercy on the human, explaining a few he'd seen before he left. There's only a handful on the world, and we haven't been able to study them in great detail, but there are things like the body of your Talos, made up of materials that don't seem to fit the models we've produced so far, but a few even more interesting ones as well. A staff made of solidified light that seems to not only have the effect of significantly empowering any light magic that passes through it, but also helps to raise the user's overall proficiency with it as well. We've seen a sword made of spacetime, able to cut through anything, even spells. Lastly, of the more interesting we've been allowed to see would be an intangible floating sphere. Neither I nor the race that possess it understands what it's for, and since the god who made it died we may never, but it and the other two I mentioned were all appraised as upper mythic. Alright, sold. How do I get to see them? Everything the Grey had described was just so tantalizing. He wanted to get his hands on each one to examine in detail and plunder their secrets to apply to his own work. He couldn't begin to imagine how the things being described were made, but he wanted to know. Unfortunately, even if I wanted to, I couldn't help you on that front. The races that possess items of such quality prefer to keep them hidden from others. The only reason we were able to see them was because we're not a part of this universe. They don't have to worry about us attempting anything on them. Anyway, I have other duties to attend to. I'll see you next month. With that, he vanished, leaving Ben alone with his curiosity as he struggled to figure out just how constructing such things would be possible. Freaking tease. Wait, you know what's going on with him? He asked, switching to thinking to his god since he didn't doubt that he might still have someone watching, as paranoid as the thought might seem. I don't know. He'd avoided every hint Quillith threw out about wanting to talk about whatever issue was affecting his race. Ben knew he was on the list of potential individuals who they thought might be able to do something, but he intentionally didn't learn more than that. If he did, he felt he just might get dragged into even more nonsense than he already had been by being brought to a whole other world. All right, if that's the case, shoot. I'm more than a little curious anyway. He let out a low whistle. You're right, that's so far above my pay grade there isn't even any point in worrying about it. Yeah, well, instead of wasting my time worrying on something that's absolutely impossible, I'm going to focus on something that only probably is. He put away all of his notes he'd made while talking with Quillith and brought out some different ones as he began talking aloud to the case on his desk that contained Enux's core. So I've gone through a lot of my books on more advanced affinity spells and enchantments by this point, and by applying what I'd seen of both the ones that made up your body, as well as the ones that were used to make up the form of my god, I think I'm on the right track for putting all of that information to use. There's some holes still, but I should be able to properly seal a soul into a rainbow mana crystal by the time I'm a 9th level enchanter, which is better than I thought. Originally, I was expecting to need an awakened skill at least, so the fact that I'm ahead of that has some positive implications for being able to construct you a new body. Well, even if he can, it still feels better to try than to sit in silence as I do it. Not like there's any harm. He thought back to his god before continuing. If I manage to seal a soul, then aside from my original goal of using it with a beast form skill, I'll also be able to use it for testing body construction. All I need to do is pick up a demon soul, try to fit it into any potential body in a way that would let the soul interact with, make adjustments and repeat until I've got something. That does have the small issue in that if I make any mistakes I'll need to go collect another soul, but that's a smaller one in the grand scheme of things. For the rest of the night, he continued to mutter away while adjusting his plans and theories, eager to reach the point where all of his ideas could be put into practice. The next day the shop was packed. Word had spread fast that they were selling air conditioners, resulting in a constant stream of people coming in and out, with more than a few spending far longer inside the shop than they needed to escape the heat. While they were primarily a weapon shop, it wasn't like they didn't have a few other items too, so both Ben and Falk made sure they were displayed prominently, hoping to snag a few extra sales on items as the townsfolk came in to get what they really wanted. Falk had more than a few items like pots, pans, and kitchen knives that anyone could purchase at the ready, while Ben quickly whipped up a few smaller things to appeal to any young children that were brought along by parents. Frisbees with air enchantments tied to them to keep them flying longer, metal tops with earth enchantments on them so they could keep spinning, and what he was most proud of as a way to capture some customers' attention, a snow cone machine. He'd explained the idea to Falk before the shop opened, and he was all for it, both of them working together to quickly build one with enough time for Ben to apply the various enchantments they'd need to make it work. Instead of the shaved ice he would be able to get in his world, he built it so that it would constantly produce snow from the water loaded into it, giving it a nice and light texture to enjoy. While he was doing that, Falk had run back with a huge jug of water to keep it stocked, as well as some fruit juices to flavor it, and as the day stretched on it was clear to see it was a hit. The bigger issue was keeping up with everything. Falk was handling constructing the air conditioners and taking the sails, while Ben was in charge of focusing on adding the enchantments to them while he handed out snow cones. Neither had ever seen the shop so busy, and as nice as it was, it also meant they didn't have time to work on anything else. Other stocks slowly diminished, but as items ran out, they couldn't even take the time to make more, a fact that showed just how important it would be to prepare for the next day. There were still going to be a lot of hot days left after all, and they were sure the whole town wouldn't be showing up all at once. The flow of it all was only briefly broken by a courier who'd come by, moving through the crowd to hand Falk a letter he didn't have time to glance at before getting back to the task at hand. But that little distraction was all but forgotten by Ben as he tried to do something else while he focused on all of his tasks, improving his skill library. He and his teacher still had the same deal after all. Customers got discounts so long as they had either a skill he didn't have access to or one he did, but at a higher level than he'd previously seen. And with the influx of individuals that normally would have no reason to come to a weapon shop, he was finding a lot of people who had multiple ones who were more than happy to take that deal, meaning that on top of the already hectic day, he was making skill rings and doing his best to ensure that his book of skills stayed updated so that he didn't end up with any repeats. It was hard to express just how profitable the time had been for him in that regard. Numerous skills he had on rings that had previously only been between the 0th to 2nd level when he got them from Zandale, he now had access to at the 5th, as well as a mountain of new ones too. One of the bigger benefits of living in a town composed of numerous races and mixed breed groups was the sheer variety that he could find. From gaining access to specialized forms of magic like sound and purification, to the low forms of combined magic like explosion and mud to skills he'd never even heard of like intensity and fall, this would end up being the best day for him in a long time. While there was a good chance that the new forms of magic he was seeing would actually be worse for him compared to their base forms, since he could enchant with the standard affinities at such a high level compared to the levels he'd gained of their specialized forms, he didn't care. It was an excuse to learn more about them, and by extension to learn about magic as a whole. How could he pass that up? With how much they were selling, it wasn't like he'd be at a loss by taking a few things he didn't need after all. As he devoted himself to all of those tasks, he still had plenty of minds left, spinning ideas on just how he could use the new skills at his fingertips, what he would make, and how he would push them to their limits. It felt like he'd just gained access to the tools he needed to push his current crafting and enchanting even further beyond where they currently were, and it was like that the hours passed, with more and more complex ideas forming in his mind as the flow of customers slowly came to a trickle and they were finally able to close the shop. "Good work out there today, boy," Falk said as he wiped some sweat from his brow, not from the heat but from the constant running around. "I guess we can probably expect a couple more days like that, with our volume still probably up if we keep selling these snow cones while it's so hot out. Let's take some time to replace some of the stock and then have a well-deserved rest. Sounds good to me. I'll start on making some pans and then figure out where to go from there." His teacher gave a satisfied nod as Ben went to grab the materials he'd need, and as Falk caught his breath after the long day, he finally opened the letter he'd tossed to the side earlier, his brow creasing in anger as he read every line. Ben, for his part, was ignorant of his teacher's suddenly worsening mood, instead devoting himself to his task, going from one pan to another at a rapid pace to not only replace everything they'd sold, but also have more than enough for the next day. It wasn't particularly challenging work. He couldn't say he was pushing himself in a way that would help his skill level up faster, but there was something satisfying about how rhythmic it was, getting lost in his task as he went from one pan to the next, each one being made perfectly, or at least as perfectly as he could manage. It was only when he ran out of metal to grab that he took notice of his teacher nearby and the look on his face. "Oof, bad news there, Falk. Bah, an annoyance has just gone and shoved their nose into my business is all. Might be a bit of a pain to deal with. For now, put a pin in the pans, boy. Let me see you work on something else." Sure, whatever you're feeling. You're an artist on top of being a craftsman, right? Show me what your heart screams for. Make me the best item you can. What my heart screams for, not the easiest question." He wasn't sure what had Falk asking him this, but his teacher seemed serious, so he gave it the proper thought. If he could make anything, what would he make? Really, he just liked making things in general. Before coming to this world, he'd enjoyed the arts in all of its forms, at least all he could personally try, and if there was one good thing about ending up there, it was that he got to try so much more. Really, was there anything he wanted to make that he hadn't already made? He had enough money and resources that he could easily jump into anything that struck his fancy. It can't be a weapon, they're fun to make, but it doesn't scream out to me as something I want in my core, maybe armor. Admittedly, it doesn't feel right either, as much as I'd like to improve my long-term survival odds. Really need to make a helmet or something eventually, but this isn't the time. Maybe something from my... His thoughts drifted off as he thought of the one thing he could truly say his heart screamed for, something he'd never be able to create in this world, not in any meaningful way, but a topic he wanted to put the work into anyway as soon as the thought passed his mind. It's going to be more of an enchantment than anything. Is that okay? I'll still need to make the item to hold the enchantment. That's fine. Show me your best work. Falk saw the change in his apprentice's eyes just before he asked the question, a gentle sadness filling them, along with the dedication needed to bring whatever he envisioned into reality. With no idea what he was going to be shown, he watched patiently, focusing entirely on the boy's process. With his teacher's consent, Ben went to the storage room and grabbed the materials he'd need. The base wouldn't be anything too complex, it just needed to be something that could hold a complicated light magic enchantment, ending up with a flat silvery disc about as big as a plate. With that done, he closed his eyes and took a moment to entirely focus on the image in his head. With how many minds he had at his disposal, each constantly struggling to find a way to keep entertained, he really didn't need to. But his teacher wanted him to put his all into this, so he took his time to carefully plan out every little detail. Before he took all the rings he thought he could use from his skill library and began constructing the enchantment. Falk watched from the side, his mana sense carefully trained on exactly what the boy was doing. Even if it was a blessed skill, anytime he saw it he could hardly believe that someone who only had enchanting at the 8th level was able to work mana so delicately, the level of the boy's innate magic control being staggering. Even without wanting to test him, he was sure he was good enough, but he wanted to see just where Ben was at before asking a favor of him and reaffirming what he knew from the start. If he got Ben to do what he was going to ask, the boy wouldn't humiliate himself, he'd be a contender for the top. It was as Ben finished, a bead of sweat dripping down his brow and on the edge of mana exhaustion, that Falk let out a low whistle. You never fail to impress, boy, this is a thing of beauty. The Yeti shook his head, eager to see just what would be revealed when a bit of mana was run through it, but put it off to ask a question. So why don't you have a spot for one of your mana batteries? It's pretty plain to see that it's gonna be tough on you to power that for long, and it's not like making a spot for one would do you any harm. It just felt more appropriate this was, Ben told him with a sad smile and a shake of his head as he touched the side of the disc, pouring his remaining mana into it and activating the light enchantment that made up its core, making Falk understand what the boy meant. With mana flowing through it, a scene built itself up above the disc, a light magic illusion similar to the one he had on his music player, but to a significantly higher degree of detail and complexity, showing a scene both foreign and familiar. It was the sort of sight anyone would be used to, a family playing in a park, two parents cheerfully watching from the side as their young son kicked a ball around, enjoying the sun and the day. It wasn't what Falk had in mind when he'd asked, but this was without a doubt something Ben's heart longed for, even if it was unattainable to him, and they both stood in silence as the image of his family faded away. As the scene faded, Falk gave Ben a firm, comforting pat on the shoulder. Well, I can't say you didn't put your heart in it, boy, that was excellent. Light affinity enchanters are a rare breed because of how hard it is to work healing or illusions into enchantments, but honestly I don't think I need to tell you just how good you did. It was clear to both of them, not only from their mana sense, but from how the system reacted to a 9th level crafting skill, letting them see the rank of the item. He'd made it into upper rare, likely doing incredible things for pushing his skills in the progress. That's a nice way of putting it. I got some annoying news, he said as he flapped the letter around. An annoyance with far too much power and a lack of respect for privacy's decided to put me in a tough spot, and I can only really get out of it with your help. All right, I'll do it, he said without hesitation. You've done a lot for me, Falk. If this has you so bothered and I can help, then I will. Just tell me what you need. The Yeti couldn't help but feel his face loosen as some of the tension left it. For as much as he didn't want to take on an apprentice, he couldn't deny that the boy showed him some of the good sides of it. Well, it's a bit of a long story, but it looks like there's a crafting competition coming up, and I'll need you to participate in it for me. I wanted to test your skills to see how you do since you're going to be at a disadvantage compared to everyone else, but I don't think we need to worry about that. Wait, is that all? He asked, his interest captured. I'm down, it sounds like fun, but is it an apprentice-only thing? I'm pretty sure we'd sweep the competition with you there. That's kind of the problem, the Yeti said as he pinched his brow. Have you heard of All Faith? I think. Ben told him hesitantly as he stretched his memory back to his time at the communal church and his lessons with Lehi. It's basically the religious center of the world, right? Bunch of big churches gathered there, maybe a few trials too. You're on the right track. A number of faiths have important religious sites there, and it's also where you'll find the head branch of the communal churches. You could call it a place for pilgrimages in a way, even though they have a gate right in the city, and along with it there are two main forces. There's of course the church that works to ensure not only the prosperity of faith for the gods, but also heads the Templars who get sent off to deal with some of the messier situations you have in the world. And then you've got the ones who deal with the more financial side of things, running administration in the city, and ensuring it's well off beyond just whatever the gods might need. The politicians, the head of which decided to give me some trouble. Trouble in the form of a crafting competition. As silly as it sounds, that's right, Falk told him with an annoyed nod. This isn't a new competition. They do it every couple of years and let craftsmen flood the streets to show their wares and skill. It's good for some sales and some fun if you're starting out and don't have so much responsibility to lock you to your town, but it has some rules about who can participate, namely, that you can't have any awakened skills when you join. That's a pretty clear indicator that you're not on the same playing field after all. Wouldn't really be fair to beat down others when you've already proven that you're at the top. Okay, things are starting to come together. So I take it you have to show your card or something. Maybe they have someone with an appraisal skill. PFFF. Boy, I don't think you realize just how rare people with appraisal skills are, not to mention the fact that you need an awakened version of the skill to see a person's status. I would guess there's only a couple in the world currently, and of the ones I could name, I can say for sure a tournament couldn't get. They do insist on seeing your card though. You don't have to show everything, but you do need to reveal any skills you might have from a list of them. Of course, since you only have crafting and enchanting, if you show those, then you'll be in the clear since you can't have any more specialized crafting skills. The issue is that they're doing things different this year. There's the regular event where anyone can come, but then there's one that's invitation only, meant to show off some of the skill that will be going into arming the people who will keep the world safe whenever the invasion happens. It would be an honor for any typical craftsman to receive it, and even if you lose it would be good for business, but my shop doesn't have that level of prestige. As much as I try to keep my skills to myself, the slimy bastard in charge has plenty of ears around and has probably heard some rumors about me and wants to know the truth. Only way to do that is to force me into a position where I show my skills, and after that, he'll likely start trying to get me to work for him. And so if I compete instead, there's no reason for him to look at your card. His teacher nodded. The letter requested the shop participate, but he probably thinks I still don't take on apprentices. If I leave things to you, then you can do your best and have some fun, and I can watch from the sides and know I annoyed him. Of course, if you don't want to, then I could simply decline to show up. He'll probably take that as an answer in itself and try to apply some pressure to get me under him, but I do have a few friends in high places myself, so worst to worst I'll be okay. I'm fine with it, so don't worry about that. Honestly, it sounds fun even, but why don't you want people knowing you have an awakened skill, Falk? Honestly, it would be great for business, wouldn't it? Some things are more of a pain in the ass than they're worth, boy, his teacher said with a laugh. I don't want to have to deal with a never-ending stream of requests from kings and priests to make whatever stupid trinkets they fancy. I have my goals, and I won't compromise them by working for someone else, no matter how much they want me. He believed he understood where Falk was coming from. He couldn't deny how annoying it was to have people constantly trying to drag you to their side, a fact he'd learned well enough while in Analia. His only saving grace was that anyone who wanted him couldn't just come knocking on his door to bother him, but if it was publicly known he had an awakened skill, then that bit of privacy would go out the window. They could come in droves, claiming they were trying to recruit him because of that, without it having anything to do with the items he'd made. Some of them would probably be telling the truth too. If what Quillith had told him was right, there weren't many people with awakened crafting skills. Plenty of nations would be happy to move to try and get someone with them in their employ. Well, if I ever get to that point, I'll just ask Pelinia for help. All right, I got it. So when do we leave? A week. We'll probably be gone for a monthish and also head home and start your packing. I'll worry about stocking up the shop. A week passed in a flash as Ben dug through his bag on the way to the gate. He'd packed plenty for the trip, including a crate of books, a variety of materials to use for the coming contest, his prized chef's hat and kiss the cook apron, a bunch of items he'd made prior to sell while the competition ran, and most importantly, Thera's spare cloak. Since they had so much to bring and it sounded like it would be exciting, she was eager to join, not to mention the fact it was an excuse to leave the heat Stonewall was facing for somewhere cooler, so they made sure to bring the one Ben had made her when they'd first started getting to know one and other better, something they should have been keeping in the bags anyway. Even if it didn't allow one to see through it the way a proper fantail cloak would, It would give them the chance to get a replacement if anything happened, even if she'd have to be led to it. It was as they got to the gate after far too quick of a ride in the cart, ready to drive through to their destination, that Ben paused to admire it. Now that he'd read up on its construction and the enchantments that made it up, he couldn't help but get lost in its beauty, the delicate weaves of mana tearing a hole in space to allow the fast and convenient level of transport that made travel around the world possible, even if the more standard means of transportation were lacking. He could only dream of making one himself, while at the same time questioning how it could be improved. After all, gate construction depended on having both an awakened enchanting skill on top of space magic, something that was already rare enough. But what if there were even more options available? What if the enchantment was modified using awakened versions of other magics to enhance it? He couldn't help but fiddle with the idea in the back of his head as they passed through the gate. Once they did, though, making it through the crowds of people traveling through the empty space that connected lands to go far and wide, he found himself in a completely foreign environment to him. Despite living in a mixed town, the architecture he was used to seeing was fairly consistent, with only a few changes here and there to account for different body types. Not so with all faith. Towers stretching into the sky next to pits receding into the earth, temples and churches, monuments and mausoleums, tents and tabernacles, all blending together in a mess of cultures showing one another how they lived, while trying to maintain some sort of harmony, and Ben knew there was even more. The smell of the salty sea air told him they were on a coast, with the buildings of aquatic and semi-aquatic races having their place too. More than that, though, was a feeling of one of his skills screaming out to him as he looked around. A feeling he tried to ignore, as he was able to easily pick out where on each structure or monument he would go to if he wanted to destroy them. People walking by that he couldn't help but notice how to take apart, and had to assume he was seeing either due to their level of faith or else, because they were major figures in it. Priests, oracles, apostles, all were present in the city after all, either working to guide their believers or gain new ones, and all were equal targets of his sacrilege skill, even if he bore them no ill will. Pushing the feeling of it back, he instead looked to his companions. Thera clearly wanted to look around and explore while Falk led them to their destination, one of many embassies in the city, the one for Analia, where they would be staying for the next few weeks. You know, if this guy was going to go out of his way to invite you, he could have at least offered rooms, Ben said, not that he minded the accommodations. He did, but I'll be damned if I stay somewhere that he can come and bother me whenever he pleases. Sometimes if you have connections, you gotta use them to your benefit. Now come on. He led them in and to a desk where he showed a note to a waiting incubus who rushed into action upon seeing it. Ben looked to Thera, question in his eyes, but she only shrugged back, having no more idea than he did what her uncle had just shown, as they were led up a flight of stairs to some private rooms, one for each of them with all of the amenities they might need during their stay, and gave them time to unpack before he started leading them around the city, explaining the sights for them since he'd been there before. Given the nature of the place, not only was it big, but there were plenty of tourist attractions on top of the churches. Since many people would come to pray and give their faith to various gods, it was good to do something to capture their attention all the more while they were there to get them to spend some money. It wouldn't be good for the city's economy if people only passed through after doing what they needed to after all, and while Thera enjoyed learning the history of the various cultures and faiths present there, Ben's focus was more on food, at least until he saw his first trial. He had been wondering how there could be multiple ones in the city given how big the one in Analia was, but they were structures and places that took all sorts of shapes and sizes, with the one before him taking the form of a cave and capturing his attention completely. With the magic bound to it built in a similar way to what was found in the one he'd participated in during his first visit to Analia, there were subtle differences he wanted to explore in detail. The only thing keeping him from pressing his face against it as he looked it over was the presence of guards at its front, as well as Falk and Thera's firm grips holding him back. "Come on, guys, I just want to see a little bit more," he begged as he was dragged away. "If we let you stick to that one, you'll be there all day," Thera told him before Falk spoke up. "You have some days before the contest starts, so if you want to look so bad, do it tomorrow. May as well see the other ones around to see if there's any in particular you want to focus on." That caught his attention. He did only have so much time after all. He needed to know where to direct his focus if he was going to be using his free time on it, so that he wouldn't have any regrets when it was time to leave. Not that he couldn't just come back another time. Just knowing how much there was to see, he couldn't help but think on how he'd have to have a real vacation sometime to make proper use of the gates to see the world, and more importantly examine every trial he could. The way the magic was placed on them was similar enough to enchantments that he knew he could learn something if he properly took the time, a fact that made him want to dive into the topic in earnest. There must be some books on trial structure. He couldn't help but think. Even if my mana sense is good, it's not like nobody is better, and given how many of these things there are, this is a valuable bit of research. Actually, given how big this place is, they must have some good libraries on top of crafting and Mages Guild branches. I should see if there's any books I haven't already seen. With curiosity filling his heart, he let himself be dragged away as the day passed, walking by another handful of trials, each of which begged for his attention, as Falk pointed out the other sites he was looking for. Libraries and guilds, all places he knew he'd need to hit up as he made mental notes on where they were as the day began to fade, and with one final stop Falk wanted to show they went on their way, grabbing the scruff of Ben's neck as he saw where they were heading and keeping him from running ahead. "This is cruelty, Falk. You can't show me something like this and not let me get a better look," he complained as his teacher grinned back. "What has you so excited this time?" Thera asked, having grown used to Ben's enthusiasm when encountering something new. "Isn't it just a tower?" The structure had to be 11 stories tall, big by the standards of plenty of the world, but on the smaller side when compared to what Analia typically had. You only think that because you can't see the enchantments on it. Whatever god built it made a thing of beauty. Of all the ones he'd passed, he couldn't help but find himself focusing in on that one more than any other, and knowing immediately that looking it over would be the thing that would take up most of his free time if he let it. It wasn't just a trial, it was one unlike any other he'd seen that day. Even if he couldn't immediately understand the magic on them, he had at least been familiar with the systems the enchantments had used on the other trials, many of them using a weave structure for their magic, while others used less popular options, still good in their own way, yet not ones Ben found particularly useful for himself when compared to the way he weaved and blended his mana. This one was different, though. The mana that made it up was laid down in ways he'd never encountered before in all of his reading and study. It was a structure of enchantments completely foreign to him, and that fact made it more exciting than any other. "Falk, why have I never heard that mana could be used like this? It's built like what, spirals and rings? What's the effect of creating something this way? What does it do? How does it compare to the more standard ways of enchanting?" Hey now, one question at a time. Or at least that's what I would say if I couldn't sum it up in one answer. I don't know. What you're looking at is the dead god's trial. Neither the god that made it nor the race that worshipped him is around to tell us anything about how they'd enchant on their world. In the thousands of years that races had been escaping to this world, many had found their way there. There were the founders, of course, a group of different gods that had managed to find each other after the loss of their worlds, with the remnants of those who worshipped them that came together to settle this one and built the system. And as more worlds fell, more races joined, spatial gods going out to lead whatever surviving souls could be found to this refuge, as more and more unique beings made their way there. The mana-based life forms, spirits and fairies and elementals, all creatures unlike any other and all united in both the unique natures of their bodies, as well as their lack of gods. The forbidden gods, too, those few who'd fled their homeworld, only focused on saving themselves and forsaking those who gave them their faith. A unique god in so many ways, made up of the totality of its race after they sacrificed themselves to deal a devastating blow to those who would plunder their world, and so many more that Ben wasn't aware of, one of which only being known as the dead god. Whatever its name was had been lost to time, when it came to the world with only its trial, not a single survivor of its race. The others thought they had another forbidden god on their hands and were prepared to lay down the rules for if they were going to stay. Instead, though, they simply placed down their trial and left, explaining that his people had insisted on fighting to the last man, and now that he'd ensured a part of his world would go on to exist, he intended to do the same as he went to fight and die, leaving only a tower with none of the knowledge of the people who would challenge it. And as interesting as that all is myriad, you've got to know something about the enchantments on it. Come on, I'm dying of curiosity here. I don't know what I don't know, Ben, Myriad told him in exhaustion. Most races that got to the stage of their development where they would enchant figured out how to do it in very similar ways. Sure, there were a few that came up with novel ideas that either got incorporated into the world's methods or discarded after coming here, but without a representative to explain their more unique system, it's an unnecessary level of research. You could check a library to see how far mortals have gotten on it, but I can say with a fair level of certainty that no god has spent any time trying to unravel just what it means when we have bigger concerns. Perhaps if the world survives, one of the crafting or magic-focused gods will devote themselves to it, but that's a big if. Fine, I'll look into it myself tomorrow then. There has to be someone who studied it. I can only hope they published their findings. In that case, since the god who made it's dead, can you at least tell me what the trial is like? It might help me understand what I'm seeing from it. No can do, he told him, speaking up before his apostle could complain. I can't tell you because I don't know. Nobody does. There's never been a survivor anytime someone's attempted the trial, and the way its god designed it has it thoroughly in his domain. While we can easily peek into each other's trials up here so long as we have permission, nobody was granted it before its creator went off to die. So you can't tell me anything. Without a god, would it even give any rewards, or would you survive whatever it throws at you, only to be sent off without so much as a pat on the back? Again, who's to say? It's equally possible that it was made to automatically distribute rewards as it is that it gives nothing. Hell, it's possible that without its god, it simply doesn't let people out, instead forcing them to starve to death as it tries to call on its maker to reward and free them. It goes without saying, but please don't do something as crazy as attempting it. Hell, don't attempt any of the other trials either. I'd rather not have to choose a new apostle anytime soon when I still need a head priest. If that's all, then that's fine, his god said with a sigh of relief as he moved on to a different, more troubling topic. I have to say, though, I still can't believe you're in all faith of all places. How's the sacrilege been? Ben could only shrug. I mean, I'm feeling it everywhere, but it's not like the skill compels me to do anything so much as it points things out, so it's fine. Pointing things out is an uncomfortably good way to get your interest, though. I guess as long as you don't get involved with anyone you shouldn't, and don't destroy any monuments, then it's fine. What's really important, though, is making sure you don't act in a way that would keep my church out of the city. I want a location here one day, you know. Really, it's a bit packed for my taste, a few too many people. Ha, as much of an issue as that is for you, it would be a blessing for me. Plenty of the world's more devout come here to offer their faith to as many churches as they can. Heck, the little bit of faith I'd receive from the communal churches was nice, but if I had a proper church and statue in this town that people could give their respects to, then that would be all the better. Well, I think you'll need some proper priests if you want that. I mean, I guess I could buy a plot of land to make you a small shrine or something, and add a plaque to explain who you are a bit. How much would that set me back? Honestly, too much. As glad as I am for the suggestion, the business side of the city has land prices ridiculously high. While the church is against it and wants it to be lowered, at least to the point that each god could have their own faith represented, tourism is unfortunately as big a part of it as anything, and it's an argument that hasn't ended. Of course, since you're probably going to die pretty rich if you want to leave your money to the church, when you pass I could probably put it to good use in a couple 100 years, his god was happy to suggest. If you live out your natural lifespan and keep making all sorts of things, I suspect you'll end up quite wealthy. Sure, just remember all I've done for you when the time comes. Badmouth me to your other believers enough that they were scared when we met. Remember something else. Getting me to be your believer and not explaining that I'd have to be an apostle by agreeing, or we could talk about the incredibly useful skill and guidance I've given you over these last 2 years. Relax, you know I appreciate you, Ben told his god with a laugh. I'll at least leave the church something, but you're not allowed to look forward to getting it. In fact, you should put some of whatever money I leave you towards making a statue of your first apostle on the world. That would be pretty cool, right? Just make it yourself while you're alive so I don't have to. Well, either way, better to have it and not need it, right? I'll ask Falk about it later, and then maybe pop over to Analia since they're both gate cities. I need to get a new copy of Barrier Magic on my ring as well. There was always so much to do. A part of him couldn't help but wish he had multiple bodies to go along with his multiple minds so he could accomplish more at once, but that was nothing but a nice dream. With breakfast done, he knocked on the doors of his 2 companions, handing them over plates to eat before running off to embrace the day, with Falk needing to meet some acquaintances while he was so close to a gate, leaving Thera to put up with Ben's whims. It was only as he got to the dead god's trial that she knew he was going to be there a while, possible days, if nobody pulled him away as he opened the single book he got, one describing what little bit of theory had been built up about the magic that made it while he examined it himself. Let's see, from what I can see of the structure of the enchantments, it's made up of a series of spirals and interlocking rings, but something seems odd about that, he muttered to himself, making notes as he did. I mean, this structure simply isn't tight at all. Every other trial is dense with enchantments, but this one allows so much empty space to exist. What's the point? As he stared deeply into what was there, he tried to compare it to the other enchanting systems he made use of in his work, but neither seemed quite right. Weaving mana had the effect of lowering the mana cost when using the item it was enchanted on, as well as keeping it organized compared to just putting loose partial enchantments down to ensure both the consistency of the effect, not to mention making it easier to make more complex effects as the enchantment was built upon. He could see using rings of mana to keep it organized, but he was less sure about how it would affect the mana cost, as well as how making a simple item with that type of enchantment would alter its overall properties. He did his best to mentally compare it to some of the other, less significant systems he was aware of, but any comparison fell flat there as well. He didn't think there was anything life-changing in the rings of mana some long-dead god had built, but the more he stared at it, the longer he was sure that there was at least something useful in it. He just needed to grasp what it was and grab it for himself. Anything he could take and work into his own enchantments he would, no matter how unorthodox. He had too many goals not to take everything he could to make them a reality, but even more than that, there was the sheer joy that came with learning something that interested him so much. He could have stayed there for days, carefully examining different stretches of wall, getting funny looks from the guards stationed at the tower's entrance that kept anyone from wandering in by mistake as he pored over every inch of it. But someone was there to make sure he took care of himself, a fact he was reminded of as he felt something hot pressed against the back of his neck hours into his study. He jumped with a yelp, turning to find Thera standing behind him, a hot sandwich in her hands held out for him as she carefully slipped her own under her hood to nibble on. Figured it was probably time for you to eat something, she told him as she handed it over. Have you moved at all since I left? No, he said awkwardly. Not only did he not notice that she left, but he had gotten too absorbed and forgotten she was there. Good going, idiot. Thera could only laugh as he gave an apology. Sorry, this really isn't the way to be spending our free time before the contest, is it? Come on, let's go do something. What are you interested in while we're here? You don't need to worry about me, Ben. I know just how interested you are in your work. I just wanted to make sure you ate something before I went to explore a little. She meant it in all sincerity, too. It was obvious how much this particular trial had captured his attention from the moment he laid his eyes on it. She didn't want to keep him from getting all he could out of it, but that only twisted the knife as he made a firm decision about what was more important. I can look at it a little bit more on other days if I need to. Besides, with how much I've spent on it today and the 10 minds in my head, I'd say this is the perfect time to stop. You sure? I really don't want to feel like I'm dragging you away. I want to spend time with you, not a wall. Even if he couldn't see her face at the moment, he thought he felt her mood brighten as he said it, and she took his hand, pulling him along as they went. In that case, I heard there's some free performances going on by the water. I haven't seen a play in ages, so it should be fun. The excitement in her voice made it obvious to him he'd made the right choice as he picked up on some of it himself, wondering just what sort of performances the world had to offer, especially in a city as diverse as this. As they rushed down the streets to get themselves a good spot, he happily listened to Thera tell him about some cultural sites she wanted to visit after. He gave her his full attention, only pulling away briefly as he felt a tingle on the back of his neck, but seeing nothing on the streets but the crowds that were always there and one starfish man trying to draw in an audience as he preached, he brushed the feeling aside and focused on enjoying the day. After a fun day of seeing a variety of places in the city that Thera wanted to visit and explore, Ben closed his eyes for the night, only to open them and find himself in his god's realm. There was nothing strange about that in itself. He spent a fair bit of time most nights in Myriad's realm after all, either discussing the day, the faith, things he was trying to learn, or enchantments he wanted to figure out, or else just chatting. For however they both could act at times, the two of them were quite fond of each other, even if one caused the other far more stress than anyone would expect. What was strange, however, was finding two others there as he arrived. Neither of them were Sashel, the only other person with a position in his god's faith. Instead, he saw some sort of starfish person, though Ben was sure that wasn't what he actually was. Standing as tall as him with a bright blue color, the man would have looked perfectly in place lying along a beach somewhere instead of propped up on two limbs, and it only took a second to realize that it was the same one preaching on the street he'd passed earlier in the day. More significant than him, though, was the woman beside him that his mind was screaming was a god. While his sacrilege was busy drawing parts of his attention to different points of her, it was his tolerance skill that he thought gave him the best sense of her. This was only the third god he'd met in person after all, and as a skill that left him with a better time dealing with the divinity she gave off, it let him do a simple estimate of her strength. While his own god didn't even register, she felt similar to Jaggle, the goddess of the Dryads, meaning the one before him now must have had comparatively few believers, at least when measured against one like Analia, whose divinity eclipsed her while in her avatar instead of right in front of him, yet still far more than Myriad could hope for. Even more interesting, though, was that whoever she was the most human-looking of any goddess he'd encountered yet, to the point that she could have been mistaken for a particularly beautiful member of his own race if it weren't for the clear crystal horns jutting out of her head, light and mana swirling within them in a rainbow of chaos as she looked over to him in blatant discomfort. Falling stars, Myriad, what is wrong with your apostle? Man, rude. We literally just met, come on, he complained, getting glares from both strangers as his god sighed. I did warn you that my apostle has a variety of mind skills that make his thoughts feel complicated, Helori. Ben, I'm sorry to spring this on you, but would you mind using hidden mind on all but one? For anyone not used to it, it can feel a little loud. An impertinent one, isn't he? Hillary asked, tilting her head at him and looking like he was something to examine before focusing in on his god. But he's right, let's get to the point. Myriad, I want to issue you a challenge. I've grown interested in the skill you've been giving your believers and want one of my own to have access to it, so here's my proposal. On the line will be both a blessing and a skill to the winner's apostle. The contest will be to see which of them will be able to gather the most faith over the next week, not including any that comes from old believers. Do you agree to these terms? Before his god could speak up, Ben did, excited at the prospect before him, and wanting to hear more. I wouldn't be able to do a full week because I'm here for the crafting competition, but would 5 days work? Hillary turned her eyes from his floating god and directed them to him instead, seeing that Ben would be the more agreeable of the two and not letting Myriad get a word in either. That's acceptable. The deadline I gave was for Zizzle to prepare for the birth of his young anyway, so having it draw sooner is of no issue. And the skill, Ben Myriad said in a hurry, trying to discuss things with his apostle, only to be cut off as he did. We'll do it, he told the goddess before him confidently, hearing a system notification ringing out in his head as he did. You really are the worst apostle, you know that. How are you so bad that you just revealed an unknown, horrifying aspect of the system? I'm almost certain nobody else knew you could agree to that without me either. Honestly, my bad, Ben told his god sheepishly as he ignored the notifications going off in his head. I didn't mean to go all in, it was just she found my weak point, Myriad. You know I want a magic skill. For all the good it would do you, the cube said with a sigh. Despite being a god of knowledge, she clearly didn't do her research enough. Of course, she would always get tunnel vision when she set herself on something. Either way, she's a goddess of affinitied magics. Ben, her homeworld, never developed any non-affinitied ones, so she isn't compatible enough with them to give you one. What? He yelled out, feeling outraged. Freaking scammer. Are you sure she can't give me an affinitied one if I win then? I know I can't exactly get one myself, but a goddess of magic has to be able to do something, right? Maybe if she was in her prime as she was before her world fell, it would be possible to alter a soul to grant it a higher affinity, but affinities and resistances are the foundation upon which souls are built, Ben. If she doesn't have the strength to increase yours, then there's no way for your soul to accept a magic like that. Your values are just too low. It was depressing, feeling a glimmer of hope he might get his own magic skill, only to have it crushed moments later, but he did his best to push the feeling aside to focus on the reality of the situation. All right, in that case, what will she do if I win? Honestly, a good question. Since she put out the challenge, if she can't even give out the reward she promised, she's going to be in a pretty bad place. We would be able to ask for pretty much anything. That doesn't matter though, because we won't win, his god groaned. Do you think she would have put the challenge out if she didn't think she would win? The point of this challenge is to earn faith, that means believers. They aren't exactly easy to get. She probably has a handful right on the edge that she's planning on tipping over the scales to earn as much faith as she could. Well, let's put a pin in that for now. I don't think we're as bad off as you seem to think. I just need to organize some ideas. In the meantime, tell me a bit about her. Do you guys have some history or something, or is she always like that? She's not a fan to say the least, his god explained. When I first got to this world, we actually got along quite well. She shows a completely different side of herself to those she likes, and as a goddess of knowledge, a love of learning runs strong in her. It was only when she learned that I destroyed my homeworld that she turned so cold to me. Of course, she's probably not lying about having an interest in my skill. It's drawn the eyes of a few crafting gods too after seeing how it's used. But if I had to bet, she put out the challenge to be petty. It was easy enough to ignore me when I didn't have any believers, but now that I have a few, she might just want to cause some issues, which very much will happen when she wins, by the way. Do you have any idea how much harder it is to give a skill to someone that doesn't give you their faith if they don't do a trial for you? I'm going to be in the red, Ben. I haven't had enough believers long enough to have that much faith to spare, not when I'm also making sure all of mine get both a blessing and a skill. Your generosity is one of your better points, Myriad, Ben told him, trying to be encouraging as he thought through how he wanted to play things. Even if they were in a bad starting position, there was still plenty of room to win as long as he did things right. He was sure she wasn't powerful enough to have herds of people eager to join her. It had to only be a handful. For now, why don't you refresh my memory a bit? What quest options do I currently have? Myriad could see the wheels spinning in his apostle's head as he tried to figure out not only a way to win, but a way to get the most out of it as he could. And since they were already in it, whether he liked it or not, he answered Ben's question. As always, there's the chance to complete an achievement in my name for 5 job levels, which would probably be your bet. Winning a contest against a significantly more powerful god than me would be an achievement after all, though the fact that it would have to be spread to other gods at the very least could make things a bit awkward up here after. How much more powerful are we talking? Since she has around 10,000 believers, significantly more so than I am, but nowhere near someone like Analia. Anyway, other than that, there's the option of getting me an additional 100 believers for 20 job levels, which as nice as that would be isn't something you'll be able to pull off in 5 days unless you save a major city or something, establish a holy land for me for 99 job levels, or lead at least 3 of my believers while accomplishing a great goal, which would be rewarded with a skill level to one that's 3 or lower, as well as 3 job levels to each of my believers who participates. Ben sat in silence as he thought about what he'd heard, as his god carefully listened to the thoughts in his mind. Now that he had 10 in there, it was noisy enough that Myriad could miss something if he wasn't paying attention and only focused on the thoughts specifically directed to him. Even worse than that, though, was that despite not being conscious of it, his apostle had slowly become quite good at not letting thoughts come to the front of his mind where Myriad could read them, instead making choices in his subconscious that wasn't so easily seen, and where the effects of his numerous mind skills were harder to gauge. It was as Myriad felt his worries grow, with no concrete plans formed in the part of his apostle's head that was easily seen, yet a feeling of confidence filling the boy that Ben spoke up. I'll take getting 100 new believers for 20 job levels. Do me a favor and wake me up after. As Ben's eyes snapped open, he didn't waste a second as he sprung from his bed and rushed to his coat, grabbing the job crystal from its pocket to let the options fill his mind. Available JOBS. Trap user. Tree tamer. Craftsman alchemy path. Craftsman artistic path. Craftsman blacksmith path. Craftsman cooking path. Craftsman stonecrafts path. Craftsman sewing path. Heretic. Holy craftsman. Ken. Tank. Mathematician. Adventurer. Cursed item maker. High craftsman. No new ones perfect. Originally, he'd been planning on taking High Craftsman when he finished Fractured Mind User, finally getting to the second highest of the standard crafting jobs, but with how the timing worked out, the challenge changed things and he was going to have to select something radically different. Well, hopefully it won't be too bad, he thought to himself. I read up enough on all of my options, so all that's left to do is see if it will be as easy to cheese this one as I think. He'd try to develop plans on how to efficiently make it through any job he might be lucky enough to get, and for a couple of them, he thought he had some unusually quick ways to level them to reap their benefits, not that he planned on taking them if he didn't need to. If he was wrong, that would mean either having to slog through something he didn't want, or just as bad, change it without completing it, an act that wouldn't let him keep whatever bonuses he got with it, as well as severely reduce the likelihood of his next job leveling a skill or granting a new one upon receiving it. Even if those weren't guaranteed to happen, the benefits that came if it did were too big to just throw away. And even if I'm wrong and it doesn't work out, I just need to devote myself to some quest to get through it. There's got to be an achievement or two in this world just waiting for me if I look a bit. Having talked himself into one he normally never would have picked, he called out his option, letting enough context for what he had planned accidentally slip into his mind to cause his watching god no end of despair. I'll take Tree Tamer. Name, Ben. Race, human. Titles, Apostle of Myriad, the Forgotten One, Miracle Maker, Skill Learner, Enemy of Enith. Jobs, Tree Tamer, LV2. Previous jobs, Apprentice Craftsman, Craftsman, Priest, Enchanter, Mind User, Magic Item Maker, Magic Weapon Maker, High Enchanter, Fractured Mind User. Attributes, Vitality, 212. Vitality Recovery Rate, 3 HR. Mana, 161. Mana Recovery Rate, 9 Min. Strength, 227. Agility, 86. Stamina, 753. Intelligence, 662. Affinities, Light, 3. Life, 2. Fire, 4. Water, 3. Air, 4. Earth, 2. Death, 3. Dark, 1. Space, 4. Time, 5. Resistances, Light, 68. Life, 72. Fire, 75. Water, 69. Air, 66. Earth, 81. Death, 78. Dark, 85. Space, 63. Time, 61. Bless Skills, Crafting, LV9. Enchanting, LV8. Focus, LV8. Passive Skills, World Speak Plus. Tolerance, LV4. Sacrilege, LV5. Complex Mind, LV5. Bind, Partial Demonic Body. Defense Enhancement, LV2. Parallels thought LV3. Ambidexterity. Absorption resistance LV1. Enchanting knowledge LV5. Plant knowledge LV2. Active skills dismantling LV5. Stealth LV1. Connect LV8. Hidden mind LV6. Calculate LV4. Knife wielder LV0. Hammer wielder LV0. Meditation LV2. Cycling LV0. Marksmanship LV0. Speed reading LV3. Blessings myriads blessing. Analia's blessing. Trials trial of Analia and Talona. Alright, I think that's my first bonus to my vitality so nice. A new knowledge skill too, which sounds like it will be handy, though between that and connect, I only have 2 skills that seem like they would count towards my job experience if I level them, which doesn't leave me in the best spot, especially considering I don't have the main skill people are supposed to have when taking it. If things don't work out, I might be in a little trouble, but oh well. Hey, it's like they say, the devil's in the details. It's how we're going to win this too, so don't stress too much. First things first, I'm going to have to do a lot of work and buy some very expensive materials, not to mention find a forge to use. Since it's still dark out here but we're conveniently close to a gate, what time is it in Analia? As she woke up the next day, Thera couldn't help but be excited for whatever it had in store. The city was filled with all sorts of sights after all, and since Ben had decided to keep a limit on how much time he put towards examining the trial, that meant they'd have plenty of time to explore the city together, seeing shows and historic sights, trying food and learning about the various cultures with a strong presence in the city. It would be like a real vacation, at least until his competition started. They were usually both pretty busy throughout most of the week. With him constantly at the shop training under her uncle and herself, no longer just practicing her earth magic, but devoting plenty of days to work at the clinic. They typically just had evenings and their 2 hunting days together each week. The fact that they'd be able to just relax and have fun together left her smiling from ear to ear as she got up and dressed before heading over to his room and seeing a note stuck to the door addressed to both her and her uncle. How is he always getting drawn into all of this? She asked herself with a shake of her head as she read it over. They'd only been in town for 2 days and he already had trouble with another god. Well, I guess I should have expected as much. He is an apostle and this is all faith after all. He was bound to be roped into something. She felt a little disappointed that she wouldn't be able to monopolize his time the way she'd hoped, but if it was for his god then, she understood well enough, and at the very least he was thoughtful about it. She went into his room and ate the breakfast he'd prepared earlier for her before leaving through the gate, once again ending up at her homeland far sooner than she'd expected. As she made it to her family home, she found the same work area that Ben had been using the last time. It seemed that her family hadn't bothered taking it apart, instead leaving it in case he returned any time soon, a judgment that had paid off quickly enough as she heard both Ben and her father chatting away within, with her dad breaking out into a powerful laugh before she revealed herself. "Haha, wonderful, you really are more than Pelinia or I could have ever hoped for," Abruz said with cheer. "When we'd heard just what happened to Thera during your quest together, my wife applied a lot of pressure to them as a consequence, but if we'd know you'd gone so far as to almost kill their demigod and left a weapon prepared to go off at the doorstep of their church, then maybe she wouldn't have felt the need to put them so thoroughly in their place. No wonder you needed to buy some more magic materials from us." It wasn't hard to work out what her father was talking about. It just left her to wonder what sort of pressure her mother saw fit to apply as their conversation went on. "Well, I was going to need to buy some from you eventually anyway, Abruz. I can't stretch my mithril and mana crystals forever. Of course, we don't mind selling them to you at a good price since you don't need too much, so stop by whenever you're out. Honestly, with the way we keep making braces, it might just be easier to pay you in materials," her dad mused before switching back to the previous topic. "But really, Ben, my wife and I couldn't be happier to know Thera has someone by her side who'd go so far to look out for her. You sure you don't want to marry her? We could hold a ceremony immediately, make things good and official." "Oh my God, Dad, do you bring this up whenever I'm not around?" She couldn't help but cringe hearing the question and almost walked in then and there, only to stop herself before she touched the door handle. Her mind flashed to the same thing she'd heard Ben say during the guild quest, and she found herself overwhelmingly curious about what he would say to it when he didn't think she was around to hear it. "Look, Abruz, your daughter is one of the most important people to me in this world," Ben said with a sigh. "And she's been extra clear she doesn't want anything like that out of life." She felt a smile break out on her face hearing that again. "I'm important to him." It just felt good to hear any time he said it. Well, maybe Thera will change her mind on that. Isn't that right, honey? Her father called out, making it clear he knew she was there as she tried to push away her cheerful expression as she walked in. "Dad, don't you have anything better to do than bother Ben about this?" She asked in the face of his smug grin. "Why do you and Mom have to bring this up each time we're here?" "Oh, I'm just trying to get a feel for things is all," he told her with a laugh. "Don't blame me too much for wanting to see my daughter happy, and your mom still wants to see the faces of her grandchildren one day. Not happening. Ha, we'll see. Make sure to stop in before you both head out. Your mom and aunt would both love to see you while you're here." With that, he stepped out, leaving the two of them alone. "Sorry they're always like this. Maybe one day they'll actually mellow out a bit, though I doubt it. No problem, I like how lively it is with your family. I'd say too lively. Anyway, what's up? What did you end up getting involved in that was so urgent?" As she looked around the room, she could see boxes and boxes of 3 types of items. First being a few small statues of Myriad, the second being necklaces with a cube dangling from them, and finally there were some filled with long nails, their purpose she couldn't begin to imagine. Ben could only give a small, awkward chuckle as he explained just what he'd gotten both him and his god into in greater detail than the note had, leaving Thera to put her head in her hands by the end of it. "You're an idiot," she told him bluntly, doing her best to keep from laughing at how ridiculous it was. "Hey, it's not my fault," he said in his defense, only to immediately back down. "I mean, okay, maybe it is my fault, but neither Myriad nor Hilary knew I could accept without his consent, and on top of that, I thought I'd finally be able to get a magic to use myself. How could I resist? Why do you even want one?" She couldn't help but ask. She knew it was something he desired at least a little that was out of his reach because of his low affinities and the difficulty of learning a non-affinity magic, but as much as she personally enjoyed it, she didn't see the appeal for him. The things you can make are already incredible after all. Seems like training up a magic would be a waste of time for you. It absolutely would be, but it's not like I want one specifically to be good at magic. I just want to be able to try firing off a spell with my own strength. If I'm going to be in a world where that sort of thing is possible, then of course I'm going to want to do it at least once, though I guess that might be harder to understand when magic is such a fundamental part of this world. It wasn't like she couldn't understand at all. Growing up without being able to use her earth magic had been a massive point of stress through her youth. The fact that she could finally use it with any level of skill was a huge relief to her. She supposed it made more sense when she considered his position a bit more. Before him, she'd never met a single person that couldn't have learned at least one magic skill if they wanted to. She was sure that if he had one it would fall behind his other more important skills, but the fact that he couldn't get it at all must have felt tough at times. "Anyway," Ben went on, "there's just one thing I need to do today and tomorrow, but I'm done here for now. Want to stop in to see the rest of your family and then we can head out?" "Sure, sounds good to me." After getting to see her aunt and her baby cousin for a bit, as well as putting up with her mom and dad, she and Ben went off through the gate, taking one they'd never gone through before. Despite the number of them in the world, all set up to allow for faster travel across vast distances, there were never enough. A person managing to awaken both enchanting as well as space magic was simply too rare of an event, to the point that there were plenty of cities and nations who had built the structure for a gate, but hadn't been able to apply the magic needed to make it function. Despite that, there were a handful of gates set up that many would view as a waste. Gates built in the middle of the untamed lands, put in place to reduce the travel time as best as they could in the event of an emergency, allow cities easy access for the training of their adventurers and armies, and to collect the sort of resources that couldn't be acquired otherwise. No nation was allowed to lay claim over them. All had to share the lands equally, and for reasons she couldn't understand, Ben had led her through one of them, bringing nothing but a large cases of nails and a hammer. "So I know this isn't the sort of place you could bring a cart through, but do you think you might be able to create a stone platform to carry us deeper into the woods? I want to avoid anyone finding what I'm doing the best we can." She did as she was asked, using her earth magic to carefully help them travel through the sky under the strength of her raw mana, but giving a voice to a question the further out they got. "So how exactly is running off to the middle of the woods going to keep you from completely screwing over your god? Kind of seems like we should be back in all faith, and you should be preaching on the streets. Or maybe run over to Craftsman's tower and try to spread just how handy it is for enchanters to have your connect skill. Both excellent options, but they'd take too long for too low of a reward. Don't worry, Hilary is going to regret getting my hopes up." He seemed confident as Thera brought them down through the tree branches, staff at the ready in case anything attacked since they were miles from the gate, and likely few adventurers nearby to help in an emergency. But as she worried about that, he placed a hand against a tree briefly before pulling out a nail and hammering it in before moving to the next one, explaining what he was doing as he went. "So the competition between Myriad and Hilary is to see who can gather the most faith, specifically without relying on getting any from current believers. It's as obvious she wanted this to be a contest to see who could gain the most new believers over the course of a week, as it is that she must already have a few people on the edge of joining her, but I don't plan on playing that game. I learned a while ago that gods can get faith from non-sapient sources when Frederick started giving some off. I'm just trying to take advantage of that. Each nail is made with mithril, so each enchantment should be able to sustain itself, and it's built to be a mental compulsion to pray to Myriad. I'm basically turning trees into faith generators. You're using mind control to get your god believers, she said in exasperation as she pinched the bridge of her nose. You get how that sounds, right? I'm just doing it on trees, he yelled in his defense before muttering in a quieter voice, for today at least. Anyway, it lets me test out a theory about the tree tamer job. Like other tamer jobs, it gains experience through both how well something is tamed and how many of something is tamed. Given the strength of the compulsion and the fact that I have a few thousand nails made up to hammer away, I might be able to fly through this faster than the time I took the mind user job. She shook her head, understanding what he was saying but still questioning the ethics of it, not to mention the practicality. But will that even be enough for you to win? If something like this was so efficient, then other gods would already be doing it. Well, I'm told plants give less faith and of a lower quality, but that shouldn't matter too much for a few reasons. First, the challenge said nothing of the quality of faith, meaning it doesn't matter how low it is so long as we get enough. And second, and most importantly, is how Hellori will be getting faith. I'm fairly sure she wouldn't be able to get more than a handful of believers, and she'd be gathering the most faith as they prayed to her, which a typical person isn't going to do for hours on end. A hypnotized tree, on the other hand, has no reason to stop. These things are just going to be pumping out prayer. And that's how you're going to complete your quest too. Partially, he admitted with a shrug, but the rest is tomorrow's thing. Thera couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like he was going to be busy for all of his free time now, meaning all of her hopes of exploring the city together were going out the window. Well, it's not like I don't get it. He has his responsibilities and they keep him pretty busy. I can deal with it. Even if she thought that, though, it had her feeling glum, a fact Ben easily picked up on as he made his way from one tree to the next. Sorry, I know you have a lot you want to do here, so I'll make it up to you the best I can. I know it sucks that I'm going to have to waste an hour or two on this a day, but I'll do my best to put all of my effort into making sure the rest of our time in the city is fun. It's okay, I know you have wait only an hour or two a day. Yeah, I was hoping I could wake up early, make some nails, meet you to hammer them into a bunch of trees, and then move on with the day. It will probably kill the morning a bit, but then we can still enjoy exploring in the afternoon. I know you were looking forward to it. A cheerful laugh burst from her as Ben spoke. Even when he was busy with his god, he was still going out of his way for her. Sure, that sounds great to me. Man, this really wasn't how I'd planned on spending my free days, Ben thought with a groan. He'd woken up hours before the sun had risen to make his way to Analia, prepared some more nails to use to earn his god some faith, and then went off to start hammering them into trees deep into the untamed lands as soon as Thera met up with him. He was excellent with a hammer, so the task didn't take him too long, with the most time-consuming bit being the moment it took to decide where to hammer it, so he wouldn't need to worry about some random passerby accidentally touching it by mistake. At the very least, though, he was getting to see that he was right. Since he took the job and got to work on it, the levels had been pouring in. Taming something was basically just a measure of how well something listened to you and followed your will after all. It was hard to say that with thousands of trees in the untamed lands doing exactly what he wanted that he wasn't fulfilling the conditions of the job, and in a big way too. Anyone that decided to rely on plant magic or connect would have to patiently go to them one by one, slowly building up communication and trust. He was bypassing all of that. It wasn't to the extent that he would be able to complete the job before the crafting contest started, but there were other ways around that, ways he intended to put into practice immediately as Thera got them out of the woods and on their cart to a new destination, the gate closest to Ulfhamer's capital. Much like Analia, it was a nation built within a forest, but unlike the grand buildings he would see in the succubus homeland, the ones he saw there were far more modest, at least on the outskirts of the nation, with small, open homes that let the air pass through freely while letting neighbors wander easily. They were there as a result of Ben needing some very specific qualifications met, and Pelinia had been able to help meet them. Falk had been right, it was important to use the connections you had, even if it meant being liberal with your phrasing. Despite the new view, though, Ben ignored it. He had been spending all the time he could on the small trip flipping through as many books on plants as he could, feeling it pay off by the time they reached their destination. Well, there's a little more experience to the job at least. Just gotta keep working my way through it. I really don't want to still be a tree tamer when the contest starts. He pushed the level up from his mind, instead going to the front of the first house and cheerfully calling into an open window. Hello there, I'm Ben. I believe you got some notice that I'd be arriving, albeit short. At that, the head of a young elven man popped out, giving him a smile. At least I think he's young. God, ageless races are tough to judge. Why hello there, the elf called back happily. I've got to say, I thought the offer was a joke when I heard it. Are you really sure about this? I am. I don't want to go into the details, but I need to own a farm and I don't have the time to run it. I'm looking to buy it in exchange for you taking care of it and continuing the day-to-day operations. I'll be setting some stuff up in the animal pens to test if they improve the quality of the farmed products with how profits will be split defined in the contract. Does that work with you? I've got no complaints, but you do know there's not much money in these sorts of animals, right? Don't worry, if things don't improve then it's my loss. You'll still be paid for your work. The agreement was that Ben would buy both the farm and the livestock on it, while hiring the farmer to keep tending to the animals. It worked out quite strongly in the elf's favor too. Should the profits fall below what the current average was, then Ben wouldn't be making anything. He'd only make more if the profits grew. This deal ended up pretty terribly for Ben, but it was a level of loss he was willing to accept to win in the end. He fully intended to never see any of his money again. He just needed access to some livestock and didn't want to risk harming any that a farmer needed to depend on. Now, if anything went wrong, the elf running things had plenty of funds to start again somewhere else. With all of that out of the way, they were led back to the coops, each filled with small creatures called obels. These might be the cutest things I've ever seen, Thera said as soon as they got in, and Ben had no choice but to agree. They were basically just small fluffy ovals with legs, creatures that had been bred to produce eggs frequently with thick hair that could be shorn for clothing and other fabrics. Essentially a cross between a sheep and a chicken, but their meat was no good, and thus they would live out their natural lifespans, a fact that heavily contributed to his choice as he went to them one by one, placing a necklace on each of their necks before setting up the small statues of his god. So these things are supposed to help with the quality of the produce, the elf asked as he stared down at the cubic pendant hanging from each of the creatures' necks. That's what I want to test. I'll need you to write a quarterly report to me about how the quality and quantity of everything changes if it does at all, but it would be great news if it works out. Just make sure you don't touch them without wearing the pendant I'm leaving with you. The necklaces had mental compulsions on them, the same as the nails, while the statues were designed to give off a small bit of warmth to make them appealing for the creatures to be near during the night. It was all designed to earn his god faith, but that didn't mean what he'd said was wrong either. He was sure he'd heard that happier animals gave better produce back on Earth, as well as the fact that religious people generally lived longer, happier lives. If he could see if giving some animals faith improved things for them in a noticeable way, then that was a valuable bit of knowledge, but if not, then all he'd lost was some money. Well, all that matters is that we're not in a hopeless spot. What about my quest? I wasn't sure about getting it from the trees, but I'm certain these things will give me what I need. Well, another place to wait and see, I guess. With that out of the way for the day, they went back to All Faith, happy to walk around the town and see whatever entertainment was available. They took a tour that sounded interesting and listened to a presentation on interfaith relations before going to simply wander the city some more, looking for anything that would catch their eyes and finding it in the form of a large market. Ben knew from Falk that there was a good one in the city. He simply hadn't got to see it in person yet, but now that he felt like his teacher had undersold it. At least a couple hundred stalls from across the world, each selling products he would never be able to get his hands on in Stonewall. He immediately wanted to explore each one, and Thera easily agreed, happily letting him drag her to any that caught his eye as she pulled back in return for whatever she thought looked interesting. His bag, which had been empty after using all of the nails earlier, was quickly filling as they both picked up anything they thought could be useful or interesting. Thera made sure to get a few books that had made their way to some of the stalls, as well as some souvenirs for Sonya, while Ben's interest drifted far heavier to cooking supplies, letting his nose lead him to ingredients he'd never get his hands on in any of the usual places he bought from. One stall especially caught his eye. Filled with spices he hadn't seen before, but pulled at memories of his homeworld, he walked up and bought small samples of each, giving them a taste one by one as the shopkeeper carefully explained where they were from and how they were usually used, ending with Ben's eyes lighting up as he carefully mixed a few together to give another taste before buying each in bulk. It's a little different, but if I tweak it a bit and use the right ingredients, I could use this as a seasoning for tacos. I mean, I'll still need to find some other ingredients that would work with it all together, but oh my god, yes. His excitement made it easy to ignore that the last time he'd had Mexican food was shortly before being crushed to death. After all, regardless of the timing, it was delicious while being one of many flavors he simply hadn't been able to recreate from Earth. Whenever he had a craving, he could do nothing but wait it out, but now for this at least that was about to change. Oh Thera, I'm going to make you something so freaking good with this later, just you watch. Your food's always good, but I'll look forward to it, she told him brightly, thoroughly enjoying the market's atmosphere. Correct answer, but this is going to be extra good. I can't wait. He couldn't contain his joy as he looked at the market with new eyes, eager to find anything that might help match some of the flavors of his homeland. As the day grew late, they decided to make their way back to the embassy they were staying at. Not only was the spatial bag full, but so were their arms, each loaded with bags from their purchases, as Ben had to admit to himself that they may have gone overboard. There was no reason they couldn't have just gone again another day, but if he saw something and wanted it, then he couldn't resist. It was as they were wandering some far emptier streets, almost back, that he was called out to in a way he wasn't thrilled with. "Hey, apostle of myriad, stop for a moment, I want a word." As a few eyes around turned to look, curious about the apostle of a god they hadn't heard of, Ben heaved a sigh. He didn't like advertising his status as an apostle for the work it could bring, but there was one person in town that knew who he was other than the people he'd come with, and as he saw the large starfish person waving him down, he couldn't help but dread whatever he was about to have to deal with. "All right, just keep it down." "The name's Ben. Use that instead of outing me to anyone that might be listening. Anyway, what do you want, mister?" "Zizzle and I want you to take this seriously," the other apostle said firmly. "I'm going out every day doing my best to win new believers for my goddess. I know that as the ones who proposed the challenge that we have an unreasonable advantage, but I still don't want to win against someone who's not even trying. Hey, now I'm trying plenty in my own way. Really, I haven't seen you preaching to anyone these last 2 days. Instead, you're acting more like a tourist. I've already gotten 5 new believers for my goddess. Have you even begun to try to gain your god any faith?" While Zizzle wanted to win for his god, he didn't want to do so unfairly. He knew that proposing such a challenge when they already had people willing to convert wasn't reasonable, and he'd hoped the other apostle would put up a good fight to turn it into a true challenge. But as things were, it felt like he could stop trying and already win. If the other side wasn't going to make an attempt, then what was the point of agreeing to begin with? Ben, though, knew the work he'd been doing, even if the other apostle didn't, so he brushed the man's feelings on the matter to the side. "Look, you may be right that I'm not doing the best I can, but that doesn't matter because I'm still going to win. There's only a couple days left, so watch and see." The other apostle didn't believe him, but that wasn't Ben's problem as he walked away with Thera. In fact, it left him all the more confident. The other side had only gained 5 believers. There was still time for things to change, but he was feeling all the better for it. "God, I love knowledge skills. They're so easy to level with just a bit of work. They could if they started buying my circlets with my mind skills tied to them. I still can't believe all the ones I made are rotting in the shop without any buyers. Don't people have taste? Hey, don't act like you aren't enjoying the faith you're getting right now. I could always pull out all of the nails if you're really against it," Myriad was quick to say, changing his tune. Despite the optics of the act, it really was harmless, and it ensured a steady, if small, stream of faith for as long as the forest survived. "Yeah, I figured as much," he thought to his god with a laugh as he reached into his jacket pocket to touch his job crystal, feeling the options flood his head but only seeing one new one. "Hey, any chance you've heard of the scholar job? Tempting, but I know what I want. I'm heading into a crafting competition after all. I should at least be a proper craftsman." Oh yeah, that's the stuff. It had been a long time since he had taken the craftsman job, having devoted a lot of time and energy to other interests along the way, but even if this didn't grant him a skill or any level ups, it felt good. It felt right, like this was the path he was meant to be on. As nice as it was when he'd had both magic item maker and magic weapon maker as options, this was a direct part of the path he knew he wanted to walk. A path that technically ended if he managed to awaken the skill to unlock the master craftsman job, but if what he'd heard was correct, the system got more creative with options after that, leaving him with nothing but curiosity for what the future held for him if he got to that point. "Hey, we did the best we could, right?" Ben thought to his god as he closed his eyes. Rather than respond to that, Ben laid in bed and let himself drift off, opening his eyes again as he found himself in his god's realm, both Helori and Zizzle already there and waiting. Helori stood, impatiently tapping her foot to get to the results as Zizzle just looked disappointed. He had wanted to win, but not like this. A challenge on equal footing was what he desired between the contest of the 2 apostles, but even though he started with what he couldn't help but view as an unfair lead, the fact that he'd seen Ben wasting away his afternoons exploring the town and treating each day like a game, instead of doing his best to bridge that initial gap, was disheartening to say the least. If he was going to give up, he shouldn't have accepted in the first place and saved his god some trouble. "Well, shall we get this started already?" Helori asked, eager to claim her victory as Myriad hovered in the air, feeling far less confident despite how Ben's planning and efforts had worked out. "Let's just get this over with," the cube said with a sigh as both revealed just how much faith their apostles had earned them as they both lit up and the system rang out. "What, how?" Helori called out while Zizzle simply seemed shocked from the side. Neither had expected this turn of events, but Helori was especially stunned. She hadn't done something as distasteful as spying on the other apostle to judge his progress, but she knew enough to guess what he'd probably do to gain more believers. She was certain he'd either preach the benefits of the connect skill his god offered, as well as visit some of the nations he'd already had converts to as a way to try and gain some more. But her apostle had been laying the groundwork for ages, getting people to the edge of converting and working to seal the deal after the challenge was issued, ending it with 13 new believers she could gather faith from. She had been certain that Myriad would gain a couple at most in that time. It simply didn't make sense. Devil's in the details, Ben told her cheerfully, his relief that it had worked out clear to both gods. Anyway, time to make good on your rewards. I didn't work my butt off for nothing. Myriad wanted to refute that Ben had worked anything off but let it be. He was simply too happy that he didn't get stuck having to spend so much faith that he had to hold himself back from giving a cheer of relief as he watched Helori deal with her loss and give Ben her blessing. And what sort of magic would you like then? She asked, feeling exhausted as she did. With thousands of believers, she wasn't nearly as poor off for doing this as Myriad would be, but it was still an unfortunate loss to have to give a skill to someone outside of her faith. Ben, though, couldn't care less about that. Even if Myriad said she couldn't give him one, he was still going to ask, and he'd thought long and hard on what he'd want. As cool and useful as affinitied magics would be, it would simply be far too hard for him to level with his abysmal affinities. Even if he didn't intend to devote himself to whatever magic skill he got the way he did for his crafting ones, he wanted one that would be helpful to him, and with that in mind, he voiced the first option that he thought he could put to use. I'll take telekinesis then. Given his number of minds, it was the obvious choice and would work with his crafting too. To be able to move multiple objects with his thoughts at once would be a huge asset if he learned to do it with any level of skill, but the small grimace that graced the face of the goddess told him all he needed to know. I rule over affinitied magics, pick one of those. Not in the agreement, but fine, whatever. In that case, I'll take earth magic. It was another that would be useful for crafting, even if it wouldn't be ideal for him. He'd probably have to level it exclusively through completing quests for his god, and there was still a limit to how high he could get it, but at the very least it could make his work easier. Not that it mattered. Her first failure had already shown him that his god had been right, a fact made all the more clear as he watched the goddess before him scrunch her brow in concentration as she tried to give him what he asked for, failing again and again before giving up. What's your earth affinity? She asked him accusingly, as if he was the one being unreasonable. 2. What's it matter? What's it matter? She asked, outraged. A god would struggle to give you that at the height of their power. It would mean altering the very base of your soul. You're an enchanter. Having any magic will be in your favor, so request when you have it an affinity above 20, 15 at the very worst. Well, first, if I was just looking to use it for my enchanting, then I wouldn't even need it. Myriad's skill does plenty for me on that account, so I wanted to get something actually useful. Gotta say, you're being pretty choosy for someone who lost. More importantly, though, I don't have an affinity above 5. I guess if you can work with that, I'll take the time magic skill for all the good it does me. As he explained, there was a change to her expression. Anger changed to a subtle horror, the sort that was all but unnoticeable, unless one knew where to look as she walked right up to him and called out to his god as she plunged her arms into his chest. Myriad, I'm taking a look at your apostle's soul. The experience wasn't as unpleasant as the time Myriad looked at it. Her body didn't open up the way his god's did, and he didn't black out. All he had to do was deal with the experience of seeing a woman shove her arms into his chest, another experience he'd had before that he didn't think he'd be repeating as she felt something inside of him he couldn't perceive, the shock becoming more apparent on her face as each second passed. Infinite hells, she cursed as she pulled them out. Why didn't I hear anything about this? I was only told he didn't have any magic skills, not that he couldn't learn any affinitied ones at all. The fact that he was the only one without awakened skills probably overshadowed that bit of info as word spread to the less interested gods, Myriad said sympathetically. Wait, you all gossip about me up here, Ben complained. I wouldn't say gossip, but word about certain things gets around. Sounds like gossip to me. But why didn't either of you tell me? Helori asked in complaint. How am I supposed to grant a reward like this when you both knew I couldn't? She was asking to lessen the blow. She had lost fair and square, even if she didn't understand how, and now she had to pay the price. The fact that she couldn't would bring nothing but shame to her, but at the same time it could be argued that by not informing her that she couldn't give the prize, they'd taken advantage of her ignorance. Unfortunately for her, it was a fact quickly disputed. If you'll remember, neither of you let me get a word in, Myriad said in his defense as Ben brought forth his own. And I assumed a goddess of magic would be able to actually grant me a magic, he complained. I was at least expecting a non-affinitied one, so how are we going to work this out? I didn't do all that work for nothing when you're the one who challenged us. With the truth before her, all she could do was curse herself. Very well, since I can't give you the promised magic, what do you want? He didn't know what his god would say about it, but he had 2 things in mind since it was supposed to be his prize to begin with. There's 2 things I want. and since you don't even need to spend any of your faith on it, it should be pretty reasonable. Put a statue of Myriad in each of your churches for people to pray to, and answer all my questions for me." The look he got could have chilled him to his core, but she quickly turned away to address her apostle as he stood quietly to the side, watching this all happen. "Zizzle, it shouldn't be long until your eggs hatch and they start eating their way out of your flesh, so go rest up while you can. I'll finish dealing with this." With no parting words, the starfish man vanished, leaving Ben and Myriad alone with the goddess before them, both wondering what things would come to as she turned to face them, before deeply bowing her head as she pleaded, "Please don't ruin my church." What? Ben didn't know how to react to what he was seeing. The cold, distant goddess was now pleading with him desperately, tears in her eyes and destroying the dignified image she'd managed, placing herself more along the lines of how he thought of Myriad, as his god seemed to sigh at his side, having a far better understanding about where she was coming from than he did. "Everyone up here already knows what you're like, and I shouldn't have made a move against your god like that. Please don't try to destroy the faith I built up," she begged him, leaving him feeling like he was bullying a being so far above him in power as he cast an accusing eye at his god. "Everyone up there knows what I'm like. What the heck are you saying about me that's so bad it could make a god act like this, man? There has to be a limit to the slander." "Hey, don't blame me," Myriad shot back. "Any rumors about you are your own fault." He didn't believe him for a second, but still tried to put the goddess at ease. If he was being honest, he did have things planned with the request, but nothing so bad that it would destroy her faith. "All right, calm down. I'm not going to ruin your faith," he said gently as she only looked less sure. She couldn't help it. His mind was a tangled web compared to other mortals, making all but any thoughts he wanted a god to read need a higher level of attention to parse out, made all the worse by how much was going on in the depths of his mind, less easy to see unless one did their best to plunge beneath the surface. All she had to go off of with any certainty was what she'd heard. "But if you put those statues into every one of my churches, I'll be ruined. Do you know how much work the Church of Enith has to put into to keep it floating, not to mention how much it will cost if they fall? I have dozens of churches across the land, and even if I'm a goddess of magic, it still won't be easy for my believers to supply them all with mana at all times. They'll come crashing down constantly enough that I'll be left destitute, having to sell off my churches just to avoid having to deal with the statues by the end of things. Okay, so maybe this actually is my fault." "All right, calm down," he told her, suddenly feeling guilty. "What happened between me and Enith was a result of his apostle trying to murder me and his son harassing my friend. All you did was pick a fight with my god. I can deal with that without making it a big deal. Admittedly, I'm disappointed you got my hopes up about giving me a magic skill, but not to the point that I want to crush you in revenge." She seemed to calm down, casting an unsure look at Myriad as his god agreed. It's true, as annoying as it is, Ben would much rather get revenge for personal reasons than for anything that happens to my faith. He's not giving this any mind. "Hey, I'm just saying it would be nice if you directed some of that energy to getting me believers." The cube tisked as Ben brought his focus back to the goddess before him. "Let's make things clear so nobody's worried about anything. When I say statues in each of your churches, I'm not talking about what I made for Enith's. Let's see, first off, you can be responsible for getting your own statues. They don't have to be enchanted in any way, and they can be made of whatever metal will look like him. It doesn't need to be a magic material. The dimensions should be about a 1/2 meter by a 1/2 meter at least, but I don't care if it's hollow, so the pricing shouldn't be too bad. Your churches can't hide them away. They need to be present in a way that people will know it's a god, and your priests should be prepared to answer questions about him in a positive light and take care of their upkeep, but that's it. A lot easier than spending however much faith it would take to get me a skill, right?" She chewed her lip, looking much younger as she thought, though now that she knew she wasn't going to be ruined by the request, she was much more relaxed, although still unhappy. It's not as bad as I thought, but the main issue is that, well, it's him," she said, casting a look to his floating god and leaving Ben to sigh. "Well, for now, let's start with some of the questions I want as well. What exactly do you have against Myriad? I heard you guys used to get along, and it would be nice if he had a friend. Is it just because he destroyed his planet?" Myriad didn't quite know how to take his apostle wanting him to repair his relationship with her so he'd have a friend, but was even more surprised to learn the reason she disliked him so much to begin with. "It's not just that he destroyed his planet, it's that he destroyed all life on it too," she said awkwardly, deciding to fulfill at least that part of her obligation. I can kind of see that, I guess. Even if all of Myriad's believers became a part of him after, that doesn't mean every living thing did. Killing all life rather than letting it fall into enemy hands is pretty brutal. I've seen the way you hunt. You don't have much of a place to judge from," his god shot back. "That's not it," Hellori said, silencing them both as she drew a breath. "I don't suppose you know much about how life in the universe is generally split, do you?" I know we do it a lot by body type here. I'm a hominid type, which is one of the most common, but you also get plenty of crustacean types and bug types, and probably a lot more I'm not aware of. Wrong. That's how mortals break things down, but it's basically meaningless. Artifacts of convergent evolution and the modifications the gods make to their chosen races. I'm talking about on a deeper, biological level. He thought it looked like his god was beginning to understand where she was coming from, but Ben still wasn't getting it. My studies lean more towards material science and magic. Help me out and give me the answer, would you? Originally, the gods that first made their place on the world and built the system thought life could be split into two types. Beings based on carbon and those based on silicon, with a few races being the product of endosymbiosis between both sides, she explained, showing off just what made her a goddess of knowledge. It's an aspect that was well understood and defined by them, and it let the system be designed to facilitate breeding between radically different species, with the hope that such a thing would allow races to keep their personal differences to the side as they eventually intermingled enough to essentially become one singular race with enough diversity within it to survive anything, even without us at our old strength. He felt himself being pulled into the lesson, eager to learn something new and interesting. Then came the mana-based life forms, she continued. Creatures that didn't have physical bodies in the normal sense, those we never would have dreamed to exist before coming to this world. The system became a part of them as soon as they joined these lands, and it was originally not certain if they'd be able to be a part of that plan, but the system was built to be able to grow and adapt, and as you already know, we've just seen that it does in fact allow the mana base to become a part of this new, global species. And then we get to just what your god's race was. Were you something interesting? Ben couldn't help but ask. Of course I was. What sort of question is that? His was the most interesting, Hellori yelled. It was exciting enough to learn about the mana-based lifeforms for us. Myriad's people were something completely different. The only examples of mithril-based lifeforms in the known galaxy, at least as far as all present gods are concerned, as well as the few void ones we've spoken to. Possibly in all of reality, his world was the only one to give rise to something that was not only new, but to come from something as rare as a magic material as well. If he'd saved at least a specimen or two, it wouldn't be so annoying, but he didn't even have the forethought to do that. As her outburst ended, Ben looked to his god, questions on his mind. She's mostly right, though I was unaware at the time, Myriad explained. Usually only the void gods move through space freely, taking their races with them, so I simply didn't know. Of course, there's two things she's wrong about. While my race was mostly mithril, we did in fact have an endosymbiotic event of our own. To be specific, while our base cells were mithril, they contained organelles of both carbon and silicon that were instrumental in making such a difficult form of life exist. But second and more importantly, she's wrong that I didn't save any specimens. The way Hellori moved to Myriad as soon as he said those words was all but instantaneous as her mood completely flipped. No longer was she showing anything of the cold, angry, scared, or outraged faces she was before. Now it was one of nothing but open curiosity and excitement. What, where, how? She asked in a rapid fire as he gently floated away from her ever closer face. Inside of me. I kept a few cells the only place I knew they'd be safe, pulling them to this realm so that nothing could harm them. It's been a small dream of mine to take them to a new world in the event this one survives, as unlikely as that is to be, and to spare whatever faith I can to help them grow and proliferate until they reach the point that a diverse world of life exists, built on the remains of my old one. Ben never would have guessed his god had actual goals beyond simply getting more believers, so he wouldn't constantly feel so powerless and wasn't sure what to say to that, but Hellori couldn't have been more excited by the prospect. I'll accept the request of your apostle if you let me watch and help, she all but yelled, getting confusion from Myriad in return. What? Why? Because it's interesting, obviously. No god has ever directed the course of life on a world from a single cell. It's a project that could take millions of years. Even if you pour all of your spare faith into it, how could I reject something so unique? All right, if you're sure. Myriad was looking to Ben, unsure of how to take this as his apostle laughed from the side. He couldn't help it. The turn of events was too unexpected and entertaining. All right, I've agreed, so we're all good, Hellori told him, eager to focus on the more interesting topic, but switching back just long enough to focus on her obligations from agreeing. So let me know what questions you have and we'll get this over with. It was at that Ben felt his already wide smile grow all the more as she finally got to what he was really hoping to get out of this, with any extra faith for his god being a bonus. We really don't have to do this today. In fact, it would be impossible to do all of this today, he told her cheerfully, causing her some brief confusion. Wait, what do you mean? You agreed to answer all of my questions. We didn't put a cap or a time limit, and by God, do I end up with a lot of questions in life. I look forward to working with you, teacher. There was only so much his own god knew after all. As nice as it was to have Falk and Quillith around to help teach him things, Having a goddess of knowledge and magic at his disposal was perfect for finding out more on any topic he could want. He didn't intend to destroy her, but he was going to get the most from her he could. Despite the long night dealing with the issue that was Hellori's competition, Ben woke up feeling refreshed and energized. Not only had he won the contest, and presumably gained his god a new source of faith good enough that he'd move past the fact that Ben had agreed to it without his consent, but he could now count Hellori amongst his teachers. He was always working on doing his best to learn more, and he was already thinking of how he was going to put this new source of information to use. Let's see, obviously I'll be taking her from time to time while in Myriad's realm to answer any question he can, but there are other places I can use her too. I have so many freaking mind skills that I can devote myself to reading through a book at the same time that both she and Falk give me lessons. Heck, I could get Myriad to as well if he has anything useful for me. If I had all three focused on teaching me about plants, then couldn't I speed through my plant knowledge skill at an unbelievable rate? Maybe I should save that for if I ever take the scholar job though. Who knows how long it will be until I get out of my current one. I have plenty of time to figure this out. He was positively giddy as he prepared breakfast for both Falk and Thera, making up plates and knocking on their doors to draw them out to eat in the hallway with him. You seem to be in a good mood, boy, feeling that ready for today. His teacher asked in reference to the main reason they were there, the crafting competition, starting that day. Or did you actually manage to get a magic skill from whatever god you decided to compete against? Thera wanted to know, curious about how it had turned out. Well, I did win and I got her blessing, but no magic. Myriad was right in that regard, sadly. On the plus side, though, since she couldn't fulfill the promised reward I get to use, learn from her. Thera only shook her head as his teacher gave him a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. You know, boy, as much as I didn't want you when you first showed up in my shop, I'm going to miss you when one of the gods decides to throw your butt into the infinite hells. Not happening, he said as he brushed off his teacher's touch. Admittedly, Enith isn't a fan, but he can't just do that to another god's apostle willy-nilly. Hell, I'm pretty sure he couldn't even do it to one of his own believers without good reason. As for Hellori, she's fine with it. Sure, but one day you're going to manage to piss off the wrong one and things are going to go downhill fast, the Yeti said with a laugh. But let's not worry about that for now. Got everything packed? In a few bags, yes. Good, in that case let's start heading out. The streets were more packed than they had been on any of the previous days, and it was clear to see why. This was the start of the competition that brought him there, with plenty of people who'd gotten out earlier than they had already setting up their tables and displays as they tried to sell their wares while making something that would do well, at least for the regular part of the competition. Ben wouldn't be participating in that section though, instead devoting his efforts to a group that existed through invitation only. As they reached the sign-up desk, Falk handed over that very invitation, making clear in no uncertain terms that it would be Ben alone who participated for the shop. But are you sure, sir? The attendant asked nervously. He'll be the only person participating on an invitation that will be working without a team. Shouldn't you be helping your apprentice? From the way he was acting, Ben couldn't help but wonder if the attendant had been told to keep an eye out for that invitation, as well as the skills of the Yeti holding it, but Falk was having none of it. Neither of us could care less about winning. Since the opportunity came up, we're using this as his graduation exam. If he does well enough, then he's officially done being an apprentice. If you have an issue with that, then we can leave. Threatening to leave seemed to do the trick as the attendant directed them to a group of larger stands, their table clearly marked with a forge and other supplies already prepared by it for use as they made their way over, Ben joking with his teacher as they went. Just want you to know that even if I take home the gold, you aren't getting rid of me so easily. I'm going to steal every bit of knowledge you have, just you wait. Please, if I thought telling you that you're good enough to go off on your own would give me back my freedom, I'd have done it over a year ago. Just wanted to make sure I didn't have to explain why I'm not helping. He laughed as they got to the table and began setting up, pulling out the tools he'd made sure to bring as Falk set up a display for the items he'd prepared, making signs with their price to put beside them as he went, and leaving Ben's eyes to bulge as he caught a look. Oh damn, you're actually going to let me price these correctly? He asked as he gawked at what was written. You don't have to match my prices here, so we're going with proper market rates right now, or at least around them. You know damn well I can't have my apprentice selling things at a higher price when your items aren't as good in the shop. He could only sigh. He couldn't deny that something would look funny if the apprentice's stuff was selling for more than the teacher's, especially since it was obvious to anyone with the eyes for such things that Falk's items were superior to his own to a shocking degree. Well, whatever. And so what should I make then? He'd have to present an item he'd made over the course of the competition to be judged at the end, but a week was a long time to make anything. He didn't think he had any projects with Falk that he'd spent more than 2 or 3 days on, and even that was long for him. Unfortunately, his teacher couldn't give a concrete answer. Whatever you want, really. I'd say maybe spend the first day planning a bit and figuring things out, and then just do the best you can. You work fast, boy, but it would be interesting to see just what you could make if you took your time on making something perfect. Well, I'll do the best I can then, he said, not feeling the sort of direction he'd been hoping for. It was just so much time. He supposed he could make an item a day and submit the best one at the end to be judged, but his teacher was right. It would be a change of pace to take all the time he had and put it to just one thing. Well, it's not like you need to start immediately, the Yeti said with a laugh. Why don't you two look around for a bit? Maybe it will give you some ideas. I'll watch the table in case anyone wants to buy anything, but don't be gone for too long, okay? Sounds good, Uncle, Thera answered for him, excited to see everything the contest had to offer as much as he was. We'll be back soon. With that, she grabbed his hand, happy to see just what the contest held as she dragged him along. It's like they're trying to ruin my day. Ben complained after they finished wandering the streets filled with stands, each person holding a crafting type skill showing off what they'd made to the world. Thera patted his back, trying to reassure him as she had to any time he realized just how good the quality of his work had become. They're there, we still have to look through the tables that were specifically invited like you were, so cheer up. I'm sure they'll have something to catch your eye. I hope so at least. It just felt ridiculous. His items were only making it to rare still after all. Sure, Falk had told him early on how uncommon, ultra-rare, and legendary items were, but he still wanted to see more of them. If he only had his teacher to draw from then, he wouldn't grow as much as he knew he could, but from the way things seemed, the easiest way to see a few was to find a way to get his eyes on whatever different nations were hoarding. Not like that's easy either. Maybe I could visit a couple of the nations that want me because of the braces and subtly mention my interest in seeing any of their better items. I just need Myriad to mention to whatever believer he had there that I'd be visiting, and let that information, naturally, pass up to whoever would be interested. He tried to work the plans he could to take advantage of the other believers in his faith, only to lose focus as he got to the first set of the invited tables. With people coming from all over the world, he'd been able to see a variety of different races at work, even if they didn't leave him satisfied, and seeing as how the invitees were supposedly the best of the best amongst those without awakened skills, it wasn't surprising to see that they hailed from a variety of nations too, even if each table was mostly composed of the same race. There were the races he expected to see from what he had read of the various craftsmen of the world, and he stopped to introduce himself and chat with them all. The dwarven table was selling thick steel weapons and armor, able to take hits and deal damage by virtue of both the technique that went into them, along with their sheer weight. Gnomes whose items were more like trinkets, but the incredible skill behind the enchantments on them gave them effects he wouldn't consider, while a table of cyclops made what would look like knives to them but swords to someone Ben's size, as one of them imbued the hot metal with magic in a way he'd only read about due to the rarity of the skill, not enchanting with whatever magic they possessed, but bestowing its effects. At least that was what he thought as he ran up to ask, "Excuse me." He called out, waving excitedly to get their attention when they were done, and getting a confused look from the one-eyed giant. "Am I right in thinking you're a bestower?" The man looked surprised at first before breaking into a happy grin. "You recognize the skill, do you? Well, you're absolutely right." The excitement of meeting someone with such a rare skill filled him to the extreme. It was similar to enchanting, but instead of doing anything complex, it allowed the user to make a spell a part of the metal in an almost permanent way. There was no known way for one to acquire it through training or effort. It was a skill that was gained by certain mages and craftsmen seemingly randomly if they got it, or else either being born with it as their blessed skill, or receiving it as the bonus skill that comes with awakening something, usually enchanting or a different magic skill. Oh God, if I can awaken my enchanting and get it, that would be so freaking cool, and I'm getting close and God, I want it. Failing that, maybe I could pay Xandal to get it and then learn it from him. That's a pretty good workaround, right? It would be great as long as I could use it with Connect, but if not, I'm just out some money, it might be worth the risk. Well, it's great to meet you, I'm Ben. He introduced himself, wanting to ask a million questions. Can I ask you some things about it? Did you gain it yourself or was it blessed? Does it affect enchanting the item after in any way? What's the mana cost like? Oh, more importantly, what magics do you have that you use it with? Wait, before anything else, I should probably say I'm your competition, and I really don't want you to think that this is me trying to get some unfair info about you right now. I'm just really curious, and if you don't want to tell me right now, I get it, but then would you want to talk after about it? Ha, whoa now, I don't mind at all, do you fellas? He called back to his teammates, getting a round of no's as he did. A love of making is a wonderful thing, and the fact that you could recognize the skill on sight is flattering enough as it is. Sit a while if you have the time. I don't mind answering a question or two on the first day. He happily took the offer as Thera sat with him, listening with her own curiosity. It seemed that items bestowed with magic, rather than enchanted, could still be enchanted on, without giving up any space or weakening the item, meaning that even though bestowal allowed for far less complexity, if a competent enchanter got to an item after it could be made significantly more powerful, making Ben want the skill more and more. Oh please, you great and mighty system on my soul, since you won't let me have any magic, at least let me get this somehow. It would be super cool. After talking a bit longer and promising to stop by to chat again, they moved on to greet the last few tables, home to the less expected races participating. First seeing a table of goblins, a race he knew had a complicated history in a similar way that elves did, since there was the standard variant, as well as hobgoblins, with their table filled with items using materials in unconventional ways to surprisingly good results. He stopped to ask why they made some of the choices they did, while also seeing some familiarity to the work, a touch of it seeming to make it to how his teacher chose what to put in an item. That left the last two tables, the only two that were of mixed races. The first of which was a team of sentient ant people working with two hecatoncheir, a race that looked similar to the Apostle Zandil, whose whole body was a mass of tentacles, only instead they were a mass of arms, with every other one having a very human-looking face on it. It seemed the team-up was to allow each species to play to their strengths, the ant people shaping items, not through the heat of the forge but instead using their earth magic, while the hecatoncheir did the finer work of refining any areas on the items the level of magic couldn't handle, as well as applying the enchantments. For the last table, Ben couldn't be certain if they were all truly members of a different race, or instead just part of a race with significant levels of diversity, but each member appeared to be an octopus, or at least creatures with similar body plans. They varied in size, color, and number of limbs, and not one seemed to have a problem on land the way he would expect from looking at them. He had absolutely no idea what they were making as he stared at them while they worked, seeing some sort of magic trapped within crystal balls, but unable to decipher their finer points. After going to the trouble of saying hello and introducing himself as a friendly competitor, he couldn't help but probe them with questions too, getting a surprising answer. Each one is a carefully created feeling, they explained cheerfully, cluing Ben into the fact that at the very least, dark magic was involved. Feel free to touch one and run some mana through it, you'll get the idea. He did exactly as suggested, picking one at random instead of learning what it was ahead of time, and passed some of his mana through it, feeling barely any change, but what he did was familiar. Not the strongest effect, is it? Though my dark resistance is way too high, so that could be the reason, he thought aloud, intrigued nonetheless as the octopus chuckled. Well, we've enhanced it with empathy magic, so your resistances couldn't be doing too much with something non-affinity making up the base of it. If it's a feeling you're used to it doesn't stand out as much, I might suggest trying another. Sure, in that case, how can I tell what feeling it's supposed to be ahead of time? We inscribe the feelings on the bottom. Give it a look. He flipped it over to read it as Thera tried to peek over his shoulder, only for him to flip it back fractions of a second after to keep her from seeing the words, Young Love, carved into its bottom. Hey, what was it? She asked in curiosity, drawing another laugh from the octopus. Why don't you try it out yourself and find out? See if you're as used to the feeling as your companion. I'd love to, but it would break if I did, she said, sounding disappointed. My mana control is pretty rough on things like this. Well, why don't you recommend one for us? Ben asked the clerk, trying to draw attention away from the one he'd grabbed. I can stick a few sacrificial enchantments on it so you can use it, Thera. In that case, I would suggest a pleasant memory. It typically creates good results, but I'll give you a discount if you show me whatever enchantment you're adding to it. Deal. He tapped his card and transferred the funds before picking up the suggested crystal ball and running his mana through it, feeling the exact emotion described. It was the sort of warmth that came with thinking of his home and family, only without the crushing sadness that came with the knowledge he'd never see them again. After experiencing the effect himself, he began modifying the enchantment for it, explaining sacrificial enchantments as he went, and how they could be used to keep other enchantments from breaking if too much mana was passed through them, gaining not only the close attention of all of the other octopi at the table, but also the table of ant people and hecatoncheir as well. Once he was done, he handed it to her to try, and though she was cloaked, the smile could be heard on her voice. Well, that's lovely. Isn't it though? The octopus said cheerfully. Why not get your companion to modify the other one he tried for you too, see how it turns out? Thera could see he was doing his best to avoid whatever the first one he'd touched was, provoking her curiosity. What was the other one? Come on, don't go keeping secrets from me. It was experiencing good company. Since I'm with you, I'm obviously in good company, and if you felt anything from it, you'd be breaking my heart, he joked, a statement she could immediately tell was a lie as she decided to drop the matter for the time being while making a note to go back and ask later. You're obviously good company, Ben. I wouldn't have come all the way out here if you weren't. So you would have stuck in Stonewall's heat wave, he teased. Well, even if there wasn't a heat wave, I would have come, she told him, giving his hand a squeeze as they both got back to the table, seeing Falk talking with two unexpected visitors when they did. Well, this is a bit unexpected, Ben said as he found himself being hugged by two familiar faces, namely his old friends Steph and Will. When we heard this was happening, we figured we might be able to find you here. Will told him as Steph went to give Thera a hug as well, being expertly avoided despite the amulet he'd made last time hanging around her neck. Gotta say though, I didn't expect you to be one of the guests of honor. Well, technically my teacher is. I'm just taking his place because he doesn't want to deal with it. And I appreciate it, the Yeti said as he ruffled his hair and walked off with a wave. I'm going to go chat with the goblins for a bit. Try not to get into any trouble while I'm not watching you. When do I ever get into trouble? He called back, seeing Thera grab her face from the nerve of him asking something like that in the corner of his eye. You literally got into trouble the moment we got here, she told him dryly, drawing looks from his other two friends. Oh my god, Ben, what happened this time? Steph asked as he gave an awkward chuckle. Why don't we chat while I work a bit? Speaking of, Steph, I see you're wearing the cloak I helped make. Hand it over and I'll redo the enchantments on it. He told her as he pulled out some of his rings from his bag and gave the broadest of details of what had happened since they'd seen one another last, doing his best not to say anything that would be too worrying as he did while they caught him up as well. So aside from taking the trial you suggested, which I really would have liked more warning about 'cause it sucked, all of our time since has been devoted to our training, Will explained. The good news though is that we can say we're finally fully competent using our awakened skills. Just took longer than either of us would have liked to get to that point. Well, glad to see things have been going well. I would have told you more if I could have, but I think I was only at the first level of sacrilege at the time. It was hard enough to tell you what I did. Myriad, they're obviously hiding the more worrying bits from me the way I am from them. There's no way their training hasn't left them putting their lives on the line to grow stronger. That reminds me, I should make them some better items if I can. Gotta know what sort of things they usually wear when off facing whatever life-threatening disasters heroes have to go up against. He was going to rebuke his god, but Steph called out, commenting on what he'd said. Wait, at the time, what level are you now? Don't worry about it, he told her, brushing it off with his better news. Instead, focus on the fact that you're looking at someone with level 8 enchanting and level 9 crafting. What? Steph yelled, before taking a far quieter tone. Ben, we've only been on this planet for 2.5 years. How did you gain so many levels? I've just made it a very productive time, he said with a shrug. I probably had it easier since I didn't need to adapt to my skills at all. They were all weak enough that I could train in earnest from the moment I learned how to use them. Will scoffed. Ben, if it was that easy then you'd see significantly more 9th level skill holders. Hell, you'd see more awakened skill holders too. What can I say? I like what I do. That's not even mentioning how weird your minds become, Thera said, creating more curious looks that led to both of them wanting to try connecting to him to see and experience the change, Steph looking queasy after and Will swearing up a storm. Dude, what the hell is happening in your head? A side effect of two mind skills synergizing. I wouldn't worry about it too much, he told them, trying to brush it off. I usually hide all but one of them when I connect with people, but I figured I'd give you a taste of the full thing. What do you say? I learned how to make items that can carry mind effects. If you want some, I personally find having 10 available to me to be pretty handy. Hard pass. I feel like I'd go insane if I was to use something like that, Steph said as Thera laughed. Most people just barf if they wear it too long. I thought I was going to the one time he got me to try. Man, I'm never going to sell any of the stock at the shop, am I? He muttered in the face of them all, shooting down his offer. Even if it took a bit to get used to, there was no denying it was handy. They were all just being too judgy. So we'll scratch that from the list of potential items to make them. Fine, they don't deserve something as handy as extra minds. I'll make them something boring like new weapons or armor. Anyway, how long are you guys going to be here for? He asked them. Admittedly, I'm going to be pretty busy, but it would be great if you'd stick around to see the results. Maybe I could treat you to some good old-fashioned earth cooking too. We live in a city with a gate, so we'll keep popping through, Steph agreed excitedly. When we visited Analia and saw Carly, we had the spaghetti recipe you created. I didn't think I'd ever get to enjoy that again. Well, I made a few different ones since and have ideas for more. We'll have to make a night of it, see just how good all of my recipes stack up against your memories. Sounds like a plan. They all continued to chat as the day passed, and Ben made the occasional sale. It seemed they had managed to get the week of the contest off from their training given how well they'd been doing, and were planning on spending most days in all faith. Steph especially seemed keen to spend more time with Thera, a fact the cloaked girl didn't quite know how to handle, but tried to be open to regardless. They had gone through a pretty significant experience together after all, and she thought Steph was nice enough, so she cautiously accepted her conversation. It was as Ben was looking into the crowd, discussing ideas for what he might make with the other three, and making notes that he managed to see two more familiar faces. People he hadn't seen since he first arrived on the world, two more humans that even if he hadn't been particularly close to, he couldn't help but be excited to see as he called out to them, drawing their attention as he did. "Hey, Amy and Jake, it's been a while." The two had been walking arm in arm, enjoying the festive feeling of the contest as they browsed what was available, but whipped around to his as they heard their names, seeing not only Ben, but Steph and Will cheerfully waving to them, happy to have run into members of their own species after so long, and getting them to rush over in excitement as hugs were exchanged, while Thera watched from the side. "We thought we might see a couple classmates here, but we didn't expect one to be participating," Jake said with a laugh as he looked at what side of the table Ben was on. "Especially for the invitee section," Amy told them, looking surprised. "How did you manage that?" Well, my teacher was the one who was invited. He just really didn't want to," Ben explained. "But how are you guys, living your best otherworldly life?" Well, Jake is at least," Amy told them as she shot her companion a look that carried none of the cheer they seemed to have while walking together. "Sounds like you are too, though, Ben. Rumors going around you're married to a big shot." At that, Ben put an arm around Thera's shoulders, giving his widest smile and keeping her from slinking away. "Yet this is my lovely bride-to-be, Thera." Hello," she awkwardly told them, wishing to leave. "Ignore him, that whole thing is a sham." "Is every human we meet going to bring it up?" Probably, Jake told them as he extended a hand to her, a greeting she backed away from. "Sorry, I can't touch people." No worries. We know someone who can't talk to people because of their culture. She can't touch you because she's a succubus, you idiot," Amy sighed. "Did you not pay attention at all when we got the news? That was over a year ago. Cut me some slack," he told her before switching back to Ben, his eyes almost glowing with excitement. "More importantly, you're marrying a succubus. Dude, jealous." The comment got him a swift elbow to the ribs from Amy, making Will laugh as Steph shot her a sympathetic look. "Well, like Thera said, it's a bit of a sham," Ben explained. "I was kind of tricked into proposing at a time she couldn't decline. Worked out for me, though. The in-laws are good to me," he chuckled, getting a comparatively lighter elbow from Thera. "If you keep getting their help, eventually they'll really force you to marry me," she sighed. "Hey, if it happens, it happens. You'll just have to put up with me for my short human life." "Well, at least not that short, right?" Jake told him cheerfully, getting another sharp elbow from Amy as she hissed at him through gritted teeth. "Are you seriously saying that to the only one of us without awakened skills, you moron?" His eyes opened wide in horror as both Steph and Will looked to the side, feeling uncomfortable as Ben had no clue what anyone was talking about. "Shit, sorry man, my bad." No problem, I guess," he said before asking the obvious question. "But what does my lifespan have to do with not having an awakened skill?" This time everyone looked uncomfortable, with even Thera seeming to tense beneath her hood. They all knew he didn't have one, but what they had been unaware of was that he apparently didn't understand all of the changes that awakening a skill did to a person. It was Thera who spoke up as the others looked into one another's eyes, trying to see which among them would have the uncomfortable task of telling him what he was the sole person from their class to miss out on. "Ben, awakening a skill doesn't just make you better at the skill," she explained, choosing her words carefully. "It can change you on a deeper, fundamental level. One of the effects being that it slows down your aging, with the first time awakening a skill increasing your base remaining lifespan by about 50%. He wasn't even surprised to hear it. All he could do was sigh as she explained it to him. "Yeah, sure, I might as well also die faster than anyone else I came to this planet with. That seems to line up with my luck. So if a person was able to keep awakening their skills, would they be immortal? I feel like I would have at least heard about that if it was the case. No, the increase is halved each time. A person would never manage to last longer than double their remaining lifespan." Sorry man," Jake said again as Ben was pinching his brow. "No, don't worry about it," Ben waved him off. "It's my own fault I didn't know this. I should have actually taken the time to learn about awakened skills while I was at the church." He'd read plenty of books on awakened magics at this point, but none of them had delved into the topic of what happens when the skill awakens, instead focusing on what can be done with it after based on a variety of factors and just what it awakens into. The fact that he didn't know may have been because he hadn't been in a good place to learn about it at the time, but it was a hole in his knowledge he was going to have to get Myriad to help fill later when it wouldn't bring down the mood of everyone around him. So what have you all been up to since our untimely deaths?" Will asked, unsubtly changing the topic to everyone's gratitude. "We've been busy with our training, and Ben's been working on his skill the best he can when he isn't trying to give Steph a panic attack with his letters." "Hey, what am I doing that's so bad?" he yelled in his defense, getting a tired look from Steph. "The stuff you feel comfortable telling me is horrifying enough that I'm not sure I want to know whatever you're obviously hiding. Come on, we've all been on this planet for a while, guys. We've all seen our fair share of life and death situations." Jake and Amy shot Will a questioning look, to which he only gave an affirming nod before getting back on track. "Anyway, we haven't heard much about you guys. Come on, share some details." "Probably the same as the rest of you," Amy began. "Just training. I have a bunch of combat teachers who help me while Jake works on his magic. Oh, what magic skills do you have? Thera asked, overcome with curiosity now that the topic was on one that held her interest and getting a wide smile for the question. All of them. Steph and Will seemed like they were already aware, but Ben and Thera were shocked as they both tried to put together just what he meant by that. There was a hard limit of 5 for the number of blessed skills a person could be born with, and with 10 affinities of magic that made it impossible, except for one skill that allowed an exception. Does that mean you have the archmagic skill? Ben asked, curiosity stripping away his discomfort from the prior conversation as he got a nod of confirmation. The magic skill was one that a person could be born with if they happened to have a decent affinity with all types of magic, and since Jake had come to the world with awakened ones, that meant he had to have the higher form of it. Not only would he be able to use the skill for any of the standard magics, he'd be able to easily use spells for any combined ones on top of that. Not only the archmagic skill, but the non-affinity magic skill as well. Ben could only let out a low, impressed whistle as Thera was stunned silent. Not only did his old classmate have an extremely rare skill that let him use all affinitied magics, he had an even rarer one that let him use all non-affinitied magics too. Damn man, sounds like you won the jackpot. Don't tell me you're the most important summoned hero on the planet or something. More like the 6th, he said bashfully as he scratched his head. You actually know the most important one, but pretty much anyone who arrived with a skill at the 3rd tier is considered more important than me. He's probably getting the most resources put into him though, Amy told them. Since nobody expects a 3rd tier skill holder to level up at all, he's viewed as a priority to get as high as possible. If only he thought a bit more, maybe they'd see some proper payoff. Wait, back up, some people arrived with skills at the 3rd tier, Ben asked in surprise. It was a lot to take in. He knew everyone that was summoned was powerful, at least more so than he was, but he at least understood how rare a 3rd tier skill user was. It was possible that the number of them on the planet doubled as a result of the hero summoning. Man, you didn't learn too much about the rest of the groups, huh? Jake asked before doubling over from the force of Amy's elbow. And you don't know how to think before you speak, she told him as he used some healing magic on himself. I swear he obviously had some more important things going on at the time. Ha, it's no problem, really, Ben said in the other man's defense, feeling a little bad to watch the display. Admittedly, I wasn't in the best place at the time, but I really do need to learn some of this stuff. No, if Amy doesn't do this, then I might say something I really shouldn't around someone I shouldn't, he said as he waved off Ben's concern. If it wasn't her, it would be my teachers, and they're a lot less gentle. The talk of teachers managed to draw Thera's attention all of the more. When you say teachers, you wouldn't happen to mean the archmage and the non-affinity mage, yeah. It's not as great as it sounds. Also the occasional lesson from the soul mage, but that's not as often. Except for the soul mage, the others were more people Ben knew nothing about, but at the very least he was able to pick up that they were big shots from the context. If Jake really was having the most resources put into his training of any summoned, then they had to be impressive, all the more so if they each had one of the same awakened skills that he did. The rest continued to pester him with questions for a while, curious about what sort of training Jake was going through, as Steph pulled the conversation back to a more general topic. Anyway, what brings you guys here? She asked, curious about how long they'd be able to see them. We came because we thought we might be able to see Ben, but did you guys just come for some sightseeing? We actually live in town, Amy answered with a bit of defeat in her voice. I've been trying to find a weapon that suits me for a while now, and since this contest is on, we decided to do a walk around to see if anything manages to catch my eye. What's giving you trouble with finding a weapon? Ben asked now that the conversation was focusing on his area of expertise. I'd think that you'd be able to get a lot of countries to open their vaults to you. Are you just not seeing anything cool enough? MMH suffering from choice, she admitted as Jake began fiddling with some of the weapons Ben had out to sell. A few of the skills I came with were weapons mastery, high all-affinity augmentation, and high non-affinity augmentation. I don't want to be in a place where I could use one weapon but need another, and then there's finding something that could handle the full range of my augmentations as well. Interesting, he thought to himself as he felt his eyes light up. He hadn't known how to spend an entire week on making something, but it felt like an interesting challenge had fallen directly into his lap as he probed further. I'm pretty well read in skills, but I have to admit I've only heard of your weapons mastery. I didn't even know non-affinity magics could work as an augmentation, or that there was an archmagic version of the skill. Apparently I'm the first to get them, she admitted, not wanting to create any awkward situations like Jake had. The issue is that since all of my skills are so broad, it can make deciding tough. I'll say, what sort of weapon do you make someone that can do anything? You'd want to play to her strengths, but with so many there's the chance of missing out on something. Maybe just fill a spatial bag with good quality weapons and let her go wild. I mean, if you got a good enough bag with enough space, you could let her just keep pulling them again and again, but that would be pretty wasteful, and you'd need to either collect any you dropped as you changed them, or else keep buying new ones. Of course, that shouldn't be a problem for her, but it still doesn't feel convenient either. As he let himself fall into the problem, thinking on just how he would go about trying to make her an item or items that would let her take advantage of the full range of her abilities, he couldn't help but become more and more excited. This was a challenge, something he could sink days into trying to solve. All right, tell you what, he said confidently. If you'd be willing to let me borrow all of Jake's teachers for a day, I'll make you something good. I promise it will be worth your while. She didn't know what to say, with the main issue being that she didn't know how to decline without being rude. She'd got to see a lot of weapons since coming to the world, with a lot of people making some for her specifically. Even coming to see the people participating in the contest was more of an unlikely hope. Even if she felt bad for him, she couldn't depend on someone who only had a level 1 crafting skill when they arrived. They needed someone who had years of experience behind them. It was Jake who took the task of letting him down gently from her, though not in a way she expected. Deal, he said, holding out a hand that Ben shook, but only if she's satisfied with the final product. If she's not, then I can't help you. My teachers are busy people after all. Fair enough, I'll do my best to impress, he said happily, already thinking on just what he would make and what he would ask if he managed to make something good enough. Masters of Affinitied Magic, Non-Affinitied Magic, and Soul Magic, huh? Just you wait, Enux, I'm on the right track to getting you a new body far ahead of schedule if they can help refine any of my plans and theories. How exactly are you going to explain this to them? Amy muttered to him as Jake shrugged her off. I'm sure they'll understand. Anyway, looks like they're nearby. How would you guys like to meet my teachers, as well as the most important summoned hero on the planet? He said happily, waving to a group of 3 in the distance, drawing everyone's eyes to them. Each was a member of a different race, with Ben assuming the youngest one was the other summoned hero. Having a human shape, Ben didn't have a point of reference to compare the girl against. Her sky-blue skin twinkled in the sunlight, seeming to imply it was covered in tiny, jewel-like scales, while both her eyes and hair were similar to Thera's, being the same solid color, only silver instead of gold. The other 2 had to be some of Jake's teachers, not that Ben could tell who was who. Also hominid types, they both appeared to be in their 30s, despite how useless of a judgment that was for races that aged at different rates and might live for hundreds of years. The first of the 2 also had blue skin, but of a much darker shade, as well as a black mane of hair running down her back and feet that seemed to be backwards, at least from his perspective. The other one appeared to be a short human woman for all intents and purposes, except for their ears, which would put any elephant to shame, hanging to their side like a cloak and swaying as they walked. Amy seemed annoyed by their appearance, but Ben paid his old classmate no mind, instead focusing on each of them, trying to decipher from any visual clues what they all might specialize in, only for the younger girl to stop as she looked them all over herself, seeming to focus on Ben in a panic before pulling the other blue woman's ear to her mouth, a frown forming on her face with whatever was being said. Myriad, you around, buddy? I'm getting a bit of a bad feeling, and I sure would like someone with some mind reading nearby to either warn me or put me at ease. Unfortunately for him, his god was silent as the woman acted. In a flash she appeared before him, throwing both Jake and Amy to the side as the earth sprung up around him, encasing his body in stone and trapping him, giving only just enough space to breathe. The festive atmosphere around them fell silent as people who saw what happened ran in a panic, some away, but others forward as the other contestants he'd spent the first few hours chatting with grabbed their weapons from their tables, jumping forward as they saw him be attacked. What are you? The woman hissed at him, earthen spikes emerging from the stone that trapped him and pressing into his neck before anyone that looked like they were coming to his aid could reach. Anyone but Falk. In a flash far faster than Ben would ever expect the Yeti could move, he'd grabbed one of the sword-sized knives from the table of the Cyclops and had it pressed against the woman's throat as the words left her mouth, a mana so black wrapping the weapon as his teacher covered it with his magic that it didn't matter that Ben's mana sense wasn't aligned with detecting death spells. He was sure anyone could see it. She cast a quick glance to the side, seeing who had been able to go for an attack before she could react, and her eyes briefly widened in shock. Aren't you? Falk confirmed, not letting her get another word out. And if you want to harm my apprentice archmage, then first you'll have to deal with me. I was warned about some troubling details of his status. I have to ensure the security of the ones I look after. As do I, and the details of the boy's status are his own business, he growled before turning his attention to the girl who'd spoken in her ear that seemed to cause it all, prompting Jake to rush in front of her as she trembled in the giant man's angry gaze. Just as mine are, so keep whatever those eyes see to yourself, little soul mage, and we won't have any trouble. Soul mage. Even in the situation he found himself in, Ben couldn't help but pick up on the word. Is she actually the soul mage, and the one with the ears is the other worlder? I mean, it's possible, but what if? He hadn't been told just what made the third-tier skill user they knew so important, but if she really was a soul mage then that would explain it. He'd already been told just how important they were. If the world suddenly had two, then of course she was important. Even better, on top of that, she seemed to have an analysis skill. Whatever she was, Jake and Amy backed away with the girl, unsure what was going on, while neither his teacher nor the archmage backed down. It was Thera who freed him in the end, doing something unexpected. She subtly touched the stone binding him and passed as much mana through it as she could, treating it as if it were a staff and making it crumble to dust in her touch. The moment he was free, both people seemed to want to act as the other craftsmen held their weapons at the ready, not sure what was going on as Ben called out, trying to calm things down. Whoa, 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 let's all be cool here. There's no reason we can't talk about what she saw that's giving you issues, he said, trying to show a level of cooperation to lower the tension. If I had to guess, you're worried about my little partial body skill, my skill, or my enemy title, right? He asked as he tried to keep it vague. His god had warned him early on that such things could create a dangerously bad impression if people knew about them, and it looked like he was right. The archmage looked to his teacher as he edged the knife away, revealing a long, dark cut on her neck that she began to heal as she spoke to him. Very well, let's hear the reason. He let out a sigh of relief as tensions lowered a little as he spoke. My partial body skill is the result of an organ transplant to save my life in the middle of the woods. Many people can verify this, including 3 with me. As for the other 2, well, that's kind of a result of treating beings like my enemy as people. How could treating them as people possibly get you a title or a skill like that? She demanded, mercifully respecting his desire to keep them to himself and not saying what they are. Well, when a person important to my enemy tried to murder me in cold blood, I made sure he and nobody associated with him would be dumb enough to try that again. This is another thing that can be verified by both my lovely teacher, as well as the current queen of Analia. This was technically a lie. The only ones that would truly be able to verify it was the gods and the Church of Enith, but he threw out names that he was sure would speak for him, with Falk verifying what was said immediately. Yulil, I'm not sure what Yuzu saw, but I swear he's not a bad dude, Jake said in his defense as Amy agreed with him, and she backed down just as Templars began making their way to the scene, finally making the archmage lower her guard. Very well, it seems I'd acted rashly. I will explain the situation, she said before walking off like nothing had happened, the long-eared woman following behind and complaining about her rash actions the entire time. I didn't either, glad it worked out. Boy, I swear I told you not to get into any trouble, Falk told him as he shook his head. I wasn't even gone that long. Hey, this is basically not my fault, he said in his defense. I can't help what skills I have, mostly. The Yeti didn't look convinced as he looked to the Templars not far off. All right, well, I'm going to go make sure those 2 don't try to embellish anything about what happened. Think you can keep anyone from wanting to kill you if I leave you alone for 5 minutes? Soft maybe. As his teacher walked away, grumbling about having to deal with even more stress, Amy, Jake, and their friend turned to him, looking deeply uncomfortable about what just happened. Gotta say, you handle being attacked unusually calmly, Amy said with an awkward laugh, wondering just what skills and title he had to get that sort of reaction. Hey, we've all been on this world for over 2 years now. If I've been attacked once or twice or thrice or 10 times, well, either way I'm pretty used to it, and since she didn't immediately go for the kill, it's not so bad. I can only imagine what the rest of you are dealing with since you're acting as your nation's heroes. The 3 of them all looked to Steph, and Will before turning to Thera, trying to get some sort of confirmation that he was serious, and getting exhausted nods all around. So, what skills do you have exactly that got that sort of reaction? Jake asked, unable to hide his curiosity about what could be so bad for his teacher to almost murder a former classmate, as the blue girl beside him leaned up and whispered in his ear. Also, Yuzu says sorry. No worries, and you know this and that, he said with no intention of answering in public given how things had just turned out, and assumed they'd be told later anyway before directing his attention to the soul mage before him. More importantly, you have an awakened analysis skill. Oh man, I have so many questions for you, he said, his eyes gleaming as he leaned towards her, making her pull back in fear and resulting in Amy standing in front of her. She doesn't. Soul mages are able to see the information on the soul, including a person's status, but they can't interact with the system itself. Wait, so I can't ask about any of my titles? Freaking lame. He thought he'd finally found a way to get a bit more information on the ones he had given that he had no clue what effects they had, but it looked like that would still be a distant dream. Hold it, titles plural, Jake asked as he picked up on what he'd said. How many of them do you have? A couple, you know how it is, he again told them vaguely. In that case, you mind if I ask you some questions about soul magic then Yuzu? I've got a lot I want to know, and there doesn't seem to be many detailed books on the topic. She looked unsure, turning to both Jake and Amy for help, the latter of whom stepped forward to speak for her. If you make her a list, she can write out whatever answers she knows for you later, but for cultural reasons she can't speak to men. Seems like she was talking to Jake just fine, Until they're officially married, she can only talk to Jake, Amy explained as she pinched her brow in annoyance. Don't ask me why, the opposite is true of the men on her world as well. And yes, it's as inconvenient as it sounds. Jake laughed uncomfortably at the reveal as the other three humans' jaws dropped, with Thera unsure enough of human culture to understand the issue as they all looked to Amy, question clear in their eyes since they'd seen the two of them walking arm in arm earlier through the crowd. Yes, I'm seeing him too, she said with a sigh. It's complicated. I'll bet, Will said, staring into Jake. Okay, Ben, when you're done it looks like the three of us are having a guy's night. We are definitely talking about this. Oh, then the four of us can have a girl's night, Steph said excitedly, with two of the three other women seeming to want to escape immediately before she continued talking. It really is so hard to make friends when everyone around knows that you came from another world and have an awakened skill. It would be so nice to be able to have the chance to hang out and talk and just feel normal for a while. Thera looked to Ben, all but crying for help under her hood as he shot her a grin. Sounds like fun. I'll make up some amulets for you guys so there's nothing to worry about. You're the best, Ben, Steph beamed at him as he laughed. Even if Thera was feeling shy about it, he didn't like hearing that Steph was feeling lonely. If the two could become closer, that would be great, and since they already knew each other from their demon hunt, he didn't think it would be that bad. As for Jake, Amy, and Yuzu, they could see that they weren't getting out of it and agreed to meet up at the table as things closed for the day before walking off to meet Jake's teachers, leaving the rest of them alone for the time being. Well, Ben began, seeing all of them dealing with very different emotions from all that just happened. This was definitely one way to start things today. Did you really need to attack him in the middle of a fucking crowd? The non-affinitied mage Vasta complained to Ulil as they and the other three walked through the streets together after sorting things out with the Templars. Is it so hard to talk to someone before you go in for a fight? If you thought there was a risk of danger, you could have gone ahead and pulled them away to ask first. These three are in my care. It's my job to ensure their safety for as long as that's true, she said, brushing off the complaint. As if you didn't create more trouble for everyone over what turned out to be nothing. He's not the first person in the world to get a questionable skill or title, and he won't be the last. You can't just attack people for it. So what did he have that was so bad anyway? Amy asked the question she and Jake were dying to know. It must have been pretty intense. Yuzu leaned in, opening her mouth to answer in a way that none in their surroundings would hear her voice as Vasta pulled her away. Don't, she said sternly. I've warned you plenty that peeking into other people's statuses would get you in trouble eventually, and now look what happened. Not to mention the boy's teacher. Was that who I think it is? Seems so, Ulil said, not meeting the other mage's eyes as she let out a groan. Yuzu, if you saw his status as well, you keep that to yourself to your dying day. He's intensely private about it like a lot of people are, and getting on his bad side could cause all sorts of trouble for us. That goes the same for the boy. I don't care how curious you all are. If I find out you've told them whatever you saw, then none of you are getting off easy. If you're his friends, then get him to tell you himself. Having all been on her bad side before, none of them wanted to see just how poorly they'd get off and let the matter drop if it was as serious as she seemed to believe, though at the same time Jake spoke up. So, by the way, he's going to try to make a weapon for Amy, and if she likes it, I told him that both of you and Elvat would spend a day answering some questions for him as payment. Why would you do that, though? Vasta asked as she held her face, with Yulia looking just as annoyed to learn she'd been volunteered for something. Don't worry, Amy told them, trying to keep them calm while cursing Jake for bringing that up while they were already in a bad mood. He came to the world with skills at only level 0 and 1. There's no way he'll make something I'd be satisfied with. I wouldn't be so sure, Jake said, his eyes shining. And what makes you so confident? Amy asked. Cause, unlike any of you, I actually looked at his items. Thera did her best to suppress a headache as she let herself be dragged around the competition grounds by Steph. It was only the first day of it and somebody had already attacked Ben, and an extremely powerful person at that. As much as she liked to tease him about his poor luck, that really was too much. Still, Uncle and Will are going to be with him for the rest of the day. It's fine. He doesn't need me to babysit him, no matter how much I want to. As things had calmed down and the plans to meet up with the others later had been made, Steph had insisted on going around to look at everything with her again, something Ben seemed to approve of, as well since he didn't do anything to help as soon as the other girl got her hands on her. I guess all humans really are very touchy. The way that both she and Ben insisted on grabbing onto her as they went around seemed to make it clear enough, not to mention the fact that they immediately greeted the other two with a hug as soon as they saw them. She supposed her own race was similar, though on a lesser scale, but she didn't particularly mind. Having gone her whole life not being able to touch any, but a handful of people had left her used to a certain level of distance, but it wasn't like she wanted it to exist, and was more likely than not the reason she didn't resist the touch of those she knew would be unaffected. So anything else you want to see, Thera? Steph asked, pulling her from her thoughts. I think most of the stalls are going to more or less start closing soon. Maybe we could grab a quick bite. Are we going to eat with the other two? I'm not really sure what's happening there. Ah, good question. I guess we'll have to decide when we meet up, but it doesn't hurt to put it off a bit and ask them when we see them. In that case, did you want to meet up with Ben and Will for a bit? Even as she put the offer out, Thera was able to pick up on the fact that Steph was far less excited about that option, and Thera didn't dislike the girl so much to take it. She was with Ben all of the time, and Steph was presumably almost always with Will. Combined with the fact that she'd straight up said she hadn't been able to make friends since coming to the world because of the difference in her status to those around her, she decided to keep things going just a little longer. After all, despite how uncomfortable their first meeting had been, since then Steph had been nothing but friendly and had even helped her train to get her life magic in the forest, a fact that probably contributed to her being able to keep Ben alive. Beyond all that, though, it wasn't like she was against the thought of developing their friendship. It was just that she wasn't good at it, but with the hope of being able to go without her cloak in the next few years, she wouldn't mind working a bit more on her people skills with someone who seemed like she'd be patient with her as she did. Well, if you don't mind, there is one more place I would like to see first, she said, taking the lead this time as she dragged Steph to one of the tables she and Ben had already been to, much to the other girls' delight. As much as Steph was enjoying their time together, without Thera taking any initiative, it felt like she was just forcing her companionship on her. By taking an active role in the decision-making, it felt more like they were truly hanging out. After a while of weaving through the slowly dying crowds, they made it to exactly where she wanted to be. The last table they went to last time, staffed by various races with similar octopod body types, where the person running the table met her with a wave of a tentacle. "Haha, I thought you'd be back," he said cheerfully. "Curiosity got the better of you." Yeah, you could say that, but I thought my friend here would also be interested," Thera explained, ignoring the way Steph lit up as she called her a friend. "So any chance you still have that one? Or would you just tell me what it is if you remember? Honestly, I'm just super curious." Not only did I save it, but I used it as a little test for the enchantment your friend showed us. You're free to find out what it is, but only if you use it first and let me know if you feel anything from it." "Sure, I guess that's fine," she said, not really understanding the point. "Just don't blame me if you made the enchantment wrong and the entire thing breaks. I really can't stress how bad my mana control is. These are the risks we take to entertain ourselves," he said, shrugging his many tentacles before he put the crystal ball on the table for her to touch, explaining just what they were to Steph as she did. As she took it in her hands and carefully ran her mana through it, she was pleased to see the entire thing didn't immediately break, but less so for the effect. She barely felt anything from it. I'm not really getting anything, just a small pleasant feeling," she admitted, curious as to what it could be that both she and Ben might have to deal with often enough that it wouldn't have an effect, let alone something Ben felt the need to hide. "Can you check if I destroyed the enchantment, just to be sure?" "Looks like it's fine," he said after a hesitant glance. "But you did destroy 3/4 of the sacrificial enchantments after just a few moments. And here I was thinking the amount I put was overkill. Anyway though, why don't you flip it over and see what you got?" The salesman seemed unusually entertained by the result as he told her to look at what it was, and with some hesitation she did, feeling Steph looking over her shoulder the entire time as the words, "Young Love," were revealed on the bottom. In a flash she flipped it over, the same as Ben had, but too slow for the girl beside her not to see exactly what it said as Thera watched Steph's happy smile grow wide as she put the crystal down. "I'm not in love with Ben." "Nobody said you are," she told Thera cheerfully, not believing her for a second. "My dark resistance is 42, it just didn't seem to have much effect because of that." "I don't believe that gave you any issue earlier, and it's still more empathy-based than dark," the octopus chimed in, seeming just as entertained by the results. "This is dumb. Sure, being with Ben makes me happy, but that doesn't mean I'm in love with him. It's just a stupid broken crystal. I've already decided that I'm not going to worry about that sort of thing in life. It's not like I changed my mind. I would never choose to be in love, and this is so dumb. Why is it stressing me out so much?" Steph thanked the seller as they walked away, Thera ignoring any question she was asked as they went to finally meet up with the other two girls as a question popped into her mind. Wait, if Ben didn't feel anything from it, then who's he in love with? After meeting up with both Amy and Yuzu, the decision was made for all of them to go back to Thera's room at the embassy after grabbing some food from the stalls set up around the city to take advantage of the festival. Even though the other two girls had a very nice residence in the city, they couldn't use it due to the unfortunate fact that they had too many servants working for them. While Ben had made sure to give each girl an amulet to be on the safe side, there was a chance that someone working there would fall under Thera's charm, a far less significant risk in the embassy so long as she wore her brace. The room she had was plenty large at least, meant for housing diplomates or any people of note while they visited the city, meaning that on top of having a bed and a small kitchen, There were also plenty of places to sit and relax as they did, taking a load off as they picked away at their food and chatted. "I'm so sorry," Yuzu said again over the meal, showing just how much more talkative she was when she was only amongst women. "I just meant to warn you, Lil, but honestly his soul looks a little scary on top of that, and I guess that came across, and so on top of what skills I saw he had, well, I didn't mean for things to turn out that way." "Really, it's fine," Thera said, brushing her off again, but finding a question as she did. "But what makes his soul scary? I mean, I get a few of his skills honestly, but his soul." I was told pretty strongly not to talk about his skills," she said apologetically, but Thera didn't back down. Now that she knew that a soul mage thought something was wrong with Ben's soul, she couldn't. "In that case, I will. Is either sacrilege or his partial demonic body interacting with his soul in a dangerous way." With the way Ben shared the details of his status so easily, she didn't think he would care, but she would apologize later to him about revealing it if he did. She was sure he would be far more interested in whatever Yuzu had to say than keeping it a secret anyway. The others looked shocked, even Steph, who hadn't known he'd gained a skill from the organ transplant until she'd heard Ben say it to the archmage, but Yuzu quickly got over it and shook her head. "No, it's not those ones." "Then what? His crafting or enchanting? He definitely levels those up unusually fast, so I could see there being something weird going on there. Or is it one of his mind skills? I know he has some weird ones. If I had to guess, it would be focus, complex mind, or parallel thought, given what those ones seem to do to the inside of his head." "Do you just know all of his skills?" Steph asked as Thera shrugged back. "He tells me every time he levels one up, so even if I don't remember the levels, I at least have an idea of what skills he has." Well, you're right about the mind skills," Yuzu admitted. "And it's nothing bad, it just seems like as they level up they interact with his soul on a deeper level than most skills." "Sorry, it's a bit hard to explain if you can't see a soul. Other than that though, it's just how dull his looks." "Yuzu, that sounds pretty harsh," Amy pointed out in a far kinder way than she had been to Jake earlier. "Sorry, it's just usually a soul is bright with mana. Not to say Ben's isn't, but it barely twinkles with any affinitied mana, only the pure stuff. It makes it look dull and muted in comparison to a normal person. It's not a problem now that I understand why he doesn't have any good affinities, right? And some unusually good resistances too. Nothing above 5, I think," she confirmed. "That makes sense, no wonder it looks like that." "Of course, yours looks plenty unusual as well, Thera. It's honestly beautiful." Yuzu beamed and leaned in, leaving Thera feeling like she was being stared into. "I've never seen a soul shine so bright with its magic. It makes me wonder how it doesn't tear you apart." "Well, enough about Ben," Steph yelled. "This is girls' night, and there's only one thing I really want to know. How are you both seeing Jake?" Admittedly, Thera found herself curious too. She didn't think humans were typically polygamous based on things Ben had said, but then she never asked too deeply about the way his people courted each other and joined their lives. At that, both Yuzu and Amy looked to each other, neither sure where to start and both having their own complicated feelings on it. It was Amy who broke the silence, explaining how it happened from her point of view. "It's kind of my own fault. We'd known each other for years, and I think a lot of people thought we were dating in school anyway, but he never made a move, and I just sort of thought that, when we stuck together, even after coming to this world, something would happen, but he never did, and then I met him and it was love at first sight." Yuzu carried on as Amy trailed off. "Since I'm a soul mage, there was no question that I would be training under the current soul mage, and since Jake is training under him as well, and is viewed as the main priority among the summoned to try and awaken into a third-tier skill user, it was decided early on that I'd be paired with him and Amy to try and help them level their skills more easily. It was when I saw his soul, though, shining bright like a rainbow, that I knew and immediately proposed. Since it was as soon as I met him, I didn't know about Amy's feelings, but he said yes, and well. His teachers beat the shit out of him," Amy said with a laugh as she remembered. "They couldn't believe he would agree to marry some random girl while I was standing right beside him. Unlike that idiot, they could clearly tell I was interested, and once it got through his thick head, the three of us had a long talk, and this is how it worked out. But I love you too now, Amy," Yuzu said with a smile as she leaned her head against the other girl, letting Amy ruffle her hair. Yeah, I know." Steph seemed enthralled by their story, drinking it in with excitement, but Thera had a different take. "That sounds like a complete nightmare. Maybe it was because of her own experience having an awful adventurer trying to make her a part of his harem, or maybe it was the thought of wanting to marry someone who would agree to marry a person they literally just met, but not one bit of the story seemed sweet or appealing to her. Still, if they're happy, then it's none of my business." She was growing to like them both as they chatted after all, and if that sort of arrangement worked for them, that was all that mattered. Thera just didn't think she could share any partner she had like that. "Not that it matters, because I'm not going to have any partners," she told herself, pushing away the memory of the crystal ball she'd touched earlier, as well as Ben's face. "Anyway, what about you and Will?" Amy asked, feeling curious herself. "Looks like things are going well there." Well, I made sure to make things clear to him in the first couple weeks we were on the planet. It worked out easily enough, honestly, she admitted sheepishly after hearing what they went through. Other than the occasional bit of stress because of, well, everything, it seems like we'll keep doing well too. Nothing too exciting, I'm afraid. That's still sweet, though, Yuzu told her before switching her eyes over to Thera. And what about you and Ben? How long have you? We aren't, she said sharply, cutting her off. He's just a friend. A friend you're engaged to, Steph chimed with, looking mischievous. And who kept your crystal from reacting before, unless you had someone else in mind that's been making you feel that. She could already see the excitement forming in Yuzu's eyes, and she was quick to squash it. Our engagement is a sham. My mother forced me and him to do the trial of our land, and when we completed it, she got him to hand me the flower we brought from it, in front of a huge crowd to propose. He didn't know that was what he was doing, and I didn't feel like I could decline, because enough allied nations were there, that if I rejected him, it could have made his life as a craftsman extremely difficult if he wanted to sell to any of them. Not that it really would have done much looking back on it. Even though he's my fiancé, they all still got people to try and seduce him the last time he came by. They'd happily scoop him up even if he couldn't work in Analia. Then what's this about a crystal? Amy asked, feeling curious and wanting to hear after having revealed her own complicated relationship status. Thera tried to quickly think on how to sidestep that question and failed as Steph answered for her, explaining the crystal's stand among the contestants and how they worked, as well as the one both she and Ben had picked up. So your feelings are mutual, Yuzu said in excitement. You should go tell him now. Off with you before you're scared out of it. There are no feelings, Thera said, feeling herself blush and hating it. I've already decided I'm not going to have any sort of romantic relationship in life, and the difference in lifespan between me and Ben is honestly just too big for it to be a good idea. I don't know for sure how much longer I'll live than him, but it would be shocking if it was any less than 10 times whatever he has. So if you didn't have a difference in lifespan, would you go for him? Amy asked innocently, feeling genuinely curious while at the same time stunning Thera silent. It was a question she never considered because why would she? Her lifespan would never shrink like that, and Ben's could never grow to the point that he'd match hers, but just for a second she couldn't help but picture it. A normal, mortal lifespan, growing old, having a family, Ben beside her. She shook her head as her face was twinkling in the light, doing her best to keep the thought from her mind. She wouldn't have that lifespan, so she couldn't have that life. It was as simple as that. The sudden feeling of yearning had nothing to do with Ben. She would enjoy his company while he was around until the day he died, and then carry on living for hundreds, maybe even thousands of more years. Just thinking about it made her breath catch in her throat as she turned her head away. Anyway, I thought we weren't talking about Ben. Besides, there's no guarantee he feels that way about me, she said in the end, not thinking and accidentally prolonging the conversation as she did. Talking about love doesn't count, Steph said firmly. Besides, who else would he be thinking of? Whenever me or will get letters from him, half of it's about you. She tried to keep from smiling as she heard that, instead of seriously asking herself what other options there were around for him. There was Sashel and Raelia, but Thera knew they were together and doubted Ben would try anything. He sure didn't seem interested during their time in the Dryad village. What other women did Ben know to any extent and interact with? There's my aunt and Stonewall guild master, she said weakly, not believing either option as she did, while the other women at the table looked at her like she was in denial. Thera, if I find out Ben is interested in your aunt instead of you, I'm personally killing him, Steph said in no uncertain terms. I mean, it has to be someone. Who else does he know well enough in Stonewall? Ankh maybe. I'm not actually sure if they're female. A customer. I feel like they'd be an adventurer in that case, so I'd know them. It's not Stonewall, but there's my mom. Okay, I'd kill him if that's the case too. It must just be because of his resistances that the crystal didn't work. But then again, the clerk said that thing about empathy magic, and he didn't seem to have any issue with the other one. She didn't want to think that Ben might be in love with her. Just considering it had her heart fluttering in a way she didn't know how to deal with, and then there was how she would handle it if he did. She'd never given it any thought because she didn't think she needed to, but as no other women came to mind, she wasn't able to so easily avoid the implications of it, especially since he specifically tried to hide the crystal from her. If Ben is in love with me, and I'm not saying he is, what would I even do? For just a minute she let herself imagine hearing him say those words, and couldn't stop a small smile from breaking across her face. Her skin only flushed more and more gold for the other three to see, each of them enjoying just how plainly Thera displayed her thoughts and feelings. Well, what do you like about him? Amy asked, wanting to see more and finding herself enjoying the night far more than she expected. It looked like Thera was going to say something to that, but before she could, Amy raised her hands in her defense. Not like in a romantic way. Your friend's right, surely there's things you like about him. Well, if that's all, then I guess, she said, letting herself be drawn in and finding that she did want to talk about it, at least a little. I mean, there's plenty to like about him, isn't there? You've both known him longer than I have. I mean, he's smart and hard-working and he's nice. He's been working super hard to help me ever since he learned about some of the problems I deal with. Plus, he's brave. Maybe too brave, though. As cool as it can be, I'm just worried he's going to get himself killed doing something. Also, he worries about me and tries to make me happy. She trailed off as she realized what she was saying and focused in on the others, suddenly extremely embarrassed. If Ben was any indication, being extremely open about one's feelings was normal to humans, but it wasn't to her. Surprisingly, though, while Yuzu looked excited to hear her talk about Ben, Steph and Amy seemed mostly confused. Hey, you know him better than I do, but is Ben particularly smart and hardworking? Amy asked. I feel like I remember him ignoring plenty of classes to draw. Kind of. I mean, whenever he was interested in things, he would absolutely put his all into it, so I know that he can learn whatever interests him instead of anything that he might have been forced to in school, Steph told her. But is he super brave? I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't think he's a coward. We'd probably be dead if it wasn't for him. But it's not so much that he rushes into things as it is he just works hard to deal with the situations he's stuck in, right? Although I guess that is plenty brave, but I wouldn't call that too brave. He's way too brave, Thera said, rushing to his defense while at the same time complaining. When we were sent out to fight some Leviathans for a guild quest, he hung from the neck of one for ages to bring it under his control, and when I was being harassed by a demigod and had my cloak torn, he got so mad he dueled him. Don't get me wrong, it was super sweet, but he could have got hurt. Infinite hells, the apostle tried to murder him after he won. He can be so brave he's stupid. Wait, hold on a minute, he won. Amy asked in disbelief, as Yuzu was swooning over how exciting that all sounded while Steph gritted her teeth. That idiot hadn't told me, or will anything about that. Oh my god, is he going to be hearing some things from me later? It was only as Thera saw Steph's angry reaction that she realized she might have said too much, and made a mental note to apologize to Ben as the night went on. Out of nowhere, Ben shivered as a chill ran down his spine as they relaxed in Jake's home, enjoying the food and drink his servants had brought to them. Feels like someone just walked over my grave, he muttered, doing his best to ignore the brief sense of dread that brushed through him. Given the circumstances that might have actually happened, Will said with a shrug as the expression made a question pop into Jake's mind. Do you think they ever recovered our bodies? Dying in a cave-in, well, it wouldn't be shocking if they left us there, would it? We aren't talking about that, Will told him with finality. Instead, we're talking about the fact that you have 2 girlfriends. What the hell, man? Jealous? He asked with a raise of his eyebrow, getting a swift response from them both. Nope, I'm happy with Steph. No, that sounds like a nightmare. I'd heard some otherworlders were setting themselves up with harems, but I didn't think it would be anyone I knew, Ben said with a shake of his head. Hey guys, at least hear me out. It's complicated, Jake said in his defense as he shared the same story that Amy and Yuzu had told both Steph and Thera, getting more judgmental looks with each word. Why would you agree to marry some random girl as soon as you met her? Will asked with his head in his hands. Thank God Amy stuck around to take care of you. You're absolutely the type to get scammed. No wonder your teachers gave you hell after, Ben said in complete agreement. I can't believe you agreed to marry her on your first meeting while standing beside a girl who's been interested in you since before the beginning of high school. But I didn't know that. That's because you're an idiot, Will told him bluntly. Hey, it's not like you knew that Steph was interested in you. Yeah, but I also wouldn't have just agreed to marry some random girl. Heck, I probably would have spoken to Steph if any had shown any interest beforehand anyway, because I'm not insane. Seeing he had nothing to go with against Will, Jake turned his attention to Ben. Well, what about you? You said your engagement is fake, but there's no way things are that easy. How do you know Thera isn't interested in you? Oh, I'm almost certain Thera's at least a little interested, Ben said calmly, and getting a shocked look in response. I mean, I'm not dumb, guys. I'm able to pick up on things, especially since I have a skill with some mind-reading aspects. If I'm being honest, I'm really interested in her too. Sucks nothing's going to happen. Really going to have to figure out what to do about it one of these days. Will seemed somewhere between amused and confused, while Jake was picking his jaw up off the floor. Wait, you're both interested in each other and nothing's happening. Come on, guys, you can't act like I'm a bad guy here when you're straight up ignoring her feelings. At least I did it by accident. I'd literally bet all of the money I have that Ben has a proper reason, Will said in his defense as he looked at him. I mean, it's nothing too crazy. Thera can expect a real long lifespan, so she doesn't want to get involved with anyone. She's made that abundantly clear over and over. If she changes her mind, then that's great and all, but I'm also her best friend. I'm not going to put her in such an awkward place by telling her how I feel when I already know she doesn't want to hear it. It wasn't something he was thrilled about. He wanted to tell her, wanted to see where things would go if he did, but she was someone he cared for. Saying it would be for nothing but his own self-satisfaction, and could ruin one of the most meaningful relationships he had on the planet, not to mention how she would feel about it. He knew she valued having him in her life. He couldn't do something that could ruin that for her. Better to try to move on eventually, still staying close and leaving her with nothing but nice memories of their time together when he eventually passed. We'll pat him on the shoulder as Jake fell silent, finding the answer to be far heavier than the bravado or fear of rejection he'd been expecting. Anyway, enough with my non-existent romantic life, Ben told them, trying to break the mood. There's gotta be something better to talk about, like whatever skills you have, Jake asked again, feeling plenty curious as Ben looked surprised. What, Yuzu didn't tell you? Ha, we were told in no uncertain terms that if we wanted to know then we'd have to ask you. So come on, tell me already. Fine, just don't go trying to murder me for it. The skills were partial demonic body that I got from an organ transplant, sacrilege from well a few things at this point, and the title enemy of Enith. Both men with him were drawn to different things as he said it. Wait, you have some levels of sacrilege? Jake asked as Will spoke at the same time. Wait, isn't Enith a god? What the hell did you do to piss one off? Ah, well, it's a bit of a funny story really, Ben said as he explained the details and getting their reactions before moving on to other topics and letting the night pass. After getting back to his room in the embassy, Ben let himself collapse into bed and closed his eyes, opening them again in his god's realm. Hey Myriad, didn't hear much from you today, he said cheerfully. Other than a few comments early on, his god had been strangely silent. Sorry about that, since I seem to have gained Hellori's interest, she insisted on taking up a lot of my time. Honestly, it may be a while before I'm completely free again. Did I miss anything interesting? Met the Archmage, she immediately attacked me, standard stuff. Despite Ben's flippant attitude, his god could tell he was serious and crashed to the ground in despair. Half a day. I wasn't watching you for half a day and you managed to somehow make an enemy of one of the most powerful mages on the planet. In all that's good, what happened? Relax, it sounds worse than it is, he said to reassure the cube before explaining what happened, including the fact that it was resolved. So really it's not my fault at all. No, with the exception of your demonic body skill, you're completely responsible for everything on your status that could cause you issues, Myriad said with a weary sigh. Of course, I never expected you to run into someone that could actually see your status without going out of your way to find an awakened analysis holder, but I guess since you managed to clear things up it works out. If she causes any more issues, tell her to go to one of the communal churches and I'll have a priest verify things for you. That's why you're the best. Yeah, anything else I need to know about? Made an enemy of another god, maybe have a rogue invader trying to recruit you to their side. He asked sarcastically, sick of all the stress this one mortal put him through. No, that's probably the bigger bit, but there is something I was hoping you could teach me about, he asked seriously. I just had the super fun experience today of learning that since I don't have any awakened skills I'm going to die sooner than everyone else I came to the world with. It's probably time I actually patch that hole in my knowledge, so what else should I know about them? I thought this question would be coming sooner or later, Myriad said with a nod. What do you already know? Aside from the lifespan thing and the fact that the change during awakening is incomparable to just leveling up, not much, he told him, stretching his memory back to when he first arrived on the world. Let's see, I think if I awaken my blessed skill, I also get a second bonus skill. Right, that's right. Specifically, you're guaranteed one if you awaken your blessed skill. If you awaken a regular skill, you have about a 10% chance to get one, though it seems to vary a bit person to person. It's also not one fixed skill you could get. It seems to be one that's related to the parent skill that will suit you. People almost always have a pretty easy time leveling their bonus skill, but that's at least in part due to the fact that all of the job bonuses that would apply to the awakened skill would apply to it. Maybe more too, depending on the skill and what jobs you've had, Myriad explained. Besides that though, probably the greatest difference is what it does for your attributes. Similar to your age, it will give a boost by 50%, only instead of working off the base values, it will work off the total. So if you manage to awaken another skill after, it will only be a 25% increase like for your lifespan, but that would be for your new values instead of adding what it would be before the increase. It sounded like it would be incredibly handy, at least for the first 3 awakened skills if someone was able to manage that, but would drop off with time after that. Not that he would turn his nose up at it, he doubted anyone would. He had worked and sweat for every point in his attributes he had. If awakening a skill could instantly raise his vitality or mana, not to mention his regen rates, then he desperately wanted to do it, and with a level 9 skill he was well on his way. Not that I don't like you being optimistic, but I would suggest keeping your expectations in moderation, Myriad advised. There's a lot of level 9 skill holders in the world who can't make the leap to awaken it. If it's not something you can do, there's nothing wrong with that. The overwhelming majority of people in the world can't. Maybe so, but if what I'm doing isn't working then I just need to push harder, Ben told him, not willing to give up. I'm not going to be the only human without an awakened skill if I can help it. If that means taking my work to a whole new level, then so be it. But let's not stop there. Even if it's out of the range I could hope for, tell me a little about what gaining a tier 3 skill can do. Infinite hells, where do I even begin on that? Myriad spoke as he tried to properly express just what gaining a skill at the 3rd tier does to a person. Well, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Tier 3 skill holders transcend the limits of what it means to be mortal in a very real way. Gaining one will immediately double your lifespan and attributes while giving you an unnatural level of power, to the point that any god that descended into a believer would need to fear you as things currently stand. Hell, even at the height of their power from before the loss of their world, a god would have to judge carefully before interacting with a mortal who'd managed that, although back then, since it would have been before the system was in place, a mortal managing to achieve that would be significantly rarer. Of all of the races that came to this world, maybe 50% of them have a person that powerful within their history. Damn, and right now we've got around 10 people like that on the planet. The benefits of the system can't be understated. There's also the matter of a guaranteed Tier 2 bonus skill if you awaken a blessed skill, or a guaranteed Tier 1 skill with a roughly 10% chance of getting a Tier 2 one instead, but I haven't even gotten to the biggest change that occurs for anyone who manages to get to that point. His god stopped for dramatic effect as Ben tapped his foot. Well, godhood. The single word stripped away Ben's impatience and dragged all of his minds to his god, giving the cube his full attention. Are you serious? I am. Getting a skill to that level makes you transcend the limits of your soul. A person with a skill like that will still technically be mortal upon their death when they'll ascend. Because of both the system and the work of both the gods and the soul mages that have existed throughout history, over 100 new gods had been born since, with only more to come as time goes on. He could only shake his head in surprise. Godhood and 5 people just had that handed to them when they appeared in the world. Every now and then, Ben would have no choice but to confront facts like this that made it clear just how truly different the world he was in could be. Waking up far earlier than he needed to for the contest after his illuminating conversation with his god, Ben got to work preparing breakfast, an outrageously large one at that. He not only had the supplies that the embassy provided for its guests at his disposal, but all of the ingredients he'd bought at the market the previous day as well, and it was all put to use, making enough to feed dozens of people and taking hours to cook and pack up after. It was only by the time the contest was about to open up again for the day that he knocked on the doors of both Thera and his teacher to get them to come out, with Thera making her way first, a golden blush spreading through her cheeks as she looked at him. "Something wrong?" he asked, having his own guesses on the matter as he handed her a plate. "I don't think I'm cut out for girls' nights," she said as she looked away and started eating. "Hey, can I ask you something?" "Of course, what's up?" She started before trailing off. "No, it's nothing. Actually, Yuzu mentioned that something looks weird about how your mind skills are interacting with your soul. You should probably ask your god about that. And did someone out me for being interested in Thera cause she's not looking me in the eyes at all?" For both questions, though, he got nothing but silence. His god had said that Hellori was going to be keeping him pretty busy for a while, but it was already feeling pretty inconvenient. "No answer, but it's probably fine," he said with a shrug. "He looked at my soul before, and a different goddess did less than a week ago. I'm sure it will be okay. I told you all of your mind skills would eventually give you the weirdest brain in existence." She tried to joke while still avoiding his eyes. "Looks like it's going to give you the weirdest soul, too." He laughed it off as Falk finally came out of his room, eating a plate of food before the both of them were recruited to bring it all down to the contest area, handing it out to all of the invited tables as they were setting up for the day. "So what's this for?" a dwarf asked as she picked away at her plate, happy to eat it regardless of the reason and unable to keep herself from devouring it after the first bite. "You all tried to help when I was attacked," he told her happily. "Giving you all some breakfast was really the least I could do." "Ha, well, we might not have been so quick if we understood who was attacking you," she said as she laughed. "Don't go making any powerful enemies during a silly contest, you hear." He'd gotten a few sales the day prior, but even more importantly, he now had a direction to go as he began to make his items. He needed something for someone that could use anything, and with that in mind, he took a seat and began sketching out ideas on a piece of paper as he did, letting the time pass as Falk and Thera watched him while chatting, both worried about him after the day prior. It was only after 2 hours there, without a single sale to his name, that he was pulled from the notes he was making, both by his teacher's growl and the sound of tisking coming in front of him. His first thought was that he got too absorbed in his work and had ignored a customer, but as he looked up and saw the beast of muscle before him, a creature that looked like a centaur, only instead of a horse's body, it was more akin to a rhino's with an eagle-like head instead of something more human. "Hey there, looking to buy something?" he asked cheerfully with his best salesman's voice, only for Falk to answer for the man. "He's not," the Yeti said bluntly. "What do you want, Olip?" "Can't you see my apprentice is busy?" "PFF, you say that as if you didn't just find him off the street," the man said, dismissing Ben entirely. "Really, are you so against working for me that you'd resort to this? Even the excuse that this is some sort of graduation test is ludicrous." If you were going to pull that, you might as well as found an entire team like everyone else has to back him up. It would have made it at least a bit more believable. Honestly, why would you choose someone with the crafting skill of all people? Finding anyone to help him would have just held him back. Now off with you already. I'm not working for you, and my boy is going to blow your judges away. With a loud HMPH, Olip stomped off, leaving an uncomfortable atmosphere as he did. Well, he seems nice, Ben said, trying to break the silence the other man had created with his presence. He's a right asshole is what he is, Falk said angrily before getting it under control. On the plus side, though, he didn't seem to pay you any mind, so you'll blow that prick away when it comes time to judge. You're really raising the bar here, Falk. I've seen what the other tables have to sell. It's good. But you're no worse. More importantly, you're working alone. That's already enough to make you stand out at the end of this, even if you don't place at all. Well, I guess I'll just do my best, Ben told him confidently. Just to be clear, he was the one to send out the invite, right? Yeah, but don't pay him any mind. I doubt he'll stop by again before it's time to judge. It was another hour after that Ben was sitting with his face down on the table, unable to keep himself positive. As other stalls were swarmed with customers, his alone hadn't had a single sale yet that day, something pulling him into despair. My stuff's no worse than any of the other contestants. What the hell? Are my prices too high? But it's comparable to what everyone else is selling at, so there shouldn't be a problem there. Is it because I'm the only one without a team? Maybe they don't like the fact that I'm just sitting here making notes while the others are working. This is so annoying. It was only as a shadow fell across his eyes that he shot up, ready to greet whoever was looking at his work and convince them to empty their pockets for him when his mood got to crash again. It was someone he'd been expecting, along with 3 tagalongs. Hey, ready for a fun day of figuring out what to make you? He asked Amy with forced cheer as Jake, Yuzu, and Yulil stood by her side, with the Archmage in particular picking up one of his knives and looking it over. I can spare at least a few hours anyway, she said. What did you have planned? Hop on over to my side of the table and we'll get started. And you can leave, Falk told Yulil with a pointed look that she dismissed. It's my job to ensure the safety of these 3, she told him as she put the knife down to look at a flail instead. They are some of the most important individuals on the world you know. Will you take responsibility if something happens? Sure, if you'll take responsibility for the fact that my apprentice hasn't gotten a sale all day, Falk told her in a voice filled with anger. Words got around that he got on your bad side and now everyone's too scared to come by. Wait, that's why I haven't had a single sale, he yelled, being ignored by both of them. I'll admit my guilt in that, but you shouldn't be supporting this fraud either, she told them as she put the flail down. The enchantments on his items are based on the principles of ritual magic. One person couldn't make them alone. You shouldn't be presenting them as if they're his work. Okay, now she's actually gone too far. So then if I prove that I made these, you'll buy all of my work, he asked. I made a lot for this. If I'm missing out on sales because of you, then you should take responsibility. Fine, she said easily enough, doubting, however, he intended to argue that the items before her were made through his own efforts would prove convincing. She'd already heard from Amy and Jake earlier that he didn't have any real magic affinities, making the enchantments on his items impossible for him to produce. Happy to have her agreement and seeing dollar signs in his eyes when he considered just how marked up his items were compared to any that he normally sold in the shop, he picked up a smaller knife, only to stop. There was one more thing he wanted, something she was uniquely suited to help him with. Wait, I'm going to be a little greedy and ask for one more thing if I prove myself. Shameless. Damn straight, he said, giving her his cheekiest grin. But I have a skill I want to learn some of the deeper mechanics behind, and you're uniquely suited to help me, so long as you awakened your archmagic skill from the magic skill, and not by having it combined with all the attributed magics that is. If that's all, then fine. She didn't expect to be proven wrong, but his continued confidence caught her interest. How did he intend to prove he made them? What argument would he bring? She supposed it was possible he'd gained access to the skill's taker or borrower, but she was almost certain that without having the affinities needed for it, it wouldn't show its effects for those magics or any affinitied skills anyway. Instead, though, he went for the simplest way of proving it he could. Looking at the knife in his hands, he stripped it of its enchantments as Yulil and the other 3 summoned watched in curiosity, seeing the magic inscribed on it taken apart with quick efficiency until he had nothing but a standard knife again. Once it was free of any enchantments, though, he activated his connect, reaching deep into the enchantments on his ever-present rings, and started to the use mana he felt, blending and weaving it all as he worked to recreate the enchantment the item originally contained before their eyes, only needing a few minutes to get it perfect and enjoying the shocked looks of everyone but Jake. Told you I never doubted him for a second, he said happily, seeming more pleased than Ben was to be proven right as Amy just came across as confused. How though? I thought you couldn't use magic at all. Wasn't that your biggest issue behind your skills when you got here? That's something I want to know as well, Yulil said, on top of how you're able to create such a complex ritual as a single person. and I'd be happy to explain both things, he said in a voice filled with cheer. The moment you buy all of my stuff, that is. Fine, she said as she held out her card. Looking at the prices, it wouldn't be cheap, but then she was plenty wealthy anyway from her various work. Seeming to push aside her confidence in how much she would be spending, though, Ben reached down and strained himself, bringing a full crate of weapons out from under the table. It will be just a minute as we price all of this out, he told her, and I'll even throw in the crate for free. Ain't I sweet? Has anyone ever told you you're a miser? She asked as she looked at the dozens of weapons she wouldn't even need as a mage, deciding to just pass them all off to Amy when they got back. Hey, you're the one who agreed to buy everything, and I need to get whatever bit of wealth I can. Some of us didn't immediately become rich the moment we came to this world, you know. Some of us had to wait to become rich months later. Still, he wanted the things he made to receive proper use, so after payment was transferred he explained just what effects were on each item before they got to the main question they all seemed to have. Slipping on a blank ring, he held out his hand to Ulil while also handing her a hunk of steel. All right, do me a favor and float this in the air with your magic. I'll be able to test out my skills effect as you do, and then we can all move on happily. She did as she was asked without complaint, fulfilling the second part of his request on top of wanting to have her curiosity sated. Taking his hand and using her magic, she felt the moment he connected to her, and did her best not to pull away, as she felt herself being peered on from all sides as almost a dozen voices filled her head. It took a moment for her to realize he was talking, explaining for the others exactly how he managed it, the effect of his connect skill, as well as the synergy that existed between complex mind and parallel thought that made his head so crowded for anyone forced to peer within. It was only as he let go that she was able to breathe comfortably, her head filled with nothing but her own thoughts again, as Ben slipped off the previously blank ring, tossing it to his teacher to try and get a bit more evidence for just how Connect worked on a deeper level. What do I have on it, Falk? He knew it should have the skill at the 8th level, but given that every now and then he got skills at a much lower one than expected, he still needed his teacher to confirm it for him, with results adding more evidence to his theory. Looks like you were only able to copy it to the 5th level, his teacher told him after giving it a look and tossing it back. Interesting, I guess that matches up with my theory that different skills have weight to them. I had this issue with plant magic, and it's arguably the product of 3 skills, while this one is the product of 10, so maybe that's it. But some of the other skills I wasn't able to copy to their full effect weren't obviously combined versions of other skills. Maybe they each have their own size or subcomponents that dictate how much I can copy, he muttered, making a quick note of the result for later as he went. As much as he wanted to figure it out, it wasn't super important, especially when he could just use other skills instead. As handy as it was to get that skill on a ring, he would choose to use his level 9 rings any day over it. Shaking himself from his musings after everything was done, he gave Amy a seat to talk about what he'd asked her to come for, doing his best to ignore his curiosity as he noticed Yuzu whispering to Thera off to the side in a largely animated fashion, while his friend managed to come off as deeply uncomfortable, even with her cloak to hide her. Anyway, let's get to the heart of this, he told her. I know you want to find something that suits you, but since you can use any weapon, are there any in particular you prefer? It depends what I'm using it for, she said, seeming to have no faith he'd be able to make her anything worthwhile. I've been trained to fight in a bunch of different situations. In a brawl, I'm happy to use brass knuckles or a knife, maybe a gauntlet too. For anything that takes a bit more distance, then swords or spears are good, but then so is an axe or a bat depending on what I'm up against. Ranged weapons like a javelin or flying discs are fine, though at least in that case I prefer bows since it's too easy to lose anything I throw if I do it with too much force. Oh, and I guess I'm not really a fan of flails, she said, almost as an afterthought. Ben took note of all of this as he felt ideas begin to come together in his head. Okay, for now I think we've got knives, swords, brass knuckles, an axe, and a club in the crate. Want to pull out whichever ones you think suit you best. That is of course if Ulil doesn't mind since they're all hers. The Archmage consented with a wave of her hand, having planned to let Amy use them all anyway as his old classmate dug through the bin to find the sizes that best fit her, and after some prompting she showed how she would use each, taking swings and jabs, treating each attack against the air as if she were in serious combat as she did. Ben watched every movement, trying to look for what might be uncomfortable, how different designs and weights might be affecting her, but finding that no matter what she used she made it look perfect, leaving him nothing to go off of on that front other than asking her opinions on where she thought she was having issues with item weight or balance. For each review she gave he made notes and sketched designs of different shapes, doing his best to work out what would work better for her, in the end showing her and asking for her opinion. These all look good, she conceded, but these are just items I could get from anyone. I'm looking for something that would really suit me. Hey, this is all a part of the decision-making process. I need to at least experiment a bit and get some ideas. One more thing for today, though. Do you use shields at all? Sometimes, but they're pretty situational for me too. I can fight with one well enough, but there's plenty of instances where I'd rather have a good weapon in hand and use my augmentations for defense than worry about carrying a shield around. Okay, well, just for the sake of argument, what sort of shield do you prefer when you do use one? Shape, size, anything really? God, I guess a circular one is what I'll usually go for during practice, maybe 2 feet across. Perfect, that's all I need from you today, but if you'd come back tomorrow, I'll have a few more things to go over. Though she didn't seem excited, she agreed easily enough, and it made Ben want to make her something worthwhile all the more. The fact that she so clearly didn't believe he could create what she wanted just raised his competitive spirit, not to mention that he desperately wanted the agreed-upon payment as well. And as they left, Yuzu enthusiastically waving goodbye to Thera, as she seemed completely drained in return, and everyone else worked to carry their new crate of weapons, he tuned out the world to focus on the things he needed to make. Using the forge provided, he first began heating up large amounts of steel, taking out what he needed each time to quickly make up the items that Amy had already tested, but redesigned to fit her specifications and without any enchantments added. He was planning on melting them all down again after she verified how the changes felt, so there was no need to put in the extra work. After that, though, he moved on to the other items she'd mentioned, as well as the shield he suggested. The spear and shield were both easy enough. He'd made plenty of each as he worked for Falk during his training, and while the gauntlet was a little more difficult without her there to properly fit it to her, after spending an hour watching her use the various weapons, combined with his observant eye, he was sure he'd managed to put together something that would fit nicely. The problem was the bow. He had some experience making them, but not much. The typical archer simply didn't go for one made of metal. There were enough high-quality woods in the world that were perfect for the task, and kept the weight down enough to keep it manageable, and while his crafting skill left him as proficient at working that material as he was with any other, he didn't want to waste the bit of wood he brought on something like that in case he needed it later. Well, she must have a strength attribute above 1,000 at a minimum. She can deal with using a metal bow for the time being. Hell, she could probably use one normally without any issues. I'll just need to scrounge up something to use for the string. With that decided, he finished it up quickly before starting on the next thing he would need her to use tomorrow, though it was far simpler in its design. He took a square plate of metal and etched in the numbers 1 to 5 in a semicircle, keeping it just wide enough that the tips of all of his fingers could comfortably touch each number. From there, he embedded 5 small pieces of crystal on the plate in a line, creating a different light enchantment for each one that linked with the number, and placed his fingers down on it, running mana through each one by one, and seeing the appropriate crystal lighted up, getting red, yellow, green, blue, and purple shining out as each had the appropriate bit of mana running through it. What's that for? Thera asked, surprising him with how close she'd gotten without him realizing, despite the fact that she still wasn't looking into his eyes, instead choosing to direct her full attention to the tool he'd made. It's a simple way to measure someone's mana control, he explained. Here, give me some numbers, 1 to 5. Sure, 1, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 1. She continued on as he touched the plate. With each number she said the corresponding light went off until she eventually stopped. Okay, you're just showing off at this point, she told him with a nudge. Have some sympathy for those of us who would break your little toy there. Yeah, I've got all of this control and nothing to do with it. The point is to see how Amy manages with it, though. If she has control as good as mine, then that will open up the options a bit for what I can make her. What are you thinking? She couldn't help but be curious. She felt like the only time she ever saw Ben thinking so hard on how to make an item was either when he'd been trying to make her a staff in the past, working on improving her brace, or his current, slightly unsavory goal of trying to trap a soul. Seeing him work as hard as he was currently, she couldn't help but flash back to times in her youth, watching her uncle work away on whatever project he had with just as much dedication. He was going to answer. He didn't just have one idea after all, and it seemed like it might help to get some opinions on it, but it was as he opened his mouth that he heard a quiet voice seem to yell at him. Hey legs, you still open? He looked out into the crowd and saw almost no one, and for a second he thought it must have been in his head, or maybe a call for someone else that was already answered. What he did see, though, was that it was getting late. A lot of the other tables looked like they were winding down as far fewer people were out inspecting the goods, and it seemed like as good a time as any to finish up for the day. Should we start heading back? He asked both Thera and Falk, only to hear another quiet yell. Or you could help the customer in front of you, asshole. This time he was sure he was hearing right, only he still didn't see anyone. Casting Thera a quick look first, he leaned across the table and directed his gaze downward, seeing a hand-sized crab with a red crystal shell, immediately recognizing it as a ruby crab, a race that had been hunted in the past like the Dryads had for the fact that they'd actually grow the precious gem from their body. "Oh man, I'm so sorry about that," he was quick to say. He knew that there were a handful of exceptionally small races on the world, but since they had to deal with the uncomfortable risk that was the careless feet of others they typically kept to themselves. Still, that was no excuse for ignoring a potential customer, even if he was out of things to sell at the moment. "Ah, whatever, give me a lift up, would ya?" Having to yell like this sucks, he called again, leaving Ben to sympathize with his situation as he went around and placed him on the empty table before him. "Much better. So what can I do for you, mister?" "It's Greed and I'm looking to have something specially made. I couldn't help but notice your table was empty and there's only the three of you. Can I take it you're pretty good?" "It's actually just Ben, and he is," Thera said hesitantly as she tried to remember just what about the crab before her felt familiar as Falk nodded in agreement. "Even better if he can help me at least," the crab said happily. "I'm looking to have something a little special made, an item that could help my music carry a lot farther than it currently can. Think that's something you could make?" His first instinct was to ask how he'd been able to see the table at all from down there, but pushed the question aside to avoid being rude. Thinking it over briefly, he decided it wouldn't be too hard. He'd need some more details, of course, if it would be for an instrument or singing, as well as how loud it would need to be, but he was sure he could do it with an air enchantment. Before he could say as much, though, Thera yelled out, "Wait, you're not the soundsmith Greed, are you?" she asked, disgust thick in her voice and getting a chuckle from the crab in return. "The one and only. Should I know who this guy is?" he asked her as she slid her chair away from him. He's a pretty well-known musician." "He'd be a lot more liked if he wasn't disgusting, though. Anyone that knows about him also knows about his lifestyle, as well as just how many, well, illegitimate children he has. I heard he used to try to have one in any town he went to." "Hey, enough of that," he yelled in his defense. "I'll admit, I had my youthful indiscretions, and I mean, anti-life rings are just so uncomfortable, am I right? But that's in the past. You couldn't pay me to touch a woman nowadays. You would believe the sort of trouble that's got me into. Besides, at least mention my better parts. You didn't even bring up my soundsmith skill or blessing magic. That's because you're more known for your degeneracy than anything else," Thera told him bluntly, but Ben couldn't help but pick up on just what skills he'd said. He might not know anything about the soundsmith one, but blessing magic on the other. "Do you mean proper blessing magic or low blessing magic?" he asked in a voice filled with excitement. "Proper, obviously. You know how much trouble I'd get in if I was lying about that. That's false advertising. In that case, did you awaken it from low blessing magic? I wish would have been a mile easier than having to train up both light and life magic. Of course, doing it that way keeps the healing properties stronger, so it's not too bad." Ben was salivating as he would whenever he felt a new and interesting skill had appeared before him. Blessing magic had properties of both a combined magic and a specialized one, taking the buffs that could be gained from both light and life magic, as well as some of their healing effects, while weakening their other aspects like light's used for illusions or purification. Since it was an awakened skill, then there was nothing he could do with it for now, but he was determined to do whatever it took to awaken his skills to let him use other awakened ones, and if he did then, it would be handy to have a good rapport with Greed now to take advantage of later. "Well, I'll need to get a few more details from you to be sure, but I should be able to make you something," he said agreeably. "For now, how loud do you need it, and what will it be for?" "Singing, an instrument maybe." "Singing in these," Greed said, clicking his claws and getting a variety of different tones as he did, pulling them together into an unfortunately quiet song considering how nice it sounded. "And as for the volume, well, as loud as you can make it. I'll tell you, you giants are so freaking hard to satisfy, you know that. If a group of you could just keep from muttering or coughing or making whatever noises you make over me, this wouldn't be such a problem." Ben was already trying to put ideas together for how to construct something like that. He was sure he could manage it for singing at least. A funnel with a good air enchantment could do the job well enough, but the claws were a different matter. Not that he didn't think it could be done, it was just beyond his expectations and would need a little bit of testing to get perfect. "All right, and in that case, what's your budget like?" He was already planning on cutting the crab a good deal. He didn't really mind if he didn't take into account the value his enchantments added since they only took time, not materials, but as the subject of money came up, Greed started to fidget. Well, you know how it is, youthful indiscretions and whatnot. I'm a little short on funds. What do you say, Legs? I'll give you and your lady a decent private show after and we call it square." "How many people have you tried that line on before coming to us?" Thera immediately asked. "One or two, but they're missing out on the opportunity of a lifetime. Not many people get their own private event from the spectacular Greed. Think of the intrinsic value, a memory you can take with you to the grave. Come on, Legs, isn't that worth it?" Ben couldn't help but pull a face as he scratched at his chin, thinking the proposal over. He didn't really care about a performance, but then again he did want access to that skill later on. They were both just taking advantage of each other here, and even if Ben wasn't able to get a copy of the skill in the end, it wasn't like it would be a huge loss for him. Given Greed's size, he would need to make something the crab could move comfortably himself, meaning it would be small, and he could just not bother using any higher quality materials. Sure, it might not get as loud as it could have, but it would be a fun enough side project as he worked on his main one. Alright, but I don't want it now, it might even be in a few years. Is there any way I can contact you when I want to claim my payment if that's how you want to do it? I'll scribble down an address for you to reach me at. So you'll do it. Sure, sounds like it could be fun, he said, seeing the happiness in the small crab's movements as he agreed. I'm not sure how fast it will be. This contest is my priority at the moment, but if you meet here with me again tomorrow, we can go over what I come up with. I should have a better idea on how to make you it by then. Excellent, you won't regret this, Legs. Whenever you want it, I'll give you a show that will knock you on your ass. Well, it won't hurt if I put a bit of effort into making him something. In the morning, things went much the same as they had before, with Ben starting the day making small talk with the other contestants before moving on to working on his ideas, feeling he already had a far better grasp of what he wanted to make as he did. He'd have to go through the day's testing to be sure, but he had his confidence. It was as he was waiting for Amy to show up that he let himself spend a little time on other projects too, namely, figuring out how he wanted to make greed an amplifier, as well as the constant task of deciphering the magic on the dead god's trial that kept going through one of his many minds in the days since he'd first given it a look. I'm going to have to try to put it into practice sooner or later, so try and work out the strengths and weaknesses of using it compared to other methods, but at the very worst I guess I can just leave it for later. Maybe after I talk with Greed tonight, so long as it doesn't go too long. He felt his ever-present list of tasks continue to grow by the time Amy finally arrived, this time not just with Jake, Yuzu, and Yulil with her, but both Steph and Will as well. Oh hey, looks like we've got a full crowd today, he said happily as he gave them a wave, not picking up on Steph's mood before it was too late. Nice to see you too, Ben, so much to talk about, she told him as the smile on her face did nothing for her frosty look. Why don't we start with your Leviathan hunt and what sort of people you're going out of your way to pick fights with? He felt his stomach drop in fear as Thera tried even harder than she had been to avoid his eyes as Steph stood above him, and he knew he wouldn't be getting off lightly. With so many people there, his table was a hub of activity as both Jake and Will chatted to themselves. Yuzu seemed to be doing her best to develop a friendship with Thera, who only occasionally looked his way and chuckled to herself. Amy tested the weapons he'd made her the day prior, and both his teacher and the archmage openly laughed as he took Steph's scolding, eventually prostrating himself while at the same time doing his best to keep track of the results of Amy's practice with most of his minds. And you know we worry about you, right? Like I get that you don't want to bother us about things that already happened, but you're our friend, Ben. We want to know when you're in danger or need our help. Steph spoke as she looked down at him, worn out and defeated after an hour of lecture. You're right, I'm sorry. I'll let you guys know if I ever need any help, so can you let up just this once? He asked, begged really. He knew that she got worried about him ever since he was left at the church, but by this point he really just considered everything he went through to be a part of the realities of the world he found himself in. Steph, though, didn't seem convinced. I don't know, are you sure you don't want to come back with us when this is done? Me and we'll have plenty of money and extra rooms in our home. We could take care of you. It would definitely be safer. Kind of feels like you're asking me to become a pet. Now we'd be adopting you, Will yelled over to them. Don't worry, you won't need to call me Dad right away. We can wait until the time feels right. Hey, you guys can't just take Ben from him, us, Thera yelled back, catching herself before she said anything that would embarrass her later, but still being noticed by half of them, Ben included. It would break my aunt's heart if he didn't come back to Stonewall after this. As entertaining as this has been, I'm done with this, Amy said, breaking in and finally giving him a chance to get out of Steph's concerned eyes. Did you catch everything I was saying? Yep, we're good there, he told her with a thumbs up. In that case, let's move on to the next part. He had her take a seat at the table as he broke out the tool he'd made to judge her magic control and told her how it worked, getting her to start as he called out numbers and scribbled on some blank scraps of paper. The others around were curious enough about what he was doing to watch as well, leaving each of them to see Amy respond to his prompts and getting the right light to light up almost every time. Let's see, she's not perfect, but then it's just going to take some practice is all. She can hit each one the majority of the time at least, so it should be plenty good enough. Now let's see how she does if we up the difficulty. Changing things around, he had her start responding to the notes he wrote instead of saying the numbers, with each page having two different ones for her to activate at the same time. After going through everything twice, he felt there was a slight decrease in accuracy for the second one, but judged it would be something that could be improved with enough practice and left it at that. Alright, I'd say your mana control is pretty good, he told her happily, trimming away the ideas he would have had to use if she wasn't up to snuff as two different voices spoke up, pulling his attention to the fact that others had come to see what he was doing besides his friends. An interesting tool, the ant person said, his antenna rubbing together in curiosity. I suppose that's one way to measure a person's control, but why would you need it to such an extreme? Bobbug, he has to be going for a fancy magic weapon, the goblin woman to his side said. Let me guess, you're going to arrange your enchantments to make a weapon that switches between magics depending on how mana is run through it. The two who appeared were other contestants, people he'd chatted with before starting for the day, and he couldn't help but be pleased that they had come to see his work. With everything sold now, his table wasn't the most exciting, but it was still nice to have guests. Well, you're close at least. I think I have a good idea on what I'm going to make now. Even if it might fail, may as well go with the best option. You're only just figuring out what to make now, the goblin asked incredulously. You know, most people come already knowing what they're going to make, right? There are only 4 days left after this, the ant told him in concern. Are you going to be all right for the end? Oh yeah, I'm fine, don't worry too much. Even if it might not seem like it, I'm going to give you guys a run for your money, just you wait. Good, these things are better when they're interesting. The goblin cackled as she spoke, before dragging the ant person off with her. Anyway, we won't distract, just wanted to stop by. Come again if you're free, he yelled back as he waved them off, enjoying the chance to meet different high-quality craftsmen. No one with him seemed to think much of the encounter either, other than Jake, that was. This isn't right, the other human said with a shake of his head. This is a competition. If all of your competitors are friendly, then where's your motivation to win? What else is going to make you claw victory from the hands of defeat? Man, despite what some people might think about me, I don't go looking for enemies, he shot back. I'm just here for some friendly competition, I just need to put my best in, right, Falk? Boy, even if you don't win, you'll be fine. Still, Jake shook his head. Well, it just feels like it defeats the point. What's life without enemies? He still looked disappointed not getting to see Ben go through the drama he thought such an event deserved, but Amy put a stop to him, saying more with a pinch to his ear. So is that all you needed from me today? She asked, getting a nod in response. Just make sure you come again tomorrow. I'll probably get started on actually making it then, but it would be good to have you for any last-minute changes. In that case, it looks like I can take you now, Steph told her as she swooped in and grabbed Amy's arm, already having Thera in her grasp with his hooded friend unable to escape. Not that she seemed to be trying too hard, even if she didn't seem thrilled. We're having another girls' outing, so if any of you need us, we're going hunting through one of the untamed land gates. She took no argument as she started dragging them off, Yuzu following without needing the same motivation as the other two, with Yulil close behind, unwilling to let both of those in her care go somewhere so dangerous without her, and judging that Jake would be fine in the city, leaving the 3 human men and Falk to their own devices. You know, Steph's always been a little forceful, but hasn't she gotten a bit more so since I've seen her? He asked Will, who only shrugged. She's just excited to have people around who aren't looking at her with the weight of the world behind their eyes. I'm pretty sure she'll calm down after a couple more days. You know, if you guys are that lonely, you could always come visit me, he pointed out. She's a space mage, it shouldn't be too hard, but still long enough that we usually can't spare the time. The only reason we have what we do know is because we worked hard enough to make up for taking a week off. Or come visit us, man, Jake told him with a slap on the back. Since we both live in gate cities, it's gotta be a whole lot easier. Well, that could be nice, Will said happily. But anyway, what do you guys want to do now? You're basically done, right, Ben? Sorry, you both go off and have fun. I had a guy come yesterday to order something, so we're going to go over it a bit today. You're lost, Jake told him. If you finish up early, come to my place later. With that, they parted ways for the day, with Falk taking his leave soon after. You going to be okay on your own, boy? I promised the goblins a drink today. Yeah, go have fun, and I'll see you later, Falk. Now alone, he focused on his designs for both the contest as well as greed until he heard the small crab's voice calling out to him. Hey Legs, what have you got for me? With Greed's arrival, Ben got to work in earnest, having the crab show him how he performed while carefully examining his body. It was like he thought. He was sure he'd be able to do something for his voice easily enough, but it was the claws that would create some issues. It wasn't just a matter of deciding how he would wear them, it was how they would be built at all. His first idea was to basically make him metal gloves, but that completely changed the sound Greed's music took, giving it a metallic ring that wasn't originally there. Let's see, so if that won't work, I could do what? I suppose I could make something like funnel-shaped bracelets to capture the sound and tie an air enchantment to amplify it, but then what if the claws affect it? Since they'd be in front of the sound, some of it could reflect back and make a feedback loop, something nobody wants. So then how should I do this, unless... Got something? Greed asked him, filled with hope after watching Ben spin his wheels as he thought. Maybe give me a minute. He had an idea, a simple one too. This whole time, he'd been thinking of creating an item for both claws, as well as a microphone of sorts for the crab to talk into, but then again, there was no reason he couldn't make one thing to project each sound. The quality might be affected a bit, but he was sure he could work that out with just a little bit of tinkering with the enchantment. He'd learned a lot about using air magic for sound spells since his music box after all. It would be good to put it into practice. Taking all of that into consideration, he began making it, putting better materials into his forge than he'd initially planned, solely due to how little he was going to be using. He was making it for a crab after all. It had to be at a size that Greed would be able to carry and move around himself without too much difficulty. Once the metal was headed through, he took out one of the many bone powders he'd packed to use in the competition, having not known what he'd be making at the time, but seeing he wouldn't be needing it now. It was one specifically meant to increase an item's ability to hold air enchantments, and considering that he would be trying to put the most powerful one he could on something so small, it was an absolute necessity. Once the material was ready, it came down to flattening it into a plate before cutting and shaping it. The design he had in mind was simple enough. He was folding it into a small square cone, something that Greed should have been able to move around without trouble, and on the end of each, he added a hinge that he attached more plates to. The point was to set it up in such a way that it could double in length after being properly set, while not taking up too much space beforehand. This would let him make better enchantments for it, and with that done he got started. Even with everything he did to manage the space, the enchantment had to be on the smaller, more delicate side compared to what he would normally do. There simply hadn't been enough material to do anything too crazy with it, but with a bit of care he completed it, letting the crab test it out. Standing in front of it after the setup was complete, Greed walked before it, hesitantly clicking a claw and hearing the sound amplify before doing it again with his other one, making a different tone and seeming satisfied as he kept going, turning the test into a performance as he began to sing, not using words, but making sounds that would weave seamlessly into each snap he made. Ben couldn't help but find himself enjoying it, even if he noticed a flaw in his enchantment as he did. "This is great legs, you really know your stuff," Greed told him happily, more than pleased with how it turned out. He had used a few amplifiers in the past when a venue had them, and even if it wasn't quite as loud, that was more than excusable considering how small it was compared to the ones he'd used for the larger races. "Well, hold on a minute there. Something didn't sound quite right to me, so I'm going to do a quick modification," Ben said as he took it in his hand to alter it. It had sounded fine, but it was definitely getting a slight distortion from the amplified sound bouncing off the metal. An easy enough fix after blending in an earth enchantment, and after putting it down, he had the crab try again. This time it truly was perfect. There was no flaw in the noise as Ben let himself enjoy it, and the few competitors who hadn't finished packing up for the day stopped to listen. It wasn't often that he got to hear the different musical options that filled the world, and he couldn't help but think that as far as payment went, it really wasn't too bad, even if he still fully intended to get copies of his skills in the future if he could. With his customer more than thrilled, it seemed like that would be the end of things for the day, with enough hours left that he could still meet Will and Jake, but the crab had one more request for him. "All right, so I know this might be a bit much after you went to the trouble of making this, but you think I could ask a favor? Well, you can at least ask. Think I could get a lift back to my inn?" he asked sheepishly. "It would take me ages, but you could manage it in, 15 minutes? This city wasn't exactly built for someone my size, and I'd rather not get stepped on when things start getting dark out." "Oh yeah, if that's all then sure, it's no problem." Ben was finding himself liking the guy well enough, even if his reputation may not have been the greatest, and he wasn't wrong. It was too easy for such a small creature to accidentally be trampled underfoot. Even with his strong shell, he could still be injured, and spending the 30 minutes there and back wouldn't be putting him out of his way. With that decided, Ben carefully scooped him up, following his directions to take him back where he was staying, chatting on the way. It was fun listening to the crab's stories, what it was like going across the world to perform, as well as his warnings over women. "I'll keep that in mind," he said with a shake of his head, feeling happy that no matter how hectic his life felt, he wasn't dealing with things like that. "Anyway, we're next. The following right and we're basically there," Greed told him. It was almost time to part ways, and Ben couldn't help but think that the crab made some entertaining company as he passed a side alleyway, feeling something grab and pull him as a bag was shoved over his head. "Hey Myriad you there," code red. "I could really use an answer right about now. Don't tell me you're really going to miss me being kidnapped after I was just attacked a couple days ago. Dude, what's the point of being an apostle if I can't even get your attention during times like this? SOS. Their mouths had been covered as they were dragged off, but upon reaching their location and being dumped on the floor they were free to swear up a storm. At least that was what Greed had been doing as Ben focused on his prayers, doing it with all 10 minds at once to try and get his god's attention. His head was still bagged and his hands were tied, but eventually he stopped trying to rely on his god for help and instead thought things through. There were 3 options that could have led to this. It could have been a random attack, it could have been someone looking for him, or it could have been someone after Greed. As poor as his luck was, he couldn't help but think that he was probably an uninvolved party in this. It felt like the only group that might actually hate him enough to kidnap him was the Church of Enith, but they would know better than to do something like this against the apostle of a god, meaning the options likely came down to the other two. Assuming it was a random attack he was just unlucky enough to go through wouldn't help anything either. Even if it was true, all he could do was reveal himself as an apostle and hope it would scare them out of doing anything rash. That just left the final option. "Hey Greed, don't suppose you have any idea what's going on?" he asked calmly despite the situation, doing his best to use his other minds to keep track of the surroundings despite his eyes being covered. With the noises of movements and steps around them, it was certain he wasn't alone, and as he focused he was pretty sure he counted 5 other people around, or maybe 5 small groups of people. It was hard to be sure, but it was better than nothing. "Ah, well, you know how it is," the crab said. "What sort of musician doesn't have enemies? Most of them, I'd think. Is this the whole jealous husband thing you were just telling me about? Man, if we survive, you've really got to stop doing that crap." "I've told you I haven't touched a woman in years," he yelled in his defense. "It can cause all sorts of trouble beyond just an angry partner. Hell, the worst of it all has got to be the—" He was cut off as the sound of movement came from behind them and the bags over their heads were ripped off, revealing the dark room they were placed in, as well as just who had them. Standing around were 5 crabs, 4 of them having hard blue shells that let off a bit of light, but that was hardly their most noticeable characteristic. No, what stood out was their sheer size. Each of them had to be a meter across, with powerful claws he didn't want to be on the wrong end of, and all of them switched their gazes between their 2 prisoners and the 5th person in the room. He was another crab species, or at least Ben thought he was, but he seemed to lack a shell, instead having a softer-looking flesh to him while being half the size of the others. He would still tower over Greed, and given how the others were reacting looked like the one in charge. "An angry husband?" Ben quietly asked. "Fuck, I wish then I'd only have to worry about being beaten to death," he muttered back as the fleshy crab spoke to one of his men. "Who's that with him?" he asked, pointing to Ben. "Another fucking lover. We can only assume so, sir," one of the blue crabs confirmed. "They were carrying him back to his room when we took them. What else could they be?" "Whoa, whoa, whoa, hold on a minute," Ben yelled in his defense. "I was just commissioned to make him something and was giving him a lift back, that's all." The flesh crab looked to the others, giving a disappointed shake of his head. "Idiots, of course you all had to go and make things more complicated. We'll figure out what to do with him after. For now, let's get to it. After all, I've been hungry for this for decades." "Hold on, you bastard. You're out of your mind if you think I'm just going to let you fucking eat me," Greed yelled out, struggling to escape as the other crab walked closer. "Your body is my birthright, father. I'm simply making you finally fulfill the obligation you should have upon my birth." "Wait, father." This was getting too complicated. He hadn't planned on being a witness to both some patricide and cannibalism when he'd agreed to make a simple amplifier. "What the hell did you get me caught up in?" "Ha, let's just let this be my final piece of advice to you," the smaller crab said. "Careful when you have some fun outside of your race. You never know when you'll accidentally mess around with someone whose kind needs their young to eat part of their father to absorb their shell and grow their own. Even worse when you learn the woman's a crime lord." He could see the fear in the other man's eyes as he failed to break free of his bindings. A small part of Ben couldn't help but be amazed at meeting someone who seemed like they actually had worse luck than him, but he put the thought to the side and forced his minds into overdrive as he tried to come up with something, anything that would get them free and keep him from being murdered after this and Greed from being eaten. "Okay, so he needs a shell. What can I do about that? I can't just make one. It's a part of his body. In that case, could a healer do anything?" "No, if he needs to develop it through a specific method, then a standard healer won't be able to. Maybe Steph or Yuzu could pull something off, but even then it feels like it would be overly complicated. But there's really nothing I can do, and it feels like if there's an answer it has to be magic, but I'm really not sure beyond that. Unless..." As his mind was in a flurry of activity, Greed's son reached them, taking hold of his father and looking him in the eye as Greed continued to scream. "Eating me will never give you enough to form a proper shell. Look at you. Look at our size difference. I couldn't have done it when you were born, let alone now. And yet it will be something," the other crab responded as he held him up above his mouth. "I'll take any patches over what I have now. Wait, let me help you." Ben yelled before any attempts at eating happened. He had an idea, but it would mostly rely on the mages in his life to fulfill. He just had to get to that point. Greed, though, misunderstood things. "You're going to help him eat me, you fuck. Come on, just try getting a bite. It's going to hurt going all the way down, though. I think I can help you get a proper shell," Ben yelled while he had the fleshy crab's attention, getting Greed to calm down in the process. "Something that would be able to cover you. If I'm hearing right, you can only use what he has, right? Wouldn't you like something better? I'll do it if you don't eat him." For a second it seemed to have the desired effect. He put down Greed and turned to him, with things only seeming to fall through as he moved to get his thick claw around Ben's neck. "That's a pretty promise, boy, but one you should be cautious of making," he warned. "Now, I don't have any problem with you. After dealing with my father, I was just going to toss you on the streets and we'd leave town. So do you really want to be responsible for getting my hopes up? Okay, now feels like a good time to play my get out of being murdered card. I can't guarantee I can help, but as the apostle of Myriad I promise I'll do my best, he told them confidently, seeing what he thought were surprised faces around him as he felt the claw slip from his neck. Did you idiots really kidnap a goddamn apostle? He could be lying, one of the other crabs said meekly, just trying to get out of things. Let me show you my card and I'll prove it. Then we can move on to discussing just how I might be able to help. Greed's son waved one of his men over, and with a quick snip of his claws Ben was free, letting him prove his identity. All right, apostle boy, how exactly are you planning on helping me? Is making friends supposed to be this exhausting? Thera couldn't help but think to herself as she went through the untamed lands with the other 3 girls and the archmage. It wasn't the hunting that was getting to her. Considering her own strength, along with the fact that the others had awakened skills, it was actually quite easy compared to anything she'd have gone through hunting alone in the past. No, what was really exhausting her was having to deal with the conversation, especially from Yuzu, who once freed from her cultural silence was a ball of energy that seemed to be making up for lost time. So your necklace was a homemade gift, she asked, referring to the blue jay pendant that Ben had made her. It's so pretty. Your armband too. Gosh, I wish Jake would take the initiative like that sometimes. I feel like he only ever does anything romantic when someone reminds him to. That's because he's an idiot, Amy told her with a pat on the arm. The sooner you accept that, the easier it will be. And the armband is an attempt to keep people from going insane around me if anything happens to my cloak and it still needs some work, she explained, thinking back to exactly what happened during the emergency quest. As fine as she was in Analia, expecting an average person to have resistances over 11 was a bit too optimistic. Not that it didn't happen, but higher levels of resistances were still extremely uncommon, at least compared to higher levels of affinities. The most that she could hope for right now was that if anything went wrong in a crowd, not everyone would be taken in by her effects. Steph seemed like she was going to chime in, but before she could, Thera swung her staff to the side, reacting to the raptor-like creature that had jumped through the woods to deliver her attack. Ever since collaring a Leviathan, she'd been attempting more of the same thing, manipulating the earth she used, making flow like water in her spells. It was significantly harder on her, pushing her control in ways she never had before, but the results spoke for themselves as she wrapped the stone around the lizard's face, letting it return to its sturdy, solid form before the creature flailed around until it eventually gave in to its oxygen deprivation. Not bad, Yulil told her, giving out pointers to them all as she watched over them. A free lesson Thera was happy to take considering it came from someone so studied in magic as a whole. It seems like your earth mana might be being slightly disrupted when you use your attacks though. You might be able to do better if you suppress the dark and life mana without you when you cast a spell. If I could, I would. Unfortunately, it seems like I need more mana control before I can get more mana control. At the very least I can chip away at it by improving my other skills. She had been focusing pretty heavily on earth and life recently. She needed to devote more of her effort to her telekinesis as well. As much as she knew she should put a bit more to her dark magic on top of that, it wasn't something she could make herself do, at least at the current time. After what happened when they were on the coast, she didn't want to do anything that could raise her charm even further. Any level to it was a level farther she'd be from suppressing it, at least until it got high enough that it could be done without the band. Still, despite how well she'd been doing with her other 2 magics, that could take years, not a prospect she wanted to deal with when it could do so much harm, not just to the people around her, but the stress she would go through as a result. Still, when things come to a head it would be nice to have you around, Yulil said, pulling her from her thoughts. What do you say? Analia should be well in hand. If you were to defend all faith, when the time comes I'd see to it you're properly compensated. Nobody had to ask what she was talking about. It was apparent enough to all of them. They knew from history that invasion sites were frequently the more heavily populated areas, and since it seemed every human on the planet had heard about her engagement to Ben, that the Archmage knew not only who she was, but who her parents were. When the war finally began, her father would be able to handle any gate that showed up near her home by himself, freeing their army to go assist other nations, at least for the first 2 waves. That meant that she'd be left to herself to decide what she wanted to do and where she wanted to fight. I'm not really sure what I'll do, she said honestly. I'm hoping that it will be far enough away that I won't need to worry about it too much anytime soon, but I'll probably go wherever my aunt or uncle end up. I know they both plan on fighting. Sticking with family has its pros or cons, but I suppose it's as good an answer as any. If you change your mind though, come find me, I'll make sure you're well rewarded. Good, it should be getting to be about time for you all to head back anyway. We've been out here for a while. Yuzu, something's approaching from the right. Handle it and we'll be on our way. Do I have to? The young soul mage complained. I don't like using my magic that way. It's much nicer to help people grow than to use it for violence. You need the practice, Yulil said sternly. It's important you're able to defend yourself, and you're just as valuable of a fighting force as anyone else. You need to work on the death aspects of your magic, not just focus on your life and soul spells. Oh fine, she wasn't thrilled, having no taste for killing out of training but still did as the older woman asked, turning to where she felt a creature approach and waiting until it was within view, seeing a monstrosity running towards them. Bigger than any of them with a thick brown and green shell that was seemingly to help and camouflage itself in the woods, the creature raced towards them, seeming to think it got lucky with its prey as tentacles extended from its throat, shooting towards them and trying to latch on. And then it stopped, falling to the ground as it did as Yuzu turned to Yulil. Happy, no, you didn't need to let it get that close. You could have handled it before it came into view. Waiting only puts yourself and others in danger. It's disrespectful to it to end its life out of sight, she shot back. I get I need to practice, but how I do things matters. If you can see its soul, it's in your sight. Now come on, all of you, it's time to go back. Thera cast one last look at the dead beast as Steph tore a hole in space to get them back to the gate, in awe of just how powerful a soul mage was. It looked like she'd done nothing, but with seemingly no effort, Yuzu had instantly ended the life of the creature in a way that a standard death mage would struggle to accomplish, at least anywhere near that quickly. It was obvious the act was nothing to her. She could likely do the same thing to hundreds of creatures at once, and while Thera didn't know if the thought made her feel comfortable that there were people who was so powerful on the world or not, she was definitely impressed. Stepping through the gate into the interconnected space that linked them all, she immediately felt her attention being pulled, as one of her skills was pointing to within that strange space. Bind was doing its job, telling her exactly where Ben was as she saw him feel the same thing. Turning to them all and giving a friendly wave, she couldn't help but feel the same thoughts flood her head that had been for a while, as well as some new ones ever since she spoke with the other women about him. You're more important to me than that. It wouldn't feel like home if you weren't there. I'm not in love with him, she told herself, shaking the other thoughts from her head. That stupid Crystal and Steph just have me feeling self-conscious. This isn't love. As for if he's in love with me, well no, it's not even worth thinking about. Even though she told herself that she was a whirlwind of emotions, making it hard to look him in the eye. Embarrassment at the thought she might be, fear of what that would mean for her, excitement that he might feel the same, all things she would never admit to, not even to herself. Despite that though, even if she was having trouble meeting his eyes at the time, she couldn't help but be glad that he'd come to see her out there, at least until he ran over and opened his mouth. Hey guys, I kind of need all of your help, he told them, giving an awkward chuckle as he did. So long story short, I was briefly kidnapped, and now I need to keep Greed from being eaten by his son, who's up to work some magic. Thera rubbed her face in exasperation, while catching the reactions from the others out of the corner of her eye, all of them seeming to be in different stages of disbelief. I can't be in love with this guy. The stress would be bad for my heart. After a long conversation with the girls that basically amounted to confirming that whatever cultural issue that kept Yuzu from talking to him wouldn't extend to him reading her mind, as well as spending an hour all but begging Yulil to allow the young soul mage to help him, they all parted ways for the night. Thera still expressing her disbelief by the time they got back to the embassy. Are you really telling me you were kidnapped after me and Uncle left you alone for a single evening? Ben, you're an apostle. Get your god to figure out whatever sort of curse you're under that makes your life like this, she told him, not able to work up any real strong emotion after processing everything. Hey, this is super not my fault, he said. It's not like I expected to be kidnapped by the crab mafia. This is entirely on Greed, who you're still helping, she pointed out. I mean, even if this all stemmed from him not keeping it in his pants, I don't want him to die over it. All right, well, I'll go talk to my dad for you in the morning. Sleep well, Ben. Try not to be assassinated in the night or whatever other nonsense might happen. With that, she went to her room and he went to his, letting him focus on what he needed to as one final thought flew through his head. At least she's looking me in the eyes again. It seemed that current events managed to be just shocking enough to pull her from whatever was bothering her, giving him at least one positive to go off of. He still wanted to know what might have been said during their girls' night, but he had much bigger problems as he called out to his god for what felt like the millionth time. Hey Myriad, even if I'm safe now, I've still got a bit of an emergency to deal with here. I could really use some conversation. In return, he got silence, leaving him to curse. He desperately wanted to run what he was planning through with his favorite cube, but with no answer, he didn't want to just go to sleep. He couldn't trust that he would actually arrive in his realm, and that would mean his entire night was wasted when he could have been planning instead. How the hell am I supposed to get his attention? If screaming for help didn't manage it, he must have been pretty busy. So short of anything drastic, I don't have any options, and it's not like I could go to him, can I? He'd been to his god's realm so often that he knew exactly what it felt like to arrive there. The experience of his mind ending up somewhere else entirely was subtle, but it was there. Whether he could treat it as a path to be followed was an entirely different question, but with nothing else to do, he decided to give it a go. It's not like I have any better options to go off of. Laying down, he started to meditate with all 10 of his minds, putting his all into it in a way he never had before as his thoughts cleared, and he let himself fall into the feeling of being taken somewhere else. He didn't know how long it had been. Time lost all meaning to him as he simply followed the thread. He didn't even hope for a payoff. That feeling would have been a distraction. With the exception of that one goal, his minds were completely clear. With the notifications exploding in his head, his concentration broke and he opened his eyes, seeing the realm of his god before him and heard some chattering at his back. Pretty quick to get another level of tolerance. Sure hope that's a good thing. Oh, who am I kidding? With a level of sacrilege too, it's probably not. Oh well, it's an emergency, Myriad can deal. He turned around to the voices, finding their backs to him and in deep discussion. He wasn't super clear on what they were saying though. He was too surprised by what he saw. Myriad floating as he always did, but with the addition of Helori on top of him, using his god as a chair. Ahem, he said to alert them of his presence. If this is some sort of sex thing, I can come back in a bit, but I really need to talk to, well, both of you actually. As he spoke, they both whipped to face him. Well, Helori did without a face. It was hard to tell with Myriad, but he at least rotated, which seemed as good an indicator as any. Ben, what how? Myriad asked, too many questions forming in his head at once to express them all properly as Helori got up. It most certainly isn't. Honestly, Myriad, if you're going to bring your apostle up here, you should warn me first. I didn't. He made it here on his own. It was incredible that despite his apostle's constant antics, he was still capable of being surprised by just what the boy would do, but he couldn't help but be shocked by this. While not impossible, it was rare to an extreme that wasn't worth considering. Myriad was fairly sure that he'd heard of 10 other gods that got to experience something like this, with most of them happening before the fall of their old worlds. On the other side of things, Helori switched from annoyed to excited on a dime, rushing to Ben and immediately getting in his face with questions. How did you do it? Projecting your mind into a different level of reality isn't some trivial thing. I just kind of followed the feeling, I guess. Myriad hasn't been answering my prayers, so I was getting desperate. Followed the feeling. Myriad, how often do you bring your apostle up here? She demanded as curiosity filled her all the more. Most nights, so long as there's no issue. Why? Is that what let him do this? It just sort of happened. It's not like I have many other believers. Might as well give them some of my time. I'd say that's a lot more than some. He's probably met up with you in person more than almost any other god has with their believers. Really, to think that there could be this side effect. She trailed off, starting to mumble to herself as Myriad focused in on Ben. So what was so important that you had to try coming here yourself? Ah, well, two things. The far more minor one was that apparently Yuzu said my soul looks funny because of how it's interacting with parallel thought and complex mind. Since Helori looked at my soul not too long ago, I was hoping that she could tell me if there's anything I need to worry about. What? She asked, being pulled from her thoughts at hearing her name. No, your soul's fine. It's a little rare, but if your skills are developing in a way that might hurt you, the system will compensate to remove any strain. In the case of your mind skills, it's keeping them from frying your brain by making them interact with your soul on a deeper level. It's not common, but it happens from time to time. Okay, cool. And the other thing? Myriad asked, trying to prepare for the worst. He doubted his apostle would try to go to his realm for a question about his soul, and unfortunately he was right. Okay, so while you were up here getting sat on and ignoring my many prayers for help, I was kidnapped by a crab mafia. Long story short, I need help from both of you to put a spell together to get one of them a shell and keep greed from being eaten. Helori's eyes lit up as Myriad crashed to the ground, her excitement at the proposed task coming nowhere near his god's despair at that brief description of the day's events, as Ben outlined exactly what he was thinking, and they all got to work. Do you think you could make a laser gun? Jake asked the next day as Ben was carefully carving some stone, trying to get it to perfectly match what he needed. Probably, but I wouldn't recommend it. I've managed to make a couple decent guns with my enchantments, but the mana cost sucks. Well, I guess since you have such a high amount you'd be fine, but it's not practical for a typical person. Plus you have your spells. Okay. In that case, could you make me a lightsaber? Again, just use your spells, you'd be so much better off. Do you even have the sword wielder skill? I mean, no, but I'd happily learn it. Come on, man, I'll pay you well. It would be so cool to have. Okay, fine, I'll try making you one when the contest is over. Anything else? Jake thought for a minute before his eyes lit up. A hoverboard. Please tell me you can make a hoverboard. Dude, how many times are you going to make me tell you to just use your spells? Just stand on a sheet of metal and lift it up while you're standing on it. To make it, I'd need to not only have to figure out the best method of having it hover a couple inches off the ground, either trying to force it to suspend itself with earth magic, or using something like air or space magic to do the job, but then also making it adaptable enough that it wouldn't immediately crash if it went over anything other than a perfectly flat surface. That's not even considering how high the mana cost would be. Even as he said it, though, he couldn't help but start considering how he would solve the problems that came with trying to make everything Jake suggested. It was all an interesting mental experiment for him, and the other human kept giving ideas that he wouldn't have considered himself, so he didn't mind too much. Jake, for his part, was completely taken with the realization that he wouldn't need a fancy tool to have a hoverboard when he had his magic, and was thinking on what else he could ask about as he turned to look to the girls chatting to the side, half paying attention to all of the suggestions Jake was making, but mostly leaving him to see which of his dreams could be made into reality. What about bikini armor? He asked in all earnestness, leaving Will to look away in disgust as Ben turned to Amy and Yuzu, one of whom was holding their head in exasperation as the other smiled on, having no clue what her boyfriend was requesting. Just to be clear, you both love this man. Unfortunately, Amy sighed as Yuzu nodded happily. Thera, though, looked mostly confused by the reactions around her and gave voice to the curiosity that was getting the better of her. All right, I'm just going to ask, what's bikini armor? Think underwear that can keep any part of you from being injured. Is that bad? She asked. Honestly, it sounds pretty handy. It would be if he had asked with any intention of seeing us with clothing on over it, Amy told her, having a small internal debate about how hard she should try to convince his teachers to go on him for their next training session, and leaving Thera thoroughly disgusted in the meantime. Before anything could come of that, though, they were interrupted by the arrival of Greed's son, along with 2 of his associates. Ben had told them all what he looked like, so there was no confusion, though Yulil stood silently at the side with Falk, both prepared for anything to go wrong. All right, are we ready to do this or what? The fleshy crab asked, not bothering with pleasantries and all but ignoring those around Ben. You better not have any funny business planned. Hey, I said I'd help you, so I'm going to help you. We're waiting on one more person, but I spent the whole night talking to 2 different gods to make sure my idea would work, so for now, come on, let's see if I need to make any adjustments to what I've got. He seemed hesitant but went over to where Ben led him, standing still as the different plates of stone Ben had been shaping were placed against his body and modifications made as need be. So is Greed nearby? We're going to need him to do this. One of my men will bring him when you're actually ready to get started. Fine, so untrusting though, geez, Ben muttered. Anyway, I never got your name, and it's going to stay that way. Oh, come on, I'm just going to ask Greed later, cut me some slack here. It's Cheel, the crab said, his voice filled with annoyance that Ben ignored. Well, Cheel, do any of these plates feel uncomfortable to you? We're basically trying to give you a proper exoskeleton here. I don't want to make it in a way that might cause you discomfort for the rest of your life. The right claw felt a little different from the left, but that's about all. Not a bad different, though. Give me a minute, I'll look it over. After a bit of careful examination, and comparing it to Cheel's body, he sanded down the interior of the right plate before having him try it on again. Better, yes. He continued to work, trying to ensure it was perfect in every way until it was done. Even if it was plain stone, it would be the model upon which Cheel's exoskeleton would be based, and Ben wasn't one to accept anything less than the best he could do when it came to his work. Even more than that, it was an interesting task. He wasn't sure if he should think of it as making a model or an armor, but trying to create someone a skeleton was so far outside the realm of what he'd been planning on doing when he got to All Faith that he couldn't help but be excited by the task. It would have been even better if his model was going to be put towards the spell in the end, but unfortunately, that would be left to someone better suited than him. A tall, hooded man that managed to arrive just as Ben was sure there was nothing else that could be done, along with his wife. Abruz, Pelinia, so glad to see you both, Ben told them happily, a feeling Pelinia responded to in kind. And you never cease to entertain, do you, Ben? Why, the way Thera was acting when she came to ask for help, you really do draw the most entertaining sides of my daughter out. I can hear your mom. I know, sweetie, that's part of the fun. Now, Ben, while I'm willing to help, it really would be for the best to just dispose of them, Abruz said as he looked to the crabs, all of them tensing as he did before Ben spoke up. I have an agreement with them, Abruz. I told him I'd help him, so I want to. Did Thera tell you what I need you to do? He gave a small nod as he used his magic to raise each stone plate in the air, looking them over as he did. Once satisfied that he knew all he needed to, he used his mana and made the energies within the contest ground change, drawing some of the few eyes that hadn't left in the instant before things returned to normal, the only change being a perfect replica of the stone plates he'd created earlier, only made of ruby instead. You're lucky that the mana cost of that is nowhere near what it is to make a magic material, Abruz said with a laugh. Since it was basically negligible for me, I didn't need to skip out on my usual work. Ben didn't want to think about how many thousands or tens of thousands of mana the Earth Spirit had spent to still call it negligible. Instead, he began fitting it around Cheel's limbs, getting Abruz to attach pieces together whenever he needed him to. All right, things might start getting a little claustrophobic soon, so we need Greed. Is he nearby? With a free claw, Cheel gave a little wave, causing one of his men to run off, coming back with a small box in tow that once open released the small ruby crab. Ah, you awful bastard, he swore. Locking me in a box for an entire day. What are you thinking? Better than you deserve, father, Cheel shot back. Consider yourself blessed to still draw breath. That can always change after all. Both of you enough, Ben told them. We're almost done here. Now Greed, try to stay still. This might hurt a bit. Before the smaller crab could try to change his mind and run away, Ben grabbed him and held him up to a bruise, who in turn created a small saw blade from a stone, rotating it at high enough speeds to slice off a tiny piece of his shell as the crab swore the entire time. Oh, relax, we haven't broken through to your inner flesh, so you're fine. Now, a bruise, there's one last thing I need you to do for me if you would. Just make a small divot in the ruby Cheel is wearing for this, and then we can move on to the difficult part. He did as Ben asked, and the shell fragment was placed inside, though not touched by the spirit's magic in any way. That was going to be next, as well as the hardest part of all. All right, girls, time's now super of the essence, so come on and let's do this. It was what he'd had to work throughout the night planning and thinking about it was causing him no end of stress. As opposed to something as simple to him as carving stone was, this was different. He was going to have Thera, Steph, and Yuzu work together to do something none of them had ever done before: proper ritual magic. As the apostle of a god that understood ritual magic in ways that no living race did, Ben was also far more knowledgeable on the topic than any average mage or magic scholar due to his work applying the principles of it to his enchantments. But this would be his first time participating in it in its purest form, even if he was just leading the others in what to do. With all of them knowing it was their time to shine, they moved like he explained earlier, with Thera and Yuzu both taking one of his hands while Steph grabbed his face, leaving him wishing he had a third arm as he connected to all of them, pushing his hidden mind to keep any of the thoughts from his extra ones from causing a distraction, as well as keeping them all from each other. As they began, he carefully told each of them what to do with his thoughts, Thera being the base and the most important, blending her earth and life mana to make the foundation that the others would work on, as well as contributing large amounts of mana to the process as she did. From there, Steph and Yuzu merged their own spells with it, elevating the base technique to greater heights than any of them had ever managed before, all for just 2 tasks. Altering the ruby shell that a bruise had made to match the living ruby of Greed's shell, and then properly merging it to Cheel's body in a way that would suit his mixed heritage without harming him. It wasn't quick by any stretch of the imagination, but Ben was thorough in examining each of their minds as they worked, gently correcting them if anything was wrong to ensure it went off without a hitch until it finally came to an end. Ben didn't just hear the notifications explode across his mind, but those of both Thera and Steph too, with the first getting levels to both her earth and life magic, and the second getting one to her high life magic, with Steph doing her best to suppress her excitement at what her thoughts were screaming was her first level to any of her blessed skills. But as exciting as that all was, he couldn't let himself focus on it, at least not yet. The most important part was being sure the ritual actually worked. Cheel, how are you feeling? He asked as he saw the crab cautiously moving his body. Different, heavier. Did it work? That's what I want to test. To do that though, I'm going to need to try and scratch your shell though. Do me a favor and don't let your goons murder me while it's happening, all right? Ha, as long as this works then you don't need to worry. You're in my good books for life. Cool, in that case, a bruise could I get you to do your little spinning saw again? Just try to make a small scratch against each different plate we made. I need to be sure all of them are properly joined. The great earth spirit did as he was asked, pulling a few loose stones from the ground that he flattened and spun in tandem, making nicks on each section of ruby before letting them fall to the ground again. With that done, Ben brought Steph over and one by one applied her life magic spells, working to heal the wounds, if that was what they were, of course. If the stone hadn't become a living part of Cheel's body, it would have done nothing, but before both of their eyes, each nick disappeared before the might of her magic, letting Ben breathe a little easier with each one until it was back to a pristine state. Well, it looks like you now have a proper shell, he told Cheel, trying not to let the sheer amount of relief he was feeling color his voice. Even if the gods had been confident with the spell they'd helped plan, Ben couldn't help but worry about just what he'd have to do if they failed. Cheel, for his part, was silent, lost in the same emotions that his men were in the middle of displaying. After all of his life lacking, he finally had a true exoskeleton, and it was beautiful. I will never forget what you've done for me today, he said finally, gratitude plain on his voice. Should any of you ever need it, find me and I'll repay this debt. It's the girls you really owe. Without them it wouldn't be possible. If you want to pay me back, just toss a few prayers to the god Myriad from time to time and we're good. Very well. For now, do with my father what you wish. I have no need for him anymore. With that he walked off, his men in tow behind him, giving Ben the leeway to slump to the ground as Greed tapped his hand. Legs, I seriously owe you one here. If you need a personal musician for the rest of your life, let me know. We'll just make sure that when I finally ask for that show, you make it the best you've ever done. Deal. Now on a bit of an awkward side note, I don't suppose I could get a lift. Last thing I want is to get to the inn and find a different kid or ex waiting for me. I'll do it, Will said as he scooped the crab up. Pretty sure Ben needs a break. As words were exchanged, everyone began going their own separate ways for the night, until all that was left with him was Falk, Thera, and her parents. You really know such colorful people, Ben, Pelinia told him as he tried to unwind from the stress of the last day. Honestly, asking a favor from us to help, you better raise your skills a bit more to make it worth our while when we come to collect. Will do, he told them with a thumbs up. Just maybe wait till after the contest. This has already felt like the busiest 2 weeks of my life. Haha, sure. I will be sending for someone to grab you in a day or two, though, so be prepared for that. I've found a couple people with higher versions of the skills you were looking for. We're just waiting for them to arrive. With that done, Abruz and Pelinia went back to the gate, letting Ben finally go back to his room for a well-deserved rest. The next day actually managed to be calm for Ben after the hecticness of the prior two. His friends all seemed strangely on edge despite his constant assurance that he was used to just what sort of world they now lived in and would probably be fine if they wanted to do something else. But there was always at least a few hanging over his shoulder as he finally got to work on Amy's weapon. What he had been putting the most of his effort that day towards was cutting the white mana crystal he was going to be using, making multiple discs the size of large coins only thicker, and setting them each in the mithril they would need to extract the mana from the magical gems. He put more effort into what was a simple task for him than he ever normally would, making sure each crystal he cut was perfectly uniform in size, the mithril bound to each surface polished to a mirror finish, and ending up with 16 by the time he was finally done. It was far more than he actually needed, and given how expensive the materials were, it was beyond wasteful, but he had no choice if he wanted a chance at success. Even though he typically used the materials to help supply mana to his tools and items, that wasn't the only area where they'd shine compared to cheaper options. They were also incredibly good at holding large complex enchantments without breaking, and given what he had in mind to do with them, he still didn't trust that he'd be able to get away without losing a few. God, I can't believe I'm preparing to lose half of these freaking things to make this. Having money has warped my sense of value. He put them away for the time being, leaving the next step for later. He wanted to do some tests before it came time to properly make the various enchantments he'd be using, so he turned to Jake to give him the good news. All right, it looks like I'm making you what you wanted earlier than expected, so look forward to it. You're making bikini armor. He asked enthusiastically, doubling over from the quick strike of Vasta, his non-affinitied magic teacher that was in charge of watching him for the day instead of Ulil. Degenerate boy, the woman scolded him. Don't go teaching Yuzu about weird things. Amy told me all about your request. Also, there's no way I could make that without it being inferior to properly enchanted armor. Seriously, why do you want it so bad? I mean, we're going to be in a fantasy war eventually. You need to have warriors in bikini armor to complete the scene, he yelled in his defense. Besides, wouldn't it be easier for Amy to move in something like that compared to? He couldn't finish the thought as this time it was Amy who shut him up, enough anger in her eyes to make him think twice about continuing to speak. In that case, I could make her a very good set of leather armor, Ben told him. With the enchantments I could put in it, she wouldn't need to worry about most piercing damage. Or better yet, you guys could take a look at the cloak me and Falk worked on for Steph, since it's got pretty great immunity to both physical and magical damage. To make bikini armor, I'd need to be able to enchant with barrier magic in a way I just can't at my current level. Probably wouldn't be able to unless I could use it in an awakened form too. Not to say I couldn't make you anything interesting with it since it's going to make your lightsaber possible. Jake's eyes lit up with the news. Both his teachers and his girlfriend's wrath forgotten as Ben's own teacher's curiosity was piqued. Some sort of sword from your land, boy. Falk asked, wanting to hear more about a potentially new weapon, more like one from a popular story. Anyway, Jake, how functional do you want it to be? Is that even a real question? I just don't want to be responsible for an archmage cutting something important off swinging it around. Not going to be a good look for me. It will be fine. Give it all the deadly force it deserves. Amy and Vasta shot each other a worried look, but neither stopped him, so with a shrug Ben got to work. To challenge himself, he decided not to use any magic material while working on it. The ones he'd be using would be plenty high quality, but it would still take a lot of care to make it perfect. And to start it off, he began heating his metal and grinding the horns and bones of a pixie dragon into a fine powder and putting it to the side until he needed it, only cutting 1 or 2 small pieces of what was in the forge for the meantime, and began working it. Surprisingly, what he had to do first would take the most care. He had to delicately shape one of the chunks into a perfect sphere, no bigger than a ball bearing, meaning it had to be perfect and polished. Once done, he created a shell that it could exist within, still small, but giving it enough room to roll around as it moved, and sealed the entire thing before building an air enchantment on it to create one of the effects it would need. It would be a minor touch in all, but enough minor touches and improvements could make something great, so he didn't slouch on it and put the ball to the side for the time being. With that bit done, he took the rest of the metal as well as the bone and horn powder he'd produced earlier and took his hammer to both, blending and pounding together until he had it exactly as he wanted it, creating a long flat piece of metal. As much as he wanted to think of it as making a sword, it wasn't. He was making a tool to hold a very specialized enchantment, so the entire process was completely different. Solidifying that fact in his mind, he cut away a strip from within it before pulling out his ring library from his bag, carefully selecting each one he thought could enhance the effect he was going for before placing his hands on the cooling plate, weaving and blending together dozens of enchantments as he went and placing them on the metal. As with any time he got lost in his work, the world around him melted away. He didn't know how long he'd devoted to such a silly project, but as the enchantments on that part finished and the plate didn't break, he placed the ball he'd made earlier within the divot he cut and, using his hammer, began to carefully yet tightly roll it up into a secure tube. With that done, all that was left was making it look nice. He went through his materials, trying to find something that would fit the look, and grabbed a hunk of steel, as well as a fine black powder to color it. After another repeat of heating and blending, he wrapped the coiled plate in it, polishing it and creating a small guard at the top to help indicate which side was up to keep Jake from accidentally impaling himself, and after all of that, it was done. Looking it over with the limited analysis that came from having a 9th-level crafting skill, he couldn't help but be pleased with the result. Unnamed tool from the Craftsman Ben Hef. Item grade. Middle rare. Oh yeah, I freaking killed it. Jake, you better be happy with this. He was about to hand it over to its would-be owner, but before he did, he had a thought and had to suppress his grin as he decided to put it into action. He wasn't sure if it would work, and even if it did, it would be something that only he would know about and find funny, but he couldn't resist as he held it tightly and spoke within his mind. I name you the copyright safe laser sword. Copyright safe laser sword. Item grade. Middle rare. I can't believe that actually worked, he thought, no longer able to stop himself from laughing out loud. The majority of his items had always ended up listed unnamed, and he never tried to name one himself to see if it would work, leaving that for its new owner instead if that was what they desired. But to see the system accept it so easily was a joy as he looked up to hand it off to Jake, finding both his teacher and a strange man standing over him as he did. What did I tell you, the boy's good, his teacher said with a toothy grin as the man beside him, a troll hybrid of some sort, scratched his beard as he stared at the item. I thought you'd just gone dumb after finally getting an apprentice after all these years, but you're right, he is good. The naming sense could use a little work though. Hey, cut me some slack, Ben said in his defense. The name's a little joke for myself. I wasn't expecting to immediately meet another person that could see it. Speaking of, who are you? Where are my manners? I'm an employer of your teacher and the head of the Craftsman's Guild. The name's Ibaru. Mind if I have a closer look at what you've made? He wasn't expecting to meet a big shot, but handed the item over, assuming that it would be fine since Falk knew him, but gave a warning anyway. Just be careful where you're pointing it if you run any mana through it. I'd rather not be skewered. Nothing to worry about on that front. I just wanted to admire the craftsmanship, he said as his eyes ran over it and he muttered his thoughts. Marvelous to fit together and combine so many enchantments is no easy feat. Tell me though, why do you have this one air enchantment on it? It seems out of place, though set up in an interesting way at least. Customer satisfaction. The guy I made it for definitely wants it to have sound effects, so I built some in, no matter how unnecessary they are. I see. Making what the client is looking for is just as important as anything else, isn't it? He nodded approvingly as he handed it back. A fabulous piece of work. You should have old Falk bring you around sometime. I'd love to have a longer talk if we could, but I have much to see for the day. Well, I've got a few books to pick up from the guild when this is over, so I'd be happy to pick your brain a bit then. At that, Ibru broke into a laugh as Falk muttered quietly enough that only he would. He's not the head of the local branch, boy. He's the head of the entire guild. What, Falk, how do you know so many bigwigs? Share some of these connections, man. I'd say by having Falk you have one of the best connections you could hope to, Ibru told him as he waved goodbye. If you ever have a reason to visit Craftsman Tower though, stop by. I'd welcome the chat as well. Once gone, he shot his teacher a look that was loaded with questions and completely easily ignored, leaving him nothing to do but sigh. Mysterious jerk, just tell me these things already. Still, he wouldn't learn what his teacher wasn't willing to tell, and instead turned to hand off the sword to Jake, who was eagerly waiting off to the side with the others, giving him a warning first. Just make sure you have the guard pointed away from you when you have your mana running through it, and don't activate it while pointing it at anything you don't want to kill. You got it. With an uncomfortable display of enthusiasm, he poured his mana into it, resulting in a narrow beam of red fire and light growing with the thin barrier enchantment that came out the end, stopping when it was about as long as an arm. Jake immediately started swinging it, causing the ball within to move along the air enchantment he'd created, giving off the exact sound effect Ben knew he would want. Wouldn't it be better if it was silent? Amy asked as she kept an eye on Jake, making sure he didn't hurt anyone or himself. Feels like this would just be distracting in a fight and make it so you couldn't catch anyone by surprise. Some things are more important than practicality, Jake told her. Ben, this is perfect and you're the best. Just don't accidentally cut off any of your limbs, please. Second last day, Ben thought to himself as he started to feel the pressure. He knew he'd be able to basically get everything he needed to done, but as he experimented, he was beginning to realize one aspect of his design wouldn't work. Maybe if I had awakened versions of my skills I could, but for now, I'm just out of luck. He thought sadly as he knocked his hand against a firm barrier he'd created, unable to give it anything more than a minor level of spring and flexibility no matter what he tried. That meant the item either wasn't going to be as complex and interesting as he would have liked, or he'd have to go back to the drawing board again. Neither option was particularly appealing, but for the time being he went back to his notes, trying to think of what to replace it with. Well, don't you look deep in thought, one of the competing gnomes said from the other side of his table. Don't tell me you've got a problem so late into this. Ah, well, more like a minor hiccup, Ben admitted. How's your team doing? We should be basically done by the end of the day, he said happily. Tomorrow will mostly just be some decorating work to make it look nice, but at least my part is complete so I can relax a bit as the others work away. Oh man, I was expecting everyone to be pushing things till the bitter end. No way, can you imagine the stress of leaving it all that late? I think almost all the tables are basically finishing today. In that case, everyone but me, Ben admitted. But if the rest of you are going to have some free time, you should all swing by tomorrow. Watch me flail about trying to get this done on time. Sounds like fun, will do, the gnome told him with cheer. Pretty sure we're all interested in what you've come up with. Being the only one without a team is a bold choice for something like this. Well, I'll do my best to impress. With that, his fellow competitor went on his way, leaving Ben a little more relaxed after the chat as he did. I can just think of an alternative. Even if it's not exactly what I had in mind, it will be fine. For now, I should at least start up on the other parts. With a direction in mind for where to go at least, he grabbed his mithril and steel and began heating them up before he dug through all of the materials he'd brought, pulling out dozens of different things. Bones and horns, claws and shells, dried out plants, and a rainbow of stones. He would need so little of each, in most cases no more than a fleck, but if he wanted his enchantments to have the best chance of holding, he needed to put each to work. So without putting it off, he triple-checked his math and ratios before getting to work on it all. Ever so carefully, he cut off pieces of each, putting them all in their own mortar and pestle to grind into the fine powders he would need to allow their effects to influence the metals. Normally, he wouldn't go to such an extreme for it. The difference it would make would be minor compared to putting them all in the same one to grind together to add to his heating materials. But he was working on the edge of what was possible for him, and he wanted to improve his odd in any way he could, even if that meant spending long hours of the day carefully adding each powder during different parts of the heating process, doing his best to keep them from being scorched or charred in a way that could reduce their effects. To do it, he needed to work quickly, but with care. As soon as he took the mithril out, he needed to pound it into a sheet, evenly pour over stone powder he'd produced, fold and blend it until it was incorporated, and then in one smooth movement add the next and repeat, doing his best to keep reheating the metal to a minimum with each time and forcing every mind in his head to devote itself to the task. Once done to the best of his abilities, he shaped it into the form he'd need for the next day, before moving on to the steel to do it all over again. Man, I'll tell you, it's going to be nice when this is done. As interesting as it is to plan out a long project like this, I definitely could have managed my planning better. Having to finish everything tomorrow feels tight, Ben told his god as he woke up in his empty realm. Just do your best and it will be fine, Myriad told him, seeming distracted. Anyway, though, that's not why I brought you here. Oh man, what is it now? He asked, feeling exasperated. This has felt like one of the most hectic 2 weeks I've had since coming to this planet Myriad. I can't take much more. Cheel and about 10 of his men have decided to convert to me. Oh what? Man, don't worry me like that. I thought you were going to tell me there was some more nonsense I needed to deal with. In that case, look at me go. Aren't I just a great apostle, managing to snag you some more believers despite everything else I have going on? The fact that he hadn't tried to get them to convert at all wasn't going to keep him from patting himself on the back. He'd clearly made a good impression as an apostle and made his god look good. Why wouldn't he let himself feel positive about it? Myriad, though, seemed much more conflicted on the matter. They're criminals, Ben. What am I supposed to do about this? Since when can gods not have criminal believers? Hell, aren't you composed of the totality of your race? You've got to have a little bit of criminal in you too, don't judge. My own history has nothing to do with this. Until now, I've made sure to give all of my believers a blessing and a skill, but I can't just bless someone who might break the law or hurt people. Then don't, Ben told him with a shrug, or tell them you only can if they act justly and treat people with kindness. Or watch them for a bit to see how bad their crimes are. Feel like there's a lot of options here. Why don't you ask a different god for advice? Most other gods aren't as liberal with their blessings and skills as I am. They're all saving their power for the invasion, so they only pass these things along to people who really stand out. Well, your generosity is one of your good points, man. You'll figure it out. One part of my plan fell through, Ben admitted, feeling annoyed as he did. It's fine, I thought of an alternative, even if it isn't as great, hoping it doesn't leave Amy turning down my weapon in the end because of it, but if it does, it's not the biggest loss. Since I can pick Hilary's brain on things, the payment of getting to chat with all of Jake's teachers isn't super important, so you're only having issues with one part of 9 and you've already found a replacement. You'll be fine. If you pull it off and this can't satisfy her, then nothing will. Though Ben spent the night planning to get as much rest as he could while talking to Myriad in his realm, that idea was foiled by a persistent knocking on the door in the early hours of the morning. Holy crap, what now? He couldn't help but wonder as he pulled himself from bed and made his way to the door, finding the apologetic face of an incubus behind it as he opened up. I'm so sorry to disturb you at such an early hour of the morning, sir, but the Queen has called for you and said you were expecting her. Seriously, now of all times, I thought you'd at least wait till the afternoon, but fine, give me a minute. Even if he would have rather slept longer, he wanted the skill rings to improve Thera's brace more than he cared about the contest, and with the sun not even beginning its rise in the sky, yet he had plenty of time to make it there and back without losing time, so instead of dawdling he got dressed and rushed towards the gate, eager to get the new rings. You look tired, Ben. Is everything okay? Pelenia asked innocently, as if her early morning call wasn't the only reason he was awake. I'm fine, just feeling a bit stressed about getting everything done today, but this is more important. What levels did you find for me? Oh, you're going to love this, she told him as he was led into a room with the bear person from last time, both an elf and a high elf, and finally a naga, all waiting for them to show up as Pelenia told him what they each had. It took some work, but I was able to find you individuals with level 8 of armor enhancement, shield enhancement, and defense enhancement. Getting them at level 9 might be a bit tough from here, but I have people out looking, so it's only a matter of time. As rare as 9th level skills can be, I'd be shocked if none pop up in the next year or two, considering the rewards I'm offering. And of course, finally, we have dark resistance enhancement, which Ursker has been working hard to raise this entire time despite his discomfort, getting the skill to level 3. I appreciate all of your effort, he told the bear person, who gave a silent nod in return. Depending on what bonuses Ursker had, that might affect it. It would probably be a while before he got it to the next level, even longer before getting it to the 5th. As annoying as it was, Ben could only be patient. No matter how long it took, there were other rare skills in the world. He would just need to find all of the ones that could complement his work so he could let Thera enjoy her life under the sun. We were wondering where you got off to this time, Thera said as soon as he arrived at the contest grounds, not late by any means, but with about half of the attendants already set up. What happened this time? Your mom called for me. It looks like I'll be remaking your brace tonight. I'm getting real close to getting rid of your effect at a distance too. When this is done, I think I'll spend a couple extra days in town to do some skill research. If I can just find 2 more with the effects I need, then we'll be golden before you know it, he said positively, glad that things felt like they were working out. Oh, and before I forget, she asked me to ask you to swing by later. All right. And about the brace, I mean, you've had a real busy couple weeks. You don't need to worry about it immediately, she told him, looking away. You can relax a bit. I'm doing it because I want to. I won't be happy till I sort this out, so just you wait. This had been his main goal for almost 2 years of his life now. If he couldn't at least get her effect at a distance down to 0, then all of that effort felt useless if it meant there'd still be a risk of some random person having a resistance too low and leaving them all but enslaved to her. Admittedly, he knew getting her effect on contact down to 0 would be a lot harder, especially since any skills he could find that might be able to help would definitely be rare in their nature, and very possibly only available at low levels as a result. But so long as he and Pelenia could properly compensate the hypothetical skill holder for their training, then it would all work out. And as sweet as how hard you're trying for your wife is, focus on finishing up today first, Falk told him, waving off Thera before she could say anything. It's the last day, make it count. You got it. He had a lot to do and only a few hours to do it. The contest would be ending a few hours earlier than the other days for items to be judged with results and prizes given, so he had to make every one count. The first thing he did was cover his arms in tight metal bracelets he made the day prior before pulling out his boxes and boxes of skill rings. He was planning on flooding the item with enchantments to make it work, but he still had to construct it as well, which meant he couldn't have his fingers so full they couldn't move. Both facts led him to this, and as things began he started to do what he hadn't had time to yesterday, copying each skill he needed to use to a different section of each bracelet, letting him connect with each and every one when the time demanded it. It was only once that was complete that he took the first disc of white mana crystal he'd made and truly began. He had 16 to use and only needed 9, giving him 7 times he could mess up without it ruining his design. Now that he was beginning, though, he couldn't help but think he should have given himself more wiggle room. It wasn't unusual for him to break an item when he decided to really push his limits, and there was no denying that was what he was doing, but he did his best to push every bit of nervousness and fear from each of his minds, using the full effects of his focus and getting to work. Of the 9 different effects he started with the simplest, stretching his minds to connect to a dozen enchantments at once, taking what he needed before blending and weaving them together, only to grab even more with his mana after, each piece working in harmony to elevate the final product to greater heights as it was shaped to perfection. The finished disc placed to the side once done, as he took a few minutes to ensure he had the next part of his plan perfect. As well as let some of his mana regenerate. Considering how delicate and detailed the task was, he couldn't let himself fall into mana exhaustion part way through, not when there was so much to do. The next 3 discs were much the same, slowly growing in complexity with each one, and requiring a slightly longer break in between to make up for it, but it was on the 5th that he had his first failure. For the first time in all of his experience as an enchanter, he'd created something that caused the mithril and white mana crystal he was enchanting on to crumble to dust in his hand, but without flinching, he simply brushed that valuable powder away, grabbing one of the spares and trying again as he took a moment to breathe, and tried to spot where in the process he'd gone wrong. With his second attempt, he made a minor modification in the way the enchantment was placed, and feeling it hold, he was able to move on, leaving only 4 left to do with 6 times he could mess up. If he ended up short, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but he wouldn't be satisfied knowing his design wouldn't reach its full potential. He'd already compromised once during this, he didn't intend to again. As he waited for his mana to go back to its full potential, he re-examined the design of the next one in his mind, turning it over and twisting it around his head, trying to see it in its complete form before placing it down. He pushed his understanding of each skill and magic as he brought them together to make a greater whole, and as he did, it was as if the only things in the whole of reality to exist were his minds, and the disc while the enchantment went down, perfect without needing to be replaced. 3 left, 6 replacements still. Sweat was forming on his brow as he picked up the next one and took stock of just what enchantments he needed before he carefully placed it, finding it easier than the last and realizing that he'd misjudged how difficult that particular one would be to make. It was still far from easy, but the effect it would give off when everything was done would be smaller overall, and he was able to put it to the side, treating it as if creating it had been a minor break compared to the last 2. He was finally on to the second last and felt himself smile as he did. It would be the second hardest as well, but it took inspiration from one of his past works he was particularly proud of, only taken to a whole new extreme. Even before the enchantment completely went down, it crumbled in his hand, and he closed his eyes, letting himself do nothing but breathe for a few minutes. This was where the extras would really be important. He picked up the next one, only having 5 left after that as he tried again, trying to shave off every bit of frivolous mana that went into the enchantment, taking the partial effects of each skill he wanted, and no more until it was as light as it could be, placing it down and feeling it hold. As he put it to the side, he was on to the last one. In a sense, all of the others had been nothing but practice leading up to this one. Each of the other enchantments had him push himself, refine what he was already capable of to an extreme until there was nothing else for him to give. For the final one, as much as he hated to admit it, luck would have to be a factor if he wanted it to live up to his standards. Ben was well aware that there was a certain point of complexity where whether or not an enchantment would work was essentially a dice roll. He'd been able to find ways to lower it in the past, taking more care in his enchantments, making his items slightly better, just learning more in general, but each time that just gave him more room to push himself until he was back to the same odds, and now there was nothing he could do to lower them. As he started the complex dance that was weaving and blending strands of mana together into a comprehensive whole, the first disc broke and he brushed the dust away, paying it no mind as he picked up the next and looked at it carefully before he began again. There was no variance in it, at least none that his eye could currently see, and he knew there was no imperfection that he could avoid to improve his odds more as he started his enchantment again, only for the new crystal to break as well. Again he brushed it to the side, ignoring it as he grabbed the next one. He didn't let himself think about the fact he only had 3 chances left. He would grab them as they broke, and if he ran out of things to grab then he would cross that bridge when he got to it. The moment his total mana reached its peak, he tried once more, only to fail again and picked up the next one. His minds were filled with nothing but the thoughts of skills and properties, enchantments, and how they were arranged. Every bit of knowledge he'd gained since coming to the world was going into this, a testament to all he'd learned. As each delicate bit of mana went down on the second last crystal, the enchantment on it so dense that anyone with a good enough mana sense could tell that it was saturated, and as the last bit was placed, he felt it hold. All at once he felt every muscle in his body relax, releasing a tensing he hadn't noticed had slowly been building up, even as his mind remained a flurry of activity. He grabbed the last disc of white mana crystal, slipping it into his pocket as he moved on to the next part, working the mithril and steel plates he'd prepared the day prior. Heating them just enough to make them easier to work, he began with the mithril, pounding it even thinner than he already had it, and cutting off the excess before carefully rolling it into a thin cylinder. From there he had to switch from a heavy hand to a gentle touch as he stacked the mana crystal discs within, and ever so carefully continued to tighten the cylinder of mithril around it, not wanting to break the crystals it now held after all of his hard work, but needing them secure, every one snugly held in place as he tapped at the metal, creating a comfortable rod that would fit inside of Amy's palm when she held it before adding even more enchantments around it. Linking the metal to the 9 crystals it contained, adding activation conditions to be sure they wouldn't interfere with each other before he could move on to the final step. Ever so carefully he continued, gently manipulating the metal to create divots where her fingers and thumb would sit when holding it before he repeated the process with the steel, bending and shaping it so it was flush against the mithril, holding everything in place to protect it, and finally giving it a polish, not so much that it would be slick, only doing it to ensure it wouldn't be unpleasant to hold, and with that it was done, the sound of his thoughts being replaced with notifications filling his head. Light briefly filled his eyes as each announcement went off and he didn't know where to begin. He'd gained a new mind with the level to complex mind, but that was all but ignored in light of everything else. He'd awakened one of his skills, after coming to the world as the only one standing below not only every other human, but every other summoned individual in general, and now he was truly starting to catch up. What once felt so distant now felt within his reach, with his 2 other blessed skills not far off either. Admittedly, he was a little surprised about just how it had awakened. He knew that skills would typically absorb others when they did, and he'd honestly expected it to take in his enchanting, maybe even connect too since he used all 3 skills together so closely. It would have been extremely convenient if it had. He wouldn't need to awaken the other 2 in that case, and could have used each to a new, higher potential. But the fact that they wouldn't get to him given just how good he was already feeling. Good was actually an extreme understatement. Every bit of exhaustion he'd accumulated throughout the day from pushing himself to his limits was completely gone, as with the awakening of his skill came the boost to all of his attributes. He felt stronger than he ever had before. His thoughts instantly became more clear, and he even felt like going for a run, something he never did that resulted in it being his lowest stat that just never seemed to rise. With this, he should have the speed of an average person now, even if that wasn't terribly impressive compared to the other changes to him, but it made him want to push his body to see just what each change truly meant for him, and those weren't the only changes to come. Even if it wasn't to the same extent as his crafting, with the level to his enchanting came a change to the skill. The same way he'd been able to see the rank of an item at his 9th level of crafting, with his enchanting the system now helped him identify what specific enchantments went into something when he looked at it, instead of simply looking at the structure and doing his best to infer, with the list for the one in his hand being particularly impressive. Unnamed tool from the Craftsman bin. Item grade. Lower ultra rares. Enchantments. Barrier magic 7th level. Blood thinning 5th level. Sturdy 5th level. Strengthen 7th level. Defense enhancement 7th level. The list went on as he could see not only every enchantment he'd put into it, but also where they specifically were, and he knew this would be a massive boost to his enchanting as a whole. No longer would he need to ask or theorize if he saw something interesting. He could look at it and gain plenty of the information he'd been missing. He'd still need to determine how the enchantments worked together himself, but this was a massive boost to his ability to learn. There was so much more he wanted to reflect on too. From the fact that the item had made it to lower ultra rare, a first from him aside from his coat, to the new skill he'd gained as a bonus for awakening his crafting, one he'd never heard of before but was excited to discover its effects. The only thing pulling him from his thoughts was the sounds around him, and as he ripped his eyes from the item, he understood why. Crowd had surrounded his table, some talking with zeal as others stood in stunned silence, and not understanding he looked to his teacher, who was wearing a happy yet slightly complicated expression on his face. I guess congratulations are in order, boy. I'll admit I always thought you'd awaken a skill, but I didn't think it would be like this. The obvious answer would be that his teacher had seen the rank of the item he'd made and put 2 and 2 together, but as possible as it was, it didn't seem to track. Falk wouldn't have just outed him by saying that, and from the quiet voices of those standing around talking about it, he was pretty sure the rest of the crowd knew before it was said as well. It was Thera who took over and explained it to him, seeming just as stunned as anyone else. Anyone with any mana sense could tell. Your body was just flooded with it, and you were basically glowing for a minute there as it rushed in. Oh, I sure wish I'd known that was a thing before. Not that I could do much about it, I guess. I'd rather have the awakened skill and deal with people knowing than not have it. He took it all in, listening to the chatter of people around him. He told the gnome to come watch him yesterday, and it looked like he had, along with representatives of all the other tables who seemed to be taking it in good cheer. It looks like we know who's winning this, one of the ant people said to a dwarf, with the sentiment going around to all of them. If an item was good enough to push him into awakening, they could have no complaints, many feeling excited just to witness such a rare event, as a different conversation was happening amongst his friends. I thought you said he came here with no more than first-level skills, Ulil said, shocked at what she'd just witnessed. He hadn't, Amy told her, equally stunned while Jake was giving him a cheer. Of their group, only Yuzu had known what his levels were since she could see his soul, and since she'd been strictly told to keep it to herself, that information hadn't been passed along. Are you seriously saying he's awakened a skill in less than 3 years? Looks like it, Jake told her happily before yelling to Ben. Hey, we've got to celebrate tonight when this is all over. Dinner at your place. Wait, does that mean I'm cooking? Ben yelled back with a laugh. How is that a celebration for me? 'Cause you get to be surrounded by your wonderful friends. Also, I hear your food is good, so I want to try it. Ha, fine, he agreed, giving in easily enough. Anyway, Amy, come over here. You have to let me know if this meets your expectations or not. With all eyes suddenly on her from the crowd, Amy made her way to the front of the table as everyone, especially the other contestants, was eager to see exactly what the item would do. As she took it, she looked it over before squeezing it in her hand. No matter what it was, it fit in her grasp perfectly, to the point that she was surprised he'd been able to make something like that without having her by his side as he made it, but it did leave her with a question. What exactly am I supposed to do with this? He hadn't outlined his idea with anyone other than his god. Not even Falk or Thera knew what he'd made, though his teacher had gained a pretty good idea as he watched the enchantments go down, meaning that Ben first had to explain how to use it. It's simple. First, just run your mana through your index finger, he explained, eager to see the results of his work as she did what he'd asked, only for a barrier unlike any other to spring out of the end. The idea was inspired by what he'd made for the cat Sith Nabu when they'd worked together, but at a whole other level. Instead of using a barrier enchantment to extend out of a weapon to let it have a greater reach and do more damage, he turned the barrier into a weapon, the mana in it so dense that it couldn't be seen through like a normal barrier could, with so many skills tied to it to enhance its effects by a significant margin, which would only make it all the deadlier if Amy applied her augmentations to it. She was surprised at first, everyone was. None had expected a club to appear of all things, but as she swung it around she had to admit it felt good in her hand, even if it was a little underwhelming. I mean, a club's handy, but... She trailed off, not knowing how to tell him it didn't make the cut for what she was looking for as he spoke again. What, you don't think that's all there is to it, do you? He asked as he laughed. Switch to running mana through your middle finger instead. She did as he asked, feeling her curiosity change to surprise and excitement as the barrier changed to that of a knife, the dimensions and weight perfectly matching the one he made her earlier and moving exactly as it needed to while he went on to explain a bit more about it. At that one, a solid mana spear was created, with the head projecting outwards and more of it coming out the back, with her right hand already positioned where she'd normally hold it, leaving her to just grab the front for stability. Finally seeing where this was going, she ran mana through her pinky finger, this time leaving her confused by just how it had changed. What's this last option? She asked as she looked it over. At the front of it, a long, thin tube had sprouted out, and she had no idea what she was supposed to do with it. It was also the one that caused the smile to leave Ben's face as he looked at it as well. That is unfortunately my one point of compromise, he admitted, still unhappy that he hadn't been able to make his first idea work. I wanted to give it a ranged option and make a bow, but no matter what I did I couldn't alter the properties of a level 7 barrier in a way that would give it the bend and spring needed to make 1 out of mana, so instead I went with something without any moving parts. What you have there is a blowgun. I'm not sure if you'd actually use it, and you'd need to carry around your own darts if you did, but it should work well with the air aspects of your augmentation at least. She was feeling stunned. Everyone watching was. None of them had seen a weapon as versatile as that before, and at this point, she already knew she was going to accept it. It changed fast and easily enough that she could see herself being able to alter fighting styles mid-combat in a way that a standard one wouldn't let her. But before she could say as much, Ben corrected her on a mistake she'd made. More importantly, though, that's not the last option. Run your mana through your thumb and index finger now. The people around were shocked there was more, but none as much as the other craftsmen watching as they picked up on what was happening. Ben had enchanted 9 different discs. They were going to be seeing that many items. There was a general feeling of disbelief coming around them as they began to understand what he'd done. They could all tell just how incredibly complex his enchantments were on each piece of white mana crystal as they watched him make them, but they had never guessed by just how much. It had been surprising seeing him manage to break a material known for being so good at holding enchantments at the time, but now that they could see what he'd made, it was more shocking he hadn't destroyed more. 5 small crystals was nothing to make an item like that, especially as they each considered what it could sell for. Amy also got the idea, at least most of it, as she activated the sword, and then switched to brass knuckles shortly after, feeling the mana barrier wrap around her hand as she did. It was on the next one that Ben stopped her, the item changing to an axe that he wanted to share the details of, having taken inspiration from the one he'd made for the Hobgoblin Uzi. So if you'll notice this one, I made it a bit different, he explained, pointing out and running his finger down some of the grooves within its head. Each option has some features in its design I can talk about in more detail with you later, but the point of this one specifically takes advantage of the air and fire aspects of your augmentation. If you run it along those grooves, you'll be able to get more power out of any swing. She wanted to test it out immediately, only holding herself back on account of the crowd and the risk of injuring anyone around, so instead she switched to the final one, feeling the mana wrap around not just her hand this time, but her entire arm as it arranged itself into plates that could move comfortably and be of use for both attack and defense if need be. Again, the fit was perfect, and she couldn't help but wonder how he'd managed it as he went on to explain. This one was the hardest to make by far. Honestly, it's just luck I got it to work at all, but with the defensive properties on it, as well as the offensive ones, more enchantments went into this than anything else I made. It was a good experience, though. It gave me a reference for a future project or two. Anyway, on to the last one. There's still more, just one. Run your mana through all of your fingers now. I figured this would be the easiest to do, so I put what I thought was the most important one with that activation condition. Before he'd even stopped talking, she was doing it, the barrier rearranging itself to take what almost everyone would consider a far more standard form for the magic, making up a shield. It was easier for me to make than the gauntlet since it only needed defensive properties, but the higher surface area makes it a lot more ideal, he explained. Of course, they both have the full effects of my resistances tied in along with a variety of skills. So with my lowest one still above 60, you're looking at a pretty significant decrease to any affinity magic attack that could come your way. Really, with this, the only thing I think you need to worry about would be meeting a person with the magic nullification skill, since this is a magic item in the truest sense of the word, but with that you've seen all of it. You can cancel the enchantment by running mana through your pinky and ring finger, and that just leaves us with a single question, Amy. Are you taking it? She looked down at the simple rod in her hand, once the enchantments had been cancelled, and knew the answer was obvious. She was all but charmed by it. It could do anything she wanted in a fight, giving her a range of options she never thought she'd be able to take advantage of. It would take some practice to get used to, but once she did, she was sure her training would enter a different realm altogether. All right, Ben, it looks like we have a deal. After an hour of talking with the other craftsmen and any onlookers in the crowd who'd been curious enough, things started to die down as they went back to look at their own tables, both to tell them what happened, as well as see how the finishing touches on their own items were going, even if they all felt it was obvious who was going to take the win at this point. None of them were particularly bothered by it. A little disappointed maybe, but they'd got to see something incredible in exchange, both the item and a person awakening a skill. Once things calmed down, Ben finally let himself relax. Judging would come soon enough, but he wasn't worried. While the rule was that awakened skill holders couldn't join the contest, awakening during the middle of it was a completely different matter. Even if it hadn't happened before, it was something to be celebrated, and without that as a concern, it was time for Thera to start pelting him with questions, seeming exceedingly excited on his behalf. So what did you awaken your crafting into? It was crafting, right? It was your only 9th level skill unless you managed to gain more than 1 on your enchanting. Not that it would be surprising given what you made. You got it the first time. Crafting's awoken to unending crafting. It was an awakened variant that he hadn't heard of before, but that wasn't too surprising. While many people would just gain the prefix high to whatever skill they'd awoken, it could be affected by a number of things, from how it was used to what skills it absorbed in the process, if any. It would have its quirks, of course, but he could figure them out as he went. He told her and the others just what skills had merged with it too, as well as his other level-ups, with his teacher reacting in surprise. Shocked that enchanting didn't get tied into it to give you something along the lines of magic crafting, boy. With the way you use it, it seemed like the most likely option. I was too, he admitted. though I'm guessing maybe that one will merge with connect when one or the other awakens, seeing as how much I use the two together. Anyway, I don't suppose you've heard of the skill material user, have you, Falk? It's my bonus one from the looks of it. Can't say I have, boy, he said with a shake of his head, something no one else seemed to know either. Ben could only sigh. It shouldn't have been too surprising. The bonus skill depended heavily on the person receiving it, and considering his title, skill learner, made it easier for him to learn uncommon and rare ones. The fact that he had one he hadn't heard of before wasn't something he could be shocked about. It just meant that as soon as he had the time, he'd need to go and research just what it could do. Well, if you can't find anything while you're here, then I'll ask around for you, the Yeti offered before breaking into a wider smile. But anyway, you had just taken the high craftsman job before the contest started, right? How well did this awakening work out for you? Right, I finished it. He'd let himself become distracted by everything else as soon as he'd awoken his skill, but had to have a new job ready and waiting for him, and he couldn't wait to see what to take. Master Craftsman had to be available for him now that he'd awakened his crafting skill, which felt like the obvious choice, but it would presumably be much longer than some others he'd been interested in, and he'd thought he would have had much more time to decide. If you need to get to a job crystal, we can show you one, Jake offered, pulling him from his thoughts. There should be one around 5 minutes away. That seemed to raise questions with Amy, Jake, and Yuliel, but he ignored the looks they gave while he slipped his hand into his pocket, letting all of the options fill his mind and looking to the bottom of the list for any new ones right off the bat, feeling stunned as he did. His eyes went wide as his mouth hung open, words caught in his throat as he struggled to process just what he was seeing in his job options, as the people around him wondered just what was wrong. He checked and triple-checked, wanting to be sure he wasn't hallucinating before he said anything, afraid that with all the other good news he'd had that day, he'd managed to go mad, or was maybe still asleep, and none of it had actually happened as he finally spoke hesitantly, disbelief thick in his voice and still not able to truly accept what he was seeing. I can become a mage. No matter how long he looked at it, it was hard to truly accept. Apprentice mage was there, clear as day for him to take if he wanted to. He was just struggling to understand why. He knew that in theory he could learn a non-affinitied magic, and now that his mana wasn't so horribly low, the option felt more and more possible, but he would have thought he'd need to put in months or years of training, at least if he didn't plan on paying for Xandel's services, but that left him with only two options. Either unending crafting was considered a magic version of the crafting skill somehow, or else his new one was more interesting than he ever could have hoped. Just how exactly does it let me use materials? He wanted to dive in immediately, but first looked over all of his options again, trying to see them with fresh eyes. Available JOBS. Trap user. Craftsman alchemy path. Craftsman artistic path. Craftsman blacksmith path. Craftsman cooking path. Craftsman stonecrafts path. Craftsman sewing path. Heretic. Holy craftsman. Ken. Tank. Mathematician. Adventurer. Cursed item maker. Scholar. Master craftsman. Apprentice mage. Okay, so Master Craftsman is the objectively correct choice. There really isn't any other job I particularly want at the moment, and it would help me with the path I'm on. It would probably get me closer to awakening my enchanting as well, not to mention the fact that the bonuses on a master branch of a job are miles above any of the lower ones. Hell, if material user really is a magic skill that came from awakening my crafting, then it already has tons of bonuses from my other crafting jobs too. It might even be double dipping for my magic item and magic weapon maker bonuses. Leveling it should be easy. Really, the only reason to take the apprentice mage job would be to unlock the higher tier mage jobs after it. It's fine, I don't need it. But on the other hand, completing it and then true mage after would give me bonuses to enchanting too, even if they aren't as good, and the job should be quick enough, right? In the end, he didn't even know why he was trying to justify it to himself. He wanted to take it, so he would take it. I'll take apprentice mage. Name, Ben. Race, human. Titles, Apostle of Myriad, the Forgotten One, Miracle Maker, Skill Learner, Enemy of Enith. Jobs, Apprentice Mage, LV0. Previous jobs, Apprentice Craftsman, Craftsman, Priest, Enchanter, Mind User, Magic Item Maker, Magic Weapon Maker, High Enchanter, Fractured Mind User, Tree Tamer, High Craftsman. Attributes, Vitality, 321. Vitality Recovery Rate, 5 HR. Mana, 245. Mana Recovery Rate, 15 min. Strength, 344. Agility, 129. Stamina, 1133. Intelligence, 999. Affinities, Light, 3. Life 2. Fire 4. Water 3. Air 4. Earth 2. Death 3. Dark 1. Space 4. Time 5. Resistances light 68. Life 72. Fire 75. Water 69. Air 66. Earth 81. Death 78. Dark 85. Space 63. Time 61. Bless skills unending crafting LV0. Enchanting LV9. Focus LV9. Passive skills World Speak Plus. Tolerance LV6. Sacrilege LV6. Complex Mind LV6. Bind. Partial Demonic Body. Defense Enhancement LV2. Parallels Thought LV4. Absorption Resistance LV1. Enchanting Knowledge LV6. Plant Knowledge LV4. Active Skills Stealth LV1. Connect LV9. Hidden Mind LV7. Calculate LV4. Meditation LV3. Cycling LV0. Marksmanship LV0. Speed Reading LV3. Material User LV0. Blessings Myriad's Blessing. Analia's Blessing. Helori's Blessing. Trials Trial of Analia and Talona. With his new job selected, he looked up to his friends, still trying to process the fact that he had managed to gain that option at all, but before he could say a word, his teacher was forcing a knife into his hands. Put the best enchantment on that you can now, Falk told him, and without questioning it, Ben did as he was asked, using his magic rings as well as the bracelet still on his arms to quickly whip up an enchantment that would be comparable to the one on his main knife in its nature, only having to be slightly weaker than it could have been because he didn't know how the knife he was holding had been made, meaning he'd be risking breaking it if it went too hard. He tried to hand it back when he was done, curious as to where this was leading, but Falk just pushed it back to him. Break it down and make a new enchantment. Keep doing it, you'll know when to stop. All right, but why? He asked, already doing as he was told even if he didn't know the reason. Trust me, you'll figure it out soon enough, his teacher told him with a laugh, none of the others seeming to understand why either. It was only on the third time of building and breaking the enchantment that it became clear to him. What, how? He asked in confusion. He knew there were quick ways to level jobs if one thought hard and did their best, but finishing one in minutes so easily was far beyond his wildest dreams. The only time he'd thought he had a chance to do something like that was when he'd been going against the Leviathan, and that was only because of the quirks of the adventurer job. Boy, you know enchanting is a magic skill, and let me tell you, I would bet good money on the chances you're the first person in the history of the system to have a level 9 magic skill without taking the apprentice mage job. That sort of thing just doesn't happen. The magic you can put onto items is so far above the 0th to 2nd level a person would typically take it at. I'm half surprised you didn't complete it after the first enchantment. Well, I guess that means I have another choice to make. The moment he stuck his hand into his pocket, 2 new options appeared in his mind, True Mage and Material Mage. Without the hesitation of the first time he picked True Mage, with the exact same bonuses ringing out in his mind as the last one. Well, I guess that just means it's time for me to figure out how this works, he said gleefully, about to dig through his leftover materials. It was in the name, so the magic had to do something to them, right? But before he could do anything, Falk had his hand on his collar, holding him back. Nope, you aren't experimenting with a magic we don't know anything about when you're going to have to be on stage to find out where you placed in an hour. The last thing I want to do is have to carry you up there while your mana exhausted and accept on your behalf. You can stop by the different guilds and libraries in the city tomorrow, and I'll go through a few different gates to see if I can find any information on your skill, but for the time being just relax today. Better to take your time to learn it right. All right, fine, he said as he escaped his teacher's grasp. He knew as well as anyone that the mana cost of non-affinitied magics was significantly higher than the affinitied varieties, even when ignoring the mana reduction that having a high affinity gave a person. Even if the amount he had access to was now a very reasonable 245, he wasn't interested in accidentally going too hard too fast while figuring out the learning curve either. Excitement was just making him impatient. This is fine, I can last until tomorrow. Worst to worst, if we can't find anything on it, I'll just pop through the gate to Analia and see if Lux will buff my mana and region for a couple days while I experiment. I'm the king of patience, I can handle this. I can't freaking handle this. It wasn't the questioning as his item was presented to be judged. That was obvious enough to happen given how hard it was to believe he'd managed to awaken his skill in the middle of the competition. With so many witnesses, though, including other competitors willing to speak on his behalf, that was cleared up quickly enough, nor did he have any issue with the judging process. It was interesting getting to see what each table had made, with them all being thoroughly impressive in their own way. He wanted to inspect each item in detail if he could and do whatever it took to take their technique and make it his own, at least for whatever bits appealed to him. With each one getting its time in the spotlight, he couldn't help but be impressed by what he saw, especially with the second and third place items. The team of ant people and Hecaton chair had produced a stunning cloak that managed to be as light and soft as any fabric yet having the defensive capabilities of any armor, and the Cyclops had gone beyond his wildest hopes after he'd first seen that one of them was a bestower, making a sword with 2 effects built into the very material it was made from. Fire magic to keep it constantly red hot, and dark magic to cause madness in anything stabbed by it, plus a variety of enchantments on top of it. His skills let him see that both had made it to upper rare, and as far as Ben was concerned, they were beautiful. No, what he was struggling to deal with was the fact that he had to listen to the one handing out his prize. Olip, the same person that hadn't spared him a glance as he'd come to talk to his teacher at the beginning of the competition, was now spending far too long singing his praise in front of the audience, when as far as he was concerned, he had much better things to do. And in a historic first, not only made an item that broke into ultra-rare during the contest, but was able to awaken one of their skills in the middle of it too. The strange bird centaur man boomed across the crowd for all to hear. For such a magnificent feat, the standard prize just doesn't feel adequate, does it everyone? That's why, as the head of All Faith's economic development, I'm pleased to award you the position of our proud city's head smith. Let's all give it up for the craftsman Ben. As the cheers went up, Olip couldn't have been more pleased. He wanted Falk for the rumors that he was an awakened smith without any affiliation, and whether that was true or not no longer mattered. The young man before him would be better in every way. Not so stubborn, malleable to his will in the face of authority. How could he resist such a rewarding position when he was still so young? With the pay and power to match, he'd have more than he could ever hope for so long as he kept giving Olip what he wanted, and as Falk's apprentice there was a decent chance he could use the connection to bring the stubborn Yeti into his side eventually anyway. Everything was about to go better than he could have ever hoped. At least that was what he thought until the cheers died down, and Ben spoke up in a voice loud enough for all to hear. "Pass, just give me my prize money so I can go back to the street Falk found me off of." He hadn't forgotten what the other man had said when they first met, and he was willing to hold a grudge, not to mention the fact that he didn't want the job in general. If his teacher thought the guy was a creep, then Ben would believe him, and if he was going to tie himself to any city or nation, Analia would be his first choice. The crowd was almost completely silenced by his blunt assertion, save for the howling laughter of a single Yeti as Ben could only watch the veins of Olip's neck look like they were building enough pressure to burst, not that he cared. He took out his card and gave it a little shake in front of the other man, who after a few moments, doing his best to suffer the indignation, transferred over the prize money and medal, bringing the event to a close. With the contest over, Ben needed time to prepare dinner for everyone, giving Thera the leeway to get through the gate to Analia and see what her mother wanted. The excitement of the day made her long to put off the request, but she assumed it wouldn't be too long as she made her way to her family home, finding her mother in the middle of a meeting with those working under her as she did. When Pelenia saw her, she called an end to her business, dismissing the lot of them as she did. "Thera, so nice of you to come." "Yeah, well, I can't stay too long. What do you want, Mom?" Instead of answering, Pelenia simply became amused. "Am I keeping you from some big plans? I'm going to celebrate with Ben and his friends when I'm done here. I don't want to be too late," she admitted. "Ha, lovely. I take it he won then. Both me and your father were curious about just how well he'd do when Falk seemed so confident in him." "Well, yeah, he won, but he also awakened his crafting, so that's going to be a big part of it too." She still couldn't believe she got to witness him awaken his skill in person and couldn't have been more excited on his behalf. Her mother, though, took a far more thoughtful tone at the news. "That reminds me, I still really need to fire the diplomat who didn't make him an offer from our nation while we had the chance," Pelenia said as she shook her head. "Really, what a blunder. Don't just go firing people on your whims. Besides, things worked out well enough so there's nothing to complain about. True, I suppose. And if we need him tied closer to the nation at all, we can always take your engagement and turn it into a full-fledged marriage." "Just tell me why you called for me already," Thera sighed, in no mood for dealing with her mother's nonsense. Especially not after Steph and the other girls had already left her head filled with thoughts about the nature of her relationship with Ben. "Oh, it's the sweetest thing," Pelenia gushed. "Little Saren has just started crawling. I know most people only care about milestones like walking and talking, but seeing him start to move around is so full of charm you'd think he was an incubus." It's enough to make me want to give you a sibling. What do you say, Thera? You'd be happy to be a big sister, wouldn't you? She didn't know how she was supposed to react to that. She'd always thought her mother might have wanted to have more children, only holding herself back so that no others would have to deal with the same issues she had, but with Ben and the other believers of his god around, that was no longer a real issue. That didn't change how surprising the idea felt, considering how big the age difference would end up being, but it wasn't exactly an issue. If you want to, then do it, but was this really the only reason you called for me? I mean, I thought you might like to see Saren move around too, and Lux would love to chat for a bit while you're here. All right, since I'm here, I guess I do want to see that. Her little cousin was adorable, and she loved her aunt, so why deny herself? She could stay for a little while before rushing back. After spending more time than she'd intended chatting with her aunt and watching her baby cousin, Thera rushed back to the embassy where Ben was busy cooking food in his silly getup with everyone else already there. The smell of the spices he'd bought when they first arrived was thick in the air, as was the sound of Amy's disbelief. I still can't believe you decided to make us tacos. A good surprise, he asked happily as he stirred a pan. No, and I can't believe I'm reliving my last meal surprised. Didn't our tour stop at a taco stand right before everything went down? Who cares? Jake yelled as he shoved some sort of rolled pastry into his mouth. This is delicious. Ben, you gotta share the recipe. I'd kill to have my cooks be able to make this. Ha, sure, I'll jot down a few of the other human foods I've replicated as well for you, he said, looking over his shoulder and seeing Thera had arrived. Ah, perfect timing, come on over, we'll get you a plate. Sorry I'm late, she told them, dipping her head. I lost track of time a bit. Don't worry, the rest of us just got here, Steph said happily, taking Thera's arm and not getting any resistance for the act as they went over to Ben. So how exactly am I supposed to eat this? She asked him as she saw everything laid out. There were a variety of bowls laid out before her, each with different sauces and ingredients, with a few still on a pan, either to keep warm or to cook replacements for what everyone else had already eaten. To start her off, he handed her a plate with what she could only assume was some sort of exceptionally thin flatbread, with a cooked meat and sauteed vegetables already placed on top of it. Just add some of whatever toppings you think look tasty and roll it up to eat. You can give everything a little taste if you aren't sure, but personally I recommend adding a bit of everything. Having eaten plenty of his meals, she'd grown to trust his cooking no matter how strange it might look in some cases, and did as he said, adding a little bit of everything and rolling it closed before taking a bite, feeling her eyes light up as she did and immediately going for another. Ha, good, I take it then. I've been getting some pretty great reviews from everyone, he told her proudly. Good didn't begin to cut it. His crafting had always included cooking as an aspect, with the fact that it was the blessed version of the skill letting him compete easily with anyone who had the standard cooking skill, and now that it had awakened, it felt like his innate understanding of how to use ingredients had exploded into a whole new dimension. I feel bad for anyone who doesn't live with you. I can't wait to see how the rest of your food is now that you've awakened your skill, she admitted, already eager to try more. But why isn't Uncle here? He's missing out. Admittedly, she was a bit relieved he wasn't. Her aunt was a wonderful cook, but Thera didn't want her uncle to be thinking about how much he'd rather be having Ben's cooking, even if he wouldn't out and say it. He said he had some plans to meet up with the goblins after this, so to enjoy the night without him. Ben shrugged. Sounds like he's going to be treating me to something later instead. Well, maybe this is nice enough too, she thought as she looked around. She and Yuzu were the only two non-humans there, but everyone was just having a nice time and mingling. Even Jake's teachers seemed content to not tag along, hovering over them and ensuring the safety of the soul mage for the night. Once she had another taco prepared, she let Steph pull her away, giving Will time to chat with Ben for a bit as they joined Amy, who seemed to be enjoying the food despite the complicated history they seemed to have with it. So didn't you seem happy with what Ben made? Steph teased the other girl as they ate. And you almost turned it down right at the beginning too. Hey, I thought it was just a magic club at first. If he didn't keep what he was making as a surprise, I wouldn't have hesitated. He does like his surprises, Thera said, thinking back to all of the times he'd kept what he was making a secret, either because he wasn't sure if it was possible or to get her reaction. But I'm glad it worked out. Think you'll be able to get some use out of it. Absolutely. As soon as tomorrow rolls around, I'm spending the next couple weeks getting used to it. Maybe I should commission some armor too before you guys head off. I'd rather avoid dying a second time so soon after my first. Ha, he always says the same thing, Thera chuckled, glancing at him as he spoke animatedly with the other three. He seemed like he was on top of the world, and who could blame him? She felt herself smile just watching from the side, but turned away before either woman could comment, instead asking something that had been on her mind for a while that she'd never been able to get an answer to from Ben, and hoped the humans with her would be a bit more agreeable. So what does his outfit say anyway? He's never told me. Frequently when he cooked, he insisted on wearing something she couldn't help but view as a bit silly, though tried not to voice the thought since he claimed it was the traditional cooking outfit of his world, and any time she asked about what it said on the front she got some non-answer. Even if it wasn't important, it picked at her curiosity. She just wasn't expecting the answer she got. "Oh, that," Steph said, giving him a look as she answered. "It says kiss the cook." "If I remember right, his dad used to have one too." "I get that," Amy told them as she nodded. Nothing wrong with things that remind you of home. What neither of them were aware of as they spoke was the misconception forming as a result of their casual answer, with Thera having no chance to ask any more as Ben called them all over for dessert as a small golden blush touched her cheeks. Wait, so that's actually a part of their culture. If it's something his father had too, then he didn't just make it for no reason, but they both seemed so calm and casual about it. "I haven't seen anyone kiss Ben since I got here, but maybe they did it before I arrived, or maybe it's after the meal. I wish he'd tell me a bit more about his culture. I mean, he does a lot for me, if that sort of thing would make him feel more comfortable being in the world." As Ben handed out some sort of long, sweetened pastries to them all, she couldn't help but look at his lips as they ate. "Well, this was fun, but we should probably start heading back soon too," Will told him. "How much longer are you two planning on being here? We can try to meet up one last time if you want." "Probably just a couple more days for me at least," Ben told him before turning to Thera. "Unless you have anything to hold you back for a while." No, I think I'm good," she told him, seeming distracted as she was preparing to leave for her own room. Seeing her like that had felt like a common feature of the trip, and he was debating talking to her about it when they were alone before she managed to crash his brain by leaning up and gently kissing his cheek before throwing her hood over her head to hide her face. To the side, Steph was all but shaking, Will in excitement, as Ben struggled to get a single mind to put together a coherent thought. I take it you enjoyed the food then." "It was delicious," she told him as she stared at the ground, frantically asking herself what she'd just done. "Sorry, is that the sort of thing you're supposed to do before food is served?" "What? I mean, Steph and Amy told me what your outfit said, and I really don't mind doing little things like that to participate in your culture if it would make you happy," she rushed to explain. "You do a lot for me, so it's the least I could do, really." What?" he asked again, still confused, as Will leaned over to a suddenly far more uncomfortable-looking Steph. "I get the feeling you probably didn't explain things as well as you should have," he whispered to her, pushing her to action as she pulled Thera to the side, saying something quietly that ended with her rushing out of the room. "Okay, I'm going to follow her," she said after a second's hesitation. "Will, I'll see you at home." "Ben, I don't know, I'll see you later." With that, she ran out as well, leaving Ben alone with Will as he chuckled. "Well, whenever Thera comes back, it might be good for you guys to actually talk. I told you, she's been nothing but clear that she doesn't want anything like that, and I don't want to make things weird by making a pass. The way things are is fine." "That's a pretty big smile if you really think that." Ben touched his face, not realizing how happy he looked after such a small act. "Okay, this might be a problem." Will laughed as he watched him, patting his shoulder and giving a wave as he walked off. "I'll stop by in a couple days, so let me know how it goes, all right." Before he could answer, he was alone, and with nothing else to do, went to lie down to deal with the mess that was his thoughts. It hadn't been long, but it wasn't helping. He was in a struggle of what he wanted to do versus what he thought he should do, and the pulling from both ends left him unable to rest or relax, so he got up and decided to go out for a walk to get some air. He could still feel the effects of bind, the link between his and Thera's soul, and knew she wasn't in her room, which was probably for the best. He wanted to talk to her, he just didn't know how. As much as he just wanted to be open about it and tell her he cared, he still couldn't help but worry it would only drive a wedge between them. "Nope, I'm clearing my head for now. No thoughts on how complicated interpersonal relationships are." It was dark in all faiths so late in the day, with few places open now that the sun had set. The streets were mostly empty now that the contest had ended, with the tourists having gone through the gate back to their home nations, as the residents of the city enjoyed its normal, calmer atmosphere. It was as he was walking that he heard music, a familiar sound coming from a small pub, and thinking it could be the perfect distraction, he went in, seeing Greed in the back, using the tool he'd made him to perform and giving him a wave. He wasn't sure if he was seen, but that was fine. He was content to simply sit and enjoy some music, letting his troubles melt away as he did, only to be shocked to find someone else in the pub he knew, or was at least acquainted with, and walked over to say hi. "Hey Zizzle, wasn't expecting to run into you here," Ben told the starfish person and fellow apostle amicably, not sure how he would respond. The last time he'd seen him was as the results of their little competition were announced, and though Ben didn't think he was a bad guy, he couldn't exactly blame him if he felt any bad blood. To his relief, though, he seemed cheerful, even excited to get the chance to see him. "Ben, I was hoping to meet again. Come, sit and join me for a bit if you aren't busy." The level of positivity and cheer was a surprise in itself, but Ben did as he asked, happy for the distraction. "It's good to see you too. How did the birth of your children go?" "Oh, wonderful. All 7 eggs hatched safely, and they were each able to eat their way out without causing me major harm. The healers on standby were able to treat most of the damage too." I just need to take it easy for a few days, so they're being watched by their mother for the time being. He seemed so thrilled by what he was saying that Ben tried to keep a neutral face to what he was hearing, no matter how strange the topic was. Right, didn't Hillary mention this too? I was a bit too distracted about the whole magic thing at the time, but I feel like I got to see some of the stranger traits to exist in the world during the trip. I wonder if succubi. Nope, not thinking about that right now. I'll ask Falk later or something. He shook the thought from his head, not that Zizzle seemed to notice, instead having his own questions. So since I have you here, I've got to know, how did you pull off your win? I was sure we had it, though losing after all of that was a lot more exciting, he laughed. Ah, well, since the contest involved getting the most faith, I just gathered my god the low-quality stuff. I basically turned a small forest of trees and 100-some-odd animals into faith generators, and it managed to work out. Wait, what does any of that even mean? Zizzle asked, voice alight with the sort of curiosity one would expect from an apostle of a knowledge god, and Ben gave the long version, explaining both his plan and how he pulled it off, leaving the other man more and more impressed. Well, I can't be dissatisfied losing like this, he said happily. I never would have imagined. He trailed off as they continued to chat and pass the time, Ben finding it to be the perfect distraction from his thoughts as the music slowed and stopped, with the familiar crab making it joining their table after. Wasn't expecting to see you again so soon, Legs. Miss me that much? Greed asked with a laugh, getting Ben to lift him to the table instead of leaving him down on the floor. Just needed to clear my head and heard your music. It was good. Ha, you didn't even see me at my full potential. When I'm going all out, I weave my magic into my song, but not much point in a crowd like this. But anyway, what's got your face looking like that? Like what? This is just my face. Hey, I see enough of you hominid types to pick up on a few things. Now out with it. If something's bothering you, Ben, I wouldn't mind listening as well, Zizzle agreed. After what my goddess dragged you into, it's the least I could do. He wasn't sure if it was something he wanted to talk about, but then again he still didn't know how to deal with this, and it was something he needed to make a choice on eventually. There were worse options to talk it over with than a married man who just started a family and someone who seemed to have plenty of experience with women. So along with his desire to get it off his chest, he opened up, telling them what had happened, how he felt, and how he struggled with it, and waited to see what either would say. With Greed happy to share his opinion first. Love is a scam, don't do it, he said bluntly. Sure, everything might seem all sunshine and rainbows at first, but then you have a giant baby trying to eat your flesh. It's not worth it. Ridiculous, Zizzle cut in. There's no greater joy for a father than to offer his body for his children. Surviving after is just a bonus. I definitely should have asked other humans for advice instead of this. He spent a few more minutes listening to them bicker about the virtues or horrors of childrearing before he put a stop to it. Guys, I'm not thinking about children. I'm thinking about if I should even tell her how I feel at all. Oh right, yeah, I'd say do it, Greed said casually as Zizzle nodded along. I'm in agreement with him. What's the harm? Ruining my most important friendship. Except you said you think she likes you too, the starfish man pointed out. Making the first move can be scary, but if she was really as against romance as you've said, then if she changed her mind, she might not know how to approach it. If you put yourself out there and show you're an option, then maybe things will be awkward, but maybe it will work out too. Let's say instead you choose to move on to preserve your friendship. Do you think she'd be happy seeing you with someone else? If you're the one who pulled her from her desired solitude, then one day having someone else in your life could leave things just as complicated. He couldn't deny that. Thera had reacted strongly enough just seeing Mercy taking a bite out of him that he couldn't imagine things being anything but awkward by having some other romantic partner, not that he wanted one anyway. He didn't want to date for the sake of dating. He wanted to date because it was her. Damn it. Okay, you're right, I'm going to tell her, he said as he got up, feeling resigned to however it turned out. Even if it didn't go well, even if it left her feeling awkward for a while, he didn't think he'd be able to be satisfied if he didn't. It would be something he'd keep looking back on, wondering how things would be if he had just a little more courage, and he didn't want that. He wanted to see if her thoughts on the topic really had changed at all, or at least if they were starting to. The other apostle seemed thoroughly satisfied with his choice. Best of luck, Ben, I'm rooting for you. And one last thing before you go, Greed called out, stopping Ben in his tracks. I could kind of use a lift. Ben could only laugh, picking up the crab and his amplifier before being on his way. This will be the last time before I come to collect payment, so let's make this fast before I lose my courage. As they made their way through the dark, empty streets, they chatted without much care, Ben excitedly telling the crab how the contest had ended, while Greed in return spoke about the use he was already getting out of the amplifier, as well as the few shows he'd picked up while in town. I'm just saying, if she says yes to you, then a first date with a performance from the one and only Greed would make it extra special. Sorry, I've got something special planned for that performance. Using it for a date wouldn't be the best option for me. Hell, Legs, you also saved my life. I can give you one more on the house. I'm not such a jerk that I won't pay you back for that. In that case, maybe. I'll think on it a bit more after I hear whatever she says. Just the thought left butterflies in his stomach and his nerves a mess. Despite everything he'd dealt with since ending up in the world, he couldn't help but feel more stressed by this than anything else. I've literally hung from the neck of a sea monster. This shouldn't be stressing me out so much. His distracted thoughts would end up as his downfall, though. Without noticing anyone coming from behind him, he suddenly felt hands on his arms and his mouth being covered, his assailants being strong enough to hold him despite the bonuses to his strength he'd gained upon awakening his skill. "Hey, who the fuck are you?" Greed screamed in his too quiet voice, not having the amplifier set up to draw attention. "Hey, someone help over here." "Shit, he has someone with him," one of the men muttered as another gave out orders. "One of you grab him too and keep him quiet. Let's get this done fast." More men came and took Greed, and Ben was dragged off through back streets, gagged to keep him from screaming and unable to escape. For all the strength he now had, he was just one man, and he was able to see 6 around him as he tried to break away. Myriad, SOS again, man. Be really nice if you answered this time. His god started, much to his relief, before taking in just what was happening. He could hear the desperation in Myriad's voice as his god screamed in his head, but as he struggled, he couldn't escape. His hands were secured, and he didn't have any weapons on him anyway. He didn't even have any mana batteries in his shoes at the moment, not to mention a lack of skills that could be used. He tried connecting with them, exposing them to the full force of his panicked mind, but none of them were touching his flesh, instead hanging on to his coat as they pulled him along. There was no avenue for escape. He had nothing, and as soon as he saw where he was, he understood exactly what was going to happen, why his god was so panicked as he was pulled to the door of a large tower, the 2 guards at its side giving a nod to the men bringing him there as they opened it up and tossed him in with Greed, trapping them both in the dead god's trial. "Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that?" Thera kept asking herself as she ran away, feeling all but horrified that she'd almost kissed Ben, only going to his cheek at the last minute, while being completely wrong about her reason for doing it. It also wasn't as if she didn't know why she'd done it. Not really. As much as she wanted to deny the fact, she'd moved because whether she liked it or not, she wanted to kiss him, and it was growing harder and harder to tell herself she didn't. As much as she hated it, it was growing all the harder to say she just wanted him as a friend. Eventually, when she couldn't run any longer, she stopped, taking a seat on the steps of a church that had closed up for the day and placing her head in her arms as she caught her breath. She didn't know what to do, so she'd simply tried to escape from her problem, not wanting to face it, but she wasn't given the peace as Steph came up beside her. "Sorry, me and Amy didn't think about how that might have sounded. We should have told you more," she said as she took a seat beside her, waiting for a response that didn't come. Do you want to talk at all?" she asked, trying again and getting the same result before giving in to the question she really wanted to know. "You love Ben, don't you?" "I don't want to love Ben," Thera almost shouted, all of it coming out as if a dam had burst. "He makes me happy and he's kind and he tries so hard for me, Steph, but he's going to die centuries before me. I don't know how my dad or my aunt make it work, but I can't. I can't imagine watching someone I love slowly age and decay as I stay the same." No matter what her parents said, no matter what her Aunt Lux said, it always came back to this, and she still didn't know how she was supposed to handle the thought. Even after Ben had awakened his skill, the difference would be a blip in her lifespan, made all the worse if she awakened any of her own. While he got a few extra decades out of this, she was certain to get centuries, maybe millennia. Even if she stopped training her magic now, Ben could never come up to her level even if he managed to awaken a dozen skills because of the diminishing returns that would come with each one. I know that's your big concern, but Thera, like it or not, Ben isn't going to age and die anyway. The only thing you can change is what you do while he's around. I know that. It wasn't a shocking revelation or anything. She didn't want her lifespan to keep her from enjoying things like friendships, even if they were all destined to be comparatively brief, but bringing romance into the mix made it feel different. If she could just put her feelings to the side, she thought she'd be able to spend whatever years she had with him happily enough, able to see him off with a smile in the end, along with whatever family he'd made for himself in that time, but she hated that thought too. She didn't want him growing old, and she definitely didn't want him starting a family with someone else, but that just made her feel worse. She didn't want to date him so she wouldn't be hurt in the end, but she didn't want him dating someone else because she couldn't imagine herself being okay with that either. I really am terrible. I just need him to find someone and deal with it without being weird. It will be fine eventually. Even as she thought that, though, she couldn't keep one last thought from slipping out. Besides, it's not like it's guaranteed he's interested. No, he definitely is. You don't know that. I do because he told, well, the other day. Should you have told me that? I don't know, Steph shrugged. But it seems like it would be better to have it out there for you to think about than not knowing for sure, no matter how obvious it might be. Just how happy hearing that made knowing what to do all the harder, but she knew she couldn't just do nothing. It would be shocking if Ben didn't want to know what was happening, but before anything else, she wanted to clear her head. All right, well, I don't think I'm going to be able to get out of this, so I'll talk to him in a bit. I just need to relax first. Want to take a walk with me? Steph happily agreed, and the two of them wandered down the darkened streets of the city, all the while both of them quietly wondered just how things would work out. As she dropped Steph off at the gate, she could feel from the effects of the bind skill they shared that Ben wasn't at the embassy, but that was good news as far as she was concerned. Even after talking with Steph, she still didn't have a clue as to what to do about it, so instead decided to sleep on it for the night, hoping some sort of choice would present itself in the morning. Unfortunately, as she laid down to rest, she found her thoughts were still a mess and left her unable to sleep as her mind spun in circles, with only two options coming to her thoughts no matter how much she struggled with it. Either she could try and push away any affection that was there, or she could give in to what she found herself wanting and tell him how she felt and see what would come of it, an uncomfortably tempting option despite her years of not wanting to get involved with such things, and all the more so for knowing he felt the same. It was as the early rays of the sun began to sneak their way through the window, and she realized she hadn't slept a wink that she gave in and got up, off to find him after he didn't return for the night. I know he doesn't sleep a ton as is, but he really should have come back eventually. What could he have spent all night doing? A part of her wondered if he'd gone through the gate to somewhere else. It would have made more sense to her, but as she walked she found she was going in the wrong direction and continued on until a familiar tower filled her sight. Okay, that makes sense. He didn't get the chance to look at it as much as he'd originally planned. Of course he's using it to distract himself. As she found herself at the dead god's trial, she felt him at the other side of it and started walking around after only a moment's hesitation, feeling the directions of their connection change as it did, leaving her wondering if he was moving to see her as well. But as she stopped, so did he, leaving her to walk again. Each time she moved, she felt the direction he was going change too, and each time she stopped, so did he. At first, it was a little annoying. She had spent all night worrying about what had happened, how to talk to him, and what she should do about her feelings, but as time went on and she circled the building, things clicked. Wait, no, that's impossible, she thought in a panic before breaking into a run, going around the building multiple times and feeling something that couldn't be happening. Her skill kept pointing her towards the other side of the building, and even after awakening his skill, Ben wouldn't be fast enough to keep that pace without her catching up, meaning that she wasn't actually being pointed to the other side of the building. She was being pointed to its center. It felt like her heart was being squeezed in a vice as she ran all the faster, growing more ragged and desperate by the second, hoping that she was wrong. That he'd made something that was letting him move faster and was playing some stupid joke as the few others who were up and around the city cast her curious looks, the guards stationed outside seeming more annoyed than anything until she broke down and screamed into the sky. Myriad, Myriad, answer me, you stupid cube. Why is Ben in there? She hadn't forgotten what her uncle had said. It wasn't just a trial, it was a trial nobody had survived. It didn't matter how often Ben seemed to throw himself into danger, nor how curious he was about the magic on it. He wouldn't have just gone inside. It was only after a few moments of silence, with no response from the god, that she yelled out again, feeling panicked and desperate as she did. Myriad, I know you don't have enough believers to ignore anyone calling for you, so fucking answer me, or so help me, I'll burn down your forest, destroy your church, and dedicate myself to making you lose every believer you have. Why is Ben in there? Said the voice of a very different god from the one she called for as Analia spoke in her head, leaving her to try and fail to calm down. So you can get him out, she asked, feeling only a moment of relief as the silence stretched on. She thought she was going to be sick as she looked back at the tower with more and more eyes on her from her screams. Ben was trapped in there, and there was nothing even the gods could do but leave him stuck in all but certain death. How did this happen? Analia, please just tell me, she begged. Please just let me know what happened. As Olip woke the day after the competition, he'd gotten confirmation that the annoyance he'd had to deal with had been properly taken care of the usual way, and he couldn't help but celebrate with an early drink. Really, what's his name should have just agreed to it, or at least had the tact to be well-mannered in his rejection. The humiliation, honestly. But then if he won't work for me, this is better anyway. It's ridiculous how hard it is to get someone with an awakened crafting type skill. Don't any of those idiots know what an honor it would be to put their talents to use for the most important city in the world? A part of the man couldn't help but feel extra vindictive about it too. He'd been rejected by Falk often enough that he couldn't help but take some of it out on the boy as he dealt with him. Perhaps it would have been preferable to simply ruin the boy's career, but that was all but impossible with an awakened skill holder. No, it was better for him to be dead, else Olip would never feel content. Admittedly, doing it so soon may have been rash, but if he left the city it would only become harder, and he was sure that the group he usually assigned to it couldn't be traced back to him. At the very least, any time he'd dealt with a problem like that in the past had been fine. Tossing someone in the dead god's trial was the perfect means of disposal. In all the millennia it had been on the world, nobody had ever left it, meaning not only was it a perfect way to get rid of an annoyance, it ensured the body was never found. Honestly, I can only imagine how many others have used it the same way in the past, he thought with a laugh before beginning to move on with his day. While most of his tasks could be delegated, there were still a handful of things he had to do as the head of the political side of all faith, but at the very least most of it could be done in the comfort of his mansion with his servants around to ensure his needs were met. At least that was how it usually went. As he took a seat on a cushion, getting himself relaxed as he did, the sounds of demolition could suddenly be heard all too close, making him jolt upright and call out to his staff. What the bloody hell is happening? None around had any idea. It was only as a group of his hired guards came rushing in that he was able to find out just what was going on. We've got 2 mages attacking, sir. We've lost the dining room and a few others in the surrounding area to the first strike, and the rest of the guards are already down. We need to get you out of here. He could barely process what he was being told. His guards were far from incompetent. He'd only hired the best to ensure his safety and was making sure to pay them well. The very idea that only 2 mages could do something like that without being stopped was ludicrous, let alone the fact that they would. Did they really think that they'd be able to get away with this? He wouldn't even have to dispose of them like any other pest. If they weren't killed as they were being stopped, they would be executed without question. It was those moments of shock that brought his chances of escape to 0, though. As he took his first steps towards his guards, ready to rush to leave, the front and back of the room he was in simply disappeared with a gush of air. Olip was barely able to process the giant boulder that shot by him as he caught sight of the 2 who had caused such destruction. When he thought he recognized a cloaked figure he was sure had been present during the contest, and the other he knew he did as he yelled out. "You think you'll get away with this, Falk, you bastard? I'll have your fucking head." He motioned his guards to attack, but before a move could be made by them, the Yeti attacked first, a gray-black mana pouring from him and leaving those around him instantly incapacitated. Not only the guards, but his other staff collapsed on the ground in an instant. Only he was still standing and making him aware of just how desperate the situation might be for him. Wasn't he just a fucking smith? All right, stop this nonsense now and we can sort this out, Olip commanded, showing none of the fear he was feeling as Falk stayed silent. The rage on the Yeti's face was clear for all to see and his bloodlust poured from him. Seeing in the Yeti's eyes that there'd be no negotiating, and with nothing else he could think to do, Olip tried to run. He just needed to hold out long enough for the city's Templars to arrive. As the religious capital of the world, there was plenty, and a disturbance like this wouldn't go unnoticed. But before he made it more than a step, the man was on him, and with the tremendous strength that came from both his race, as well as having awakened skills and years of training to increase his attributes, he grabbed Olip's arm with one hand and his shoulder with the other, and began to pull. The scream that erupted from Olip's throat left it raw, but he couldn't even notice it compared to the pain of his flesh tearing and bones breaking as his arm was ripped from his body. Blood poured out of him in a flood as he watched in horror at the damage that had been done in an instant. The pain left him on the verge of passing out, and he didn't understand why he wasn't as Falk swing his severed arm at his face, using enough force to crack his beak and bring him to the ground, hitting him again and again as the other failed to be mercifully knocked out, the reason for that becoming apparent as he briefly lost vision in one of his eyes, only to regain it and focus on the other mage there, and realizing what they were doing. "They're healing me," he thought in despair. It was clear there were no good intentions in the act. It was to prolong his suffering to the greatest degree they could, denying him the mercy of his mind fading as they worked to kill him. His bones broke, and they were carelessly rehealed in whatever odd angle they had bent in. His bleeding was always stopped enough to keep him conscious, and his body was made to cannibalize itself to make up for what was lost. And cruelest of all, any injuries to his brain were treated with a level of care to ensure he remained perfectly aware of everything that was happening. It was only when he was certain that he was going to die that he felt a glimmer of hope as he caught sight of a crowd standing outside of the hole in his wall. Clad in armor with weapons drawn, 100 Templars were there, and at the ready, with someone even more dangerous than all of them combined standing at the front. The non-affinitied mage Vasta was with them, giving him the faith he would live and thinking of how the 2 before him would be forced to suffer for their acts before he ended their lives. It wasn't just him that noticed either. Both Falk and the hooded mage with him turned to acknowledge the group for the briefest of seconds before they continued on the endless beating and healing, not caring in the slightest about the crowd behind them. Contender Falk enough, Vatsa told him, seeming more exhausted than anything else as she saw the scene before her, and getting the Yeti to pause as he answered. "This man is going to die, and if you know enough to know I'm a contender, then you know that you can't stop me, so back the fuck off. Please help." Olip tried to beg through his shattered beak, having no issue with sounding desperate. The extreme pain that filled him made it impossible to hide. These maniacs broke in and killed my staff. They've been torturing me since. You have to do something. Please, the rest of the folks here may be a bit low on vitality, but they'll live, he said with a sneer as he gave the downed man a powerful kick, throwing him against a wall as he did. I'm sure you wish you were so lucky. Falk, Vasta yelled, ignoring the exchange. He's going to die for this, so step back and let us handle it. What? He thought he must have misheard. There was no way that was what she just said, but as she looked to where he laid as if she was seeing dirt, Vasta made her proclamation. Olip, for the murder of the apostle of the god Myriad, you are to be sentenced to death, along with the associates you'd worked with in the act. I'd say not to resist and accept your fate quietly, but it doesn't look like you could even if you wanted to. What? Are you insane? I haven't killed an apostle. Even for all the work he did in all faith, the gods didn't have their eyes on him. Crime wouldn't exist if they were all-knowing, but attacking an apostle would change that instantly. All of his less than scrupulous activities would immediately be investigated, and he enjoyed his quality of life far too much to ever consider such a thing. He could only feel his stomach drop as Vasta continued. As witnessed by Myriad, for having the apostle Ben-Hef and the soundsmith Greed thrown into the dead god's trial, your fate is sealed. The investigation and interrogation of your associates has already been completed. All there is left is holding you until your date and means of execution are selected. That was his name, wasn't it? It was at that point that, for the second time that day, he was certain he would die. As her uncle dealt with the Templars after their attack on Olip, she'd left him to handle the aftermath. She had more important things to do. While watching the man slowly be broken down, it had managed to help her clear her mind. The panic and rage had subsided enough to make her realize there was something else she should have done before going to attack. She should have been helping Ben. A part of her thought about running to a church first. She'd managed to complete her job as she wove spell after spell of her life magic to ensure he'd regret what he'd done for whatever remained of his life, so she'd have to do it eventually. Changing her job was important, but compared to everything else it could wait. Every second counted, and she couldn't waste more than she already had as she rushed back to the trial, only to be confronted by the sight of the tower's door being encased in stone, her father standing in front of it. How are you holding up, sweetheart? He asked, concern and sorrow filling his face as his question was completely ignored by her. Dad, take this down and get out of my way. I was hoping your mother wouldn't be right about this, he said with a sigh before addressing his daughter more firmly. I'm not letting you go in there. Dad, I can't just leave him alone to die. Almost no trials will let a person meet up with a group they didn't go in with, and even if they did, I still wouldn't let you. I'm sorry, Thera, hate me for it if you want, but I'm not going to let you kill yourself over this. Loss is something you're going to need to get used to eventually, whether you like it or not. Rely on the people in your life all you need to, but you have to do your best to handle it. I don't want to handle it, I want to be with him. Now get out of my way. She tried to fill the area with her mana, to rip apart the stone encasing the door and use more to knock her father aside, but nothing happened. Not a single stone so much as wiggled from her power as her father gave her a sad smile. Honey, this isn't training, I'm not going to hold back. As much as you've improved, you're not on my level. She didn't want to admit it and kept struggling to do anything, but her father was right. She couldn't use either her earth magic or telekinesis to do anything against him, and her life and dark magics would be all but useless as well. All she could do in the end was storm away, feeling powerless as she did. Angry, upset, hopeless. She was feeling all of that and more as she walked through the streets in a daze, knowing there was nothing she could do. Even if she was aware that her father was probably right, that if she were to throw herself into the trial, there was no guarantee she'd be able to do anything to help Ben, let alone actually meet up with him. She'd have still rather taken her chances and tried than to be out there as her friend was in mortal danger. What am I even supposed to do? If the gods can't help, then even praying is pointless. She thought bitterly as she looked up and realized she'd wandered to the city's Craftsman Guild without meaning to. Knowing she'd need to do it sooner than later, she walked in to make use of their job crystal. Ben always hated delaying it, finding waiting to be nothing but a waste of potential experience, and she couldn't argue the point, even if she wasn't remotely in the mood herself. Going to where it was kept and finding no line, she placed her hands on it, letting the options fill her mind as she did. Available JOBS. Queen of Mana. Musician. Professional dancer. Bard. Darkness Mage Charm Specialized. Healer. Telekinetic Mage. Dark Mage. Adventurer. High Spirit Mage. High Life Mage. As she listlessly looked them over, she didn't know which one to take. At that point, she barely cared. Thinking about what she wanted to work on and how she wanted to grow meant thinking about the future, something she couldn't stand at the moment. Thinking about it meant thinking about a potential future without Ben. No, he's not dead. I can still feel him, so I'm not going to be so negative. He's going to be okay like he always is. I'm sure he'll figure something out and get out of there in a few days, maybe a week. I just need to sit tight and be patient, so I need to actually think about what would be best for when I see him again. Thinking that didn't really make her feel better, nor did it leave her more hopeful, but it did help her narrow down her choices. At her last job, she hadn't taken High Spirit Mage, despite how helpful the first one was to her, so she could take Life Mage instead. Given the amount of injured there were during their Leviathan hunt, she had wanted to help, so that had seemed like the best choice. Now, though, there was a different reason not to take it. Her quest from Analia. She still really wanted to try to awaken her earth magic at the point where she would be able to awaken her life magic as well, but though it was exceedingly rare, there had been instances of a job awakening a skill in the past. Given her abnormally high affinity with earth magic, she didn't want to risk it happening before she was ready, so she would leave that option for once she was at the levels she wanted. She ignored her more performance-oriented jobs as she always did, as well as adventurer for the time being, with that one all but pointless without her hunting partner there to help take advantage of it, leaving her with the healer job and her other magic jobs. Healer is just going to give me worse bonuses than High Life Mage, so not much point considering it right now. As for Telekinetic Mage and the Dark Mage jobs, no, they don't matter. I select High Life Mage. Name, Thera. Race, Succubus Spirit Hybrid. Titles, Spirit Child. Jobs, High Life Mage, LV5. Previous jobs, Beginner Dancer, Dancer, Apprentice Mage, Earth Mage, True Mage, High Earth Mage, Spirit Mage, Life Mage. Attributes, Vitality, 1070. Vitality Recovery Rate, 12 HR. Mana, 261,329. Mana Recovery Rate, 57 min. Strength, 128. Agility, 374. Stamina, 308. Intelligence, 315. Affinities, Light, 4. Life, 22. Fire, 11. Water, 14. Air, 12. Earth, 103. Death, 3. Dark, 43. Space, 2. Time, 1. Resistances, Light, 5. Life, 9. Fire, 11. Water, 16. Air, 12. Earth, 35. Death, 13. Dark, 42. Space, 7. Time, 8. Bless Skills, Earth Magic, LV9. Charm Magic, LV2. Passive Skills, World Speak Plus. Coordination, LV3. Medical Knowledge, LV3. Bind. Active Skills, Calculate, LV1. Dance, LV4. String Instrument, LV3. Woodwind Instrument, LV2. Cleaning, LV1. Staff Wielder, LV0. Meditation, LV2. Speed Reading, LV2. Life Magic, LV8. Telekinesis, LV2. Dark Magic, LV1. Spirit Empowering, LV2. Cooking, LV0. Blessings, Analia's Blessing. Trials, Trial of Analia and Talona. She would have been able to feel incredibly satisfied as she looked at her card if Ben was at her side. With the spirits coming to her, getting her to provide them with mana so frequently had forced her to use more than she ever normally would, and the results had been great for both her total quantity as well as her regen rate. It looked like her agility and stamina were both beginning to hit a wall, but that was expected enough. She wasn't doing much to train them recently, and for all the bonuses she had to them, it would be useless if they weren't used. As she'd been doing when she'd helped Ben in the woods, she used her earth magic to carry herself on a slab of dirt far into its depths, to the point she felt she didn't need to fear anyone else getting in her way as she got to work, tearing dirt and stone from the world, and condensing it all into a thick dome that towered a few stories high. It hadn't been quick and it was plenty tiring, but it was important. For what she was going to do next, she needed to protect her back. Raising herself up to a ledge within it, safe from the reach of anything other than those with wings, she carefully removed her cloak, followed by her brace, while at the same time stripping the charm from the dark mana within her to prepare for anything that would come. And with no part of her charm being suppressed, it was like a call had gone out through those dense woods. She waited only a few minutes before putting everything back on, but it had been enough. She could hear the sounds of footsteps pounding the dirt to rush to her, and as they drew closer she prepared her dark spell, firing it off as a stampede emerged. The creatures she saw were a mix of species, predators and prey, all desperate to get to her as she fired a dark spell she had no experience using before, all of her knowledge of it coming from the many books Ben owned. Bloodlust. A spell that drove creatures to madness, bringing them to fight and kill anything within their sight, and with the power she put behind it, all of them succumbed to an orgy of carnage as she watched from above. The spell was brutal to the point that when she'd first read of it, she had been surprised that it wasn't as difficult to find out about as any mental compulsion or mind control, but then given the nature of dark magic, it really just came down to where different societies and nations saw fit to draw the line. It was a magic that weakened opponents and played with their very thoughts. It wouldn't surprise her if she learned there were places that banned its use altogether, but as with anything else, it had its uses. With animals tearing each other apart before her, she put all of her knowledge into healing them all, keeping them in fighting shape as her mana went to knitting flesh back together, regenerating blood, reattaching limbs that were barely hanging on, and bringing them back from the edge of death. Given the amount of mana she had at her disposal, her biggest struggle as she normally trained her life magic wasn't running out of mana, it was running out of patience. Or at the very least, patients who wouldn't complain if her magic caused side effects in their bodies. She'd never been able to simply stop and let herself experiment with it as she did now, in ways she never could in the past for fear of how it might hurt someone, but for the creatures before her, that wasn't a worry. She'd never considered doing anything like this before. Even now as she watched, she couldn't deny it felt needlessly cruel, but she couldn't be picky. She wanted to raise her life magic again, not just for her quest, but out of her worry for Ben. She was going to tell herself that he would be fine, that he would get out and live, but that didn't mean he would escape without injuries, so being powerless to do anything else, she would train as hard as she could, raising her skill and job level to prepare. As she cast her spells, occasionally firing off another dark one to keep up the brutality and draw in any straggling creatures to the fight, she did her absolute best not to think of anything else to distract her from her misery. "Damn it all, where are we?" Greed swore. "I swear to any god that's listening, if this is one of my other bastards, I'm going into hiding after this. How many do you even have?" Ben asked, the calmest one of his minds handling talking as the rest assessed the situation. They were in a large empty room, some sort of spatial effect on it giving it far more area than could be seen from outside the building, with a fountain and a table beside it at its center. The door they had gone through had vanished as it was pulled closed behind them, with a completely different one at the other side of the room, all but begging to be stepped through. More significant than that thought was the magic built into the structure, the enchantments that made the trial what it was. He wasn't certain what was happening, but he could already tell that certain sections of the enchantments were moving. It was a feature he couldn't be sure if it was present in the magic on Analia's trial. His level had been so much lower then, along with the quality of his mana sense, that for as much as he could see, he was sure he'd missed even more. It was just one more thing he'd need to investigate, at least so long as he lived. "At least 20, Greed told him offhandedly. "But you won't catch me with more. Too many already want my neck for one reason or another. Kids are a death trap. Well, the good news for you at least is I'm pretty sure they were after me, though I have no freaking clue why. The bad news is we're in trouble. You know where we are. I was kind of distracted getting tossed in here. Enlighten me. The dead god's trial. Fuck. Well, fair is fair. You already bought me a few extra days' legs. I won't hold this against you," the crab said, already uncomfortably resigned to his fate. He'd heard about the trial before, how nobody within it had survived. He understood just what it meant to be tossed within it. "Ah, well, I appreciate your understanding, Greed, but I'd rather live myself, so I'm going to try some things. I'm just going to need your help a bit. You think you can get us out of here?" he asked in disbelief, getting a shrug in return. "I think I'd rather try than wait it out. Nothing has happened yet, so hopefully we're good until we go through the door. For the time being, though, I need you to buff my mana and mana regen." The crab had blessing magic, basically an awakened combination of both light and life magic, meaning it was well suited for both healing and buffs. Ben hadn't forgotten how he and Thera had survived the final bit of Analia's trial, how he'd broken down the enchantment on one of the statues, and he had so many more advantages now than he'd had then. His understanding of enchantments was miles above where he'd had it before, along with his skills on a technical level. That plus the 11 minds in his head to speed up the process, he just needed to decipher whatever magic had made the door vanish, break it down, and let themselves out. As interesting as the structure around him was, and as much as he wanted to study it in greater detail, his first priority was surviving. Greed did as he was asked, leaving Ben to feel the power flowing through him. He was still getting used to the changes to his attributes that came with awakening his skill, but he wanted every boost he could get. Breaking down a god's enchantments the last time had been no easy feat. He didn't want to be stuck for hours breaking them one by one. He moved to the wall where the door had been when they were tossed through and began examining it in detail, hoping something would stand out to him as he did. Even though he'd only examined the unique enchantment structure of the trial once, he'd been thinking about it off and on with a few of his minds ever since. theory crafting and formulating ideas on how it might act. Ideas he wanted to test out sooner or later, but hadn't been able to find the time with so much else going on. Combined with that was the new knowledge his 9th level enchanting gave him as he examined the wall. It wasn't giving the magic in levels. That probably wouldn't be an accurate way of presenting it anyway, since the trial was made in a world without the system. But it acted as a guide at least, letting Ben confidently say that all 10 branches of affinitied magic, as well as non-affinitied mana, had all contributed to how it was made up. He carefully combed over it, trying to poke at it with his thoughts, not letting anything distract him as he fell into it, and weighing what he was seeing against what he already understood, discarding some theories and creating new ones as the time ticked by, until at the end he gave in. His information would be too limited to truly understand for the time being if he wasn't going to spend days on it, so instead he decided he would just break the enchantment that looked the most important to see what would happen. He selected the one that had the most other rings of mana bound to it before he ran his own against it, trying to break it down and hoping something would unravel, or at the very least give him a greater understanding of how everything worked together, but as he did, nothing happened. He could do nothing to affect the enchantment. It felt like he was trying to knock down a wall by blowing on it. Oh, that is really not good. Why isn't this working? I guess in Analia I only tried it on the statues and not the outer wall of the trial. Could that have been made significantly sturdier? Or does this have something to do with the unique enchanting method I'm seeing here? Honestly, there's too much I don't know. I need to re-examine everything and figure it out from there. But first, he needed a break. He left the wall for the first time in hours, making greed perk up as he did. Any luck? None yet. I figured I'd see if the fountain is safe or not. If they had no water, then they were on a time limit. But as Ben stood in front of the fountain, crystal clear water streaming from it, he couldn't help but want to take a sip. He did his best to be cautious as he reached his hand out to it, not certain that this wasn't a part of the trial that could leave him dead in an instant if he did something wrong. He felt the cool liquid reach his cupped fingers and brought it to his lips, giving it a taste as he did. That seems fine. That just leaves. He cast his eyes to the table at his side, seeing the square of what looked like bread placed on top of it, and carefully picked it up, only for a new one to suddenly appear in place of the old one after, almost making him drop what he held in surprise. Spatial magic, huh? I guess if it keeps us fed, then that works for me. He grabbed the other one for greed, only for it to not be replaced, leaving him with even more questions. Was there a limit or a time limit? Did they get 2 because there were 2 of them, or was that how much it would always provide? He could only wait and see if another arrived after a while to take its place, but for the time being he cautiously took a bite. All right, I guess. It didn't live up to the standards he had for his own cooking even remotely, but it would keep him alive, and feeling more confident it was safe, he handed the second piece to Greed, while at the same time blocking off the end of his amplifier to fill with water for him before handing it over. He watched the crab drink deeply as he thought. At the very least, his companion didn't need much in the way of food compared to him, and it looked like the race that originally would have participated in the trial would have been a similar size to Ben. At worst, if things got desperate, they could share the food. At least that was his thought before Greed took his first bite, immediately spitting it out, coughing and swearing as he did. What is it? What's wrong? Ben asked, grabbing him more water that was immediately swished around and spat out. Poison, he said as he cast healing spells on himself. This isn't looking great, huh, legs? Ben carefully picked up Greed's bread and looked it over, taking care as he did. In every way it appeared the same as his, and he ever so cautiously took a bite as his companion watched at the ready, only for him to be fine. Looks like I can handle it at least. The question became why. Was it because his demon organs were helping with his poison immunity? The great life spirit had said they'd do as much. It could also be a simple incompatibility on Greed's part. Not every creature could eat everything. It was part of why potions were less popular than just using one of the healing magics. A food or potion to one person could be toxic to another. Whatever the reason, though, they now had a new problem to deal with. If they didn't manage to get out, Greed would starve. Ben pinched the bridge of his nose as he took it in. He was still determined to get them out of there. It was only a matter of how long it would take. He was sure it was possible, it just wouldn't be easy, so he needed to know what sort of time limit he was on. All right, how long can you live without food? Pretty sure my kind can manage about 3 weeks, but it won't be a happy 3, I can tell you that. So then our options are either me getting us out in the next 2, or else trying to complete the trial before you starve, Ben said with a sigh. I'll leave it up to you, man. What do you want to do? I still think I can get us out eventually, but who's to say if I can manage it in that time limit? Not to mention that if it doesn't hand out more food, then I think I'm on a tighter time frame than you are. The crab thought for a minute before letting out a groan. Between basically certain death trying to work our way through this stupid thing and starving while you see if you can get us out, I choose starving for now at least. Let's see how I feel in a couple days though. Sounds good. In that case, I guess I'm going to get back to it. Not sure if I can actually break any of the enchantments that make up this trial, but I might be able to lay my own to modify them. We'll see. With time of the essence, he saved the leftover food for later in case no more showed up and got to work, moving around the room to study the enchantments and trying to build a model in his mind of just what they did. This seems wrong. What's happening here? He'd spent 2 whole days looking everything over and experimenting as he went, trying to get an understanding of the trial as he did, but with minimal luck. While he was lucky at least that the trial seemed to provide those 2 pieces of food each day, greed was less so as he struggled with the hunger gnawing within him. More important, though, was the change occurring within the magic of the trial, or at least the parts that seemed to be moving. There was a certain section he kept finding himself going back to, watching it change as the hours went on. It had started off as 4 rings of mana, but now it was down to a single one, the magic on it altering itself as the prior 4 had, and it was picking at his brain. I feel like I should know what's happening here. It should be obvious. What about it is screaming out to me? He'd gone over the entire room, and while there were other enchantments that seemed to be moving and changing on their own, these ones had stood out. He'd taken note of them after they lost their first ring, planning on checking them again after he looked at different sections a little longer in the hopes of seeing another change, with them being down to 2 by the time he decided that he should be devoting himself to that section. Since he hadn't had any luck with breaking the enchantments himself, he decided he should actually sit down and look it over to see how they destroyed themselves, but that had been no help to him either. The ring had simply broken. There was no apparent reason that gave away what had occurred, unless of course there was some sort of kill switch within the enchantment itself, giving it a time limit. Wait, shit, a time limit? This is a fucking countdown. It all snapped into place in his mind. The trial wasn't going to just let them sit there on their hands for weeks as he worked to figure out how to get out of there. This was meant to be a challenge from a god, and Ben could only doubt that it would be so kind as to just let him out once the last one broke. All of his minds were in a blaze as he compared the current structure of the ring to the previous one and felt his stomach sink. If it really was a countdown, then he had minutes to do something. He already knew he wasn't going to be able to break out in that time, but he was certain staying would be a death sentence, meaning there was really only one option. In a panic, he looked for Greed and ran to the small crab, scooping him up before he could explain anything and rushing to the door at the other end of the room as he felt something in the air change. The density of mana around them thickened in a way he felt validated his choice as he pushed his body to its limits in his sprint, throwing himself against the door and falling through it as a loud crash could be heard from behind him, into the unknown of the trial. The world briefly went black as they went to the other side, and a part of him wondered if he was too late, if the countdown he'd seen was for completing the trial as a whole, not just entering its starting line, but that fear changed to another as he found himself somewhere different. No solid ground beneath him. For a moment he hung suspended in a vast blue sky before he felt himself plummet. He didn't know how high up they were. There was no land to be seen beneath him, and it was possible he would be falling forever as he went, when suddenly he was assaulted by a gust of wind so powerful it knocked the air from his lungs as it struck. He held on to Greed for dear life, knowing if they were separated now they'd never be able to find each other again as he was struck by another gust, and another after that, each throwing him in different directions before he eventually returned to his freefall. Each time he did his best to breathe. If he let himself fall unconscious as he kept having the air knocked from his lungs, then he was as good as dead if he wasn't already. He couldn't even begin to guess the purpose of the trial he'd found himself in, and without understanding that, how was he supposed to get out of it? He did all he could to keep his wits about him, observing the surroundings the best he could and finding nothing. There was only himself and Greed in that infinite expanse, no light source to be seen despite how bright it all was. The only thing here is this freaking wind. He couldn't hear anything over the sound of it blowing in his freefall, and worse, as the time passed he was pretty sure it was only getting more powerful. It was as he felt himself being ragdolled about, his body feeling like it was going to break from the strain, that 2 different things showed up in the distance. A small glimmer of light in one direction and a tornado in the other. He found a small, bleak part of him wondering if it would be better to call it a hurricane. He wasn't sure of the difference, but whatever it was it looked like it meant his death if he got too close, so instead he tried to focus on the light in the distance. This thing has to have some sort of goal, right? Maybe it's getting there. It wasn't much to go off of, but it was better than nothing. The only question was how. It wasn't like he could fly. If he had air magic, then maybe he would have been able to do something. Or even if he had telekinesis, there was hope. As things stood, though, he had a single magic skill he didn't have any idea how to even use, and the rest of the options on his status didn't seem like they'd get him anywhere. All that left was his mind's, and what he could only assume would be a whole lot of suffering to get there as he stretched the power of his thoughts. He wouldn't describe his idea as good so much as he would call it desperate. With no real options, he roughly shoved greed into his jacket pocket and zipped it closed, before unzipping his coat and holding both sides of it tightly, waiting for the next gust of wind to hit. Front, the wind blew at his face, pushing him in the wrong direction he wanted to go, and he did his best to make himself as small as he could until it passed, watching the light end up higher and higher above him as he plummeted. Up. He opened his jacket as wide as he could, catching more air to make him rise into the sky, feeling the strain on his limbs as he did. He wasn't certain of how long he'd been tossed around so far, but he was sure that as the power of everything kept increasing, eventually something would break. He just wanted to get there before that point. With every single gust that blew by him, he did his best to react as fast as he could, opening and closing his jacket, making himself as big or small as he needed to be and putting himself into different angles until he was finally close, seeing a hole in space with a glowing edge he could only think marked it as a door within his sight. As long as he kept up with the wind, he was sure he'd make it through eventually, but his time was up. He hadn't been looking at it, knowing that there was nothing he could do about the tornado behind him as it approached, but even without any violent wind tossing him about, he could feel himself being pulled in and took a quick look behind his shoulder, finding it all too close as he did. Damn it, just a little more. Just one last push-up and over and I'm through, come on. It wasn't much to hope for. He'd been tossed around by the whims of the wind since he stepped through the door. One more good breeze was all he needed, but when it came, he was tossed into despair. It didn't throw him forward, but back into the tornado. As he felt himself enter the wind's inescapable grasp, he could only be thankful that he was just being pulled around by the air. Unlike any windstorm on Earth, it wasn't filled with dust and debris as it tossed him around, but at the speeds his body was moving, that was a small consolation. He was growing lightheaded, but doing his best to hold onto what few strands of consciousness he could, when he glanced the smallest amount of luck as the tornado continued on forward, and in an act that made him think the universe wasn't ready to kill him off quite yet, tossed him through the hole in space, to whatever was next for him. The speed he had been moving at left him rolling across the floor until he crashed into the wall at the other end, breaking his arms and legs as he went, and he was sure a few ribs too. His face felt wet from what was undoubtedly blood, but his first thought wasn't about his own pain, but the safety of the crab secured in his pocket, which he forced himself to unzip, already afraid of what he might find. Legs, what the hell was that about? Greed yelled as he got out, looking no worse for wear and leaving Ben relieved. What happened to the plan? What? He only stopped as he got a good look at Ben, seeing him broken and bleeding cut his complaints short. All right, let's get you to a state where you won't die on me and then tell me what happened, he said as he began using his powerful healing spells, swearing as he did. Infinite hells, why is this going so slowly? Ben personally thought it was going far faster than he was used to, but then, for a person with an awakened magic to have any difficulty, it was probably a surprise. God, I don't mind my resistances much, but having the effectiveness of healing spells cut by over 30% is still rough. Now that I think of it, was all of that powered by air magic? How freaking bad would that have been if I didn't have my resistances? He couldn't be certain given that Analia's trial seemed to circumvent them somehow, but with what he'd just gone through, he decided he would take whatever win he could. He was alive, that was all that mattered. After many hours, Greed had all of his more serious wounds treated and moved on to fixing his face, making it so Ben could explain what happened as he worked on the rest of the injuries. Damn it, the crab spat. Of course there was a fucking time limit. So what now? Well, I thought I could get us out because we were at the entrance, but now I'm not sure. For all I know, we'd have to go through that again, but honestly, I vote no on that. Agreed. It was crap enough before you threw me in your pocket. So that just leaves us with one option then, he said as he got up and looked around. They were in a room nearly identical to the first one they'd been in before falling into that endless sky, with a fountain and table, as well as a door that he was sure to take him to some equally horrible place as the last. There was just one difference he could see. Along one wall was a pile of discarded items. There must have been hundreds sitting there, and he could only worry about what that might mean for whatever was coming next, but the thought was broken off by Greed. The problem is, that last option means I'm either dying in the trial or dying as I starve. Not really a fan of either. Give me some time to think. I need to check how long we have first. He went along the wall to look for more moving rings and found them shortly, seeing that they were configured in an identical way to the previous area, meaning that they should have nearly 3 days. It felt like a small amount of time to prepare when he had no clue what was to come, but it was better than nothing as he spent a few hours examining the rest of the area, looking for any variance in the enchantments he was seeing from what he'd seen before as he went around, continuing to build up his theories on just what everything did. It was only as he'd finished that he made his way to the pile of items, finding Greed already digging through it. Find anything interesting? Just a bunch of ancient junk. Ben couldn't help but agree as he started digging through it himself. Weapons of every size, their item quality no greater than lower rare, with many enchantments almost completely broken down from lack of upkeep, the weave and other methods of arranging the magic being pointless to repair. He doubted anything he was seeing could have helped during the last part of the trial, though he couldn't know for sure if they would be useful for the next. As he stared at them, something was picking at his brain, though, the same way it was when he'd realized what was happening before was a countdown. He just couldn't put his finger on what. There's just something about these, although maybe I could organize them. He didn't have any better idea, so he did just that, going through the pile to gather together knives and spears and shields and all manner of other weapons into their own groups, before moving on to what was left. Small things whose purpose was lost to time, clothing of all shapes and sizes, and other items he could only consider pointless knickknacks. He went through all of it until he got to the bottom of the pile, stopping at the last 3 items as just what was bothering him snapped into place. The 3 he was seeing seemed the oldest by far, and yet their enchantments looked pristine in comparison to what else he saw there. The rings of mana that made each up were still holding strong after what could only have been thousands of years in there, but it put the rest of the items he was seeing into perspective. The creatures that worshipped the god of this trial used their magic in the same way. The fact that he was seeing other systems of enchanting in place, no matter how decayed, could only mean that they weren't left from the god for the next section of the trial, but from the people thrown into it. A lost and found maybe. For anyone to pick up their stuff that ends up lost in the last part, honestly, I could see that happening a lot, but... He looked again at the clothing, some of it fresh, some undoubtedly centuries old, with what he first thought was grime far more likely to be the ancient blood of whatever race shed it. If he had to bet, he would have said it was a combination of both options. The trial storing not only whatever was lost, but the items of anyone who died. He couldn't begin to guess why, but he wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth, especially not for the nearly pristine items that must have been made by the race of the trial's god. What looked like a cup, an armband, and a metal circle. They were all built with the same enchantment arrangement as the trial, but on a far simpler level. A mortal level, meaning he could experiment with it and learn from them, seeing how they worked in a way he simply couldn't with something as large as the trial. And after gaining every bit of knowledge he could from the limited form of analysis his 9th level enchanting gave him, he took the plunge and poured his mana into the cup to gauge its effect. It was sad to say, but it was underwhelming in a way that he felt supported his theory. The items around were nothing special, even if they were valuable clues on how he might learn about the magic structure of the long-dead race. The cup did exactly what he guessed from the fact that he could see the enchantments on it were water and air affinitied. It pulled moisture from the air to fill it. With that done, he grabbed what he suspected was an armband, though there was no way it would fit him. It was too small. The main enchantment on it was the non-affinitied barrier magic, and as he ran his mana through it, a barrier extended around it, providing additional defense as it did. The final one was a metal circle that looked like it would fit on his head, a fact he felt was confirmed by the fact that the main enchantment on it was dark magic. "Hey Greed, I need a hand," Ben called out as he placed it on. "What's up? I'm going to test this out. I just need you to be prepared to rip it off of me if need be." He laid down by the crab and passed his mana through it, feeling its effects as he did. Since the magic was acting on him specifically, its effects were significantly weakened, and Ben suspected it was doing even less than it should have since it wasn't built to handle a mind anything like his, but he thought he felt an effect that would compel him to focus. It was a handy application of dark magic. There were always times in life that a person might know they needed to devote their attention to something but still not manage it. He could see an item like that selling well and tucked the idea away for later. Given he had blessed focus at the 9th level, it didn't do much for him, but he'd been able to figure a few things out in his examination. Now, just to test them out, he muttered as he grabbed 3 almost identical knives from the pile and stripped them of their nearly vanished enchantments before he began applying his own. He did the first in the weaving method he'd learned, which was probably the most standard way of enchanting, and decided to make it with the fire ring he had access to heat up the blade. Next, he tried to make another knife show the same effect, but with the blending method he'd developed with his god based upon the principles of ritual magic. Since by its nature he had to use other magics to get it to show its full effects, it wouldn't work as a perfect comparison between the two, but it would be good enough for his purposes. Finally, he attempted to use the ring method he was seeing. He took the fire spell he wanted to work with and tried placing it down on the knife before him, starting at one end until it met the other, giving him a circle of mana, but he could immediately tell something was wrong. He could clearly see that his enchantment didn't look right compared to the ones that were already made, so he stripped it and tried again. It was only after multiple attempts that he accepted he was doing something wrong. Let's see, there must have been a particular method to make this different. If not, they would have just discovered the weave method. Of course, who am I to say they didn't? Maybe this is just that much more efficient, or maybe they preferred this one for some other reason. Either way, if I'm not stretching out my mana and connecting it to its end, how am I making it work? He tried a few different things, playing with his mana to try and get the configuration right, taking note of what was on a closer track to the proper way of doing it, along with what didn't seem right at all, and after a few hours of struggling and effort, he finally got it. Success, he happily sighed. It all came down to compressing his mana and making the ring of it before it was placed, and with all 3 knives ready, he tested them one by one. The weave method reacted as he expected it would, the knife quickly taking a red glow, with a lower mana cost than it would take if he had simply placed the full spell on it. Next came the blending method, where the enchantment was the same size, but the difference was in the cost and effect. He could feel more mana being drawn from him to make it work, but at the same time the blade of the knife grew white hot in an instant, and Ben canceled the effect for fear it might melt. Finally, in the moment of truth, he checked the ring method, running his mana through it, and having every mind in his head focused on the results. The mana cost ended up being in the middle of the two, more like he had just laid down the skill as a whole to get its effect than anything else, with the amount of power he got from it being slightly higher than using the weave, but not enough to choose it when one accounted for how much mana they'd need to spend. He could only assume that the race that enchanted like this had an unusually high amount of mana to them if this was their standard, but that didn't help him. Aside from that, there was only one thing he was sure of, and that was that the enchantments were unusually stable. While the methods he was aware of would usually need to be maintained after 100 years or so, possibly longer depending on the skill of the enchanter who made them, the fact that there were even 3 examples for him to look at in almost perfect condition made that fact obvious. It just gave him one last thing to test as he stripped the knives down and looked them over, finding the one with the ring enchantment to be harder to remove by far. I would have preferred to have 3 perfectly identical knives for testing this, but if it's the best I can manage, then oh well, it's better than nothing. He began again to put a weave on one of the items, only this time he kept building it up, making it as complex as he could until it shattered. That wasn't a problem though, it was what he expected. He'd kept perfect track of just how he'd built them up, how complex it had gotten right before it broke. He did the same with his blending method, remaking the enchantments until the knife they were on was destroyed, taking about the same time as the first. It was as he started on the ring method that things changed. He carefully built them up, taking great care since it was a system he wasn't used to, until he reached the point the other 2 broke and kept going. He was able to keep building up effects until it was almost twice as magically dense as the others, until it finally gave in, the knife turning to dust in his hands. This is the most stable way of making enchantments I've ever seen, he said happily, a grin plastered across his face despite the severity of the situation. This method doesn't just break down slower, it puts so much less strain on the item it's on. Can I incorporate it with the way I currently enchant? Even if it ends up a bit weaker, by trying to make it work with blending and weaving it would be worth the trade-off. God, I need to experiment with this more, but there's so many other things to do. Crap, how am I going to make time for this all? He was so deeply in his thoughts that it was a miracle greed was able to draw him out of them. The crab's loud and shocked swearing, getting just enough of his attention to make him look away from the item in his hand to the side, where a familiar gray was standing patiently. "Oh hey Quillith, wasn't expecting to see you so soon," Ben said, casually giving him a wave. "Isn't there still a few days before we're supposed to meet up? Given the nature of the situation you find yourself in, I assumed it would be better to come early. It's nice to see you're somehow in good spirits despite everything." "Legs, what the hell is going on?" Greed asked in confusion as he looked between Ben and the alien, not understanding how he had appeared. "You probably heard about the race that one of the groups of summoned individuals was helping the world, right? He's one of them. Stops by every now and then to teach me some stuff. Just what sort of freaking connections do you have?" the crab asked as it shook in disbelief, an act Ben ignored to focus on the gray before him. "Well, I appreciate you stopping by, but unless you have any info that could help me, I think I'm going to need to skip on lessons this month," Ben told him before his eyes lit up. "Unless, of course, you could peek into the next sections of this trial and give me some spoilers. It would be really helpful for this whole not dying thing I'm trying to do." Unfortunately, things were never that easy, and the gray shook his head. "We've already checked. It needs an actual person to go through it to activate. Without that, it's just an empty room, no bigger than a closet. I'm sorry." "It's fine," Ben told him as he deflated. "That really would have been too lucky, wouldn't it? So what brings you here to this little nightmare?" "Compassion, I suppose," Quillith answered. "We've spoken enough that I have some fondness for you. Since I'm the only one who can, I thought I'd collect your last words to be passed on to whoever you'd like. Of course, since I'm here, I'll do my best for you as well." Greed. "Really? In that case, great cause, I got a lot." The ruby crab began as Ben stood stunned. It was something he never did on his last world, something he should have done rather than spending his last night alive on the planet doing a little drawing, but Quillith was right. He was facing his end. Since he had the chance, he needed to pass on just what he wanted to say. And to Weasley, Tretru, and Jaspel, tell them all I'm sorry about the whole running away the next morning and not stopping by again. Greed finished while Ben was in his thoughts, leaving Quillith looking far more exhausted as he did. I feel like you should have solved some of these issues long ago, not waited till your death approached, Quillith said, getting a shrug in return. Hey, it's a lot easier to forgive a dead guy. If I go in person, they'll be out for blood. The alien only shook his head as he turned to Ben. Well, I can do that. Very well, many of us are watching with great interest, so do your best. For what it's worth, I hope you make it through this. With that, he was gone, leaving Ben alone with Greed again. He took a deep breath as he turned to the crab, thinking about what would come next as he did. All right, I don't know about you, but I'd rather live than have any goodbyes, so let's figure out what to do from here. He began as he took stock of everything they both had. Greed was far easier than him. He had his amplifier, and that was it. As for Ben, he had 16 rings on his fingers, the 10 level 9 affinitied rings, a level 6 charm ring, level 8 barrier ring, and then the 4 rings he'd gotten from Pelenia to improve Thera's brace. He had worn them over dinner, fully intending to put them to use that night, but now they were just another resource to take advantage of as he moved on from there. Aside from that, he didn't have much. He had the clothes on his back, a couple blank skill rings as well as his cursed ring in his pocket, along with his job crystal, a small disc of white mana crystal with a little bit of mithril set in it, and most important of all, he had his coat, the First Church of Myriad. It had already helped save his life on the last section of the trial, so he immediately got to work stripping the defensive enchantments already on it, in favor of adding all of the higher level skills he now had access to while he spoke to Greed. Alright, so one of my skills lets me enchant with the skills other people have. I won't be able to use anything over the 8th level, so your awakened skills are out for me sadly. But other than that, can you tell me what you have? Sure, he said, immediately becoming shifty at the question. They're all very normal though, not sure how much help they'll be. He listed everything he had and Ben had to admit they did sound exceptionally normal. He was sure there was nothing he could use at all until Greed got to the last one. And finally, I've got Shell Enhancement at the 5th level. Shell Enhancement, Ben asked as he perked up. What's that? A defensive skill? Yeah, it's a passive one to strengthen it. As tough as the one I already have is, since I walk around you giants plenty, I've been stepped on more than once. It's handy for me at least, but I'm not sure how well it works for you. No offense, but you're kind of fleshy. None taken. It wouldn't be used on me. It would be blended into my barrier enchantment to enhance its effects. This is a great find. I don't suppose it has any magical resistance tied to it as well, does it? Nope, just physical. Darn. As nice as it would have been to have stumbled across something that he could have used to help Thera, it was still something that could help him immediately, so he put on his blank rings and touched Greed, connecting with him to try and get the skill onto one of them, only to receive a huge shock as the new effect that came with his 9th level of enchanting activated, letting him see the skills and levels he had as he did. He couldn't stop a smile from breaking out across his face as it happened. The interaction between Connect and Enchanting just kept bearing fruit for him. Before he'd have to feel each skill and grab onto it before he copied it, making sure he didn't accidentally go back to grab the same one or miss one. It helped if a person actually used their skill as he was doing it, letting him pick it out as he went, but now they were all clear before him, with their names and levels displayed. It wasn't like he'd gained access to Greed's full status. He could see no other information. The affinities, resistances, titles, and even his name were all hidden away from him, but at the same time, this was more than a lot of people would ever actually want seen. That didn't keep Ben from commenting on the one skill Greed hadn't listed after he'd gotten Shell Enhancement on a ring though. You left out your 0th level of sacrilege, he said offhandedly as the crab looked to the side guiltily. Well, what was the point of asking for my skills if you could just tell what they were, he said awkwardly before breaking into a mutter. Honestly, you seduce one priestess in a church and suddenly the gods get all grumpy. I'm not judging, Ben said with a shrug. You're talking to a 6th level sacrilege holder. I just think we need to be honest with each other since our lives are on the line. 6th level, he asked, filled with shock. I've never heard of anyone with it that high. Aren't you an apostle? Not a very good one, Ben told him before finishing up altering his jacket, blending the effects he needed from Shell Enhancement into the barrier magic on it. Anyway, next we need to worry about your food issue. It's been 4 days, how are you feeling? Hungry, Greed admitted. Even if I can live for weeks, it's not going to be fun and I'm going to be basically useless by the end of it. Depending on how long this is, you might need to toss me into your pocket for at least a few sections of this. We can only hope it won't be too long. I have a bit of a worry about that, Ben said hesitantly. From the outside and the way the trial is built, it looks like it's 11 floors high. That might mean 11 different challenges, or at least that's the guess I'm working off of. I guess we could always get lucky, and the last floor is where we accept the reward, or we could be ridiculously lucky, and each of these rest zones is a floor too, meaning there'd only be 5 sections, but honestly I don't really want to count on luck. If we keep getting breaks between trials and the time we have doesn't shrink, we might be here for a while if we don't die. So you're saying we need to rush through it or I'll starve, or we find a different option for you. Legs, I appreciate the thought, but there isn't exactly a ton of food up here. If I can't eat the bit that's provided, then I'm shit out of luck. I guess I could try to keep healing myself to force it down, but with the way that one bite made me feel, I don't know if that's really viable. There's one more option, Ben told him as he stood up and walked to the pile of items, picking up the sharpest knife he could find and applying an enchantment to it as he walked back, seeing Greed begin to panic as he did. Hey Legs, let's not do anything crazy here. I'm light, worst to worst just toss me in your pocket, it will be fine. Alright, no clue where your head's at, but desperate times call for desperate measures, man, just relax. I'm going to like this a lot less than you are, he told the crab before dragging the knife across his palm. What the hell are you doing? Greed yelled as Ben's cupped palm was lowered to him as it slowly filled with blood, hopefully getting you food. Now come on and drink up. Worst to worst, I can cut off some skin if you need it, but let's see if a liquid diet can sate you for now. Legs, you're being crazy. I can't just drink your blood. Greed, for our best chance you need your strength. I'm going to be relying on your buffs and healing almost constantly while we're stuck in here, so I need you to be in good shape for casting magic. I'm not just asking you to do this for you, I'm asking you to do it for me. Positioning it as something for his own sake as well helped break down Greed's resistance as he leaned in and started drinking. Ben's first instinct was to ask how it tasted, wanting some confirmation on his belief that he might just be unusually tasty, but held back in consideration for the other man. He wasn't lying after all, he needed Greed, so he didn't want to do anything that would put him off of eating. It was only as he had his fill that he stopped, giving an impression of being deeply conflicted as he did, and healed the cut on Ben's hand before buffing both his mana and mana regen at his request. With that done, Ben walked up to the pile of items again, this time taking what seemed to be a broken fragment of something, a piece of metal about as large as his palm, and sat down to stare at it. He was determined to survive, and that meant using everything at his disposal, so with that goal in mind, he decided he would figure out how to use his newest skill, Material User. He was all but certain it had to be a non-affinitied magic skill. The fact that he hadn't heard of it before meant it was on the rarer end of the spectrum, but that didn't matter. He had read hundreds of books on magic at this point. Even without a guide, he could figure it out. From the name alone, it sounded like a magic that could be used on anything like telekinesis would. The main question was how. He ran his mana into the piece of metal in his hand, and with an effort of will, made it rise up about a foot above where he was holding it, bringing a smile to his face until he almost immediately felt the effects of mana exhaustion, only stopping in time to keep himself from passing out. Well, that's not good. Just how costly doing something as small as that was proof enough that whatever the magic did, it probably wasn't meant to be used for combat. While it was common knowledge that non-affinitied magics had significantly steeper mana costs to do the same thing as an equivalent affinitied magic, with that difference only growing depending on how good of an affinity a mage had, that still felt unusually steep. He was being buffed to the extreme, and had almost run out of mana in seconds. If he'd attempted it without the buff, who could know how long he would be out for? Well, it's a 0th level skill, but still, if I compare it to a 0th level telekinesis, then I still think it's 5 or 10 times worse mana-wise. I need a different way of thinking about it. It's called Material User, and I got it as the bonus skill for awakening my crafting, so it has to be deeply related. When I'm making something, how do I use my materials? What would I want to be able to do with anything I'm working on where mana could help? When he asked himself that, the answer became obvious. There was only one way he would really want to be able to use his mana for his crafting. In fact, he already did, just to a significantly lesser degree compared to what he thought he was going to get as he once again filled the piece of metal with his mana. Only this time, instead of trying to move it or raise it in the air, he tried to change it on a deeper level. He looked at it in his hands as he focused before closing his fist around it and squeezing, the now far softer material gushing out the sides of his fingers like dough as his eyes lit up. He stopped running his mana through it, and it held its new shape while returning to its original solid properties. Okay, this is incredible, and I'm so happy. System or world or whatever I'm supposed to call you, I love you. Having a magic he could use was incredible enough, but it also aligned perfectly with what he would want to do with it. It could enhance the things he already enjoyed, namely his crafting, and he was all but certain he'd be having an easy time getting used to it. I have 9 jobs giving it bonuses to one degree or another, 3 blessings from gods, and greed around to buff my mana. Tie that to everything I know about magic, and I'm going to fly through the first couple levels at least. He continued to experiment from there as the hours rolled by, testing what he thought would work and learning what wouldn't with each attempt, getting more and more acquainted with his skill as he did. Despite how annoying its mana cost was, he just needed to take a few breaks on occasion if he used too much, taking the time to reflect on what he'd figured out, as well as look closer at the trial, trying to glean whatever he could with his growing knowledge pool on the nature of the way it was made. His mind was a mass of theories, even when he was trying to learn the ins and outs of his newest skill, and as time went on he felt himself grow and progress. He thought he was on the edge of something with the trial, but he couldn't quite make the final leap to whatever his brain was picking at. His magic, though, was a different story. As the hours wore on, he'd learned many things. On top of changing the consistency and material properties of something, he'd learned that he could affect the degree to which they changed, altering them in ways that suited him best. He didn't need to change the entire thing either, being able to focus on only one area to selectively change its properties, while the rest of the material was left unaltered. More important than that, though, was the discovery that he could alter it to a greater extent than he'd originally thought. After rolling the metal he was testing into a ball in his hands, he worked and manipulated the mana he was using to pull it out, stretching it and molding it to give it features until it was a clumsy approximation of a face. It wasn't as good as if he'd done the details by hand, but it was still plenty exciting, and with little else to do, he trained the skill as hard as he could as the time limit ticked down. Perfect, Ben sighed contentedly as the notification went off in his head. He had about an hour before they needed to enter the trial, plenty of time to regain the mana he'd spent, and with the level up he was feeling good. He'd only slept for a couple hours with everything going on, but he was still feeling refreshed as he waited. Over 2 days had been spent devoting himself to studying the trial and working on his magic, and the fact that the second option had managed to have a bit of payoff at the end was already more than he'd hoped. I guess it just goes to show that jobs really aren't for nothing. I should try to make sure I complete the more important ones as optimally as I can in the future. He knew without a doubt that he'd have never leveled up his magic in the span of only a couple of days if it weren't for the effects of all of his jobs acting on it, as well as the blessings he had. He could see the effect when it came to his mind skills well enough. He never had much issue leveling up the simpler ones if he really worked for it, but he'd never got to see that effect on any of his crafting skills. Both crafting and enchanting had mostly been growing with his jobs, and with the only other one being enchanting knowledge, which was more dependent on how much he could read than any actual training, he'd never got to see just how fast he could rise up through the levels until now. I don't know what's coming, but it's probably going to suck. You ready? Need a bite beforehand? Don't make me think about what's filling my stomach when we might die, he complained. Besides, I need to hang on to all of the mana I can. Buffing my own recovery rate is one thing, but I can't buff my mana pool and you take an unreasonable amount to heal, not to mention all the buffs I've already got on you. How are you feeling? Powerful. Every attribute Ben had was currently being buffed. He normally would never consider taking them if he could help it. While an attribute was buffed, a person's growth rates essentially turned to zero, and as handy as they could be at the time, he'd much rather choose to grow however much he could from the situations he was in, but this was different. Both of their lives were on the line. He needed to do everything he could to get through whatever was about to be thrown at him as he went through the door. He took a long, deep breath to try and calm his nerves as he pushed his focus and other mind skills to their limits. He didn't know what to expect, so he had to be ready for everything as he took his first steps to the door, pushed it open, and found himself stepping into an empty void 1 minute, and the next being what he could only call a desert. A small part of him couldn't help but think how helpful it would have been to have Thera there, but he quickly pushed it to the side. As much as he wanted to see her, as much as he wanted her help, it was better she wasn't stuck in a situation like that with him. With nothing to go off of as to what the purpose of the trial was other than what he'd seen in the last, he began looking for a light as he moved, deciding to go forward as he desperately hoped that the god who'd made it wasn't so cruel as to point him in the wrong direction as it started. At the very least, it looks like one of my theories might be right. I'll have to see the next one to be sure, but if it is, well, one problem at a time. Before he'd entered, he had been careful to compare the magic he'd seen from the first room they'd been in to the second, and though he couldn't be sure, there were a couple differences that were apparent. The most meaningful of which was that in the first room he'd seen more air enchantments, and in the second he'd seen more earth. If each section was going to have a different magic theme, he wasn't thrilled with the implications for just how long they'd be stuck there, nor how well it would fit with the idea that the tower had 11 floors, so those thoughts too he pushed away. I hate to say this so freaking much, but do you think we should try and climb a mountain to get a better view of where it might be? He asked Greed, trying to get some ideas of just what they could even do. How many hours do you think that would take? A lot. Gods above, I don't know. I'll leave the choice to you, the crab sighed, having no better idea either. It was only as Ben decided to commit to it that everything went to hell. It started as a simple dot in the sky that Ben knew better than to believe was harmless, and he stared at it as he ran, trying to keep vigilant of anything else as it got bigger and bigger in a matter of seconds, leaving them both to swear up a storm as they understood just what they were seeing. Of all things, a fucking asteroid. He could only wonder if he was about to instantly die, if there was no way of beating the second trial because it was pulling insane nonsense like that. If it hit him, he was done for, plain and simple. As it grew, he guessed it had to be almost 50 meters across, which he was sure would be large enough to destroy a city on Earth if it wasn't stopped, so even if it hit nearby, he'd be in a horrific level of trouble. It was only as he saw it sail overhead that he breathed a small sigh of relief that was cut far too short as he felt the impact, and his body went flying after that, with clouds of dirt raining down on him and blocking his vision as he did, the dust filling his eyes as he struggled to get up. Greed was still tight in his grasp, as miserable from the experience as he was, but at the very least they were alive as Ben got to his feet and ran like his life depended on it, choosing to go up the mountain for certain now that he wouldn't be able to see from the ground. On the plus side, since I'm not dead, it looks like that probably didn't have the same force it would have had if it came from space. On the negative, things only got worse as time went on in the last part, so. He let the thought hang as he heard another impact farther away and felt the ground shake. It seemed like the trial wasn't specifically targeting them at least, but that was a small comfort. It was making up for it with the scale of its attacks. It was only as he felt the ground shake a third time and another cloud of dirt was kicked into the air that he made it to the mountain and began climbing up it. It was an activity he hadn't done much on this word or his last, and he attributed any speed and success he had with it to his buffs. He was faster than he had any right to be, even with the ground all but exploding around him from time to time and knocking him off his feet, with the time between crashes growing shorter as each impact was more powerful, but soon enough he was at the top, gazing across the expanse around him. There was so much dirt in the air, even all the way up there, that his eyes watered and stung, but as he looked around he could only gasp. More had been happening than just the falling asteroids causing chaos around him. He could see areas where the earth had split open into deep canyons he was sure he'd never escape if he fell into, along with something far more worrying. Hey Greed, yeah, weren't there a few more mountains around before? Think so. Oh boy, this isn't good. He didn't know if they'd been taken out by meteors or some other event, but he instantly didn't want to be so high up as he frantically looked about for anything that could be a light amidst all of the chaos around him, and thought he might see a faint glimmer of in the distance, with only the minor problem that he'd have to go around one of the new canyons to get to it. He could only hope he was right and it wasn't the trial playing some cruel joke, growing a crystal to reflect the light or something as he began running down. It was at halfway into his descent that he heard a noise coming from behind him, a rolling, tumbling sound that he lifted Greed to check for him, being rewarded with an intense scream in his ear as he did. The entire freaking mountain is collapsing. What? He couldn't believe it, at least not until the first boulder rolled by him. How was it happening? Mountains didn't just crumble for no reason. He had to remind himself that he wasn't really on a mountain, he was in a trial. He was playing by the rules of a dead god. All he could do was try to push through. He kept holding up Greed to watch behind them, letting him shout if he needed to move away as anything came down while he ran for his life. All of his minds were devoted to the task. He knew if he tripped it could spell his end, just like every other part of the trial if he wasn't careful. Not thinking crap like that, just focusing on my feet, every step counts. He was moving so fast that he was equal parts running and falling down the mountainside, but when he finally made it to the bottom he couldn't relax and he used his momentum to keep going. As abysmal as his agility typically felt, his stamina let him push himself harder than he ever had before without stopping as he rushed to the area he thought the next gate was waiting. Not stopping even after a few hours of running left him in pain and exhausted, no matter how much of Greed's magic was applied to him. He finally had the canyon in view and took a subtle turn to the right, trying to direct himself to the shortest side of it to get him to his destination without dropping any speed as he went, only for another problem to rear its ugly head. The canyon had grown since he'd first seen it. Ben wanted to scream. Of course things had only gotten worse. He could still feel the crashing and tearing of the earth happening all around him. All he could do was keep going and hope, as he was taken way off course to go around it. There's no way this is the creator-approved way of beating this stupid thing. The god that made this must have expected us to be high-level air mages or something to fly through it. Still he pushed himself, putting everything he could into his sprint as he went until he was at the edge and got as close as he dared to run around, only for another disaster to strike them. Another asteroid, the biggest yet, dropped all too close and threw them into the air, directly towards the growing gash in the land. With nothing else he could do, Ben tossed Greed to safety as he was thrown over the edge, barely able to hang on for dear life before he was trapped yet again, not by any trap of the trial, but by the limits of his body. As he hung from the edge by his fingertips, nothing but death below him, he couldn't muster the strength to pull himself up. Even with the buffs, even with the healing, he'd pushed himself too hard for too long. He had nothing left to give. It was only as he felt something touch his finger and heard greed screaming for him that it felt like an untouched source of power had been released, that he could fight through the pain and exhaustion, and with all of his will dragged himself up the rock's edge, his fingers raw and bloody from the effort of just holding on until them, and as fast as he could he got back to his feet, picking up the crab and continuing on his way. "Not sure what you did to me, but it worked," he said gratefully between breaths. "I wouldn't thank me too much. That was a last-ditch effort spell. Even if I work to heal you, you won't be moving right for days. We're going to be in trouble for the next one. Of course we are," he thought, resigned to his fate. "In that case, I better make it count." He fought back the feeling that he was going to be sick as he sprinted on, and ignored the subtle wetness he felt coming from the orifices on his face. His nose was telling him it was blood, but he couldn't be too bothered by however he was destroying his body at the moment as the gate finally came into view. With a complete lack of grace, he threw himself forward, narrowly missing an attack that he'd seen Thera use on more than one occasion as an earthen saw spring from the ground, trying to dig into him as it did. He tried not to lose any speed, but as soon as he regained his footing, he was almost hit by another, and another after that, until he was finally right in front of the gate. His instincts were screaming at him that something was about to explode from the ground in front of it, and lacking any sort of grace he threw himself through, feeling the sharp bite of a jagged blade digging into his calf as he did, just one more bit of pain to go along with the rest of him, but he had done it. He was on the other side. His greatest desire was to just lay there on the ground where he fell, face down on his stomach and let the agony take him, but he had things to do. The first of which being the small act of wiggling his toes, confirming he hadn't lost a leg at the end there, and the second being rolling over to get a look at the wall, confirming that the countdown on the room they were in was the same as the last two. It was only once both of those were done that he released his tight grip on greed, letting the crab speak up now that they were safe. "Legs, yeah, I'm so fucking glad the god that made this is dead. No arguments here." All he wanted to do was give in to his body's demand that he pass out, but he knew that he couldn't. They were in a state of emergency. Even though greed would be able to repair the damage he'd put his body through working it like that, it would take days that they didn't have. If he couldn't move, he needed to at least be able to think. It was with that goal in mind that he looked at the enchantments that were within his field of view and focused on them, making himself fall into everything that made them what they were. They both needed more time than what they had, and he was determined to get it, if alone to spite the god that went to all of the effort to make the trial. As he did, greed spoke to him, and he let one of his minds listen half-heartedly, though he didn't speak back. He didn't think he could. Rolling over and his brief exchange with his soul companion had used up his last bit of whatever energy greed had managed to provide him, and all that was left was pain. He wasn't positive what had been done, but he was fairly sure that instead of a buff, greed had forcefully used magic to make his body work beyond its limits, destroying itself in the process. It was one of the more destructive potential aspects of the life affinity, one most people couldn't manage unless they'd awoken their skill, and even then wouldn't use unless things were beyond desperate. Not that Ben disagreed with his choice. If greed hadn't done that, they'd both be dead. Ideas kept spinning around his brain and he wanted to test them, but it would need to wait. He would need greed's help, as well as enough strength in his arms to move them, which meant none of what he wanted to do could be put into practice until later into his healing. For the time being, he could only refine his thoughts to a razor's edge, ready to cut away the problem that was the trial. "Greed, I need a knife." Those were the first words he spoke as soon as he could after almost 12 hours of healing. He could have asked by connecting to the crab, but his arms were still too damaged to move at the time. There had been no point. Now at least one was functional enough to grab onto something if he had to, and he didn't want to waste another moment. "Is it important? Honestly, Legs, if we have to go through the next section in 2 days or less, I'd rather get you into the best shape you can be for it." "It is. I'd go so far as to say if I succeed we'll probably live, and if I fail we'll die. I think we both know that I won't be in tip-top shape by the time the countdown's done, and you must need to stop to replenish mana soon, right? Well, I'm still buffing myself, but yeah, it's getting tight. Alright, give me a minute cause lucky you, there's 2 piles of old crap this time." Yea, he managed to get out sarcastically as the other left to get what he was looking for, dragging it to his hand as he did before restarting on treating all of Ben's wounds, ensuring he wouldn't die before the next part of the trial came. With knife in hand, he grasped it tightly, placing the arm that held it across his chest so he could get a better look, only to need to make one more request of greed. "Looks like I may need some cloth to prop my head up a bit too, please." It wasn't for comfort, though he would definitely appreciate whatever little bit he could get. He needed to prop his head up to be able to get a better look as he worked on the knife, wanting to see every enchantment he'd be making in detail as he did. This time Greed did exactly as he was asked without arguments. He knew as well as Ben that things were already looking bad. If there was a chance, then he'd take it. It was only as Ben was set up that he looked at the fragments of ancient enchantments and cleared them all away that he got to work. Using the ring system that he'd experimented with before the last section, he placed a series of them on the knife before breaking them down. It was harder than usual, another sign of the stability of the system, but nothing as impossible as breaking down the enchantments on the trial itself had proven to be, and he remade them again, different this time and repeating the process. He let the hours roll by as Greed healed him, spending the time making and breaking enchantments, drawing more and more accustomed to the new system as he did, slowly learning the ins and outs, along with what worked and what wouldn't. If he wasn't in so much pain, if he wasn't so angry both at the people who had thrown him in there as well as the god who'd made it, he would have found the work interesting and rewarding. As things stood, rage was his main motivator, even more so than a desire to live. He wouldn't die just to spite whoever wanted him to. He would get out and see the people he cared about again, and he would destroy this trial. It took another 12 hours of healing by the time he was good enough to stand, but by then he was feeling confident in himself. He wasn't constantly studying enchanting for nothing, and if what he had seen at the crafting contest was any indication, then he had one of the broadest understandings of the skill on the planet. There was always more to learn, but what he did he knew well. Greed, I need you to buff my mana and my region again. Legs, we still have plenty of time. Let me treat you a bit longer before you try anything. Every second counts, man, come on. The sooner we do this, the better. The crab could only sigh at his stubbornness, but did as he was asked, making Ben's still sore body flood with mana in the process as he began talking, as much to the trial itself as he was to Greed. You know, I don't actually know what happens when a god dies. Do they get a ghost? Do they ascend to whatever afterlife is waiting for the rest of us mortals? I hope so. I hope whoever it is that made this is still around in some capacity to watch in horror at what I'm about to do. He activated all of his skill rings and connected to each of them while at the same time pushing his mind skills beyond the ordinary limits he would be trapped by as he envisioned an enchantment unlike any other. He knew he couldn't break what was on this trial, but at the very least he could see about adding to it. Unlike how he usually made his enchantments, he didn't build it up with time. Instead, he took all of the mana within himself that he could without passing out and shaped it all at once, every mind in his head devoted to the task of working them into the form of those on the trial, only with a few touches to enhance them. He couldn't compete with what the god who'd made them had done if he played completely by those rules, but in his hours of practice, he'd figured out as much as he needed to while learning how it could be incorporated into his existing methods. And once he was certain everything was as perfect as it could be, he placed them all down at once, interlocking them with the rings controlling the floor's countdown and locking them into place, keeping them from moving again. Only for his eyes to fill with light and notifications to fill his minds. Thera put down the book she was reading, surprised to have gotten the level up. Even if she was doing her best to learn it, she felt that she was too distracted by the last week for anything to have really gotten through. He's not gone, she chided herself. He's just stuck for now. He'll be back and things will be fine, I just need to be patient. As much as she hated it, it had only been a week. While there were plenty of shorter trials, there were longer ones too. She just needed to wait it out. No matter how bad it felt, she just needed to be patient. Looking down from her seat in the woods, she cast a few more healing spells before firing off some dark ones too towards the swarm of fighting beasts below her. She was trying to be a bit more creative with it than she'd been in the first few days, using her life magic to enhance the strength of the weaker creatures around her, while her dark magic was put towards weakening the stronger. It took a lot of concentration and effort to do both, the power behind her magics wanting to explode around her instead of hitting specific targets, but she held it in, pushing her control to the limits to get the results she wanted. She no longer let herself worry about how raising her dark magic could affect her charm. She just wanted to be better. She didn't want to feel so powerless, even though increasing her levels wouldn't change things for her at all. Raw strength or skill couldn't change the fact that she was alone. It was as she was doing this that a swarm of earth spirits came to her, buzzing about her head as they did as she tried to hide some of her feelings to keep herself from taking them out on them. "Greetings, Earthkin, are you well?" one asked hesitantly as it saw the carnage below them. Thera had been using the same spot for her training for days, and the ground was soaked with blood as a result, with its surface covered in bones. "I'm fine." "Did my father ask you all to check on me?" "No, should the Great One have?" it asked in confusion, only to immediately be brushed off. "No, it's fine. In that case, what can I do for you all? We'd heard that you could help us after more spirits have been produced. We've come seeking aid." "The usual then." "Okay, come on, one by one." She held out her hand, leaving each spirit to fly to it as she did, filling them each with mana to make up for what they'd lost. Earth spirits were nice because of just how easy they were to give mana to. There was no mana loss and the process was fast enough that it didn't take long at all, leaving them to thank her as they went on their way. She ignored the notification in her head and decided it was time to clean up for the day. She'd been there for so many hours that even though it was still bright, night would be falling in all faith, and she wanted to get back to rest while she could, even if she doubted she'd be sleeping well. To finish things up below her, she used her dark magic to debuff every beast she could see, the quantity of her mana keeping them all but defenseless, as she used her telekinesis to pull some fallen logs from the surroundings and crush each creature one by one. If it wasn't for the constant worry she'd been feeling, she would have been elated. To have so many skills level up at once had made it an exceptionally lucky day, with the growth of her 2 magic skills being excellent news for her control as a whole. She knew that she didn't typically train those 2 magics enough. Dark magic was almost entirely untouched, with the exception of a little bit of practice should she ever find herself needing it in an emergency, and telekinesis was mostly just used to enhance her earth magic. Since she had a staff that could stand up to her magic and nothing but time to practice both with, it would do her no harm to try and get more levels of each as she distracted herself from everything like she wanted to. A goal that got harder from the guests standing outside the embassy waiting for her. Steph and Will were both standing around, and she could tell from their eyes that both had been crying. They looked terrible and exhausted, like they'd been getting as much rest as she had, but they still came to see her. "Hi," Steph said, putting on a small smile. We thought we'd come see how you're holding up." "I'm fine," she told them, feeling glad to have her cloak on to hide however she was looking from the world. "I was just going to get some rest." "Oh, okay, but if you need anything, you can stop by or call for us, we want to help." They gave a nod and walked away as Thera went in and threw herself in bed. It was nice enough of them to come by, and she was lonely, but there was really only one person she wanted to see. Falk walked down the darkened, empty street of All Faith, a strong drink and 2 glasses in hand as he got to where he wanted to be, the trial of the dead god, and took a seat beside the Great Spirit leaning against its sealed door. "Don't suppose you'd share a drink with an old friend," the Yeti said as he handed a cup over and filled it as a bruise chuckled. "Does a few decades make us old friends? It does for any other race on this world. Good friends, then." "Yes, I'd love to share one with a good friend," the spirit said as he patted Falk's shoulder as they both had a sip. For a while they just drank in silence, doing their best to enjoy each other's company, and the night before Falk leaned his head back against the wall, covering his moistening eyes with his hands. "Infinite hells," he muttered. I never even wanted a damnable apprentice." "Ha, I know. I remember you always going off about what a waste of time it was to train someone up when you still had so much to learn. I also remember you scaring off more than a few hopeful students with your ridiculous challenges if they wanted to be under you. I just my luck that someone without the sense finally came along and pulled it off. Worse luck that I discovered training someone wasn't actually so bad." Falk. The boy was incredible, a bruise. He had a passion and drive I've rarely seen, a love for making things that anyone who views smithing or other works as just a job could never hope for. I think it was only a year into training him that I realized he was actually going to awaken a skill one day. He had so much bloody potential. I know there were only greater things to come for him, and that selfish fuck ripped it all away. Is there an execution date yet? "Couple days away," Falk told him as he took a deep swig. "A scandal this big, they want it done fast. The fact that someone with so much power in All Faith of all places was acting like this, there's talk the gods might actually toss his soul into the infinite hells for the act. I can only hope they actually do. He's not dead yet, a bruise pointed out, wanting to give his friend a bit of hope. His god would know if his apostle died, and Pelinia asked to be informed. He's still hanging on." Despite the intention behind it, though, Falk easily brushed it away. "I'm not one to hang on to something so slim. Anyway, enough about me. I'm more worried for your daughter. Do you know how Thera's holding up? I've barely seen her in days. I have a couple air spirits watching her from a distance. She's behaving destructively, but at least not self-destructively, which is really the most her mother and I could hope for. I knew she'd have to get used to experiencing loss eventually, but I always thought it would be a few more decades away," the Great Spirit sighed. "I doubt she'll leave the city until things end one way or another. We've already arranged things to ensure she'll have her room at the embassy for as long as she needs, but what about you? I'm heading back after the execution." Sonia cared for the boy too. "I'd rather she hear what happened in person than through a letter. I'll try to talk to Thera a bit before I go." "You're a good man, Falk." They quietly finished their drinks and Falk walked away once he was done, turning back to cast one last look at the trial and felt something about it scratch at his mind, but he just shook his head and walked away. In the heavens, the goddess Analia was dealing with her own stress. All of the gods had been in an uproar over just what had happened in All Faith. The fact that someone who had so much power in a city where many of them kept their trials and their churches was a scandal, even more so for the fact that it had escaped their notice for so long. In a time when we need to be at our best, this just had to happen. They couldn't escape any blame for it. An investigation on the matter had shown almost a dozen people had been killed that way, with likely plenty more in the past from anyone else who'd had the same idea. They were just also caught up with other matters, guiding and strengthening their people, discussions on strategy for when the invasion finally began, what to do in the event that this world fell too. All important but narrowed their focus. And then there's the matter of one god in particular. She left her realm to make her way to the edge of another, where a different goddess was already waiting and watching myriads stare down at the world. How is he? He hasn't moved from there since Olip was secured, Helori told her, worry covering the goddess's face in a way she'd never show her believers. He's taking this harder than I would have thought. Can any of us blame him, though? Analia sighed. It was the first believer he'd had in how many centuries. Not only that, but one who'd done incredible things for getting him faith. Honestly, I feel this loss more than I expected myself. I'd say any god whose worshippers have a passive magic do. Whether he appreciated the fact or not, that child had helped change the world with his creation during his brief time on it. The effects that were felt would last forever, not just for the people, but for his god. As long as races had passive effects that needed to be suppressed, Myriad would have to have believers. Even if disaster struck the cube and lost him all he had, the other gods would have no choice but to ensure he gained at least a few. To make a mark on the world in whatever short time they had was typically all a mortal could hope for in their life, and Ben had managed it. All Analia could do was her best for those left behind. With that, she entered Myriad's realm and approached him, trying to figure out just what to say. He was a god that was making himself closer to his believers than most did, taking the time to interact with them all at a frequency that the mortals experiencing it could only find shocking. But in the past week, he'd all but fallen silent. It was concerning not only to the gods around him, but his followers as well. Losing a pillar of their faith always hurt. Apostles, head priests, oracles, these were the ones a god would interact with the most, being in charge of the day-to-day operation of managing the faith, but it was something any god had to be used to. It was only Myriad who'd been alone for so long that he'd forgotten just what the experience was like. It was only as she was almost behind him that he suddenly burst into laughter, talking to himself, and leaving her more than worried for the state of his mind. She knew he was an unusual god in many ways, but the last thing anyone needed was him falling into madness. Ben, you absolute psycho, you maniac. What other mortal would even think about trying something like that, let alone succeed? Does this mean you awakened the skill only days after leveling it up? You really are ridiculous. Myriad, that's enough, she tried to tell him gently. We can't have you trying to escape the reality of this. I know he may not be dead yet, but it's a matter of time. You still lack a head priest. You should at least try and find someone to take the role while keeping an eye out for someone to take Ben's place. It felt harsh to say, but the cube turned to her, seeming to be surprised by her presence yet in good cheer despite everything. Oh, Analia, sorry I didn't notice you arrive. I guess I have been a little distracted these last few days, but don't worry too much. I have a person in mind for my priestess, and I'm feeling confident I won't need to find a new apostle anytime soon. She held back a sigh as she tried to look at him kindly, not wanting to be too harsh but needing him to accept the reality of the situation. Myriad, your apostle was competent. I would never deny that, but that's not enough. We may not know what goes on in that trial, but the fact that nobody who's ever tested themselves against it has come out is telling enough. Mortals who have spent years planning for everything before entering to see if they'd beat it still fail to come out in the end. Someone thrown in there doesn't have a chance. Well, why don't you give this a look first, and I'll hang on to my little bit of hope for now. She indulged him, leaning her head over the top of him to look down at the trial from the heavens, only to feel herself gasp. That's impossible, she muttered while knowing her eyes weren't betraying her. He'd have had to have deciphered an entirely unique enchanting system and had the strength to interfere with the magic on the trial. That's too much to expect of any mortal in such a short span of time. Yet she couldn't deny what she was seeing. A section of the trial, so small it would be unnoticeable to anyone not looking for it, had a single new enchantment on it. It was far clunkier than anything a god would do, but by the standards of a mortal, it was exceptional. More important than that, though, was the fact that while it largely used the same enchanting system as the rest of the trial, it was clearly modified to incorporate two others. That's my apostle, the cube said proudly. As annoying, unlucky, and completely undevoted as he is, he's also stubborn and clever and not one to give up. Just you wait, he's going to survive this. The trial should have a self-correction mechanism on, she pointed out, not wanting to take his hope but wanting him to be prepared for the worst. One change doesn't mean much. No, but as long as he keeps doing it, that's all that matters. As far as I'm concerned, this is proof he hasn't given up. The others should keep their eyes out as well. If anyone is feeling in a gambling mood, I'll bet all the faith I have he survives this. Holy shit, did you just awaken a skill? Greed called out as he saw Ben's body flash with light as it flooded with mana. Yeah, and it's a sick joke, he told the crab, feeling all the more annoyed for it. He'd have to test the difference for his enchanting skill. He was sure it would have improved leaps and bounds above what he'd just done, but that was meaningless in the face of what he was seeing. With the incredible increase to everything that came with improving his skill, he also had an increase to his mana sense unlike with any other level up. Honestly, saying I have divine enchanting is just bullying at this point. There's no way I can enchant like that. He tested it out too, trying to make a simple enchantment on his clothing that would do nothing, just to see the overall quality change of his skill, and if it weren't for the improvements to his mana sense, he would have been more than satisfied. His enchanting still wasn't as good as what he'd originally seen from the trial, but he actually wasn't far off. A couple of levels and he was sure he'd reach what the god who'd made the trial had done. That was until his sense had improved and showed the enchantment to a whole other level. Along each ring, there seemed to be some non-affinity mana binding each one. He could only assume it was strengthening it, but he didn't know if it had any other effects. All he really knew was that he doubted he'd be able to do anything like it without being on the edge of the third tier, maybe even needing it to be a third-tier skill. He could only shake his head in frustration, all the more so for the way his enchanting had awakened. The skill had absorbed enchanting knowledge, but it didn't take connect like he thought it would. He'd have to test it out to be sure, but he was certain that meant he wouldn't be able to enchant with awakened skills like he'd hoped, though he at least had Greed around to test that concern out. Greed, though, had a different immediate thought. Wait, are you seriously saying your skill is called Divine Enchanting? You didn't just awaken to the third tier, did you? No, second tier. Why, legs, the name your skill changes into matters. I've never once heard of a second-tier skill with the word divine added to it, only third-tier ones. The system is basically saying your enchanting is good enough to be considered akin to a god's. He could only laugh as the crab said it. I think the system just has a bit of a sense of humor then. I've got a long way to go. Anyway, give me a minute, I've got a lot to think about. An awakened skill, a title, 2 new skills, one of which he was already feeling the changes from, and his job complete. There was a lot to think about and consider. He knew he'd be exploring the awakened skill in detail soon enough, and he could only hope that the title did something useful for him, so he focused on the 2 new skills. As for the other one, his new skill Destruction, he had to assume it had come from enchanting, but he didn't immediately know what it might do. At the very least, he knew it would be easy to level since, in theory, it would get all of the same bonuses that enchanting did, meaning his crafting jobs should cover it too. Now that it looked like he'd have time, he'd need to experiment with it, but that was an issue for later. He let himself slide down the wall until he was sitting, giving Greed a chance to keep healing him as he looked out into the room and thought for a bit. There really are 2 piles of stuff this time. Maybe my theory before was wrong then. I'd have expected less things to show up on each floor if it was collecting things from the people who died and putting them on the next one. But if my idea was wrong then, what was with all of the stuff that clearly came from this world? People couldn't just be leaving it behind, could they? God, there's too much to think about. I'll have to check it over, but first I need to wait and see if the enchantment I made before actually holds, or if I'm going to need to reapply it from time to time. And before that. Available JOBS. Trap User. Craftsman Alchemy Path. Craftsman Artistic Path. Craftsman Blacksmith Path. Craftsman Cooking Path. Craftsman Stonecrafts Path. Craftsman Sewing Path. Heretic. Holy Craftsman. Ken. Tank. Mathematician. Adventurer. Cursed Item Maker. Scholar. Master Craftsman. Material Mage. Master Enchanter. Destruction Mage. Well, I guess I got my answer about what the destruction skill does. Of the 2 new jobs on the list, he'd only expected one, having known he would unlock the Master Enchanter job after awakening the skill. The Destruction Mage job was a whole other bonus entirely. At the very least, it made sense when he thought about it. For a magic skill to be the bonus skill he got from awakening Enchanting seemed reasonable enough given that it was technically a magic skill as well, and some of his earliest training with Enchanting had focused on using its destructive properties as a way of carving statues. He'd need to test it out still, but he couldn't say he wasn't happy to get it, even if it did seem like it wouldn't be as useful to him as the material user skill seemed like it would be. Whatcha got there? Greed asked him as he used his healing magic, referring to the job crystal and pulling Ben from his thoughts. Job crystal, if you complete yours while we're in here, let me know. Hearing that, Greed looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end only shook his head and got back to work treating Ben's many wounds, leaving him to think on just what to take. It was honestly tragic he hadn't taken the Master Craftsman job earlier. Even if awakening Enchanting wouldn't have been nearly enough to get it complete the way it had for his true mage job, it would have been good experience and likely given him a few levels. Now though, given the situation they were in, he needed to think long and hard about just what he thought would give him the best chance he could have at surviving. All magic jobs are out. I have enough bonuses going to material user and destruction already that it would be a waste, and with enchanting just awakening, I don't think I'm going to be so lucky as to get a level anytime soon if I take Master Enchanter. All Craftsman jobs are out too for the same reason. I want to survive this. What options do I have that might help? He eyed the heretic job, thinking about how improving the skill might help him considering he was in the trial of a god but ultimately decided against it. He just leveled the skill up, and its effects felt too vague to immediately be useful if he did. There was a chance adventurer wouldn't be completely useless, but it really seemed more like a combat job than anything else, and he didn't see any immediate benefit to merging his job pool with Greed's. In the end, there was one option he felt reasonably sure of, even though it still seemed like a gamble. Taking a breath, he did something he'd never done before when selecting a job. He grasped the crystal in both of his hands, holding it tightly in front of his face as he closed his eyes and began to pray. Please, please, you great and powerful system on my soul, do me a solid and give me something good with this. A skill, a level, anything to help out. If I was ever going to gain anything from this, now's the time. Feeling desperate, are you? Greed asked as he watched. If there was ever a situation to be called desperate, I think this is it. He continued to pray and hope despite the fact that he was sure nothing was listening, until he gave in and named his choice. I'll take Tank. Name, Benhef. Race, human. Titles, Apostle of Myriad, The Forgotten One, Miracle Maker, Skill Learner, Enemy of Enith, Trial Defier. Jobs, Tank, LV9. Previous jobs, Apprentice Craftsman, Craftsman, Priest, Enchanter, Mind User, Magic Item Maker, Magic Weapon Maker, High Enchanter, Fractured Mind User, Tree Tamer, High Craftsman, Apprentice Mage, True Mage. Attributes, Vitality, 401. Vitality Recovery Rate, 6 HR. Mana, 306. Mana Recovery Rate, 19 min. Strength, 430. Agility, 161. Stamina, 1416. Intelligence, 1249. Affinities, Light, 3. Life, 2. Fire, 4. Water, 3. Air, 4. Earth, 2. Death, 3. Dark, 1. Space, 4. Time, 5. Resistances, Light, 68. Life, 72. Fire, 75. Water, 69. Air, 66. Earth, 81. Death, 78. Dark, 85. Space, 63. Time, 61. Blessed Skills, Unending Crafting, LV0. Divine Enchanting, LV0. Focus, LV9. Passive Skills, World Speak Plus. Tolerance, LV6. Sacrilege, LV7. Complex Mind, LV6. Bind, Partial Demonic Body. Defense Enhancement, LV3. Parallels Thought, LV5. Absorption Resistance, LV2. Plant Knowledge, LV4. Mental Expansion, LV0. Healing Enhancement, LV0. All Affinity Resistance Enhancement, LV0. Active Skills, Stealth, LV1. Connect, LV9. Hidden Mind, LV7. Calculate, LV4. Meditation, LV3. Cycling, LV0. Marksmanship, LV0. Speed Reading, LV3. Material User, LV1. Destruction, LV0. Blessings, Myriad's Blessing. Analia's Blessing. Helori's Blessing. Trials, Trial of Analia and Talona. Holy crap, yes, he screamed out, throwing his arms in the air despite the pain. Ask Anne why he shall receive greed. I don't think that could have actually gone better. He'd been hoping desperately for levels in those skills given what he thought might be to come, or maybe to receive a new skill that could be useful, and it looked like the system was being merciful. Hey Greed, I don't suppose you felt any difference healing me now, do you? No, why? Got a new skill, but if it's not interfering yet, then it's fine. So I guess the boost to my natural healing rate is making it just easier enough for light and life magic to do their thing that the increase in difficulty from my resistance enhancement is cancelled out. I guess I'm going to have to try and make sure those level at the same rate to keep things from getting too bad for me, though the ideal would be to raise the healing enhancement more. There were a lot of things to think about for all of it. If he was right about the trial, then there was a good chance that it was going to be a struggle to keep both skills leveling at the same rate, but that was a worry for later. More important was what else his new skill meant. He had something else he could use for the braces now, at least as long as he got out. He let the hours pass, barely moving as greed healed him. He briefly checked how his awakened enchanting would work with Connect, and was disappointed to see that he'd been right. He couldn't do anything with greed's blessing magic. With that sad discovery made, he had no choice but to focus on his magics to pass the time, using the knife from before to figure out exactly what his destruction skill could do. It actually wasn't that hard. Once he knew it was a magic skill, and that it came from his enchanting, all he did was consider the point where they were related and flooded the item with mana, feeling it turn to dust in his hand like it would any time he'd gone too far with an enchantment. The mana cost was far higher than if he did it the way he normally would, but it was quicker too, giving him plenty of possibilities where it could be used. Once he was holding nothing but a metallic powder, he switched to Material User, changing the consistency of the dust he held, and forcing it to blend back together into a single solid clump of metal. He repeated it a few times too before he began testing other things. He learned that he could use the skill to destroy parts of the metal without touching it, though that resulted in such a sharp rise in its mana cost that he marked that off as unviable, at least at his current level. He also figured out that he could use it to destroy less physical things as well, breaking down an enchantment he'd put on the block, but as with every other test, at a higher mana cost than how he'd typically do it. He kept going for as long as he could, but by the 6-hour mark of practicing he had to get up. "Hey legs, get back down here, I'm almost done. If it's nothing that won't heal on its own, then I'll let my body deal with it itself. It's probably better to raise my new skill anyway. Besides, I need to deal with this." He'd been keeping an eye on the enchantment he'd put on the trial, and it had just broken. He didn't want to lose another second to that countdown if he could help it, so he placed his hands against the wall to add it again, feeling himself connect with his rings as the mana left him and seeing it hold. Now, will that last longer? The enchantment is better, but I don't know if it broke because of the other enchantment pushing against it, or if there's a different reason it was destroyed. I'll keep an eye on it either way. He left it for the time being, going to the other end of the room where the entrance to the next section stood and began looking over the enchantments that could be seen there and swore. "Bad news, I think one of my theories was right. Well, mind sharing with the rest of us which one? I'm pretty sure the theme of the next section is going to be water." "You aren't seriously saying we're going to have to go through 8 more of these freaking things? It's looking more and more like this is the trial of a god of magic, so I'd say probably. Also, if I'm right, it will probably be 9, not 8, though I really hope I'm wrong. What are you talking about? There's only 10 magics." Greed trailed off as he understood what Ben was saying and began to swear, cursing out a god who was no longer there to listen. Ben couldn't disagree. If they were exceptionally lucky, then the 11th floor would be where they would claim their rewards, but he wasn't feeling that lucky, nor was he willing to bet on the generosity of the god who'd made that trial. As far as he was concerned, they were going to have to deal with a non-affinitied floor. He couldn't begin to express just how much he hated the idea, in part because that left it impossible to plan. Non-affinitied magics were typically harder to use and had a larger mana cost, but for the trial of a god that would be meaningless. Then there was the problem of just how flexible non-affinitied magics were. Looking at the examples he possessed alone, there was Enchanting, Material User, and Destruction, all of which were plenty varied in their own way, but then there were so many others too. Clairvoyance, Strengthening, Magic Nullification, Corpse Song, Telekinesis, Empathy, the list went on, with many options being extremely rare. Whatever the trial contained would reflect whatever uses the god and its people had found for magic like that, but in principle it could be used for almost anything. Okay, no point worrying about this now, he told himself. Let's just survive the next bit. I don't suppose you can breathe underwater. Thankfully, I do well in both land and sea, Greed told him, casting him a more concerned look. And you, I don't suppose your race is built for that sort of thing, is it? No, I'm not. He knew there were water and air affinity skills that might help him, but there was no way for someone like him to gain them. It was the curse of his garbage affinities. He'd need another option if it was going to be anything like the air trial. He looked to the pile of items in the corner, having a small idea but needing to sort them all out first. Before he did so, he went to examine the 2 piles, finding the larger of the 2 to be surprising as he did. This one's all the stuff from the last section. Does it just keep bringing them forward after? Why though? You know what? No, I'm not going to question whatever little bit of kindness I can get here. This is good news. What about the other one? He looked through it the same as he did on the last floor, finding mostly the same items as he did. Nothing greater than lower rare, with most of them having fragmented and decaying enchantments. The few that were whole were just of the magic variety, nothing worth copying onto a ring for later. Of everything he saw, the only thing he felt that was worth his time was 5 more items from the race that made the trail, and he put them to the side to study later. He was going to make use of everything around he could, starting with every piece of metal available to him as he grabbed a sword and walked over behind the fountain, turning it to dust, and then reassembling it into a flat sheet of metal. Greed, hope you're ready to be pushed a bit. Between this and keeping the timer stopped, I'm going to need a hell of a lot of buffs. Ha, call me a prophet, cause I can already see what my future looks like until we get out of here. So what are you making now? If the next trial is actually water, then I want to prepare the best I can. That means making things, testing things, and hopefully getting a new skill. That means I need a pool. Here's hoping there's no limit on the fountain. Building it by hand, constantly expanding his mana as he did while buffed to all hell and then having to actually fill it up. It was going to be far from easy, but now he had all of the time in the world. He'd already sworn to himself he would live, what was just a little work to make it happen. I can't believe that took me over a freaking week, Ben complained as he got himself out of the pool he'd made. The 0th level he'd managed on the first day, but the first he'd only got more than a week later, having used the better part of each day doing it. I wasn't even a bad swimmer on Earth. Sure, I didn't do it a lot, but I at least knew what I was doing. Why did it take so freaking long to get to level 1? He got out and dried himself off with some of the old clothing around, not bothering to get dressed as he did. The difference in body structure was too great between him and greed for him to be bothered by it, and he was going to be having to deal with it for the trial soon enough anyway, as he did a final check of the equipment he'd been making when he wasn't busy working on his swimming. Really, the swimming was an emergency backup in the event that what he truly believed in, not his oh-so-fallible body, but the tools he'd made with it, somehow failed him. The first and most important item was the sea scooter he'd made, a handheld propeller with far too many of the safety features one would expect in such an item removed in the name of speed. It ran through an application of earth and water enchantments to rotate the blade at levels he wouldn't be comfortable having anywhere near his face if it weren't for the fact that the alternative was drowning, and had his only white mana crystal built into it to help with powering it, though his own buffed power supply would do plenty for it as well. In addition to that though, and as far as he was concerned, just as important, it would deploy a barrier around it to protect the front of his body. Water magic could easily mean ice after all, and he wouldn't want to smash into any head first. Then there were the items he only considered marginally less important, if alone for the fact that he had done everything he could to ensure that he had backups on backups for them, his means of surviving being submerged. Ever since he and Greed got to that little rest area, he'd barely been sleeping because of just how much he had to do, with one of his tasks being making as many airtight spatial bags as he could by combining some of the discarded fabrics and metals with his material magic, and blowing them each up like a balloon before fitting them all inside one another, leaving him with a single bag in the end that attached to a mask with a few different features built in. He'd made them the best he could, but he had to admit he'd done it too early. Since they weren't made using anything that supplied mana, he had to top them up each day, lest any of them burst as a result of the amount of space within shrinking, while the amount of air stayed the same. On the more positive side, they showed just how incredible his ability to make spatial enchantments had become. Even when he'd been at the 7th enchanting level, he was sure he wouldn't have been able to make anything better than the bags he already had, and until now he hadn't considered it. There had always been something else for him to think about, but it was one of the better points of just how skilled he'd become. Each bag had been the size of the one he usually used, but with over 5 times the space, even without an affinity tied to it. If he survived, he'd be having a much more profitable avenue for making money as he sold them, but that was a concern for much later. Still, they were only an emergency feature. His true tool for surviving the depths would be something he had to make by not only pulling the 3 different branches of enchanting he used together, but also some of the knowledge he'd been getting from Quillith. It was more complicated than simply splitting the liquid's base components, but what mattered was it worked. To Greed's displeasure, he tested it out as soon as it was done, but suffered no ill effects for the experience, even after a couple hours under. That was still short compared to how long he might find himself there, but it gave him the faith he needed that it would work. That just leaves the ice. He thought to himself, reaching into a cooler he'd made and pulling out a block, looking it over in his hand and applying the effects of destruction to it, feeling it turn to snow in an instant. He'd gotten his magic to level 1, but there was a chance they'd actually need it if they came across any ice barrier. As tempting as a fire enchantment would be, anything he could think of to use against it would be all but useless underwater. Of course, I'm going to feel like a real freaking idiot if our guess here is wrong. It just made so much sense to him. The air one had him falling through the sky. Why wouldn't the water one have him swimming through it? But there was always the possibility that he was completely off the mark, that whatever god made the trial had a completely different concept about what a water section should be. A part of him wanted to laugh as he thought about the difference from his first trial in Analia. That time he hadn't bothered to learn enough when he knew he was going into it and suffered for his ignorance, while this time he learned everything he could about it, thinking he had been learning for pure intellectual curiosity, and it still wasn't enough. Well, at least for this bit I've done all I can. He looked down at Greed beside him as he packed his jacket within the bag, along with the job crystal. He didn't want to risk being wrong about it appearing in the next rest area. It was too important to let it get lost, so it was secured in place, tightly bound to the back of his bag. "All right, are you ready?" he asked, knowing his companion would be far more important than him for this. Greed's eyes were suited for seeing through water in a way his weren't, which meant he was in charge of finding the light of the exit. "As I'll ever be, and you remember what to do in an emergency." Unfortunately, he said as he tapped a metal ring that was tightly bound around his claw against the ground. "You sure you want to do something so crazy? There's not one thing I'm doing here that isn't crazy, man. If the choice is certain death or a coin flip on if we live or die, I'll at least take the coin flip." Fine, let's just get this over with." Ben picked up his companion and secured him to the back of his neck tightly so they wouldn't get separated, letting Greed steer him in a way they'd already figured out as they went, as well as giving him a way to touch the spatial bag if things got desperate. There was always a chance that something would make it hard to communicate using his connect skill while they were down there, so just in case it was at his sole discretion if he was going to use their final option, but Ben chose to place his faith in the little crab. With the situation they were in, all they could believe in was each other. As they stepped through the door and found themselves immediately being crushed by the force of water around them, Ben couldn't help but be a little satisfied he got it right, even if it was objectively bad news for them, as he tightly gripped the overpowered sea scooter he'd created, feeling its powerful blade all too close to his face as they went through the depths with him doing his best to keep his breathing calm. There was more visibility than he'd been expecting from the trial, but only a little. He could see a couple meters in front of his face, but that was it, and with nothing coming from Greed, he had no choice but to wander aimlessly through the depths, looking for any glimmer of light that stood out to them. For the first little while nothing happened, but that left them on edge more than anything else as they wondered just what was about to be thrown at them, with Ben connecting to Greed as he sat pressed against his flesh. Anything at all, a light, something to worry about. Impending death not too far away, Ben asked, feeling antsy from the situation as he wondered just what else would be thrown their way. Not yet, hopefully not at all. Things won't stay this easy. Won't stop me from hoping, though. Greed thought back with a laugh. He kept the connection open as they went through the depths, not wanting to miss anything as they went, even if they moved in silence. They both needed their full attention in case anything happened until Greed spoke up. "Did you feel that, unfortunately? Looks like we've got some freaking water currents, oh joy." Ben couldn't help but think sarcastically. "If we compare it to the first trial where we got the wind slowly getting stronger, I'm sure we'll get the same thing here. Think we'll get a whirlpool instead of a tornado in that case." The thought hung between them as they kept going. As annoying as the currents were, with his tool in hand they were all but harmless to them, at least for the time being. They got stronger as time went on, but not so much as to be unmanageable, and Ben couldn't help but feel worried by it. Things had been going too smoothly. He was so tense from worry that he didn't even notice what was happening at first until things started to click. He was cold. Greed, on a scale of 1 to 10, how cold are you right now? Maybe a 5. My kind can handle the temp pretty well. What about you? A 7, and when we got here I'd say I was a 4. Gods above, what are you thinking? I'm thinking it's pretty weird that in all of our time here I haven't seen a single bit of ice yet, and I'm really not liking the implications. He still wore his rings and quickly built a fire enchantment into the handle's metal sea scooter he was holding to help his hands, making it far hotter than he'd need to in preparation for what was likely to come. Even if he'd taken the precaution of securing himself to it, he couldn't be too careful. Losing it was as dangerous for him as losing anything else without the exit in either of their sights. He began to meditate, using every level he had of the skill for each of his minds, remembering that it would be used as a way to handle the cold back on his old world by daredevils and performers, letting his heart rate and breathing slow as he did. Things were only getting colder with each passing minute, and while it was starting to be bad, he didn't think it was dangerous yet. His skin was beginning to sting, but he ignored that too. The only real issue came when his scooter started slowing down. He roused half of his minds, trying to grasp the problem and finding it quickly enough. Water would freeze around nucleating points first, meaning his tools and them, though their body heat was providing some protection for the time. The thin layer of frost forming around the item he held was a whole other matter. In seconds he had built a new enchantment onto the tool, a fire one that completely covered it instead of just helping his hands, but at that point the change could be felt in all of the endless ocean. Flecks of ice were appearing everywhere, slowly rising up from the depths as the water started to freeze. It was getting colder faster, and hope was quickly vanishing with it as they went. It was only as he felt a signal from Greed that he realized he accidentally dropped the connection at one point, reactivating it as he went where he was directed. "Down, sorry," Ben told him. "I think this might be getting to me." You see something? All I can say is I think so. It's real dim though, so it might not be quick to get there. You going to be okay? I'll have to be. I'll pour as much as I can into it. He dumped all the mana he had to spare into his tool, giving them a burst of speed while he could, the flecks of ice around them growing bigger as they plunged into the depths and bounced against the barrier in front of him. As their speed rose, his body began rebelling against him, despite the desperation of the situation. He was going too deep too fast. The pressure was building and everything ached. His stomach felt like it was tearing itself apart, and it felt as though his ears had been stabbed, but he kept going. He had no way of knowing if they were close except for Greed's encouragement. Even if they were, it would have been impossible to tell. His vision was blocked with bigger and bigger chunks of ice, many the size of fists and only growing larger as they went. It was getting hard to think or even hear Greed, and the crab knew it. Just before he felt himself begin to fade away entirely, he heard the scream in his mind from the connection he was desperately trying to keep in place. Cancel the scooter and tilt to your body to your right, now. With his last bit of strength, and as the world began going black, he did as he was told, turning off his tool and moving his body as Greed took the more abyssal ring Ben had reshaped to fit his claw and pressed it against the spatial bag filled to the brim of other bags of air, ripping the mana from it and causing it all to burst out at a designed weak point and creating a powerful explosion of air. Even though it happened right against his body, Ben couldn't feel it. He was too numb by that point. All he could do was hope that Greed's aim had been true as he shot through the abyss, either to live or meet his cold end. Ben opened his eyes, still cold and wet, but thankfully on the floor of the next rest area, Greed already working on healing him as he laid there. He worried about how long he'd been out, but cast a look to the area of the wall he knew the countdown would be, and saw it was only a few hours. So how's it look, Greed? Am I losing any limbs to frostbite? A couple of your toes were looking bad, so I worked on them first. You should keep everything. I'm more surprised your fingers look fine. I modified the scooter on the fly when I realized what was happening. What about the rest of me? What's the damage? He was afraid to move and look at himself. Like each other time he'd finished a section, the pain was intense, making him wonder if he'd ever get so lucky as to gain the pain resistance skill. His biggest concern was how they'd gotten out, though. By having Greed forcefully ripped the mana from the nesting spatial bags he'd set up, he'd more or less created a bomb right against his body. He didn't think it would be pretty, even if the fact that he could still feel his limbs was a good sign. Shockingly, though, his companion actually had some good news for him. Looks like your fancy jacket you packed away saved you from most of the damage. At least that's my best guess. I'll tell you, legs, you really live a little too on the edge. Ha, we're alive, aren't we? Just let me know when I'm good enough to stand. I want to add my enchantment and then figure out what sort of hell we're dealing with next. You can probably move now, though I doubt you'll like it much. Do what you need to and I'll finish up after. He'd actually hoped he would have been made to lie down longer, but with his healer's consent given, he forced himself up and applied the enchantment to the trial again. He felt the size of his minds increase and breathed a happy sigh as he did. The enchantment was still difficult for him. He needed to keep the entire thing in his thoughts at once before placing it, so the added wiggle room to his mind felt like a blessing as he moved to the pile of items that had been left there. He hadn't given any thought to what would happen to the entire pool he'd created, but it had been brought to the next rest area, water and all. He didn't need it now that the water section was done with, but it had a light and death enchantment on it to keep the water from growing stagnant and an earth one to keep it from rusting, so he could always make use of it later if he wanted. At worst, I can just break it down and use it for parts. He moved on to look at the rest of what was there. It seemed that everything that hadn't gone into making the pool was still there, though the items from the last two trials had been tossed together into a single pile, with a newer, much smaller one present for this area. As each pile they saw shrank, it stood as a marker for just how many people actually survived, but as depressing as it was, he'd need to go through it later. For the time being, he grabbed some old clothing left in the first pile to dry himself off with before grabbing a couple broken chunks of metal to practice his magics with as he waited for Greed to finish treating him before he wandered over to the doorway of the next section, doing his best to contain a scream as he did. So we're probably in a fair amount of trouble because the next section is going to be fire. He yelled out to the waiting crab, who only seemed defeated by the news, even if he tried to be optimistic. Maybe it won't be so bad. I'd say the past three are evidence to the contrary, Ben told him dryly, already thinking on how he might prepare. Well, what's the worst-case scenario? We're tossed into the heart of a star, or at least the closest thing the god who made this place can replicate. What's the second worst scenario then? I don't know, Greed. I wasn't expecting this guy to try to freeze an entire fucking ocean with us in it. Who knows what sort of crap this maniac is going to do next? At this point, I feel fairly sure that the guy who made this was actually an evil god who thought it would be funny to mess with a world already in peril. We also need something to call him other than that guy or the god. Greed looked thoughtful for a moment, trying to find the perfect name to sum up his feelings for what they'd had to go through. I vote Espace. Espace works for me. The notification rang out in his head as he was practicing his magic while having his mana heavily buffed. If he had to be stuck there with anyone, Greed was the best option. Even if being buffed kept him from raising the attributes under the buff's effect as he practiced, having all that extra mana and regen was doing great things for training his actual skills themselves. With a mana pool already larger than he ever could have hoped for without a couple years of sleeping with his cursed ring, the increase that Awakened Blessing magic could temporarily provide still felt substantial. If I'm in here long enough, maybe I'll even catch up to Thera's magic level. He thought with a laugh as he imagined how annoyed she might be, even if she was happy for him in the end. As that bit of amusement ended, though, it was replaced with sorrow and worry. Would he ever see her again? Would he see any of the people he'd grown to care about in the world? When he'd first gotten there, he'd felt so alone as he'd been the only one left unwanted, but slowly he'd built his life, finding people to care about and making his place in the world. The thought he might not get to see any of them again was horrifying. Don't think about it. Stressing wouldn't help him, not when there was so much else to do. He needed to try and anticipate whatever the trial was going to throw at him next and figure out how to create countermeasures for it on top of improving his skills as much as he could. He didn't have a forge he could rely on for making things, meaning he needed to master his new magics to get them to the point that he could make anything he might need to keep them alive. It was with that frame of mind that he walked over to the newest pile of goods, eager to see what there might be. While the first pile had been huge with hundreds of things, and the one that had come after was still more than half its size, this one had shrunk considerably. He wasn't so optimistic as to assume that it was because more people were making it through so there were less items to be had though. It was likely the opposite, that too many people had died early on, meaning that he'd already seen most of what there was to be pilfered. On the more positive side of things though, the items he was seeing now were much better. Sure, there were still the bloodied clothes and broken bits of armor and weapons, but he was now seeing items in the mid-rare range of the ranking spectrum, though still lacking any useful enchantments for him to try copying. More important than that, though, was what he immediately recognized as two spatial bags, both extremely high quality and one having a time enchantment bound to it. Neither were as good as what he could currently make after awakening his enchanting, and the time enchantment wasn't of a level high enough to freeze the time within it, but that didn't change his excitement about what might be inside. Without any care, he ripped them both open, feeling his eyes gleam as he did. Both were in a bad state. He was sure that they had each contained food that had been there so long it had rotten away to dirt, covering everything inside, but he couldn't care less about that. They weren't so old that the enchantments on them had become useless, and more importantly, they were receiving power, meaning they were made with mithril. He dumped their contents and sorted them with everything else he'd seen, tossing them all to the side as he did. The first bag was useless to him, except for the small bit of the precious metal it was made from, but the second was far more exciting. It contained plenty of things that he would have no personal use for: a magic lighter, a canteen that could refill itself, and rotted away rations to name a few, but most important by far was a small shield with an earth and barrier enchantment applied to it, with a small white mana crystal built into it. "Oh, thank God," he said as he sighed contently. "So now we have 2 mana crystals and some mithril, so whatever I make I won't have to spend as much of my own mana on." No, that's not right. I'll just have more mana to spend overall, and might be able to make some things without needing to worry about juggling my output for multiple items at once. This is good. This is real good. Even if things were still tight for his magic materials, at the very least he wasn't low on other resources. All that was left was figuring out what he needed to make. "Holy crap," Ben yelled out as he caught sight of a certain area of the trial's enchantments briefly activate. "There's no freaking way, that should be impossible." "What?" Greed yelled in a panic as he sat in Ben's hand, eating the only source of food available to him. "Don't tell me we're in trouble again." "Oh no, sorry, I just saw something I really wasn't expecting. That food the trial provides. If I'm right, it looks like it makes it straight from mana, and that's so shocking you need to scream." The crab asked with a groan. "Legs, I know you like your research, but come on. Greed, if you could see the enchantments and studied magic a bit more, you'd understand just how insane this is. The trial materialized it from non-affinitied mana." Ben was no stranger to seeing something materialized at this point. It was how Thera's father had made the nation of Analia so wealthy. Along with doing it from the earth affinity, Ben knew for sure it was possible to do for the water affinity, and was positive it could be done for air magic as well, though there was simply no need to, and it would be hard to determine if a person succeeded since air was all around them at all times. As well, fire and light affinities both seemed able to turn mana into energy, though at a lower mana cost, and without any way of being certain that was what was going on. This was different thought. He'd never heard of non-affinitied magic being able to do such a thing, nor had he heard about anyone setting up an enchantment that would be able to automatically alter the structure of mana like that. He couldn't help himself as he rushed over to get a better look. All right, I get you're excited, but what's the big deal? Greed asked, willing to take any sort of entertainment after all of the time he spent doing nothing but healing Ben and waiting for him to get to the point where they would enter the next section. Is it really so amazing? It absolutely is. Greed, part of the mana cost of materialization, depends on how well a person understands the properties of what they're materializing. For any awakened earth mage that has the skill, they'll typically just make a lump of iron since it's a pure material, and they'll have their affinity to bring down the cost as well. For this, Isface had to somehow encode knowledge into the structure of the enchantment itself, while using a magic that, as far as I know, is never put to this sort of task, or if it is manages to be such a fringe case that it's not even talked about, as well as making something as nightmarishly complicated as food. Think you might be overestimating food a little, especially the crap you're being served, Greed said with a laugh. It's just some poisoned bread. Just because it's poison for you doesn't mean it's poison for most people, and I cannot stress enough how much you're underestimating food. It's got a complex structure made of multiple elements, with the way they're arranged being the difference between biting into bread and biting into a rock. Aside from the fact that if I could put this on an item then nobody would ever starve from a bad harvest again, the level of complexity might let this trial do insane things like create life. Wait, don't tell me you think we're going to have to deal with monsters in this fucking thing, do you? Greed asked, his mild curiosity quickly flipping to despair. No, I'd say that it could probably create microbes if it can at all, but that's still something we should worry about when we get to the life section of this. Actually, I'd say the biggest concern now by far is if there really is a non-affinitied section. Do I even want to know why? Greed, the jerk that made this, is doing things with non-affinitied mana I didn't even know were possible. I'm not going to pretend I'm an expert or anything on the subject, but I'm pretty damn well read. The god that made this has to have mastered it in ways I couldn't begin to imagine, meaning that there's no way for me to even start to guess what a trial devoted to it might contain. After his discovery, Ben spent almost a full day looking over that section, memorizing the arrangements of the enchantments as he studied it in the hopes that he would be able to take the knowledge out of the trial with him as he went for whatever good it might do. He poked and prodded it, trying to determine what parts did what, and eventually learned how to stimulate it, forcing the trial to give them more food than it normally wanted to, leading to more discoveries as he went. Hey Greed, not sure if you know much about trials in general, do you? Probably the average amount. Why, that's fine. So you know all trials have limits to how many people can take them at once. You mean as part of the same group, right? The crab asked, getting a nod in return. Yeah, it varies a bit, but the higher end is typically around 5, right? At least that's what all of the magic towers max out at. In the trial of Analia, it had been teams of 2 per entrance, no more no less, but that could vary as they went. Some had lower limits of what was allowed, but most only had upper limits, restricting just how many people could work together to complete a task. Yeah, well, as I was looking at this, I think the trial marks how many living things enter it to determine how many rations to hand out when it gives them. Ben started, feeling uneasy as he did. We're marked as 2, but I think I figured out the upper limit for this one. Out with it, legs, you're freaking me out here. 27. The god that made this trial made it so up to 27 people could take it at once. The silence hung between them as it was said. Neither of them had heard of a trial on the world, allowing anything close to that number of people in at once, and they didn't like the implications of it one bit. So what does that mean for us then? Greed asked, feeling worn out just hearing it. Ultimately, not much. It doesn't help us and it doesn't put us in a worse position either, at least not worse than we already are. It's just the implications of it that are a little troubling. Gods typically set the maximum as what they expect mortals to struggle with completing. I've heard gods give slightly better rewards if less manage it, but well, if the expectation for getting through this is a team of 27, I don't really like the implications. Fuck legs, got any good news for us while you're at it? With the way you keep pouring over the walls, I could sure use some. I'm not sure if it's good news, but I'm working on a bit of a theory, an alternative we could use to finishing the trial if we really want to. Wait, really? Yeah, the only small issue is that it might kill us. You really know how to get a guy's hopes up, you know that? The crab complained, so out with it then. What's your idea? So I don't know how well known this is, but you know how items have rankings. I'd say that's pretty common knowledge, yeah. I'm not talking about that bit. See, things of a certain level of power can't exist on this plane of reality. For items, upper mythic is as high as things go, and I'm told that a trial is the equivalent of one, carefully balanced by the gods to be just weak enough to exist on the world. Okay, the crab said cautiously, wondering where this was leading. The thing is, I think it's a pretty delicate balance depending on how these things are made. It's just a theory, but I think if I forcibly activate enough of the enchantments that make this up at once, it might be enough to force it past its current rank and shift us up to a higher plane of existence. And that would help us how? Hypothetically, if we ended up in the realm of the gods, they might actually be able to get us out. I know they've been weakened in a way that makes it hard to exert their presence on the world as a whole without taking some pretty big steps, but in their own realms, they might just be able to crack this thing open. I'm liking what I'm hearing so far, so stop raising my hopes and give me the bad news already. Where do I begin? It's not like there's only 2 layers to this reality. Hell, if you've ever gone through the gate, you've gone to a slightly higher one, and on the opposite end of the spectrum, you have a lower one like the infinite hells. That's already 4 different planes, and I have no idea how many more there are. We could be bumped up a reality only slightly, not shifting to anywhere we could get help, but to some empty realm. Of course, there's always the chance that we would fall back to our current one once the trial corrects anything I do to it, but there's really no way to know for sure, so it's a big risk. Just as importantly, though, I don't know if we could even survive being in the realm of gods. His mind went there plenty as Myriad brought him there, and he could force his consciousness there without any issues, but that was just his mind. He had no idea if his physical body could exist there, nor did he want to think about what might happen if it couldn't. Still, it was an option, and as such he wanted his companion to be aware of it. When you put it that way, I'm not sure I like that idea any more than I like going through the proper one. Any chance you've got a secret third option hidden away for us? Ha, if only. I think I'd need to figure out a bit more anyway to give it any chance of working, but what do you say? Should we take the risk? Greed stood quiet for a moment, thinking it over and weighing options before he spoke up. I don't really like the risk that we could do it, only to be thrown to a different plane and still need to complete the trial to get out of here. What do you say we keep it as a maybe and consider again after the next section? Works for me. As Ben finished laying down an enchantment, he felt the suit of armor he'd carefully constructed with his magic crumble in his hands, leaving him all the more annoyed at his current situation. He had so many different advantages that should have made a problem like that basically non-existent. He was now the proud holder of the divine enchanting skill which had boosted his previous ability to all new heights, as well as the knowledge he'd gained from the enchanting system of the trial, which added a level of structure and stability to the way he did things that it had previously lacked. In theory, he should have been able to make things miles beyond what he had previously, if not for a single thing holding him back: the materials. Ben had no choice but to make use of anything in the room with him, much to his annoyance. That meant he couldn't blend the metals at his disposal with other things to enhance their effects or handle the enchantments he put on them, which in turn meant he had no choice but to keep making more armor to place them on again, at least until he was sure it would be impossible. At least I'm not losing anything when the item breaks now. He thought to himself as he swept together the dust of his third failure, taking the time to recombine it all into a single mass of metal before he flattened and shaped it all to match his needs. Since he was basically treating the metal as if it were clay and sculpting away it was still gaining the benefits of his awakened crafting as well. It was clear enough to see as he looked at it. His hands moved exactly as they needed to in order to get the look he was hoping for, and the end result was perfect. A full set of armor that would completely cover him when it came time to don it, but he still couldn't help but wish he had access to his hammer and forge as he did. If he had, he was sure he could have reached all new heights, but it wasn't to be. Or maybe I could, he thought as he cast a look to the remaining items around. No reason I can't sculpt a hammer and forge and put a good fire enchantment on it. If this one fails too, I'll give it a go. With the armor ready, Ben placed his hands on it and began building his enchantments in a way unlike anyone else in the world would. Starting with his blending as he always did to get the desired power and effect, he then had to not only shape the rings as he'd learned to during his time in there, but looped each one around another, creating a compounded weave of mana in each one he laid down. It was harder and more mana-intense than how he'd been doing it before ending up trapped within the trial, but not so much that he wouldn't be able to do it, even without Greed's buffs. More important than that, though, he didn't need to build it all at once like he had been each time he'd make one to affect the trial as a whole. He could work at his own pace, building it up as he went until it was done. He held his breath as he watched and waited, but the enchantment held, along with the armor he'd put it on. He couldn't stop the relief from flowing through him as it did either, but he double-checked his enchantments to be sure they would work. His skills were telling him he'd broken into lower ultra-rare with it, his third item that had made it to that quality, and only his second that hadn't used anything as exceptional as his coat had, and given the complexity of the magic he'd placed on it, he wasn't surprised. The armor was made with every defensive skill at his disposal, including taking the fire aspect of his new skill, all affinity resistance enchantment, but it was so much more than that too. It was not only also built to have a small barrier projected from it with all of the previous skills incorporated into it as well. It also had a water enchantment added to it to constantly cool not only the armor, but the small space between it and the barrier to cool down anything that got through as well. Finally, and just as important as anything else, was the time magic enchantment on it, designed to affect its wearer, namely him. It was built to speed up the way he experienced time, not only letting him move and react faster, but as a side effect, it would make anything he encountered seem slower too. It was brilliant, and he was patting himself on the back as soon as he thought of it, while ignoring the voice in his head asking why he hadn't come up with something so useful much earlier. And as he added the mana crystals to power it, he slipped it on, activating the enchantments and immediately feeling the effects. Hope you do all right in the cold greed. Hey, I wasn't the one who was dying after the last trial. True. Actually, haven't you come out way too well in all of the sections so far compared to me? Where's the fairness, man? Blame yourself for not being blessed with a magnificent shell, not that it's going to help much this one. Are you sure you're ready? I hear being cooked to death is pretty damn unpleasant. At least I'd say ready as we'll ever be. He did have his concerns. Considering the air and water trials had tossed them into those elements without much else, he still worried that fire would do the same. If he was tossed in a never-ending void of flame, then there wasn't much he could do about that. He'd considered adding an air enchantment to the suit, as well as a way to allow for some flight, but the mana cost of such a thing would have left them running on empty so fast that it was more likely to hurt than help. Just gotta hope for the best. The Earth section had breathable air instead of just tossing us into a rock. I've gotta assume at least parts of this are survivable according to the race it was meant for. Of course, if they were naturally able to fly. He shook the thought from his head and picked up Greed before shoving him into the suit. You going to be okay not seeing much this time? He asked the crab, getting an all too positive response. Legs, you wouldn't believe how much happier I am not seeing what you're about to go through. If we live, you can give me a rundown of what I missed after, but for now just tell me if you need any buffs refreshed or healing anywhere. Will do. It was with that final bit of confirmation that Ben lowered his helmet to protect his face and stepped through the door, into whatever the trial had to offer. Stepping into the trial, he was actually given a few reasons to feel optimistic. There was in fact solid ground for him to walk on, though it seemed more like a construct of mana than stone or earth beneath his feet, and his enchantments were holding. More than that, he was actually too cold from them and lowered their output until he was comfortable, knowing that in all likelihood he'd need to change them again soon enough. Even if it wasn't too bad so far, it was still hot. It just wasn't starting at a temperature that would cook him alive. From there, he took a quick look around, trying to figure out where he needed to go when a sight stopped him in his tracks. Greed, either I'm dreaming of the trials messing with me because I already see a light. It was nothing but a twinkle in the distance, and he was already sure it would take as many hours of suffering to reach as any other part of the trial they'd been through yet, but he was sure it was there, clear as day. One of his bigger concerns had been how he'd be able to find the thing if the trial was going to be flooded in flame, with light in all directions to mess him up, but so long as it wasn't a bit of fire already started, it might have been their first bit of good news so early into a section so far. Well then, don't turn your nose up at a bit of mercy and get moving. Greed yelled at him, getting him moving with all of his speed. That hope lasted right until a pillar of fire exploded from the ground only seconds later. He hadn't been expecting it. He couldn't have expected it. He'd been looking out into the distance, thinking he'd see the first sign of whatever was being thrown at him much farther away to give him at least a hint, but it had appeared right under his feet, briefly engulfing him in flames as it did. It was large enough that it took him seconds to get out, but by the end he felt himself sweating despite the various enchantments from him. He wished it was from worry or fear, but enough warmth had gotten through to leave him in that state as he went on, swearing to himself as he did. This is on me. We kept seeing signs at least a little bit away. I thought I could depend on it. Never expected to be thrown into the middle of a freaking inferno. Damn it, if those things only get hotter too, then I'm in trouble. Ben, having no idea of any of that, rushed on as he went, doing his best to be vigilant but seeing no warning that would give away the coming flame. All he could do to try to be safe was to lower the temperature further, going beyond what he was comfortable with to try and protect against anything that might catch them unaware. He watched more pillars shoot up around him, each one seeming to be larger than the last and erupting without warning, but thankfully missing him as they did. They were beginning to come faster though, with more appearing at once, so he tried to push himself harder, forcing more speed out of his legs with every step he went, only to find he couldn't. The first few sections had been making him grow accustomed to giving every drop of sweat and blood he could when he pushed his body, and when he started running for this one, he was already forcing his body to its absolute limits. It hurt to breathe and everything ached, but Greed was constantly healing him, repairing every torn muscle fiber, stimulating the breakdown and removal of any acids and other byproducts of exercise as he pushed himself so he didn't have to stop. Until they got through the exit, his body was nothing more than a machine designed to move. A small part of him cursed himself for never doing anything to train his agility stat as something new caught his eye as he went towards their final destination. A single ball of fire hung in the air and began to move, seemingly randomly at first, but as the seconds rolled by it became obvious it was going in his direction. For the time it wasn't a major worry, but he knew that as with any other part of the trial, it would grow into one. He was currently faster than it, leaving it in the dust as he pushed himself, but he didn't know how much longer that would be before its own speed grew, and as he found more and more popping into existence around him, it only became a bigger concern with each passing second. It was as he was trying to figure out how to deal with them that he was caught in another pillar of flame, this one bigger than any other as one of his minds reacted immediately, lowering the water enchantment as far as it could go as he made his way out of it, his eyes almost closed to protect them from the blinding light of the inferno. Where the first time took seconds, the second took minutes, making him question if there was going to be any getting out of it at all. If perhaps the entire trial had burst into flames, as he began to feel the cooling effect lose out to the growing heat, it was only as he felt the air begin to burn his lungs that he got through it, with his final destination in sight. By this point the trial as a whole had gotten so hot that his various enchantments couldn't keep him from sweating in his armor while his back began to burn, telling him all he needed to know about how far he was from the chasing balls of fire, but the ending was almost within reach. At least it had been briefly. He'd been able to make out the exit with certainty, not as a light off in the distance, but now as a glowing hole in space for him to pass through, maybe 10 more minutes away before it was consumed by a pillar of flame bigger than any other. Fuck, is it still in there? Do I need to find it while it's in there, or would the exit be moved? If it's been moved, I'm not finding it at this point, so I need to trust that if I go in, I'll get it. No other option. Greed, I don't care how you destroy my body to do it, I need more speed. He yelled out, feeling the skin on his back blister as the following balls of fire forced their way past the barrier he had set up to touch the metal of the armor itself. For his part, Greed didn't question him, instead flooding him with life mana as the spell was activated, giving Ben the speed he wanted as he made it to the edge of the pillar of fire and threw himself into it. Hotter than any yet, it served as a distraction for Ben from the severe pain his legs were in from the spell as the muscle tore itself apart to move him faster. All he could do was go straight, knowing that as long as his course was correct, he'd make it through. With the size of the flame pillar bigger than any other he'd seen, he spent many painful minutes doing nothing but running, barely able to breathe as the fire consumed all of the air around them, but pushing through his lightheadedness until suddenly it was gone. They were on the other side after finishing that section of the trial, and he quickly stripped off the armor before he paid the price for Greed's spell and let himself lay down on the ground. I still wouldn't say no to pain resistance, he muttered, hoping the system would feel generous enough to eventually take him up on that suggestion. After he was completely healed, the fact that he'd learned how to get the trial to provide him with more food was a godsend. All of the cooked skin had been shed off in the process, and while that could be saved to give Greed plenty to eat regardless of how the crab felt about it, that meant his body had to cannibalize itself in the healing process. It was as he was stuffing his face with the garbage bread-like substance the trial saw fit to provide that he continued to chip away at training his material user skill. Unfortunately, the trial hadn't provided them with anything worthwhile this time for one sad fact. Everything that had been sitting in a pile that they hadn't already seen was burnt to the point of uselessness. He could take advantage of the metals he saw, but he could only assume the dust that was piled up had been any fabrics that had been there, and he quickly merged them into a single ball to keep them from getting everywhere as they went to the next section. Instead, he was testing a few different things to see what would work. He'd already learned that his magic seemed to be useless on living things, as well as having some unknown boundary between what was alive and what wasn't. Hair and nails, for example, he thought would be possible to manipulate, even while they were still attached to his body. As far as he knew, they were dead, but his magic had no effect till the second they were plucked or clipped. But destruction works on them fine, even when it's still attached, so the two don't work in the same way. He didn't understand the logic behind it and didn't know what to think. His only working theory on the matter was that since his body was technically completely different from the one he was using on Earth, it was possible that neither of those parts were actually dead. It was also possible that they had his mana or spirit in them, or something else along those lines that made them be treated as if they were alive right up until they were removed. But in the end, he marked it all down as irrelevant for the time being. It didn't work, that was all that mattered. More interesting was a few of the applications he'd found that could be taken advantage of. If he grabbed chunks of both iron and bronze and ran his mana through them to change their consistency, he was able to treat both like clay and was able to blend them together in a way that he normally never could without heat and a forge. The same could be done using a metal and a few of his removed hair or nail clippings, showing him something incredible. Normally when he made something, he'd need to carefully grind and add any monster or plant materials he wanted to use, and in the end, their structure would still always end up at least a little damaged from the heat. Not so doing this. He didn't think he'd ever give up using the forge completely, but this was showing to be a way he could supplement and enhance his work in the future, and he couldn't wait to put it to the test. Then there was an area he was currently failing at, but believed would be possible as his level and skill increased, separating two different materials from one another. He didn't see any reason he couldn't, other than his lack of practice and skill, but it was something for him to work on, at least a little bit, with each level he'd get. If nothing came of it then it was fine, but if he could make it work he could imagine numerous uses, all of which he would be happy to put into practice as he did. Then there was the final application, one he couldn't help but find to be the least helpful overall, but it was challenging enough to make good training for him, holding an ice cube. It might not have sounded like much, but ice was the only material he could create that wanted to change its state by itself without his intervention, all the more so as it sat in his hand. The thing that made it a challenge was keeping it from doing just that. He ran his mana through it to keep it in the shape it was in, not letting a drop of water run down it as he did, until he had something absolutely peculiar, a room temperature piece of ice. The moment he couldn't hold it with his mana anymore, it turned to water in seconds, but he couldn't deny how interesting he found it as he wondered if there could be any applications for such a thing. The only way I see that working is if I attach a mana crystal to it to provide the power, and then build my enchantment with my magic to hold it in place. But as for if I'll ever have a reason to do that, well, less expected things have happened. I'll keep the idea in my back pocket for now. Score, he muttered to himself happily as he checked the condition of his body. In the week since they'd finished the last section of the trial, Ben had been letting himself heal naturally from as many of the wounds he'd received as safely as he could. He wanted his healing enhancement to level up, and it never would if he kept getting greed to cover all of it without giving his body any time to do it itself, but by now he was feeling mostly normal. It was a little surprising for him. Most Tier 1 skills seemed to improve things by about 5% per level depending on what they were, and he was sure the same was true for that one. He'd have thought it would have taken him another week or two until he remembered the skill that had landed him in trouble not too long before, partial demonic body. As much as it annoyed his god that he had it, he couldn't help but feel the benefit. As a skill that supposedly made him heal faster and gave him an enhanced immunity to both poisons and illness, he hadn't had any chance to see just how effective it was at those things since he got it as a result of living with two healers, but now he was seeing just how useful it could be, and all the more so with it paired with healing enhancement. Of course, it could also be related to the rapid rise of my vitality attributes. Still not sure where its effects on my life force ends and the ones on my body begins, but either way I'll be getting plenty of use out of everything now it looks like. When his resistance enhancement leveled up, that meant healing him was going to become harder for greed, as well as being buffed. Ben was already feeling a weakening effect from it, which was more than a little worrying. He needed every bit he could get for them to survive, as well as for when he placed his own enchantments on the trial. Of course, on the opposite end of things, it might be weakening the effects of the trial on me as well. All we can do is wait and see. I'm pretty sure I'd need to have it at the 4th level to not be able to stop the countdown anymore, but by then hopefully I'll have improved the enchantment further, so let's just wait and see how it goes. You think you're about ready, Greed? As I can be, the crab replied as Ben put on his armor. How bad do you think this section's going to be? I mean, it's the light magic section, so who knows? This should be way closer to your specialty than mine. He had his ideas and concerns, but the only way to know for sure was to step through, and with few preparations that could be made, they stepped through the door to whatever they'd face. Along with the enchantment on it, the armor itself had been modified for the next section, with holes put in place for Greed to see out of it as well. Given that he was a light and life mage before the skill awakened to blessing magic, they both deemed it best for him to be able to see what was going on this time. But as Ben looked around and felt a huge grin stretch across his face, he thought that might have been a pointless consideration, even as he chastised himself for underestimating what he was seeing after all they'd gone through. This is a trap, this has to be a trap, he muttered to himself as the same scene that gave him hope was making Greed swear up a storm. Of course it's a trap. Look at it, his face didn't get merciful on us all of a sudden and decide to give us a million freaking exits out. All around them were the same doors they'd seen to get out of every other section of the trial, stretching on seemingly forever. It was clearly an aspect of the illusions that light magic could create and was enough to cause anyone worry, at least if they were all seeing the same thing. Greed, I need you to be exact here. What are you seeing? Like I said, a million freaking exits. Why do you see something different? Well, if you can't see that all but one are see-through with pits in the ground and things overhead most of them, then I'd say yeah, we're seeing pretty different things here. How sure are you this isn't a trick? That it's not showing you something slightly different it's showing me? I don't want to say certain because I've already seen this god can do things with magic I'd never expect, but I'm almost certain that that's an application of dark magic. Light can't do the same. We have nothing else to go off of, man. We have to take the plunge and hope. Infinite hells, fine, go do it. Ben confidently walked the expanse, avoiding anywhere he was sure he saw something until he was at the only trial he thought he didn't. Unlike the others, he couldn't see through it, nor could he see any traps around it either. Still, he chose to be cautious, taking a hesitant step as he did, fully prepared to throw himself backwards if need be, but nothing happened. They made it through the gate to the other side, only a few minutes after that section had started, and before they could see whatever else the trial was going to throw at them. They were safe. It took a moment to sink in, but when it did they were screaming with joy, neither able to contain their enthusiasm. Suck at his face, Ben yelled out as he threw his arms into the air. Even you didn't completely account for my overwhelming resistances. Never met a mortal like this, have you? While a small part of him insisted on pointing out that his resistances stopped doing much in each section, as the challenge grew, he violently shoved the thought to the side. This was a true victory against a god he was growing to despise. He was going to focus on the win in front of him for at least a little bit. All right, Greed, all you have to do is think of something and we'll see if it works, Ben told his companion, a metal box strapped to his head in preparation for a little experiment he'd made to keep himself sane. Like this, he asked in a robotic voice, only to change his tone immediately. Holy crap, this thing actually works. Your crazy legs, how did you come up with this? Just saw a need and decided to fill it, not that it's any good in here. What Ben had made shared properties with some of his mind control devices, as well as music players he'd made in the past. A small tool that read the user's mind, speaking the thoughts it contained aloud, even if it did come off as rather metallic as a result. It hadn't been easy to make by any stretch, but after everything else he'd been doing, he needed to stretch his creativity, at least a little bit. With that experiment done, though, they got back to what they were normally doing during their imprisonment. Ben training his skills and trying to learn all he could to keep them alive, and Greed either sleeping through what he could, buffing Ben, or practicing his music, at least until he needed a snack. Ben stopped what he was doing to eat what the trial provided him as well before cutting his hand for the crab as they both had their fill, neither talking during the time. It was a complicated matter for the both of them, but it had to be done to keep them alive. Legs, tell me something interesting, Greed asked after feasting on Ben's blood. What? Where did that come from? It came from my boredom. You might be able to keep yourself entertained staring at a wall and training your skills, but I need a bit more stimulation. Come on, help a guy out. Ben thought in silence for a minute before he spoke up. Well, there's only one skill it's impossible to enchant with. I don't know why I expected anything else at this point, but fine, I'll bite. What skill? Magic nullification. An extremely good enchanter might be able to create an item to hold its effects for a few hours, but in the end it always decays away and destroys itself, or at least I've read. I'd say that's pretty interesting. I mean, kind of, but come on, you've got to have something better than that for me. I don't know, man, I'll think on it and get back to you later. If you're looking to be distracted, why not tell me what you're gonna do when we get out of here? If we get out. When we get out, Ben told him firmly. Power of positive thinking, we're not being defeatists when we need to put our all into this. Fine, in that case, I'm making this ordeal the center of my performance from now on. I'm going to compose a song so incredible that bards across the land will have to sing it as well. Just you wait, Legs, you're gonna be a star. Can I decline? Nope. You told me to be optimistic. I can't be much more than thinking about how rich surviving is going to make me, that's for sure. How about you? What are your dreams once we see the sun? God, first things first, I want a real meal. Even if it's not killing me, man wasn't meant to live on bread alone, especially not this crap. Other than that, being reunited with my wonderful forge will be incredible. Honestly, I can't wait. I'm going to use so many things I can't in here and make so much junk. Just you watch, I've made 2 ultra-rare items now. I'm going to do my best to flood the market. Oh, and I have a couple more skills to try and awaken too. Well, I really only need to manage it with one, but it's going to be hard to do it stuck in here. I've got to push myself a bit more. Oh, and some payment to collect too. Nobody gets out of it just because they think I'm dead. Wait, go back a bit. You're close to awakening 2 more skills. Well, I've got 2 9th level ones, so I'd say so. Honestly, awakening focus isn't really important. I don't even know what it could do for me if it does, but getting connect awakened is essential. If I can do that, then I should be able to take my crafting to a whole other level. God, I can only imagine. He was starting to drool as he thought about what he'd be able to make if he could enchant with awakened skills. Just being able to do it with 9th level ones was proving incredible already, but awakened ones would take him to a whole new level. He He would even be able to go around adding the magic necessary to make the gates and collect the piles of money that came with such a thing. He knew he'd have to push his limits to make it happen, but the results would be incredible. All right, I already know by this point that you're ridiculous. What I'm more curious about is if you're still hanging onto that resolve you had before you got tossed in here, if you catch my meaning. After all this, I'm sure talking to Thera will be easy. Well, you'll have to let me know how it goes. When you come to claim your show, that is, the moment we get out I'm heading for the gate. I don't think I'm ever coming to all faith again after all this. Don't blame you. All right, I'll take that, he said to himself as he went to pick up the piece of bread he just forced the trial to give him as he waited for his mana to recover. They didn't really need to take a week after how easy the last section had been, but they'd both agreed to give themselves at least that much time between each section. They needed to rest and recover each time, and Ben was determined to work on his skills. He wanted to gain whatever bit of edge he could as they rested, even if it didn't end in a new level for him. It was only once he was back to his maximum mana that he suited up, his armor altered to handle the dark affinity of the next trial, by including the dark resistance enhancement from his ring, as well as the purification of light magic and a few other effects to give them whatever edge they could. Given that dark magic was largely mind effects and debuffs, he wasn't looking forward to the trial, no matter how much his resistances might help, but he knew there was no getting around it. This section would be the middle of the trial. Once they finished it, there was less than half to go. All they had to do was their best. With both of them as ready as they'd ever be, they stepped through the door, leaving their safety and finding themselves in complete darkness as they did. Unlike the brief darkness that came any time they left their waiting room to enter whatever section was about to be thrown at them, this one didn't end. They'd found themselves in an endless abyss, a fact that made the soul light source shine out all the brighter to him. Oh, come on and let this be another easy one, he thought with crossed fingers as he activated a light enchantment on the outside of his armor, eager to get whatever bit of mercy he could as he started walking to it, talking to Greed as he went. What do you think? Feeling anything yet? Don't think so, just wish there was something to see. Not much point in having a light if the world's empty, huh? Interesting, Greed wasn't wrong. Ben had been expecting the dark at least, but he'd also thought the trial might try similar things as the previous section had, hiding traps and pitfalls while making them hallucinate other exits. The fact that there was none of that, at least yet, made him worry about whatever was to come. Still, he did his best not to focus on what wasn't there, instead moving with cautious speed to what he hoped was the exit. There were only so many things dark magic could do, and he'd done his best to prepare against them. All it came down to was if his luck would hold up. For the first while, it seemed like nothing was happening. They made their way, drawing ever closer to the source of light and freedom, but all at once Ben was overcome by weakness and felt a very real stabbing in his chest as he went, when he wasn't able to shake. Both were far too instantaneous to be the gradual change the trial seemed to provide as it raised the difficulty, and though he'd expected both debuffs and mind effects to come into play eventually, he didn't think he was being affected, the key part being that he wasn't. The stabbing he felt had given way to a feeling of moisture dripping down his chest, where Greed was sitting in the armor with him, and with the pain came the feeling of things snapping into place as he connected to the crab to confirm what he'd expected. KILLHM KLLHM KLLHM HOWDRETHIS ASSHLEGTMENTOTHIS KILLHM KLLHM KLLHM. He broke the connection and wanted to scream. Of course, the only person he had to rely on in the trial had come under a mind effect that drove him into a murderous rage. The buffs on him had been cancelled, leaving him all the weaker as he tried to rush to the distant light, with the crab's claws cutting into his flesh as they went, leaving him to struggle with what to do. Greed had been shoved into there to keep the crab safe with him, but if Ben did nothing, he'd only end up more and more hurt in the hours that were to come as his only companion dug into his flesh. Feeling no other option, he took off the helmet, followed by the chest piece Greed sat in, fully intending to put them back on, but feeling the weight of the item skyrocket the moment it had come off. The purification effect on it had been doing its job, staving off any debuffs the trial had thrown at them, but without it, as well as not having Greed to buff him, it felt like he'd gained a few £100, with the crab doing no better. His companion was still in his fit of madness, but snapping much weaker now, not able to work up the strength to do any real harm, but for all the good that did him, they had been put into a terrible spot. He had been sure that even with Greed's buffs and his armor that they were hours away. Now that he had none of that, he couldn't begin to guess how long it would take. He stared off into the distant light, seeing his target and sighing as he picked up a very heavy Greed as the crab tried to struggle. If his journey had just gotten longer then, there was no point lounging, so he began his walk again. 58, 59, 60. Fuck. As time wore on, whatever debuffs had been placed on them had only grown stronger, until Ben had reached the point that he was dragging himself across the ground to get to where they needed to go. Greed placed upon his back with his companion, no longer having the strength to struggle, as all of his power was sapped. A small part of him wondered if the crab had died, but he was placed on the back of his jacket, so he couldn't connect to him through it. The effort it would take to move his hand back to check being too great when he needed to focus on getting to the exit. He didn't think he'd ever felt so powerless before, as if he didn't even have the attributes necessary to handle the weight of his own body, and all the worse was how long he'd been in there. A single mind was being used to count the seconds, something he'd started after he'd taken off the armor to keep track of things, but he was regretting it. He just passed 24 hours in that section since he'd been keeping track, and given the fact that the rest areas had time limits, he was willing to bet the trial sections did as well. He didn't want to be stuck there to find out he was right. In one bit of luck for him, he'd never ended up succumbing to a mental effect, though he wasn't sure why. From the impression he got of the god who'd made the trial, having him and Greed kill each other in the middle of it was right up that bastard's alley, but that impulse had only struck one of them in the end, as the exit came into sight. No longer a distant light, he could now make it out as a door to go through, and it renewed his vigor as he forced himself onward, dragging his body across the ground with breeding fingers as he did everything he could to keep from stopping, all the while feeling the debuffs continue to grow. I can't stop. I stop, I die. Any bit of rest I take is just more time for the trial to raise the difficulty. The fact that I can still move at all is basically a miracle. As long as Greed's alive, whatever damage I do to myself getting out can be fixed. Even if he's not alive, I'll figure something out. I just need to keep going. He kept pushing and motivating himself, doing everything he could to tell himself to keep moving. He felt his legs bleeding from dragging them against the ground for so long, the skin all but worn away, but he wouldn't stop as the exit grew larger and larger within his view, even as he grew more and more lightheaded as he went. Can't believe I'm suffering from blood loss in a place where there wasn't even any direct harm, he thought with mirth. Well, I guess getting Greed to attack me counts as harm, but at least that stopped bleeding after a while on its own, though it might have started again. Fuck. All of his minds were cursing the god of the trial, as well as the gods of the world for letting it be placed there so easily. Every part of him was screaming that it needed to be destroyed, but knew it wouldn't happen while he was still inside of it. And as he finally made it to the exit, all but rolling through it, he decided that figuring out how to do that was just as important as anything else he was filling his time with, and would shoot to the top of his priority list the second he was free. The moment they passed through the boundary of the trial, all effects they were under vanished. Even injured and in pain, Ben felt incredible in comparison, vowing to never take for granted his body again as Greed came back to his senses. Fuck my head legs, you okay? He asked, filled with concern. Didn't hurt you too bad, did I? I'll live, but man are those things sharp, Ben said as he laid down, letting Greed start to treat him. On the plus side, if it's 11 sections then we just passed the halfway mark, so that's something. I wouldn't call 5 more sections of that anything positive to look towards, Greed said with a shake of his head before suddenly turning sheepish. Though it looks like we both just got a bit of good news. What's up? My magic leveled up and I completed my job. Let me borrow that crystal of yours. Oh, freaking sweet, he said happily as he handed it over. An increase to Greed's magic meant an increase to their long-term chances of survival, made all the better considering that Ben was only growing more immune to it with every level his resistance skill got. The fact that Greed was getting a level to an awakened magic would more than offset that. He watched as the crab looked at his options, weighing them as he did. Hey, what do you think I should focus on more, buffs or healing? Both are really important, so I'm fine no matter what you decide. It's not like you won't get plenty of practice from both choices. True, since I'm not much of a healer outside of here, I suppose I'll take Lord of Buffs. With that selection made, Ben took the crystal back and let himself relax for a few minutes before getting up to stop the trial's countdown. There was a lot to do. He needed to make sure they had the time to do all of it. Oh, that's really not good, Ben said as he got up and looked around. Gods, what now? The trial didn't spit out the armor I'd left. When he'd taken it off and realized he didn't have the strength to handle it after that he'd left it, believing it would show up in the piles of items that they kept finding between sections, but no such luck that time. Unlike the last time, there actually were a few items to be had, all from the dead god's race, but none had the magic materials he craved to power his enchantments. So that means I need to remake my armor without a power source. I mean, I guess me and Greed could provide it, but that's going to be rough. But what else can I? His thoughts trailed off as he considered another option. There was one more power source he had at his fingertips that didn't rely on someone dying and leaving something good. There was his rainbow mana job crystal, and his cursed ring made with more abyssal to extract from it. Okay, there's an idea, but I still need to make a new set of armor first. I really should try to think of a better way of doing it too, because it's pretty far from quick. Let's see, should I actually make that forge like I was thinking? I mean, it would be plenty handy so it's possible, but I should also make a way to use my magic more efficiently too. A staff would be a little unwieldy considering how I use it, but I am a mage of sorts now, so being able to channel my magic more efficiently could only be useful, especially considering the fact that it's non-affinitied. Maybe make a hammer to act as a staff. It would be handy for smithing, but flexibility is important too. As options filled his head, he went through the various items left by past trial participants, trying to see just what he could put to use. I hate this. You can heal yourself, it's fine. Besides, I don't even need that much of your shell. This is a major trauma of mine legs. You don't know what it's like to almost be eaten. Not only is that exceptionally not true, I'm being eaten by you each day. Besides, I'm not trying to eat you. I just need to chip off a few pieces to use. Your kind were hunted because the living ruby is handy for mana conducting, right? Just give me a bit so I can keep on keeping us alive. Fine, take what you need. Greed gave in, turning his back to Ben to let him carefully chisel away a few flecks here and there as he healed himself, feeding on Ben's blood to make up for what his body was cannibalizing, only so Ben could take more. It wasn't a quick process. It took hours of chipping and feeding until Ben got all he needed, with Greed yelling out as he did, "What the hell is blood thinning? Did you just get that?" Ben asked with interest as he gathered up all of the shell shards. Cool, I thought that was a purely vampiric skill, but I guess anyone can get it so long as they drink enough blood. Good to know, not good to know. What am I supposed to say if anyone sees I have it? Just say you're an 8th vampire on your mom's side or something. It's fine. Now that I have everything I need, I'm getting to work. He'd already condensed the ruby shell fragments into a ball, but from there, he got the other 2 materials he planned on using, steel and cloth. From his testing, he already knew that he could use his magic on fabrics to condense them to one solid lump, almost woody in character, but so long as it was stretched out thin enough after it would return to its more flexible structure. Since metal also had plenty of bend and give to it so long as it was a thin enough wire, that meant it was only the ruby that lacked that property, something he hoped to change as he filled all 3 materials with his mana and began kneading them together. It didn't take long until it was a homogeneous blend, and after only a bit of time waiting for his mana to regenerate, he moved on to the next bit. Slowly and carefully, he used his hands and magic to pull at the new reddish stone out until it formed a thread. It wasn't quick by any means. He constantly needed to check that everything was uniform during the process while also doing his best to ensure he didn't break it either. But by the time he was done, he could move on to the last and final step, weaving it into a glove. With how long this is going to take, I really hope it works. The idea was simple enough. Most mages would use staves for their magic if they insisted on using a medium for it at all. It let them conduct their power and help both with control and preventing lost mana as they went, but that was mostly when attacking or for any spells at a distance. Since that wasn't how his was used at all, that meant he needed something else. With the solution, he'd come to being a glove. He couldn't be sure if it would work until he finished and put it on, so he poured his focus into the task, aiming to be done as fast as he could. It had taken hours of careful work, but by the end he was able to smile down on his brand new glove, eager to test it out. He moved all of his rings to his left hand as the glove went on the right, giving it a few squeezes and finding it comfortable. It didn't feel like it was going to tear or break in any place, nor was it too tight. All that mattered was if it would work. Picking up a piece of metal, he ran his mana through it and immediately felt a difference in the quality of manipulating it. It wasn't that he had been bad before. Even prior to gaining a magic skill, his mana manipulation had been extremely good, but as he bent it and fiddled with it, he couldn't help but notice he was able to go for longer before feeling the effects of mana exhaustion begin to approach, meaning he'd be able to get more practice in as he went, something to be incredibly happy about. With a new tool in hand, he was originally going to immediately start making a forge to create armor with to have something of a higher quality than what he could hand sculpt with his magic, only to stop as Greed screamed. Gotta say, having someone appear out of nowhere doesn't get less freaky. He yelled out as Quillith showed up to Ben's surprise. "Oh hey, has it been a month already? I honestly wasn't expecting to see you again while I was in here. Unless you have anything handy for me, we can put the lesson on hold, but if you want to stay and chat, the company would be nice enough." It wasn't that he and Greed were growing sick of each other so much as it was that there was only so much for them to talk about, but given the opportunity for someone else to entertain them, they were both ready to jump at the option as the alien shook his head. "I don't have that much time. Unfortunately, my superiors have you labeled as a lost cause while you remain in the trial, so before I couldn't visit again, I wanted to confirm that there was nothing you wanted me to tell the outside world on your behalf. I think I got everything I needed to already," Greed told him, disappointed that he wasn't getting a bit more entertainment as Ben stood there and thought before shaking his head. He thought that would be the end of it, but the alien remained, so he simply stared back, waiting to see what it had to say. "Your friend is struggling without you. What, you mean Thera, is she okay? What are you talking about? He asked, suddenly feeling a sense of urgency to go through the next section and all the others without waiting. Nothing bad, so relax. She's simply taking your loss hard, even if that skill you share lets her know you're still alive. Are you sure there's nothing you want me to tell her for you? He felt himself relax knowing that she wasn't in trouble, but didn't know what to do with that information. It felt like anything he could say would be nothing but false hope. Did he have any right to give her that? If he died, then it might hurt all the more for it. No, I said I need to stay positive. I will get out of here. I want her to know that. All right, I guess there is one thing I want you to tell her for me if you would. You ready, Greed? Ben asked as he put on his last piece of armor, a piece of his rainbow mana crystal embedded into it to give it far more power than the white mana crystal he'd used before ever could. As I'll ever be. Cool, then let's do this, he said as positively as he could before stepping into the space section of the trial. Thera felt her face stretch into a deeper frown as the notifications filled her mind, but she reminded herself to breathe and ignore it as she fiddled with her necklace. She'd known for ages that training her dark magic had the chance to raise the level of her charm as well. Even if she didn't like it, she wasn't going to stop her training. It was the only escape she had from her thoughts as she sat above the carnage below her, staring at the unending herds of beasts that were killing each other in the name of her practice. What's it even matter right now? I just need to work on my magic, and ignore how long it's I just need to work on my magic. With every day Ben didn't leave the trial, she found herself in a worse state. She'd known that some could take around a month to complete, but those were on the far rarer end of the spectrum. The fact that he wasn't out yet ate at her more and more, stroking her worry if she ever let herself think about it. After all, just because he was still alive didn't mean he could escape. Instead, she went to focusing on her life magic now that those three had leveled up, feeling the boost to her overall control as she did. There were plenty of animals at a clear disadvantage in the battle royal going on beneath her, and as long as it wasn't one that could be eaten in a single bite, she could work her mana in a number of ways, healing the wounds she saw being created as quickly as she could, raising their strength and speed at the long-term cost of their bodies, and even making their attacks more dangerous if it had something she could help stimulate the production of, like a natural poison. Even then, though, there were some creatures that were simply too powerful, even with any assistance to the weaker ones, such as the Alcir below her that was in the middle of slaughtering everything else. Just seeing it made her angry, bringing back memories of Roan and the first time she'd almost had to watch Ben die. The one being driven to madness by her dark magic seemed far more powerful than the one in her memory, but it also proved to be the perfect creature to take her frustrations out on as she tried to decide just what to do to it. Ultimately, she decided to strike it at its greatest strength, the dozens of eyes on its face. She directed her life mana to them one after another, bending her spell to fit her will as she conducted an imperfect healing response again and again. Unlike any time she'd usually heal something where the wound would typically return to its state before any damage had occurred, at least so long as it was something she knew how to fix, this was meant to be flawed. Any damage was repaired poorly, and layers of new cells built up over what was already there, and slowly but surely the beast began to understand what was happening as it was left blinded and panicked as the other creatures around took the chance for their revenge. Well, I guess I'm done for the day. She thought, now that there was no concern that she might miss out on the chance to raise her life magic with her earth magic, she wielded it liberally, raising spikes from the earth to impale the remaining creatures before going back to the gate to get a new job. Available JOBS. Queen of Mana. Musician. Professional dancer. Bard. Darkness Mage Charm Specialized. Healer. Telekinetic Mage. Dark Mage. Adventurer. High Spirit Mage. MMH, I'm really starting to run low on options. As long as I awaken my magics, it won't be a problem, but maybe I should try and get one or two more skills to give me some more, just in case. Well, that's not important now. What matters is what I'll pick. As much as she wanted to try to awaken her skills, she wasn't sure if taking High Spirit Mage would help, at least not immediately. When she'd taken its precursor, she'd instantly leveled up all of her affinitied magics, but given that she'd just leveled most of them that very day before completing her job, the chances of that happening again seemed small. It would be much better to take something else in the meantime that she could finish reasonably quickly while still training her magics, and then hope that if she took it as her next job after it would be able to raise them, or at least make it easier for her to cross the boundary that was a 9th level skill to a 0th level awakened skill. And if I'm going to do that, then I guess I should take the only magic job that the Spirit Mage branch doesn't affect. I'll take Telekinetic Mage. Name Thera Oris. Race Succubus Spirit Hybrid. Titles Spirit Child. Jobs Telekinetic Mage LV0. Previous jobs: beginner dancer, dancer, apprentice mage, earth mage, true mage, high earth mage, spirit mage, life mage, high life mage. Attributes: vitality, 1075. Vitality recovery rate, 12 HR. Mana, 262,009. Mana recovery rate, 60 min. Strength, 129. Agility, 375. Stamina, 310. Intelligence, 322. Affinities: light, 4. Life, 22. Fire, 11. Water, 14. Air, 12. Earth, 103. Death, 3. Dark, 43. Space, 2. Time, 1. Resistances: light, 5. Life, 9. Fire, 11. Water, 16. Air, 12. Earth, 35. Death, 13. Dark, 42. Space, 7. Time, 8. Bless skills: Earth Magic, LV9. Charm Magic, LV3. Passive skills: World Speak Plus. Coordination, LV3. Medical Knowledge, LV4. Bind. Active skills: Calculate, LV1. Dance, LV4. String Instrument, LV3. Woodwind Instrument, LV2. Cleaning, LV1. Staff Wielder, LV0. Meditation, LV2. Speed Reading, LV3. Life Magic, LV9. Telekinesis, LV4. Dark Magic, LV4. Spirit Empowering, LV3. Cooking, LV0. Blessings: Analia's Blessing. Trials: Trial of Analia and Talona. With that done, she went to leave, returning to the embassy she'd been staying at to get whatever bit of sleep she could, but only after taking a detour to walk by the trial. Her father was still there, standing guard to keep her from trying anything, even if she knew that there was no point now. While there had been a slim hope she could have met up with him before, at this point she knew it would be pointless. Either he was progressing through the trial or he'd found somewhere to hide within it. She couldn't know more than that. Seeing no change to it like any time she'd walked by, she ignored her father and went to head back to her room, finding two people waiting for her as she did. Once again, Steph and Will were there, looking much better than the last time, even if she was only feeling worse. She never did end up visiting them as she said she would, instead throwing herself into her magic, but Steph's bright smile didn't seem to carry any blame as she waved to her, filled with enthusiasm. "Hey Thera, are you busy right now?" she yelled out, making her wonder if she should just walk past and go to bed, but stopped herself. Shutting herself away wouldn't do any good, and spending time with someone might help with the loneliness she couldn't escape. "No, what's up?" She was led to the home of Jake, Amy, and Yuzu, with the three of them already waiting, a table of food and drinks prepared and a festive attitude amongst them. It didn't match how she was feeling at all, but as she took off her cloak, she at least tried to hide it to keep the mood from going down as she looked to Steph. What's going on?" "Celebration of life," she said, not giving any more context as she was given a seat next to Yuzu and taking it as some sort of human party. "We're just here to talk about Ben, and what a maniac he was," Jake said with a laugh. "That one sculpture he did in school gave me nightmares for a week." He always hated how that became the first thing people thought of when they saw him," Will said as he smiled. He was always going on about how he'd made so many cheerful and nice things too, but people only focused on the one time he made something that matched whatever theme he was assigned. God, what was it again? Despair, Steph chimed in, shaking her head as she remembered it. "I'll never forget that. He managed to win a prize for it and get called to talk to the principal at the same time because of its content. He was annoyed about it for days. Speaking of, did he actually lecture the principal when that happened?" Amy wanted to know. "I remember the rumors going around, but..." "He totally did," Will cut her off, holding his stomach and cackling as he remembered it. "I'm pretty sure only 10 of the minutes he was in there was the principal talking to him, while the next hour was Ben giving him a lesson on art history he would never forget. He really was an outrageous guy." "Wait, that's what happened?" Jake asked. "I'm pretty sure he missed science class doing that then. Me and a couple other guys thought he was getting torn into, not the other way around." "I wouldn't be shocked if he planned that," Steph told them. He was absolutely the sort of person who'd rather talk about his interests than be forced to sit down in a class he didn't care about. Honestly, it was impossible to get him to focus on anything if it couldn't catch his interest. "I'm just glad he was passing." The conversation went on, but as they talked more and more while Thera sat and listened, she was able to pick up on just what she wasn't liking about it all. Each of them was talking about Ben in the past tense, and what they were really doing snapped into place. "So this is a funeral," she said sharply as she got up and put her cloak on to leave, not wanting to be around them a minute longer. "Have fun with that, but I'm not going to just sit here and act like Ben is dead." The mood of everyone else instantly sunk while Jake took the initiative to try and calm her down before she stormed off. "Hey Thera, we all want to believe Ben's alive, but I don't have some stupid belief he's alive. I have a skill telling me he is. If you all want to give up on him, then do it yourselves," she yelled, not giving them time to respond as she stormed off, leaving them in silence. It was Amy who broke it, the obvious question coming to her mind. Does she really have a skill that would let her know if Ben died? She does, Will told her, holding his face. Neither he nor Steph had even considered that fact, but if he had died then it would have switched to its inactive mode. If she could still feel him, then he was still alive, trapped in the trial. "I mean, it's been a month now, right?" Jake asked hesitantly. "If he's still alive and he's still in there, is he?" He trailed off, not knowing what to say. None of them did. The positive mood they felt before disappeared as they all sat alone with their thoughts. Stupid. I shouldn't have even gone with them. Dumb idiots just completely giving up on Ben and treating him like he's already dead. What a waste of time. Thera curled up in her bed, her thoughts a tangled mess of emotions as she laid there feeling worse than usual. Even if she knew he was alive, he wasn't there with her, the only place she wanted him to be. She knew she wasn't in a good place emotionally, but there was nothing she could do to change that. She hated the feeling of loss, of powerlessness. It just made her want to lash out, but knew it would be pointless if she did. All she could do was try to get what little sleep she could as forced her eyes closed. Why did I even worry so much about the future if I'm just going to feel like this now? "Excuse me," a voice said in her room, making her snap her eyes open as she heard it and quickly gathered the dark mana within her to attack whoever it was, seeing a gray standing by the window. He looked at her defensive stance, her hand outstretched, and shook his head. "I'm not really here, so don't waste the energy. I believe Ben has talked about me before. My name is Quillith." She lowered her hand, but continued to gather her dark mana in the event he was lying, trying to prepare for the worst. "What do you want? I'm not sure how much you understand about how my kind interact with your reality, but I visited Ben within the trial. I am simply here to pass on a message while I can." "Wait, you've seen him. Is he okay? Is he alive?" "He's as okay as he can be," the Gray said hesitantly. "Having agreed with him has significantly increased his survival odds, and we believe he's past the halfway point of the trial. Unfortunately, I don't have long. I'm simply here to tell you that he says he hasn't given up yet. I hope that can help give you whatever comfort you need." Before she could say another word, he vanished, leaving her alone again with only that. "You haven't given up yet. Of course you haven't, you idiot. I don't think I've ever seen you give up in the face of danger, even when you probably should." Still, just having something beyond her skill to confirm he was alive gave her hope, and for the first night in weeks let her sleep a little easier. "Oh, I hate this so much," Ben yelled again as he accidentally passed through a portal, taking him away from the gate he could easily see off in the distance. When they'd first arrived, it had been an empty expanse with the exit in the distance, but seemingly not so far as some of the other ones. He'd been sure he'd be able to make it there in no time, if not for the predictable result that was his being teleported around the area by holes in space opening up and closing the moment he stepped through them. The reason that no matter how many hours they were there, they didn't seem to be getting closer. Worse, though, was what he hadn't expected, the way the trial was attacking them, which had already resulted in his left arm being broken and mangled. In some areas, the very space itself had been expanding and contracting, and the one time he'd brushed against one of those areas, he felt the flesh and bone of his arm all trying to occupy the same location at once. He considered himself lucky that it hadn't just ripped off, but the experience was still horrifying. That was when he'd come up with a strategy to put the light aspect of Greed's magic into practice, namely to create a laser. A single narrow beam of red light, it wasn't meant to cause any harm or destruction, instead doing what light did best, traveling in a straight line. As Ben held the crab, no longer contained within the relative safety of the armor, Greed carefully fired off the beam of light in the direction they were going, looking to see if it distorted at all, either the beam contracting or expanding to tell them there was something that could injure them, or else changing direction in any way to tell them they were going to go through a portal as they did, and ever so carefully they avoided all they could until they were at the edge of the exit and took a step through. "Oh, thank fuck," Ben sighed happily as he began stripping off the armor so Greed could get to healing his arm. "That may not have been as terrible as some of the others, but it was still annoying. I'm just glad you didn't drop me. Separated there, and we were definitely never seeing each other again. Are you kidding me? Even if I lose an arm, I'm hanging on to you. I need someone to patch me up after, right? Ha, true enough." Since the extent of his wounds were all within a single arm, this time he held Greed while it was being treated, walking around to do the other things he needed to. As always, first he worked to freeze the countdown on the trial, viewing it as the most important thing by far. but after he went to see if there was anything new from past participants he could take advantage of, feeling his eyes light up as he saw the armor he'd lost in the darkness trial, and then having them almost explode out of his head as he saw the only new item with it. It was another spatial bag, something that shouldn't have been too surprising to see when he considered the fact that people had definitely gone in there willingly and simply tried to plan the best they could for whatever they might encounter. Even better was the fact that while it was obviously old and some of the enchantments on it needed to be fixed up, it was created exceptionally well and was still working, a fact that seemed obvious as his crafting skill showed him that its item rank was ultra rare. He had to stop himself from racing over, doing his best to move calmly as greed worked to heal him as he took a seat beside it, opening it up and pulling out its contents, the crab giving a low whistle as he went. Whoever had been using it at the time, it looked like they'd been raiding the trial as they went, taking anything that looked exceptionally valuable from the piles and keeping it in their bag. It was the only way to explain the pure mountain of magic materials that were stored away in there in the form of various items. Mithril, Moribesial, white and rainbow mana crystals, deathstone, and most important of all, orichalcum. He felt himself drooling as he took them all out, thinking about just what he could do with it all now that it was around, and immediately getting to work separating things. As nice as it was to suddenly have a host of new and powerful materials to work with, almost all of them were tied to weapons, with only a handful being used for more survival-orient supplies, nothing he really needed, meaning he'd need to start disassembling everything to get it to more usable forms for him. Everything but the bag that was, with so much space within it. If he survived, he'd be wanting to make good use of it, though I'm going to need to pay greed for his half of it. We're in this together, I can't just be claiming things. Still, that was a worry for later. Even if he'd just remade his armor in the last section, it looked like he'd be doing it again soon enough. The orichalcum alone demanded it, and with all of the power from the various crystals that could go into powering it, he felt their odds of surviving skyrocket. Holy shit. He hadn't expected he'd get a level to his awakened crafting skill. It hadn't even crossed his mind as he made the armor. All he'd been doing was pushing himself to his limits for the past month, all in the name of survival, training everything he could while making whatever was necessary with the resources he'd had, but the payoff had been huge. In a way, it was shocking that the item he'd made was still only listed as lower ultra rare. He'd tied everything he had into it. Every ring, every resistance, every useful skill in his status, but that just went to show the gulf that was raising something from the lower to the middle ranking of it. What mattered was the fact that even with the level up he just had, he was happy to call it as good as he could have made it. A piece of armor that would cover him head to toe. The number of crystals in it would force as much power as possible into the enchantments to help keep them alive. Even if both he and greed knew that the trial would be able to overtake everything he made if they were in there long enough, at the very least it would give them a lot more time to work with before things got bad, or at least he hoped. Time section next. Feeling ready, as I'll ever be legs. After this only 2 or 3 more, so let's do it already. Ben ate one last piece of food before donning his helmet. They both knew that time would be challenging, having little idea of just what a trial devoted to it might bring, but they stepped through the doorway, ready to face it. Its start was similar to the space one in a way, an empty expanse with the exit already visible in the distance, though much farther off than the last time, so they started moving, eager to get out even before anything happened. You know, as much as I hated the first 4 sections, at least they were guessable once we understood the theme of the trial. That last section alone taught me a pretty messed up application of space magic. I'm not sure I want to see what time will do, he said, trying to make conversation as his mind's focused on the surroundings. If it was going to be anything like space, then it was going to be hard to see, and he could only hope that it wasn't going to pull something ridiculous like stopping time for them while keeping the countdown of the trial going. If the active sections had countdowns, that was. It was already stressful enough being in there. The fact that he had no way to accurately measure how long he'd be spending in that section was a whole other issue. Not that worrying about it will help, he thought with a shake of his head. There were some things he just couldn't fight against, so with nothing else he could do, he focused on his running as greed worked to buff him. A small part of him let himself believe things were going well, that if the trial was throwing anything at them, it was being stopped by his armor. At least that was what he told himself until he tripped on nothing. He managed to catch himself without landing on greed, but was immediately on guard. He knew he wouldn't just fall for no reason, he just didn't know what had happened, nor how it related to time. He saw nothing looking around, so with hesitation he continued on, doing his best to keep track of things while he could. As time passed, his body began feeling weird and uncomfortable. He didn't know how to describe the situation. It was unlike anything he'd dealt with before. All he knew was that something very wrong was happening within him. "Hey greed, mind healing me just to see if anything happens?" he asked, getting no answer as he did. Well, that's probably not good. His companion wouldn't just ignore him for no reason, not in a situation like that, so he tried to connect to him to understand what was wrong, but it left him unable to comprehend what was happening. The crab's mind was behaving strangely, not in the way that Ben's own was, but more like it just wasn't working right, causing a spike of fear within him as he pushed himself harder. The buffs were still going for the time being at least, but if he lost his healer here then, his chances of surviving would plummet. It was only as he got farther in and started to feel a similar effect that he understood just what was happening. The many minds in Ben's head began moving at different speeds. Some faster and some slower, with which was receiving which effect constantly changing, and what the trial was doing to them both suddenly clicked in his head. Oh, this is really not good. When they'd gone in, they'd both been expecting a time effect, assuming the trial would slow down their progress, but it was doing something different altogether. It was speeding up and slowing down different parts of them as they went at the same time, playing havoc with their bodies as it did. He didn't know enough about greed's anatomy to be sure, but given what he knew of his own and the way that fluids pumped through it, he could only assume it was bad. What would happen if a sped-up area led to a slowed area? Pressure would presumably keep building up, only getting worse until something broke, and that wasn't even considering the effect something like that would have on the brain. While his multiple minds seemed to be handling it, greed only had one, and it didn't seem like it could deal with the experience. As with every part of the trial, though, he had few options, giving him no choice but to push forward and hope that he'd make it to the end. Oh God, this is really starting to hurt. He felt blood start to leak from his eyes, and one of his faster streams of thought reflected on the fact that he dealt with that far too often, while the rest tried to focus on keeping him moving. He was almost certain that parts of his body were basically suffering from blood loss, while other parts were beginning to burst from the buildup as he'd feared, the areas affected by fast time not getting the blood they needed, as the ones dealing with slow time couldn't get rid of it fast enough, but he was finally within reach of the exit. With every step he felt things grow more extreme, the difference between fast or slow areas feeling like it was tearing his body apart. Considering this was the only effect from the trial they seemed to be going through, he was miserable to say that he understood why the god who'd made it hadn't added anything else. What else could they need? He was almost certain that this was already enough to kill someone. He only hoped that greed would even wake up once they got out of there, and that no permanent damage had been done to the crab as he finally made it to the exit and stepped through. The relief he felt was overwhelming as his mind settled back to its normal speeds, and his blood and other bodily floods started to flow properly again, while at the same time a wave of sickness washed over him. Ripping off his helmet, he leaned over to vomit, an uncomfortable amount of blood mixed in as he saw it spewing down. Okay, that's extra not good. He quickly stripped off the armor, seeing his body was covered in marks and bruises from the experience with who knew how much damage going on beneath the surface. Everything still hurt, even if it was better being outside of the trial, and he didn't doubt that he'd need healing soon, but more importantly, Greed still hadn't said anything. Greed, come on buddy, speak up. Don't leave me alone in here, he said desperately as he took the crab in his hands, not getting a response. If you don't answer, I'm going to do something desperate, so come on already. Still, he only got silence, and not knowing what else to do, Ben connected to him. The fact he still could at least showed that the crab was alive, and with nothing else he could think of to do, he stopped hiding most of his minds the way he typically would when connected to someone, and screamed as loud as he could with them all on his head, forcing it into the mind of the other man. Ah, damn it, I'm up. What is it? The crab yelled back, letting Ben breathe a sigh of relief as it caught a look at him, and immediately began his healing. Just happy you didn't die on me, man. Now only 2 or 3 to go. Ben sat in front of the next section of the trial, staring at the door of it and heaving a long sigh. Man, I really don't want to do this. They'd finally gotten to the death section, and he couldn't imagine it going particularly well. He'd been expecting to deal with the life section first, so when he first saw the enchantments indicating that he'd been wrong, it had thrown him off completely. He at least had a decent understanding of death magic, but considering it was the one most suited to finishing them both off for good, he really didn't want to actually go through with it. His only other option, though, was trying to forcibly raise the trial to another layer of reality and hope the gods would drag them out, which was really more of a desperate gamble than anything. It wasn't like he'd been able to discover what every bit of magic on the trial did. Even if he could activate the bits he didn't understand, there was always the chance he would activate something that would kill them both. It just wasn't worth the risk. No getting out of it, we need to go in. Feeling ready, Greed. I'd bet decent money you're really gonna need to work your healing for this bit. As I'll ever be, just gonna keep telling myself we're almost there. That's the spirit. He cast one last look around, trying to see if there was any excuse he could use to put off entering the next section for as long as they could, and finding nothing. So without waiting more, he took his first step through the doorway, into whatever they were about to face. When they entered the empty expanse, the exit wasn't immediately visible like it had been the last few times. What he could see, though, were specks off in the distance. Whatever they were too far off to say for sure, but the only indication that there was anything in the trial at all, with his thoughts only being broken by the cursing of greed. Damn it all, not exactly surprising, but this section is really gonna suck for me. Hurry up and get moving so we both don't die legs. Oh God, what's happening already? Can't you feel it? The moment we stepped inside, my vitality started being drained. Shit, okay, focus on yourself for now. I have a few skills that should protect me for at least a little while, plus my resistances. For now, I guess I'll start moving to that stuff in the distance. The fact that greed was already feeling an effect through the armor was all sorts of worrying for them. Ben had enough benefits in his status that he could put off being concerned for now, and the crab had buffed both of their vitalities and regeneration rates, but this meant that greed would be getting no breaks, instead needing to constantly regenerate his own life force, and eventually Ben's as well. It wouldn't be a problem immediately, but if it ever reached the point where he'd have to use more mana than he could regenerate, then they'd be all but doomed. It was as Ben was wandering that he tried to figure out just what else the trial would throw at them. He couldn't help but wonder if the things he was seeing in the distance were weapons of some sort, maybe items made of deathstone or something else entirely, but that wouldn't match what he'd seen from the other sections. Whatever was thrown at them would be purely in the death affinity, nothing else. Still, there's only so much you can do with death mana. Gotta be on my guard for beams of the stuff coming out of nowhere and killing me instantly, I guess. And if there's anything that can injure me, I need to watch out for it making the wounds worse. But what else could we run into? It was at the same time that he was finally able to see the exit off in the distance that he got an answer to that question. His relief in seeing that he'd been going mostly the right way, only needing a bit of correction, was also taking them to something that he should have predicted but didn't. Damn it, he yelled. Of fucking course it would do something like this. Of course it would. What's happening, legs? Those things off in the distance. They're getting closer. I'm pretty sure we're about to go against some corpses. It was an aspect of death magic he'd never gotten to personally see put to use, but had known it was more than possible. He just hadn't expected the trial to come pre-stocked with any to take advantage of. Being controlled like puppets, the bodies wouldn't be limited by what they could do in life, instead being able to go beyond their maximum potential, being pushed until they fell apart from the strain, and as they got close enough that Ben could see their features, it only left him cursing all the more. While he was able to finally make out what the race of the god who'd made the trial looked like, hominid types with squids for heads, that fact barely registered as he took the rest of them in and realized one very important fact. It looks like this trial likes to recycle. Not just the bodies of that unknown race, but over 100 others, all examples of the groups that lived on the world, and all likely former trial takers who hadn't survived. Their bodies were beaten and broken, bare of any clothing or equipment since it had always ended up in the areas between sections, but the speed they were coming down on them from was already more than enough to put them in danger, the entire herd focusing in on them and not leaving any hope that they could be avoided. Legs, you think you could do something here? I'd rather not become a body to use for the next time some sucker makes it this far. I think this is more you than me, man. Light magic has a purifying aspect, right? Can't you do something about this? If it was one or two, then maybe. A crowd that big, though. Come on, legs, be realistic here. Great. They had some time, but not much as Ben pushed all of his minds to think, trying to come up with a solution to the problem rapidly approaching them as he considered everything he knew about death magic and what they had available to them. Even with his armor, his joints could be bent and broken, and while there was a chance his magics might be applicable to help, he wouldn't be able to do anything to a crowd like that all at once. As for greed's blessing magic. Wait, okay, I have an idea. A really, really bad idea. A lot of room for it to go wrong, but I can't think of anything else. Hell, legs, I don't think anything we've had to do in here has been anything more than desperate. Out with it already. All right, Ben said as he laid down on the ground, using his material magic to slowly lock every joint of the armor together. I guess the question is, what are the odds you can buff a corpse? I'm pretty sure I'm going to have nightmares about this for the rest of my life, Greed muttered to the sounds of clanging and squishing that were reverberating through the armor. Don't get me wrong, legs, I'm glad it's working, but I'm not exactly loving this either, but we need to focus. We're almost done. His idea had been simple, even if the results had been horrific. The bodies of past trial participants were clearly coming to attack and being strengthened by death magic to get them to release far more power than they had in life. They were just making them go even further beyond. Since life magic would grow closer to death magic as it leveled up, Ben had theorized that it would be possible to use on the dead, forcing more strength and power into its muscles, so that once it was combined with whatever power the trial was giving them, every punch and kick to the armor was enough to shatter the arms and legs of the creatures throwing them. Add his destruction magic into the mix, carefully directing the mana through his body where each impact was going to occur, and it had only taken a few hours to have the numbers almost completely reduced, though the experience was far from pleasant. While he'd understood in theory what he was going to be going through, in practice it was much, much worse. The armor he'd made with orichalcum was able to easily withstand such physical attacks, but he hadn't stopped to consider how unpleasant it was to hear. Even after arms and legs were destroyed, they kept throwing themselves at them, the sound of squishing meat becoming a constant companion as the bodies kept up their attacks for as long as they could, even resorting to shattering their jaws in the end to try and bite through. And while all of that was going on, the drain effect on the whole of the trial was only getting stronger, making Greed need to work all the harder to replace his own vitality. As well as getting to the point where he needed to begin doing the same for Ben, at least a little. It was only once the attack stopped, the area around them slick with meat and blood, that Ben did his best to quickly but carefully separate each piece of armor he'd had to merge into a solid whole and go back on their way to the distant exit, hoping to make it there before the drain effect could no longer be handled. He ignored the notification as he ran with all of his might, not wanting to see whatever else the trial might throw their way. They'd already been stuck in one spot for far too long, and he didn't want to deal with the consequences of that. He knew things would only get more extreme the longer he was stuck there. He didn't want to learn just how creative this god could get with death magic. It was only as he saw the end in view, though, not as a distant light but as a genuine exit, that he was able to see to just what extreme the god who made this trial was willing to go to, as well as just how far his willingness to recycle whatever made its way into the trial went. Unbelief, Ben muttered. His face was definitely an evil god. Nobody's changing my mind on that. Think you can do anything about this greed? I'm already getting to my limits for just keeping myself alive. The drain effect's getting bad legs. I don't think I can keep up with it for much longer, at least for myself. All right, don't worry about topping up my vitality for a while. We'll focus on getting through all of these fucking ghosts and then get out of here. There had to be a dozen of them between him and the exit, and it left Ben cursing the trial's maker all the more. Souls of the long-dead trial takers, each waiting to attack. Ben had read up enough on the topic, while researching souls, to not want to deal with ghosts at all costs. While normally harmless like the one he'd once seen with Thera, there were two things that changed that. If one managed to exist on the mortal plane for long enough to comprehend what it was, allowing it to exert whatever magic it had access to in its life, or else if it was being controlled by a death mage, ending with it being forced to use whatever magics it had access to in life on its master's orders. Having died once himself, the very concept of ghosts left him deeply uncomfortable, but he ignored that as he got closer to both them and the exit. He'd been right initially. There were only a little more than a dozen, meaning everyone who'd ever taken the trail wasn't still doomed to be trapped within its walls, but it was still bad news as they came towards them. Ben had no way of knowing what they would do until the first shot was fired, a black beam of mana directed right at them that he had no choice but to throw themselves out of the way as more and more came. Right, this is the death trial. There must only be souls that could use death magic. At least that narrows it down. Greed, I'm going to try to get close to them one by one. Purify them if you can and then get as much power out of my body as possible. We're booking it to the finish line. Can do. He continued to throw himself forward, constantly avoiding each attack, though with far too many close calls as Greed did what he asked. At that one, Greed failed. It wasn't that his magic had gotten weaker so much as it was that the effect of the trail had gotten stronger, providing all the more power to the ghosts and keeping them on that plane of reality, but that failure had its cost. Far too close to avoid an attack, it fired a beam of black mana directly at them, Ben turning to keep Greed from getting hit and taking the full force of it himself. It passed through each defense Ben had set up until it made contact, and despite his skills and his unnaturally high death resistance, he immediately felt an effect infinitely worse than any time he put on his ring to train his vitality. He felt his life force plummet and continued to do so, the only thing keeping him alive being Greed's fast acting, beginning the healing process the moment Ben turned away and put his all into it. All right, Greed, change of plan. Get as much power out of me now as you can. We're going to sprint for it. Legs, you're in rough shape right now, we need to. There's no time and you know it. Come on, man. If you can't purify those ghosts, then all we can do is run. The crab knew he was right, even if he thought it was too dangerous. There wasn't a single part of their situation that wasn't after all, so he took a risk himself. He stopped healing himself to push as much mana as he could into the other man, ignoring any risk to Ben's body to get more speed than it would ever want to give and focusing his all to repair the damage it caused as fast as he could. If Ben was going to risk dying, then so was he. With a burst of speed and a feeling of his muscles exploding in the process, he was off, in seconds blowing past the ghosts as if they hadn't been expecting anything like that and shooting towards the exit, keeping it in his sights as he went. He did minor zigs and zags to try and avoid any attack that might come from the back, but he could look to see where it might be coming from. He couldn't. All he could do was depend on whatever bit of luck he might have, praying to the universe to cut him a break as he went until he launched himself to the exit, ending up safely on the other side. It had taken 2 agonizing weeks to heal all of the damage to his body, but as it went, Ben spent the entire time thinking on what was coming next. He knew the life section was still to come, and while if he was lucky that would be the end of it, he was feeling like he'd just used up his entire lifetime supply by getting through the death section. What mattered was what was still to come. If he was to think about what he could expect from life magic and ignored anything that could be beneficial to him, then there were only a few options. His body could be weakened, his body could be forced to overproduce things within itself to cause him harm, or there could be living things in that section that would be strengthened, either monsters like he was used to going against with Thera or those of the smaller variety, forcing him to grow sick and possibly eating him alive from the inside out. More troubling for him was considering the possibility of a non-affinity trial. The longer he thought on just what he could expect from something like that, the more he was forced to come to a single conclusion: anything. His material user skill was akin to aspects of earth, water, and death magic, with destruction having similar properties. Telekinesis was too. Corpse song showed signs of being like death and time magic, and empathy was similar to dark. None of that was even considering what he'd learned was possible with materialization. The more he thought on it, the more he kept making these connections, forcing him to a single conclusion. Non-affinitied magics could do anything an affinitied magic could and more. Sure, the mana cost would be higher for a mortal to have to deal with, but that was irrelevant to the trial, and it would have the far worse trade-off that he would have no resistances to it. As rough as it had already been, he couldn't imagine going through all of that again without them. As much as I want to be positive, we might be screwed, he thought with a sigh. He wasn't giving up, but the fact that he couldn't even begin to plan for how to deal with whatever was to come was horrifying. Still, nothing to bother Greed about. "Are you feeling ready, buddy?" he asked the crab as he finished laying down the new enchantments on his armor for the life section. "No, but let's get this over with anyway." "That's the spirit, come on." It was with that bit of false positivity that he stepped through the door, into the life section of the trial. If there was one thing he liked about the later sections compared to the earlier ones, it was that the end was easy enough to find in the empty expanse that made it up. The light in the distance was a clear indicator of which way to go, and he was happy to let it lead him as Greed voiced his complaint. "Already feel my body weakening. How about you legs?" "I feel fine, but it's nice to see that prediction was right at least." Let's see if you feel the same when it starts to get you. I'll tell you, you have me real jealous of those resistances you got. Yeah, well, bear in mind that despite them I'm still taking way more damage in all of this than you are." "Oh, I'm so sorry," the crab said sarcastically. "Here, you lay down. I'll carry you on my back and get us out of here." Careful, I might just take you up on that." "Wouldn't mind seeing how much power you can get out with that little body-destroying spell you got." "I take it all back. I've seen enough of you dealing with the consequences that I never want to have to deal with that myself." They continued on, staying vigilant as they went, but seeing nothing as Ben ran, at the very least removing any chance that there were monsters waiting for them off in the distance, but leaving them all the more worried about what might be to come. All while Ben did his best to ignore a growing bother, a persistent itch. It wasn't unusual. He'd found himself having one he needed to scratch multiple times throughout the trial, and with armor on it wasn't possible unless it was somewhere he could ask Greed to reach. It was only as the feeling began to grow, completely covering him as they went, that he was about to speak up and say that something was wrong, only for Greed to say it first. "Oh God's legs, I'm not feeling so good," the crab said in a small voice, and immediately Ben connected to him to try and understand just what was going on at a deeper level, finding nothing but illness and pain coming from his companion's body. "Shit, you feel sick. I think we got the microbe aspect right then. Or the trial is messing with your biochemistry. I guess it could be either. Must be the second if you're going all right." "Not necessarily. My resistances could be keeping the trial's magic from penetrating into whatever gut bacteria I've got. If it was that, then they'd only be able to do something to my..." He trailed off as he understood what was making him so itchy. Any microbes or fungal spores on his flesh were in the process of exploding in growth, eating him alive as they went. It was a slow process now, but it would only get worse, and Greed was on a much tighter time window. "Okay, but there's nothing more I can do. Every section of this has been a tight freaking time window. Greed, for now I think you're likely dealing with a severe bacterial and fungal infection. Do your best to treat yourself and I'll try to get us out of here. Just stay alive. MMH. The crab only grunted as he felt the pain, but did as Ben said, doing his best to keep himself alive as things only got worse for him. It was a fight between his body's healing and the trial's effects, and they both knew it was a losing battle as Ben continued to run with everything he had. Eventually, Greed fell completely silent, the effects being too much and making him lose consciousness. Ben knew he was still alive by connecting with him, but there was nothing else he could do. Even worse, that created a new time limit. There was only so long that Greed's buffs would last if they weren't constantly being reapplied, meaning he had that amount of time to get through it to deal with it. Part of him realized that what he was feeling wasn't all from how he'd been exerting himself. The itching on his skin had turned to an intense sting as his flesh was being consumed, and the armor was growing heavier as Greed's buffs slowly wore off. But despite the pain, despite the struggle he was being put through, he couldn't help but reflect that things hadn't seemed quite as bad for this one compared to some others, as he finally made his way to the exit and pushed himself through. Finding the same waiting room once again, I can't wait to get out of here and never need to worry about leveling that, he thought in response to his new skill. As exciting as the name sounded, it wasn't one he was interested in raising given that he actually knew about it. A skill that made it easier to go past what the body allowed and helped raise the body's maximum potential as well. It wasn't something he saw coming up in his day-to-day life at all, with the only real positive that would carry on after the trial being that it carried a minor healing effect with it as well. Still, he pushed the thought to the side as he went to the other end of the room to what he knew to be another door. The fact that they hadn't immediately been greeted with an exit had been a bad sign, but he didn't want to say anything until he knew for sure. It was only as he drew closer that he could be certain that his worst fears had been confirmed. There was a non-affinitied section still. They wouldn't be free yet. Bad news, Greed, he said with a sigh and getting no response. Greed, come on man, wake up. Still getting no answer, Ben connected to the crab, only to be struck with a horrifying realization. His body was still filled with pain as it was being eaten and destroyed. Even if the bacteria were no longer receiving life mana, what was there hadn't been destroyed, and with Greed unable to be awakened, he couldn't heal himself. If nothing changed, Ben's only companion through the trial would die. Acting fast, Ben stripped off his armor as he figured out what to do. He quickly and carefully placed Greed on the ground before taking the glove he'd made to use in place of a staff and putting it on, running his mana through it to alter the shape of the helmet he'd been wearing, ever so carefully modifying it to act as a sealed container that he could put his companion in and applying the strongest time enchantment he could on it, blending it with his other magic rings to enhance the effect to get it as close to a standstill as possible, giving him time to think. Okay, that should do for now. Now I just need to. There was too much for him to do. He couldn't heal Greed and Greed couldn't heal himself when he was in such a state, not to mention that without the crab's buffs he wouldn't be able to use the armor for the last section, the part where he wanted it the most. Not to mention that Greed's life was on the line. He might have a couple days at the very best, something that Ben didn't want to bet on. The only way he could be sure that the person who'd gone through all of that with him survived was if they both made it out, and soon. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself as he understood what he'd need to do. His entire body hurt and he quickly washed it off, understanding that if Greed was filled with bacteria, then any on his flesh were still there too. And after that he ate some of the bread. The trial provided and added enchantments to his jacket, giving it light and life buffs along with one to speed up his time, even if he knew it wouldn't be anywhere as useful as what Greed had been giving him. As a final act, he took the box Greed was stored in, placing it in the spatial bag left in the trial, and stood at the entrance to what he hoped was the final section. A part of him didn't want to step through. He wanted to take a few days to prepare more, to try and do anything he could to get a better chance, but then the odds of Greed dying would explode beyond what they already were at. He couldn't just tell himself it would be fine, and he couldn't abandon the person who'd been dragged in there with him, so without any more hesitation he ignored the pain he was in to walk through the doorway, into whatever the trial was about to throw at them. As with all but the early sections, Ben found himself in another empty expanse, the exit off in the distance. Unlike the later sections though, he immediately felt an effect on it, one he didn't understand, one that by all accounts seemed helpful. Am I having clairvoyance forced upon me? As soon as he entered the doorway, he found he was no longer seeing with just his eyes. His mind was filled with the surroundings in no particular order, and he got to work trying to figure out just what he was seeing, all the while trying to understand why it was happening. Along with what his eyes could see, he was seeing himself from a top-down view, a third-person perspective, and multiple places off in the distance, along with a number of empty viewpoints and some putting him at various distances from the exits, with one even having him right beside it. With no other landmarks than himself and the glowing doorway that was his goal, at least so far, he didn't immediately understand the point. This was something that could only be a benefit. Sure, if the number of perspectives he saw started to grow, it could eventually give him some trouble, but wait, this is actually a challenge, he thought happily, understanding what was going on, at least for anyone else. How's a standard mortal with only a single mind going to process all of this? As for me with a cool 12 and some very complimentary skills to go with them, well, it looks like Dearest's face made a blunder right at the finish line. The fact he had any good news he could take was already great, and it became all the more so as he went on his way. The multiple points of view let him see anything coming his way, or at least he thought. It was only a brief glimmer, but the moment he'd spotted it, he was thrown through the air, having seconds to try to land without major injuries, his coat taking much of the damage but still ending with a broken finger in the process. Fuck, okay, that's what I get for feeling confident for a second. That's on me, he muttered to himself as he got up and ran, doing his best to pay more attention to his mana sense as he went. Since every magic he had was of the non-affinity variety, that was where it was strongly geared to, meaning he should be able to see anything that was thrown at him, but it all came down to his reaction speed. Something like that last attack could only be dealt with by responding immediately, and he was still only at the starting line. Without the buffs he'd been relying on the entire time, there was a very real chance it would take him a day to get to the exit, maybe even more. Despite his altogether average agility, he pushed every point of stamina he had despite the pain throughout his body to keep going, all of his mind's busy keeping track of the surrounding trial to look for any changes, while at the same time throwing himself out of the way of any attack he saw. It was only as he was on the ground from dodging one, struggling to get up, that the clairvoyance forced on his mind was showing him something he didn't know how to deal with, an attack coming on all sides. It seemed like the trial had decided to kill him then and there, at least that was the only way he could interpret it. All around at every distance he could see, what looked like crystals made of pure mana were popping into existence in the air. With the second after they appeared, they seemed to lock onto his direction, rocketing through space towards him. Even though it was pointless, the speed they were moving being too great, he ran as hard as he could, mentally watching everything around him as the first attack arrived, aimed at his feet. In that split second, he jumped and avoided it, only for the next one to hit his back as he did, throwing him through the air as the enchantments on his jacket took most of the damage but leaving him with a broken rib as he landed on his feet and continued to run. Ignore it. No matter how much it sucks, dying will suck more. He felt a migraine forming on top of all of the other aches and pains his body was going through as he pushed his minds to see every little thing, jumping and dodging to get out of the way, taking the hits he couldn't avoid but doing his best to ensure they were both hitting the jacket and pushing him forward each time, getting him a little closer towards his goal off in the distance. Eventually, dodging became less of a conscious effort. His body moved before he realized he needed to, with the priority being on always protecting his legs. If he couldn't run, he couldn't dodge, couldn't make it to the exit. A death sentence if it was allowed. He saw the occasional shimmer in the air and kept on guard, avoiding it if it got too close and keeping aware of anything off in the distance if it looked like trouble as the attacks on him only got more frequent and worse. The mana constructs being fired at him had changed from a blunt shape to violent spikes, thankfully nothing that could get through the enchantments on his jacket to skewer him, but an even greater danger for his exposed flesh than anything else, and it was as he was dodging one of those that he ended up in a trap. He couldn't even call it a misstep. It was a trade-off to keep a leg from being cut off where he'd mistaken what he'd have to deal with. It was as he dodged one of the oncoming attacks that he found himself with two choices and not much time to decide. Either avoiding it by moving into the path of multiple mana blades, or else jumping to a faint glow of mana on the ground, thinking he'd be violently tossed forward again as he did. It was only as he hit that glow and walls of mana closed in around him that he realized his mistake. He was thoroughly trapped in tight quarters, enough room to move but only barely, and every mana blade in the area seemed to pick up on that fact, all of them changing directions in the air to fly right at him. Time seemed to slow down as Ben reacted. He didn't move with any level of conscious thought, his body only instinctively doing what it could to try to survive as he curled into a ball, doing his best to cover his head and legs with his jacket as he did 3 different things with his mana. Using the effects of both his crafting and material user, he strengthened the jacket itself as much as he could to take the impact, while the third was him acting at each impact site. The moment the walls trapping him came down, the first attack struck, with Ben directing the power of his destruction skill at it in the instant it made contact. He had no clue if it would work, no clue if it would do anything at all given that he was rationing just how much mana he put into that bit of defense to prepare for the other coming blows, but given that the skill could break enchantments as well, he was more than willing to bet it could affect mana in general, with that gamble being just enough to save his life. It didn't immediately break the blade of mana, but it weakened it enough that it shattered as it impacted his strengthened coat, with each one that followed doing the same. His defense felt like walking on a knife's edge. He couldn't see what was happening with his eyes as he protected his head, instead needing to rely on the clairvoyance of the trial to hold out for him, and he needed to handle each strike precisely. He didn't have the mana to spare to be wasteful with it, which meant the instant any attack made contact, he needed to hit it with as much destruction as he could afford, feeling his body get all the more battered as he did, the few broken bones he had screaming at him, as he was sure he also gained a few more sprains. Just saying, system, I'd really like a pain-resistant skill right now. It would be real handy. Unfortunately for him, it seemed it was feeling less generous than when he gained his resistance and healing enhancements as no notifications went off in his head. His entire body felt like a bruise, but eventually the bombardment slowed enough that he could move, getting out and back to his desperate escape. He could tell he'd slowed down, not due to any trial effect, but solely as a result of the effect all of the accumulated damage had on his body. He hadn't even been able to let himself heal from the previous section, and now here he was, already getting pummeled even more. Despite the pain, despite the damage, though he was almost free. The exit was growing closer and closer before his eyes as he went until he was minutes away. He had no clue how many hours he'd endured, pushing himself beyond his limits, but he felt just a touch of hope as it threw one final thing his way. The moment he got close enough, something changed. His mana sense screamed at him as the entire area lit up, as if a switch had been flicked and he was forced to the ground, not by any barrier or push of mana, but from an increase in the trial's overall gravity. There it is, a horrifying aspect of magic I never could have guessed at: gravity control. He hadn't known such a thing was possible. He'd never heard of any non-affinitied magic that ruled over it, but it was just more evidence to his growing belief that non-affinitied magic could do anything if a person had the correct understanding of it. Evidence that was in the middle of crushing him, knocking the air from his lungs, and holding him against the ground as another volley of attacks came his way. He tried to move, but even just getting into the sitting position was a struggle as he felt his bones straining under the weight of his own body. He couldn't get more than small gasps of air, and even exhaling was proving to be a challenge, the air he took in sitting heavy in his lungs and not wanting to leave. His freedom was so close yet so far away. What would have taken him moments to get to now felt like an unsurpassable gulf, with only one option available to him as he saw the closest projectile coming his way. With all the force he could manage, he brought one leg up and pressed it firmly into the ground, waiting for the strike he knew would come as the blade of mana grew ever closer. He forced as much mana into his jacket as he could, strengthening it to prepare for the strike, and the moment it made contact with him, he didn't try to weaken it with his destruction the way he had last time, instead kicking off the ground as it threw him, trying to direct the way he went and feeling one final problem as he was thrown to the exit.